Chapter 1. An engagement termination? Let's get on with it. In Suong, at the Tang residence, today marks the birthday celebration of the patriarch of the Tang family, drawing the elite of Su Hang's esteemed families. Suddenly, a handsome young man with striking eyebrows and starry eyes trembled, exclaiming in disbelief. After swiftly adapting to the memories flooding his mind, Tang Yu felt a sense of despair. He was an ardent enthusiast of online literature, having devoured nearly 1,000 urban fantasy novels. Recently, however, he had inexplicably acquired a villain system. This wretched system compelled him to assume the role of a villain in these narratives, rewarding him for surviving pivotal plot points. If he managed to endure until the grand conclusion, he could return to his original world, laden with rewards and riches. Yet, each of his beginnings was akin to a hellish nightmare. For instance, in his 8th reincarnation, he found himself as a security guard obstructing the protagonist's entrance to a company. It is well known that security and bodyguard roles are perilous in urban fantasy tales. His fate was to be sent crashing through glass by the male lead, Ruoxue, meeting a swift demise. In the previous cycle, the situation was even more absurd, as the protagonist was the North Xian celestial lord. This legendary figure, who had failed his tribulation and reincarnated into the city to cultivate, possessed the strength to withstand missiles. As a villain, he hadn't even the chance to utter a word before being effortlessly dispatched with a mere slap. The saying, "A master leads you to the door, personal endeavor determines your fate," aptly described this cursed system. System, which book is this? Tang Yu mentally inquired. This is War, God Dragon King plays in the Flower City. Currently at chapter 57, the system's icy voice replied. Upon receiving this information, Tang Yu quickly recalled the storyline. This was yet another common trope in urban fantasy, featuring the protagonist Yichun. Hailing from a prestigious family in Yanjing, he suffered the tragic annihilation of his clan at the tender age of 5. After being taken abroad by an elderly man, he was groomed into the world's foremost assassin. He single-handedly established the Dragon Soul, the premier mercenary organization, earning the moniker Dragon King. Additionally, his medical expertise was unparalleled, effortlessly discerning treasures from stones. This time, he returned to Huaxiao incognito to investigate the massacre of his family. Along the way, he intended to charm numerous beauties, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. Conversely, Tang Yu's identity was that of the eldest son of the Tang family, the foremost among Su Hang's 4 great families, with assets exceeding trillions. To inhabit such a role should have been a gratifying experience. However, no matter how exalted the villain's status, he merely served as a stepping stone for the protagonist. The plot at chapter 57, oh no, am I destined to perish again? Tang Yu's face turned pale as he recalled the events within the narrative. According to the storyline, today marked his grandfather's birthday celebration. During this event, he was to become engaged to the primary female lead, Su Mu Yue. The Su family, also one of the 4 great families of Suong, held the lowest rank. Tang Yu was hopelessly infatuated with Su Mu Yue, employing various family resources to assist her. Yet after 3 years of pursuit, he had failed to garner her attention. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the elders of the Tang family resolved to arrange a union with the Su family. Upon learning of this, Yichun, the Dragon King, stormed into the birthday celebration, forcibly taking Su Mu Yue away. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the lovesick fool, was kicked into a vegetative state by Yichun, and it would not be long before his life came to an end. How toxic. Reflecting on the plot, Tang Yu couldn't help but curse internally. This villainous character is utterly foolish. A distinguished graduate from Yale, handsome and possessing a fortune worth billions, would he truly stoop to being a devoted admirer for 3 years to a woman who constantly scowls at him? Were he a high-flyer worth merely millions, he would have long been off, cruising in a Cadillac to indulge in revelry at the clubs. This won't do, I must devise a plan. Tang Yu's gaze swept across the hall, where numerous guests had gathered for his grandfather's birthday celebration. Soon, his attention fixated on a young man's face, a man named Yichun, who sat discreetly in the corner, holding a glass of red wine. Currently, he served as Su Mu Yue's bodyguard. Those in the know understood the implications of such an arrangement. I suppose it's acceptable if I do not become engaged, Tang Yu muttered to himself when a beautiful girl in a blue gown approached. Her elegance was striking, yet her gaze was as cold as steel. With a hint of disdain in her eyes, she was none other than the first female lead, Su Mu Yue. Standing before Tang Yu, she spoke coolly, "Young Master Tang, I kindly request that you cease your pursuit. Let us annul the engagement. I shall not consent." Having cleared his thoughts, Tang Yu found her words quite agreeable and nodded in response. "I concur." Perhaps taken aback by his prompt acceptance, Su Mu Yue stared at him in disbelief, unable to trust her own ears. Had she misheard? Simultaneously, a cacophony of sarcastic remarks echoed in her ears. "The engagement must not proceed. I am grateful to your ancestors for their virtues, and I shall repay this kindness in my next life. Hurry and elope with your Yichun. It would be amusing. His harem requires you." Furrowing her brows, she glanced around, searching for the source of the voice. It resembled Tang, yes, yet he did not utter a word. Could it be a figment of her imagination? "What's this? Were we not discussing annulling the engagement? Let's go inform our elders together." Tang Yu smiled calmly, urging her forward. As long as they were free from the engagement, Yichun would have no reason to trouble him, right? As a villain, all he needed to do was avoid provoking that fateful child and live blissfully until the story's conclusion. What bliss? Very well. Su Mu Yue nodded in agreement and followed Tang Yu, ready to speak with their elders. As they walked, Tang Yu maintained a tranquil expression, though inwardly he reveled with delight. What a relief! If I can sever ties with this foolish woman, Yichun will have no grounds to trouble me. I must survive until the end of this tale. What a pity, the renowned beauty of Su Heng, reduced to a pawn in Yichun's harem, leading her family to ruin. Such is the nature of a senseless, gratifying tale. As the mocking voice resonated once more, Su Mu Yue was certain it belonged to Tang Yu. After all, they were the only two in the corridor. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in Su Heng, her allure was complemented by her exceptional intellect and talent. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, a shadow crossed her face. Yichun, he was the bodyguard she had recently hired after being accosted by some ruffians, and he had come to her aid. Recognizing his skills, she retained him as a bodyguard out of gratitude. After Yichun became a bodyguard, he assisted her in numerous tasks, leading to a budding friendship between them. However, the notion of a harem perplexed her. How could she possibly serve as a concubine to a mere bodyguard, thereby dragging her family into misfortune? At that moment, she felt a surge of resistance towards Yichun. As a proud daughter of heaven, how could she stoop to being a concubine for a lowly bodyguard? Chapter 2. Unconventional Tactics. Before long, the two arrived at a study where the elders of the Tang and Su families were gathered, discussing matters of marriage. Upon entering, they greeted each elder respectfully. "Tang Yu, you arrived just in time. There is something we need to discuss," a middle-aged man with a square face declared, who was none other than Tang Ye's father, Tang Gangsheng. "I just spoke with your uncle Su and others, and we believe you and Mu Yu are quite compatible. We plan to arrange your marriage. What are your thoughts?" "I believe it is unsuitable," Tang Yu replied decisively. The expressions of those in the room turned peculiar. Unsuitable? Who in Su and Heng knew better than that he had pursued her for 3 whole years? Clearing his throat, Tang Yu continued, "Esteemed elders, as the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. I have recently reflected and realized that my personality does not align with Mu Yu's. Marriage is a lifelong commitment. It is best that the choice be left to both parties. Thank you for your concern." After uttering these words, Tang Yu felt an immediate sense of relief. Now I won't have to face dire consequences. The elders of the Tang and Su families were left speechless. After a moment of silence, Su Mu Yu's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke up. "Xiaoyue, I understand your feelings. Did Mu Yu coerce you into saying this? Don't worry, I will handle this matter today." Tang Yu was taken aback. "Uncle, do you want me to be in serious trouble?" "No, Uncle Su," truly before Tang Yu could explain, Su Chongshan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for further explanation, I understand." He then turned to his daughter in anger. "Mu Yu, tell me, how has Xiaoyu treated you over the years? He has been deeply devoted, caring for you in every way. When you were ill and hospitalized, he stayed by your side for as long as you did. When it comes to conditions and appearance, Xiaoyu is not lacking in any regard. Yet you compel him to speak such words? You are driving me to madness." Su Mu Yue, drenched in her father's spittle, was left dumbfounded. What did he mean by her coercing him? This guy was secretly reveling in it. Quickly retort. "Why are you just standing there? Argue back with your father, let's muddle this whole affair and go our separate ways. He'll find a few more sisters to enjoy life. If you don't speak up soon, he'll truly be in deep trouble. Do you still wish to elope with your Dragon King, Yichun? Meanwhile, the voice of sarcasm echoed again. Seeing Tang Yu making faces at her, Su Mu Yu's temper flared. The audacity of that scoundrel, Yichun. Who does he think he is? Why on earth would I elope with a mere bodyguard? What worth does he possess? Moreover, the news of his intention to seek out multiple romantic interests only infuriates me further. After pursuing me for 3 long years, he dares to declare his change of heart? Father, I did not encourage him to say such things. I am in favor of the union. Su Mu Yue suddenly interjected, her anger momentarily subsiding. Su Zhongshan, who had been fuming, was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. You're not deceiving me, are you? No, Su Mu Yue replied, shaking her head, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Biting her lip, she added, he has indeed treated me well, and I am touched by his sincerity. However, I would prefer to start with a courtship first, if that's all right. Of course, that is entirely acceptable. A meal is consumed bite by bite. Let us take our time. Su Zhongshan responded, his face lighting up with a relieved smile. It turned out that it was not his daughter opposing the marriage, but rather young Yu, who was concerned about potentially burdening her. Such a thoughtful son-in-law. The elders in the room began to smile in agreement with Su Zhongshan's sentiments. Yet, Tang Yu, who had just moments ago been smiling, now wore an expression more wretched than if he had consumed something foul. Approaching Su Mu Yue, he forced a smile that was more tragic than tears. Mu Yue, you don't need to pressure yourself like this. I understand your feelings, he said, to which Su Mu Yue softly replied, but my intention is indeed to start with a romantic relationship. Little Yu, Mu Yue is merely a bit reserved and not adept at expressing herself. Don't assume she doesn't like you. Girls can be shy. Su Zhongshan encouraged, patting Tang Ye's shoulder with a warm smile. Tang Ye's face twitched in response. Meanwhile, a cacophony of frustrated thoughts echoed in Su Mu Yue's mind. Are you out of your mind? We agreed to call off the engagement. Who wants to date you? You should be following the plot of a romance novel instead. The Dragon King's harem is your destiny. For heaven's sake, come to your senses and stop this madness. Hearing these inner voices made Su Mu Yue's lips curve into a slight smile, a glimmer of amusement dancing in her eyes. Observing his exasperation, she found it rather entertaining. He was far more amusing now than he ever was in his previous sycophantic demeanor. Well then, since they seem to have found mutual affection, we need not worry any longer. Let us go and announce the news. At that moment, old Master Tang spoke up, prompting everyone to leave the study with cheerful expressions. Tang Yu trailed behind Su Mu Yue, and seeing a hint of smile on her face only made him want to unleash a flurry of martial arts moves upon her. Didn't we agree to forego the union? He muttered through clenched teeth. But I have been moved by your sincerity, Su Mu Yue replied, her smile growing warmer. It was the first time Tang Yu had seen her smile at him like that, leaving him momentarily spellbound. He reached out, intending to touch her forehead, checking if her mind had gone awry. If you're unwell, we should go to the hospital. Marriage is no trifling matter. Think it through, he urged earnestly. Sister, if you're ill, seek treatment promptly. If you don't see a doctor, I might need to consult a coroner later, he thought. It's nothing. I made up my mind, and besides, we aren't married yet. Su Mu Yue replied, her demeanor calm and composed. I am unwilling. A forcibly picked fruit is never sweet. It's all right, as long as it quench my thirst, Su Mu Yue replied, her smile growing ever brighter. Witnessing this fellow's embarrassment brought her immense joy. She regarded Tang Yu earnestly and said, moreover, your sudden change in attitude raises a possibility. Are you perhaps afflicted with a terminal illness and fear burdening me? Tang Yu wore a look of despair, rendered speechless. This woman, why does she stray from the narrative? She must have lost her mind. She has truly brought about her own demise. Soon, Yichun will certainly emerge in a fit of rage. After finally becoming a wealthy and handsome antagonist, am I destined to vanish? Damn this click plot. As Tang Ye's complaints echoed once more, Su Mu Yue's curiosity deepened. Will the unfolding events truly align with this fellow's inner thoughts? Chapter 3. The arrival of the Dragon King. Upon the return of a group to the Grand Hall, the venerable Mr. Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guests who had come to celebrate his birthday. He then summoned Tang Yu and Su Mu Yue to his side and, addressing the assembly, announced, "Dear friends and family, I have another joyous occasion to share with you all. The Tang family has decided to unite with the Su family. And from this day forth, Su Mu Yue shall be regarded as our half-granddaughter-in-law." Immediately following Mr. Tang's declaration, the guests in attendance erupted into applause, with the Su family members beaming with delight. Meanwhile, in a corner savoring red wine, Yi Qin's expression darkened ominously. A fierce aura radiated from him as he strode purposefully towards Tang Yu. Su Mu Yue was the woman he had set his sights upon. Anyone who dared interfere would meet a grim fate. Goodness, here he comes, and he's radiating hostility. Damn it, why must it always be like this? Am I destined to be beaten today? At that moment, Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks echoed again. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Yue glanced over and indeed saw Yi Qin advancing with a menacing glare, which left her momentarily stunned. The Su family had come to the banquet unaccompanied by bodyguards, yet Yi Qin's presence was precisely as he had foretold. "I oppose this union," Yi Qin declared with a cold, furious voice from 3 meters away. All eyes turned towards him. The guests present were predominantly aristocrats from Su Hang, and aside from a few members of the Su family, no one recognized Yi Qin. Su Zhongshan, however, recalled this individual named Yi Qin, a newly appointed bodyguard in their household. Seeing him act out of line, Su Zhongshan's countenance darkened as he stepped forward and admonished, "Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard, and you presume to meddle in the affairs of the Su family?" A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yi Qin's eyes. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was Su Mu Yue's father, he would have already taken action. He, the esteemed Dragon King, wielded dominance overseas, and even the noble elites of Europe would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. He glared at the Su family members, pointing at them one by one, and proclaimed, "What a shameful display. A prestigious family like the Su family, willing to sacrifice the happiness of a young woman for the sake of their prosperity. Do you not possess an ounce of decency? Ha ha ha, here it comes. The classic verbal duel has begun. Mind your own business, yet you'll still resort to violence, only to play the hero in a rescue. In the end, it is the Su family that will bear the consequences. Ah, but that's the way of the protagonist. Many bones must be sacrificed for one's success, and everyone else serves merely as stepping stones." Tang Yu's quips resounded once more. According to the original narrative, Su Mu Yue was coerced into agreeing to the marriage by her family. In her moment of utmost despair, the Dragon King Yi Qin would swoop in to rescue her. After shattering the chains binding her heart, he would become her sole pillar of support, inspiring her love for him and making her his first consort. Yet at this moment, Su Mu Yue's brow slightly furrowed. She felt neither moved nor surprised. After listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt tirade, her mindset had irrevocably shifted. Reversed. How dare that insignificant bodyguard act presumptuously? Drive him out. Su Chongshan bellowed in unrestrained fury. Soon, a tall man clad in a suit rushed over. None other than He Jin, the captain of the Tang family security team. A retired special forces soldier, He Jin's prowess was undeniable, and his loyalty to the Tang family was unwavering. According to the original plot, he would be the first to strike, and the first to meet his demise. Following his fall, misfortune would swiftly befall Tang Yu. "Do not act impulsively," Tang Yu interjected, hastening to block He Jin's path. "Let us speak calmly. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and resorting to violence only breeds discord." Upon hearing the young master's words, He Jin halted. "See, it is still Tang Xiao who possesses elegance, not stooping to the level of such brutes. Were it me, I would have long since dragged him out to be fed to the dogs. I suspect he covets Tang Xiao's woman. Does he truly believe he is worthy with that pitiful appearance? Tang Xiao, quickly respond with a retort to put him in his place." The surrounding onlookers began to laud Tang Yu's poise, while simultaneously taking jabs at Yi Qin. This is a common trope in exhilarating novels, initially inciting the protagonist's wrath through bystanders, followed by the antagonist's braggadocio, culminating in a swift defeat. Tang Yu is utterly flustered by these remarks. "Why are you all shouting so loudly? Could you not exhibit a little decorum? Your momentary satisfaction comes at the cost of my life." As anticipated, upon hearing the crowd's comments, Yi Qin's expression darkened. His gaze fixed intently upon Tang Yu. It was he, the source of all this trouble. Had he not pursued Su Mu Yue, how could circumstances have spiraled into chaos? What the hell are you staring at me for? I did not insult you, Tang Yu thought to himself, feeling the weight of Yi Chen's gaze tighten. I have not even initiated a confrontation. What more do you want? If you intend to make a move, then act swiftly. Do not direct your fury at me. You foolish buffoon. Tang Yu felt a tightening in his chest, his mind racing with dread. This fellow, as the Dragon King, could easily overpower the entire Tang family security force combined. Should he unleash his wrath, it would not be long before everyone would be partaking in their own feasts at the Tang residence. Su Mu Yue, having listened for some time, could not suppress a chuckle. Upon witnessing her smile, Yi Chen's demeanor softened somewhat. He mistakenly believed her laughter was in response to his defense of her. Thus, he approached her with a charming smile, his lips curving into a captivating arc. Mu Yue, no one shall sacrifice your freedom for their own gain. With me here, you may go wherever you please. Those who stand in your way shall face dire consequences. Tang Yu, standing by, discreetly stepped back, creating some distance, feeling a surge of excitement. Yes, hurry and make your move. Once the male and female contestants successfully hold hands, make your exit. In the original narrative, Tang Yu would have already commanded his bodyguards to act. Yet, now he had restrained them. If only this man could take Su Mu Yue away, the ensuing events would no longer concern him. As Yi Chen approached to grasp Su Mu Yue's hand, intending to lead her away from the Tang household, his fingers had not yet brushed against her when she took 2 steps back, her expression icy as she regarded him. What are you doing? What madness is this? When did I lose my freedom? After listening to her heart for a long while, she finally comprehended the current situation. The world she inhabited seemed to be one crafted from a novel. According to the typical narrative, she should have been whisked away by this man by now. The thought of becoming part of his harem filled her with utter disdain. Yi Chen's expression was one of shock, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. How dare this woman reject him? Did she not realize that while the entire world betrayed her, he was the sole individual willing to forsake the world for her? Yet, he quickly regained his composure and, with a smile directed at Su Mu Yue, reassured her. Mu Yue, I understand your fears. Rest assured, I am here. The Tang family would not dare to lay a finger on you. Upon saying this, his gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Tang Yu. Su Mu Yue's reluctance to accompany him must be a result of this man's coercion. What was this so-called heir of the Tang family? Merely a trifling matter. If not for the constraints of being in the country, he would have had no qualms about eliminating threats. Were he abroad, with a mere command, a legion of mercenaries would swiftly obliterate the Tang family. You must be out of your mind. Why should I concern myself with your trivial matters? I've even instructed my bodyguards to ignore you. And you, Su Mu Yue, are truly ruthless. Is it necessary to put on such a performance to protect him? I'll give you 1,000,000 to disappear quickly. Spare me this torment, dear brother. At this moment, Tang Yu felt as though she wished for death. Both of these individuals were utterly deranged. You've overstepped your bounds. You are merely a bodyguard for the Su family, and as of today, you are dismissed. Please leave at once. Anger flickered across Su Mu Yue's exquisite face as she pointed towards the door. However, her ire was aimed not only at Yi Chen, but also at Tang Yu. How dare this scoundrel still murmur about a connection with Yi Chen? The more she spoke, the sweeter Yi Chen felt in his heart. Look, she is defending me by playing the villain. She truly cares for me. No wonder she is the woman chosen by me, the Dragon King, cultured and understanding. Thus, he gazed at Su Mu Yue with a newfound tenderness and affection. His smile grew increasingly charming and confident as he declared, Mu Yue, I will not leave you. With me by your side, you need not worry. The Tang family means nothing. Chapter 4. Captain, do not act impulsively. I fear you may be killed upon hearing these words. The members of the Tang family wore expressions of fury. Su Mu Yue was particularly appalled, nearly spitting out her breakfast in shock. The intensity of that gaze was akin to a malevolent spirit. I will ask you once more, are you leaving or not? Su Mu Yue demanded angrily. I will not leave if you do not, Yi Chen replied resolutely, refusing to budge. As the Dragon King, his possessiveness was formidable. He would never allow his woman to remain in the perilous Tang household. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. At that moment, He Jin, the captain of the Tang family's security team, could no longer contain himself. He clenched his fists, ready to rush forward, but Tang Yu once again intervened, urging him to reconsider. Captain He, do not act rashly. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and a death would be disastrous. Young master, rest assured, I will not kill him. He Jin assured, his eyes reddening. I fear you may be the one to be killed. This fellow is exceptionally skilled, Tang Yu whispered, lowering her voice. He Jin was momentarily taken aback, touched by her concern. Thank you for your care, young master. I, He Jin, have received the Tang family's kindness for many years. If I must die, so be it. I cannot allow the Tang family to continue facing humiliation. Damn it, if you die, this bastard will come after me next. What is wrong with these people today? Do they have to provoke him? Tang Yu lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. Is it truly so difficult to play the role of a villain? The members of the Su family were now seething with rage. The audacity of their mere bodyguard was tantamount to pushing the Su family into the fire. Infuriated, Su Zhongshan charged forward and shoved Yi Chun with all his might. However, Yi Chun stood immovable like a mountain, and Su Zhongshan could not budge him. In a fit of fury, Su Zhongshan landed a punch on Yi Chun's face, shouting, "You dog, get away from my daughter. I have but one son-in-law, and that is Tang Yu. If you continue to meddle, the Su family will not show you mercy." Though the punch lacked significant force, the insult was profound. A flicker of intense, murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. However, out of respect for Su Zhongshan, his father-in-law, he silently recited two words in his mind: endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, the most crucial lesson was to learn the art of restraint. With a cold expression, he declared, "Since I am unwelcome here, I shall take my leave." With that, he cast a venomous glance at Tang Yu. This scoundrel had deliberately remained hidden, allowing the Su family to confront him, clearly intending to use them to coerce Su Mu Yue into submission. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid in blood, doubly so by him and the Tang family. Mu Yue, remember this. No matter what happens in the future, whenever you are in need, I will be there to protect you. With those final words, Yi Chen strode away. You truly are insane. What does this have to do with me? Is it your intention to make this personal? I understand the depth of your feelings for each other, but this is not the way to go about it. I beg you, Su Mu Yue, hurry and leave with your husband, the one who carries you away on the high-speed train. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's departing gaze, Tang Yu internally seethed with frustration. Beside her, Su Mu Yue was equally incensed. She had endured the incessant murmurs of this man for half the day, incessantly referring to him as her husband. Unable to contain her anger, she approached Tang Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek, treating it as one would a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick-witted and adept, swiftly shielding his face with his hand, causing Su Mu Yue's kiss to land on the back of his hand instead. What the hell, are you that malicious? Attempting to kiss me? He thought. Good thing my skill surpassed yours. If you had succeeded, would you still have a way out today? The two exchanged intense glares, and the onlookers erupted in laughter at this comical scene. Yi Chun, who was just approaching the door, turned back upon hearing the raucous laughter, his expression instantly filled with rage and disbelief. His woman, kissing another man? Though it was merely a kiss on the hand, the guest's laughter grated on his nerves. He clenched his fists tightly, ultimately refraining from unleashing his wrath, as he understood that Su Mu Yue must have resorted to such actions out of necessity to protect herself from the Tang family. After all, she was oblivious to his identity and power as the Dragon King. Yet, this was not the time to reveal his true self. He needed to remain in the shadows and gradually uncover the truth behind the massacre from years past. Taking a deep breath, filled with resentment, Yi Chen exited the Tang residence. The Tang family had become obsolete. As the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family rushed to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu sat on the sofa, his expression one of bewilderment, contemplating life. Damn system, are you messing with me? Today's events unfolded far differently than promised. He mentally cursed. In the original narrative, Su Mu Yue should have dismissed him with disdain. Yet today, she evidently displayed a significant increase in intelligence. To protect her Dragon King, she had made such a considerable sacrifice. Observing Yi Chen's shocked and furious expression as he departed, Tang Yu realized that he would surely seek retribution. Perhaps this is the butterfly effect resulting from the host's alterations to the plot, the system responded. What are you laughing at? I recalled something amusing. I'm using my foot. Hand over the reward. Tang Yu gritted his teeth, realizing the system had become increasingly insufferable. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the first segment of the plot. Reward. 1 Lamborghini Veneno has been deposited in the garage. Please check. Upon hearing the system's announcement, a key materialized in Tang Yu's pocket. He withdrew the key, glancing at it, and felt utterly defeated. What good is this to me when I have nothing but money at home? He lamented. Tell me, has the plot already collapsed? If you insist on asking, I can only say that I cannot comment. Tang Yu decided to abandon further communication with this troublesome system, realizing it was merely a source of misfortune. Nevertheless, surviving the birthday banquet meant he had temporarily navigated through a portion of the plot. As he was about to contemplate his forthcoming plans, Tang Mu, Xia Hongying, approached him. Why are you standing here in a daze? Mu Yu is leaving. Aren't you going to see her off? Let her go, Tang Yu thought to himself, eagerly wishing for the woman to depart. Had she not deviated from the script today, he would have been able to relish a peaceful life by now. And still harboring resentment towards the Su family, they had indeed mishandled the situation today, allowing a mere bodyguard to create chaos. Tang Mu frowned. Indeed, it is not just discourteous, it is utterly disrespectful. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped his mother's arm and urged, Mother, this matter cannot be overlooked. In my opinion, we should cancel this engagement. Otherwise, where would our Tang family's dignity lie if word spreads? He felt an inner joy. Truly, she is my mother, so understanding and perceptive. The Tang family. A century of honor. How could they easily concede? Tang Mu gently tapped Tang Yu's forehead and chuckled. I see your feelings for Mu Yu, my dear. Our Tang family does not care for such trivial matters. Your happiness is what truly matters. Mu Yu is indeed a fine girl. Together, she will surely be a supportive partner for you. Noticing that Tang Yu was about to speak again, Tang Mu stood up decisively. Enough of this pretense. I understand your intentions. I wish you both happiness, and remember to visit old Master Wang this afternoon. With that, she strode away, leaving Tang Yu in a state of bewilderment. Life truly feels like a trial, becoming increasingly burdensome. Chapter 5. The Loyal Betrayer. As soon as Tang's mother departed, the head of the bodyguards, He Jin, hurried over, holding a finely crafted redwood box. He placed the box reverently on the table and said, Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madam, meant for the esteemed Wang family elder. Thank you for your efforts, Tang Yu replied, nodding. The elder Wang mentioned by his mother was indeed the patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The Tang family led the quartet with the most formidable influence, followed by the Wang family, then the Qin family, and lastly, the Su family. The Wang and Tang families shared a long-standing friendship, with the elder Wang having shown kindness to Tang Yu since childhood. Recently, the elder Wang had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage, resulting in partial paralysis, and was currently recuperating at home. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Yu. Wasn't this similar to the plot of Chapter 62? He felt a chill run down his spine. According to the original storyline, after the elder Wang fell ill, he was unable to recover, and the Wang family sought renowned physicians for his treatment. As a protagonist with miraculous healing abilities, Yixue had all the necessary skills to save the elder Wang, thus establishing a bond with the Wang family and paving the way for his conquest of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Could it be that I am destined to be a mere stepping stone once more? Tang Yu felt bewildered. It seemed his role as a mere pawn was unavoidable. However, after careful contemplation, he realized that, in the original narrative, he had already met his demise by this juncture. It was not he who faced the consequences, but rather another skilled physician who had come to provide treatment. Let a master take the stage first. Once they falter, it would be Dragon King's moment to shine, thus highlighting his superior prowess. This thought eased Tang Yu's anxiety. As long as he wasn't the one to be trodden upon, everything could be managed. As for avoiding this segment of the plot, Tang Yu dared not entertain such foolishness. He had attempted that once before, and the outcome had been nothing short of disastrous. The rules of the system were clear. Survival was possible, but one must never evade the script. noticing the myriad expressions on Tang Yu's face. Jin couldn't help but inquire, "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "That's a relief," Jin said with a sigh of relief, smiling as he took the opportunity to boast. "Young master, I know you're still upset about today's events. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to deal with that fellow named Yi." Tang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "You sent someone after whom?" "The little bodyguard, of course," Jin declared proudly. "You mentioned he was skilled, right? I specifically dispatched over 30 men. This time, he will surely pay the price." Dan Yu Gapet, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Good heavens, are you truly afraid I won to survive until the end?" He gritted his teeth. "Call them back immediately. Do not lay a finger on him." "Ah, understood." Jin hastily grabbed his phone and called off the men, though he was somewhat perplexed. "Have they been recalled?" "Their return is confirmed." "Very well." Tang Yu finally felt a measure of relief. "Damn it, I was almost deceived again." He scrutinized Jin closely. This fellow, viewed from any angle, appeared to be an utterly loyal traitor. This person must not be allowed to remain. Captain He, as the saying goes. A swift wind reveals strong grass, and tumult uncovers true ministers. "I am quite pleased with your performance today," Tang Yu remarked with a cordial smile as he embraced Jin. "However, I believe that with your talents, serving merely as a bodyguard captain is beneath you. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa, and I would like you to oversee things there." "Me?" Jin felt immensely touched. Tang Xiao is truly magnanimous. "Indeed, depart tomorrow. I shall make arrangements shortly. Once you arrive there, your salary and bonuses will triple. Devote a few years to diligent work, and we shall see thereafter." Tang Yu firmly patted Jin's shoulder. "Thank you so much for your trust, Tang Xiao. I shall certainly work diligently." Jin was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, he returned to pack his belongings. Once Jin had left, Tang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. One traitor dealt with. Sent to Africa, there's no way he can emerge to foster enmity now, right? He glanced down at the Rolex on his wrist. The life of the wealthy is so unpretentious and monotonous. Grasping the gift that lay on the table, Tang Yu made his way toward the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno sped out of the Tang residence. The Wang family estate, located in the suburbs, took Tang Yu nearly an hour to reach. As one of the four great families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Wang family's old residence was originally a royal mansion. Over the past century, this estate has undergone multiple renovations. The last time Tang Yu visited was quite some time ago. After parking the car behind the main gate, the bodyguard stationed there immediately recognized Tang Yu and respectfully greeted him. "Good day, Tang Xiao. Please assist in parking the car." Tang Yu casually tossed the car keys to the bodyguard and strode into the Wang residence with the gift in hand. The interior of the estate was adorned in typical Su-style garden decor. Pavilions and towers, serene ponds. Everywhere he looked was a feast for the eyes. Just as he reached the entrance of the living room, a tall beauty clad in a cheongsam happened to step out, leading to a rather solid collision between the two. Fortunately, the well-endowed figure of the cheongsam beauty provided a generous cushion, sparing them both from injury. Upon feeling an astonishing elasticity at his chest, Tang Yu nearly exclaimed in surprise. His gaze instinctively roamed over the cheongsam beauty. She wore a white laurel-patterned cheongsam, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath her impeccably exquisite angelic visage lay an undeniably alluring figure. However, due to her striking physique, the cheongsam seemed somewhat strained. "Referee, she fouled by charging with the ball. The fabric of this garment is undoubtedly of high quality, likely crafted from top-grade silk. Had it been a shirt, it would have long since succumbed." The cheongsam beauty, upon hearing this voice, widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at Tang Yu. "What are you saying?" she questioned, unable to believe her ears. This guy dared to speak to her like that? "Huh, I didn't say anything. Are you all right?" Tang Yu, somewhat bewildered, reached up to touch his nose. Wang Yixue had just not noticed Tang Yu's lips moving, instinctively believing she had misheard him. With an indifferent expression, she inquired, "Did I misunderstand?" "What brings you to my home?" "I came to pay a visit to the old gentleman," Tang Yu replied, lifting the gift in his hand, which suddenly rendered the atmosphere rather awkward. Before him stood the enchanting Wang Yixue, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, his former girlfriend, and the second female lead of this narrative. Due to the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Tang families, they had known each other since childhood. During their university years, they attended the same institution and briefly dated for 2 months in their freshman year. However, a scandalous socialite from their school relentlessly pursued Tang Yu, leading to a misunderstanding with Wang Yixue, and they hastily parted ways. Subsequently, Tang Yu became renowned in Suong as an ardent admirer. Meanwhile, after graduating, Wang Yixue returned to her family business, dedicating herself to work and remaining single until now. Chapter 6. Wang Yixue. There is something amiss with you. My grandfather is still resting. Please have a seat and enjoy a cup of tea. Wang Yixue called out and took the initiative to brew tea for Tang Yu, her eyes betraying a fleeting bitterness. After their breakup years ago, the two had scarcely kept in touch. It was only during last month's class reunion that she learned she had misunderstood Tang Yu all along. This revelation filled her heart with deep regret, as she had been unable to let go of her feelings over the years. Yet it was too late. She had just heard the news of the impending union between the Tang and Su families. Tang Yu, however, was lost in thought, focusing on the graceful manner in which Wang Yixue prepared the tea. Her movements were a visual delight, and clad in an exquisitely matching qipao. The act of brewing tea in her hands transformed into an artistic performance. Wow, even making tea looks so beautiful. Su Mu Yue may be hailed as the first beauty, but in my eyes, Wang Yixue is truly the most stunning beauty of Su and Heng. Look at her poise and those elegant movements. Su Mu Yue pales in comparison. What a sour face she wears. I owe her nothing. A union? What a ridiculous notion. I will find a way to dissolve this wretched engagement. As Tang Yu's sarcastic thoughts echoed, Wang Yixue's hand trembled, causing her to nearly drop the teacup. She stared at Tang Yu, her eyes wide with disbelief. Surely, she could not be mistaken. That was definitely Tang Yu's voice. Although he had not spoken aloud, she heard him clearly. Are you all right? Tang Yu casually inquired upon noticing her sudden blunder. I am fine, Wang Yixue replied, shaking her head, her emotions surging. Could it be that she could hear his thoughts? Moreover, he considered her the first beauty? Humph, this fellow clearly could not forget her over the years, yet he insisted on playing the role of a lovesick fool. A thrill of joy coursed through her, prompting her to feign curiosity. I heard you were engaged to Su Mu Yue today. Congratulations. You must be thrilled to have your wish fulfilled. Ah, well, that's a long story. In any case, marriage is out of the question. Tang Yu adamantly refused to acknowledge the situation. What nonsense! It's all Su Mu Yue's chaotic doing. That troublesome woman is completely deranged. She harbors feelings for someone else, yet uses me as a shield for her charade. Sigh, the author must be out of their mind. What ex-girlfriend? Such a trivial misunderstanding could have been cleared up easily. It's fine for the protagonist to have a harem, but why is it so difficult for the antagonist to engage in a romance? Hearing these thoughts, Wang Yixue's spirits lifted even higher. However, she found herself somewhat perplexed by the author's notions of antagonists. Pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yu, she deliberately sat beside him and softly inquired, "What's going on with you? Is there discord in your relationship? There are no feelings, merely a friendship. Why do you ask?" Tang Yu's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something amiss. As an experienced antagonist, he understood that the best way to survive was to distance himself from these female leads, regardless of whether she was the primary heroine or a secondary character. His tone carried a hint of indifference, yet his thoughts betrayed him. Why is she suddenly sitting so close to me? Our legs are almost touching. She carries an exquisite fragrance. Is it her natural scent? Her legs are so fair. Oh dear, this outfit is, well, it is beautiful. Wang Yixue felt a mix of joy and shyness within her heart. This fellow never showered her with such compliments during their relationship. A playful smile graced her lips as she leaned in closer and softly spoke. It's nothing. I merely wish to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. It's of no consequence, I don't mind. Why are you so close? Tang Yu feigned displeasure. I'm making a sour face, and you still linger near? Is there no dignity left for the heroine of a delightful tale? Yet upon closer inspection, you are truly adorable. Your skin is remarkably flawless. Your eyes are stunning, and your figure and demeanor are impeccable. Just don't come any closer. I genuinely cannot withstand it." Wang Yixue struggled to suppress her laughter. This fellow, despite claiming to resist, was quite honest in his actions. She found this contrasting charm utterly delightful. "Why be so stern? You're my first love. Can I be a bit closer to you?" Wang Yixue bit her lip, feigning innocence, and naturally wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's. "Mind the distance. We are merely friends now." Tang Yu, his expression darkening, swiftly withdrew his arm, his tone frosty. "It's been years since our breakup. This act is futile. I do not harbor feelings for Su Mu Yue and shall not return to you." "What on earth? How can you be like this? If colliding with me wasn't tea enough, now you hold my hand. This is cheating. Please, act normally. This is not your usual demeanor. Should you be repelling all men except Qin? But how I envy your hand. If only it were cradling my head, I'd love to be your cushion." Wang Yixue finally burst into laughter, the sound catching Tang Yu off guard. She was undeniably beautiful, but there was something peculiar about her, even with his displeasure clearly displayed. She seemed unfazed. In Tales of Delight, the heroine regarded all men, save for the protagonist, as mere fodder. With his current behavior, she should have decisively turned away, cutting ties and perhaps even harboring resentment toward him. Only then could he distance himself from Yi Chun, the favored one, and survive. In summary, the first principle for survival in such narratives is to never compete for the women of the protagonist. As long as he remained in the shadows, with his resources, would he ever lack for women? His life was paramount. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Yu said, maintaining a stern face and shifting away to create distance. He was genuinely wary of this woman. Today, it seemed Su Mu Yue was off, and now Wang Yixue appeared equally daft. "I'm merely recalling something delightful." Wang Yixue replied with a charming smile. Fine, I concede. I'll retreat to the restroom for a moment." Tang Yu resolved to take the initiative. If he couldn't confront her, he could at least evade her, right? Just as he intended to make his escape, Wang Yixue sprang up first. She had barely taken 2 steps when she suddenly exclaimed in surprise, stumbling flat on the ground. "Haha, truly a testament to your role as the heroine of a delightful tale. A classic fall." Beside her, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. A sly smile flickered across Wang Yixue's face. With a pained exclamation, she rubbed her ankle and looked at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression. "If it fallen, and yet you won't help me up?" Initially, Tang Yu intended to decline. However, upon reflection, he pondered the potential consequences of appearing too indifferent and offending her excessively, which might lead to her harboring resentment. Women are often sensitive, especially considering his previous connection as her ex-boyfriend. If she were to end up with Yi Chun and deliberately malign him, it could incite animosity. Thus, he approached her with a stern expression and extended his hand to assist Wang Yixue from the ground. As she stood, her balance faltered, and she stumbled into Tang Yu's embrace. He inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. Was this scenario not a bit off script? Did a mere antagonist deserve such treatment? Stay calm. This is undoubtedly a sugar-coated trap. She aspires to be one of Yi Chen's women. Quickly help her up and make a hasty exit. Wang Yixue, nestled in Tang Yu's arms, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing his thoughts. A woman in Yi Chen's harem? Who on earth is Yi Chen? Am I to be part of his harem? Does he even deserve that? With a face full of grievance, she looked at Tang Yu, her eyes brimming with tears, and said, "Tang Yu, I think I twisted my ankle. It hurts to walk." Chapter 7. The Female Protagonist's Deceptive Tactics. "I want to return to the countryside. I'll help you to the sofa to rest," Tang Yu stated in a rather indifferent tone. "If I don't assist my grandmother, why would I assist you? Once I've helped you, I shall take my leave, all right?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue's eyes crinkled into a smile. "Want to slip away? Not a chance." Once they reached the sofa, Tang Yu attempted to rise, but she quickly called out, "Tang Yu, I twisted my ankle. Could you please help me massage it?" "I won't," Tang Yu resolutely declined. He was merely there to linger a while and garner some rewards. Engaging in close proximity with the second female lead was tantamount to courting disaster. "You're lying. Back in college, when I twisted my ankle playing tennis, you helped me massage it. Do you truly despise me that much?" Wang Yixue said, her eyes reddening with indignation. "Indeed. Hence if you're genuinely uncomfortable, I can call your family doctor over, Tang Yu replied, nodding coldly. Yes, yes, consider me to be someone you detest. Quickly distance yourself from me. Do you understand? We are simply incompatible. You belong to Yi Qin's harem, while my character is that of an antagonist and cannon fodder. If he discovers this, I shall be finished tonight. Once more, hearing Tang Yu's inner musings, Wang Yixue scoffed inwardly. Do you expect me to distance myself just like that? Observing how apprehensive he appeared of Yi Qin, she decided to threaten him. You refuse to help me massage it. Is that so? Fine. Then I shall inform everyone later that you took advantage of me. Just as Tang Yu had lifted his foot, he halted in shock. Whoa, don't do that. Can we not reason this out? If you go out and spread rumors, Yi Qin would undoubtedly hold a grudge against me, okay? I have never encountered a story where the villain competes with the protagonist for a woman and survives. Please, let us not go there. We cannot return to the past. Let bygones be bygones. Tang Yu could only implore earnestly. Not listening like a turtle reciting scriptures. You have 1 minute to decide. Otherwise, I will post it on my social media. Wang Yixue waved her phone teasingly. Posting on social media would lead to a dead end. A foot massage still held a glimmer of hope. Damn it, let us do it. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu resolved to acquiesce. I will massage it, but you must not disclose this to anyone. He reluctantly settled onto the sofa, clasping Wang Yixue's delicate foot in his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, his peripheral vision scrutinized her alluring figure. When we were dating back then, did she possess such a developed physique? What on earth has she been consuming these past few years? And what on earth is she wearing beneath that qipao? What happened to trust between individuals? As she reclined on the sofa, relishing the foot massage, a hint of bashfulness crept onto Wang Yixue's face. This utterly reserved individual, who pretended to be unyielding, was, in reality, quite receptive. All right, she finally said. Hearing Tang Yu's increasingly audacious thoughts, she found it somewhat overwhelming. After retracting her foot, she feigned a stretch, declaring, much better. I'll come to you again next time I get injured. Next time? Tang Yu widened her eyes, realizing that this was a direct challenge against her. What else could it be? Wang Yixue squinted her eyes and burst into laughter, delighted to hear this fellow's thoughts and seize his weakness. Would she still be Wang Yixue if she simply let her off the hook? Oomph. Dog system, come out here. Why has Wang Yixue's character also collapsed? This was yet another attempt to send her to her doom. Suddenly, the system chuckled softly. Wang Yixue's phone, resting on the table, rang. She answered the call, conversing for a moment before frowning. Understood. Delay the new energy conference by another half hour. I will arrive shortly. After hanging up, she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Yu. There's an urgent meeting at the company that I must attend. I'll find you later. You carry on with your business. Tang Yu eagerly wished for her to leave, urging her to go. The new energy project? It suddenly dawned on me. Isn't this the trap set by Wang Ruoxue and Yi Qin? To invest in this project, the Wang family's 5 billion cash flow has been wholly tied up, placing the Teng Wang group in dire straits. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Ruoxue aims to usurp power, while Yi Qin plays the Good Samaritan to help Wang Yixue resolve the crisis, ultimately securing her as his concubine, only to eliminate Wang Ruoxue later. In the end, the Wang family fall into his hands. Just as Wang Yixue was about to leave, her delicate frame trembled, her eyes filled with shock. How did Tang Yu know all this? This investment was the company's highest secret. Only a select few were privy to it. And the driving force behind this project was her cousin, Wang Ruoxue. Could it truly be so? Wang Yixue bit her lip, her gaze toward Tang Yu now imbued with admiration and gratitude. He must have been secretly caring for her, utilizing the Tang family's influence to investigate these matters. She yearned to clarify everything with Tang Yu and express her gratitude, but found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she could only bid him farewell before hastily departing to investigate the situation at the company. As she left, her face was as cold as frost, her heart brimming with murderous intent. Wang Ruoxue, Yi Qin, should I uncover the truth, none of you shall escape unscathed. Once Wang Yixue was gone, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief, leaning back on the sofa and chuckling to himself. Master, I have gained enlightenment. Although Wang Yixue was acting strangely today, The plot was set in motion. When Yichen arrives at the Wang family to flaunt his prowess, the aura of dominance he exudes will undoubtedly captivate Wang Yixue. At that moment, when she compares him to me, she will surely be smitten by Yichen. As for the trivial matters between us, she would certainly not disclose them to him. Today, as long as I maintain a low profile, the preoccupied Yichen, busy wooing girls, will have no inclination to bother with me. Once he learns that Su Mu Yue has no connection to me, I should be able to survive until the grand finale. At that moment, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu glanced toward the entrance and was met with the sight of a petite, beautiful girl. Although the girl possesses a petite frame, certain areas of her physique are remarkably developed, causing a gentle sway as she walks. Dressed in a delightful Lolita attire, she resembles a beautiful maiden who has stepped straight out of an anime. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the girl immediately brightens up with a sweet smile and greets him. "Hello, Brother Tang Yu." "Oh, it's you, Xiaoyue. Long time no see." Tang Yu responds promptly, quickly recalling her identity. She is none other than Jiang Xiaoyue, the most renowned female physician in Suong. At just 20 years of age, her medical skills rank among the top 10 in Ruoxue. Her grandfather, Jiang Tianyi, is a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine, celebrated as a saint of healing, with extraordinary medical prowess and unparalleled beauty. Such a celestial being naturally finds her place in the harem of the Dragon King, Yichen. Chapter 8. With such allies, how could great achievements not be realized? Indeed, this is a quintessential trope of exhilarating tales. The male protagonist effortlessly charms women wherever he goes. At the police station, he encounters enchanting officers, and aboard flights, captivating flight attendants. Even when he stumbles upon a young beggar on the street, she turns out to be an exquisite beauty, often a lost princess from a prominent family. All these alluring companions possess remarkable backgrounds. Once they fall for the male lead, their families readily emerge to support him. Upon returning to his homeland, Yichen chooses Suzhou and Hangzhou as his first destinations, precisely because of the abundance of beautiful women in these locales. While amassing his harem, he also aims to conquer the influential families of Suzhou and Hangzhou to serve as his formidable backing, assisting him in gradually rising to prominence in China. How is grandfather Tang's health lately? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on schedule? Jiang Xiaoyue approached Tang Yu with a sweet smile and inquired. "Yes, indeed. I must express my gratitude. My grandfather has improved significantly since taking your prescribed medicine." Tang Yu promptly thanked Jiang Xiaoyue with a smile. "Why are you being so courteous, Brother Tang Yu?" Jiang Xiaoyue playfully rolled her eyes at Tang Yu, slightly dissatisfied with his politeness. The Jiang family has been in the medical profession for generations and boasts a long-standing presence in Suzhou and Hangzhou, maintaining close ties with the Tang family. Under the protection of the Tang family, no one dares to trouble the Jiang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Similarly, when anyone from the Tang family falls ill, the Jiang family is always the first to offer assistance. Moreover, Jiang Xiaoyue and Tang Yu have known each other since childhood, their relationship akin to that of siblings. Haha, if I don't show you some courtesy, I might be in for a misfortune today. After all, you are part of Yi Chun's harem. That scoundrel of a stallion, utterly outrageous. Alas, my dear little sister Xiaoyue is far too precious for him. What a foolish author. Suddenly, hearing a cascade of inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyue was taken aback. Am I part of Yi Chen's harem? Who on earth is Yi Chen? She widened her eyes and looked at Tang Yu, exclaiming, "Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about?" "Huh, I didn't say anything," Tang Yu replied, scratching his nose. Puzzled by the peculiar behavior of the women today, Jiang Xiaoyue was also bewildered. She had just clearly heard the voice that unmistakably belonged to Brother Tang Yu. Fortunately, at that moment, a caretaker from the Wang family approached them, respectfully greeting Jiang Xiaoyue. "Dr. Jiang, old Master Wang has just awakened. Would you like to rest a moment before attending to him?" "Let us go now," Jiang Xiaoyue said, patting her small case filled with silver needles and various tools. "I'll join you." Tang Yu quickly grabbed his gift and followed closely behind. After traversing several corridors, the trio arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. This was the residence of Old Master Wang. At the entrance of the courtyard hung a couplet personally inscribed by Old Master Wang. Studying well, farming well, learning well is sufficient. Starting a business is difficult. Maintaining it is harder. Knowing the difficulties is not hard. Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is yet another plot device set by the author. Soon, when the Dragon King Yichen arrives, he will undoubtedly remember the couplet and engage in conversation with old Master Wang about it. Thus, the venerable Mr. Wang perceived in Yi Chun an extraordinary talent, a paragon of versatility, destined to be a dragon among men. He was eager to forge a brotherly bond with him, wishing not for a shared birth date, but rather, just as he rolled his eyes, several members of the Wang family approached from behind, accompanied by none other than the Dragon King. Yi Chun, is that not Xiaoyue, here to visit the old master? Upon seeing Tang Yu, the Wang family members greeted her with cheerful smiles. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Tang Yu quickly returned their greetings with a smile. Standing at the back of the crowd, Yi Chen's gaze turned icy and filled with murderous intent upon spotting Tang Yu. He had contemplated eliminating this wealthy heir who dared to vie for his woman today. Yet, having recently returned to the country and lacking a solid foundation, creating a scene would only hinder his plans. Thus, he suppressed his murderous urges, intending to bide his time. As their eyes met for a fleeting moment, Tang Yu, sensing the tension, tactfully turned her head away. According to the typical narrative, he, as the antagonist, should have stepped forward to belittle Yi Chun. However, he was not foolish enough to provoke someone who was evidently the author's favored character. The group entered the small courtyard and soon encountered the ailing Mr. Wang, who lay on his sickbed. Due to his paralysis, he had lost sensation in one side of his body and was unable to move freely. Yet, he felt comforted by the presence of his visitors. He greeted them with a smile, though his speech was somewhat slurred. Father, please rest and refrain from speaking. Your health is paramount, said one of the family members. Indeed. Today, Dr. Jiang is here to treat you. He will surely restore your health. Grandpa Wang, please focus on your recovery. Once Xiaoyue has healed you, I shall come and play chess with you, Tang Yu added, feeling that a significant portion of her task had been accomplished. Now, she merely needed to quietly observe Yi Chen's display of prowess. At that moment, Yi Chun stood at the back, assessing Mr. Wang's condition. As a consummate expert, his medical skills were undoubtedly exceptional. His ability to observe, listen, inquire, and diagnose had reached a level of mastery, enabling him to discern the patient's ailments without even taking a pulse. Beside him stood Wang Ruoxue, the only son of the Wang family's second branch. He was handsome, with a slightly effeminate visage that perfectly fit the mold of a wealthy and attractive young man. In terms of talent, he ranked above average among the rich heirs in Su and Hang, yet he paled in comparison to Wang Yixue. Once, the Wang family ranked third among the four great families, unable to compete with the Qin family. However, after Wang Yixue entered the company, the Wang family's assets surged by 800 billion within a mere 3 years, highlighting her remarkable talent in business. Her brilliance overshadowed Wang Ruoxue, rendering him mediocre by comparison. Feeling an unyielding bitterness, Wang Ruoxue ultimately chose to conspire with outsiders in a bid for power within the Wang family, with predictably disastrous consequences. Sigh, as a fellow antagonist, I cannot help but feel some sympathy for you, Tang Yu mused, shaking her head slightly at Wang Ruoxue. Unfortunately, he was devoid of the female lead's fate and could not hear her silent thoughts. Now, feeling somewhat anxious, he quietly inquired of Yi Chun, Brother Yi, do you have confidence in treating my grandfather's illness? According to their scheme, Yi Chun intended to rescue his grandfather, gain his admiration, and subsequently approach Wang Yixue. Ultimately, he aspired to win the heart of a beautiful woman while securing his dominion. With an air of calmness, Yi Chun extended his hand. 50%? Wang Ruoxue was momentarily dumbfounded. The likelihood of success seemed exceedingly low. What I mean is that everything is under control, Yi Chun thought, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction within. Truly foolish. No wonder you have the audacity to seek my collaboration. Once I win over Wang Yixue, you shall become the second obstacle I trample upon. The first, of course, is that scoundrel surnamed Tang nearby. Truly impressive, Brother Yi, Wang Ruoxue exclaimed with genuine admiration. With such an ally, what great endeavor could possibly fail? Chapter 9. Why has this plague God set his sights on me again. Yichen could hardly muster the energy to cast a glance in his direction. These so-called second-generation wealthy scions were nothing but empty shells. Their triumphs were built upon the bones of countless others, and they themselves were but the remnants beneath their feet. His gaze had already shifted to Jiang Xiaoyue, where a glimmer of carnal desire flickered in his eyes. Upon returning to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he promptly instructed his subordinates to procure a dossier for him. This document meticulously catalogued the renowned beauties of Suzhou and Hangzhou, with Jiang Xiaoyue ranking within the top 10. She was a woman Yichen had earmarked for his harem long before, not solely for her beauty, but also for her grandfather's esteemed connections. Of course, it was not lust for her grandfather's looks that motivated him. Rather, it was the formidable network associated with the Jiang family, a lineage of renowned medical practitioners who had saved countless prominent figures. Securing Jiang Xiaoyue would undoubtedly facilitate his ambitions immensely. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyue was wholly engrossed in diagnosing the elder Wang. After a brief assessment, she discerned the nature of his ailment. As she withdrew her hand, Wang Rulong hastily inquired, "Jiang, how is my grandfather faring? The stroke has caused blockage in his meridians, compounded by some other complications resulting in partial paralysis. However, it is not insurmountable. I will use the 13 ghost needles to clear the meridians," Jiang Xiaoyue replied as she opened her case and retrieved her silver needles. She then beckoned to Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang, come assist me in sterilizing the needles." I'm not sure I can manage, though a man should not voice his inadequacies. Tang Yu felt distinctly unqualified for the task. He thought to himself, "Here I am, lying down, yet I still get caught in the crossfire? Quickly come over. Weren't you quite adept at this before? You are the only one familiar with my needle sequence," Jiang Xiaoyue urged. In that moment, Tang Yu would have preferred to be the one suffering from the stroke rather than face the humiliation of declining such a trivial request in front of everyone, as it would seem profoundly disrespectful to the elder Wang. As he approached to prepare the needles for sterilization, he noticed Yichen casting a glare imbued with malice in his direction. "Damn it, this is all Lin Bei's fault," Tang Yu lamented inwardly. Realizing he had once again drawn the ire of this play god, Yichen ground his teeth in silence, thinking, "This Tang fellow truly deserves his fate. Does he have to covet the woman I desire? Ensure all doors and windows are secured, and you all step back a bit. Do not crowd around," Jiang Xiaoyue instructed, dismissing the onlookers and retaining only Tang Yu at her side for assistance. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoyue was just about to commence her needlework when Yichen abruptly interrupted her, stepping forward with an impassive expression. "Jiang, are you intending to treat the elder Wang's partial paralysis using the 13 ghost needles at the Tianju point?" "Yes, what of it?" Jiang Xiaoyue responded, a slight frown creasing her brow, perturbed by the interruption that had disrupted her focus and momentum. "I find this unacceptable. You seem unaware of the true issue concerning the elderly gentleman. Such acupuncture might inadvertently harm the patient's health. If you lack confidence, I believe it would be better for me to take over." Yichen stepped forward and expressed his thoughts. Upon his utterance, the Wang family members exhibited clear discontent. Rebuking him, "Who do you think you are to instruct Jiang Shini on medical matters? What a farce. This is the first time I've encountered someone who believes they can teach Jiang Shini how to practice medicine. Who brought him here? Throw him out. Here we go. A classic ploy. First, step forward to garner animosity. After generating resentment, a wager will follow, allowing Xiao Yu to continue treating, and ultimately, when an issue arises, he will step in to flaunt his skills, earning the respect of the Wang family, while Xiao Yu will find herself enamored by his medical prowess. However, to be fair, Xiao Yu's treatment isn't fundamentally flawed. The concern lies in her overly cautious approach, which may jeopardize the elderly gentleman's health. A more vigorous technique to stimulate the exterior choke point would suffice to expel the stagnant blood. Tang Yu silently critiqued this in her heart. After absorbing these sentiments, Xiao Yu's expression turned remarkably peculiar. Despite the scorn directed at him, Yichen maintained an air of calm, even as anger simmered within. How else could he project an aura of superiority? Wang Rulong promptly interjected, "Elders, Yichen is someone I invited. He possesses considerable medical knowledge and is here to treat my grandfather. Let us grant him an opportunity." How absurd. Your grandfather's health is no trivial matter. You cannot simply bring anyone to experiment with his condition. What can a mere boy, yet to grow his first beard, possibly accomplish? A middle-aged man scolded vehemently. Oh! Yixue scoffed upon hearing this, retorting coldly, Jiang Xiaoyue is younger than I am. How can you assume my skills are inferior to hers? Shall we wager? Wager on what? If Jiang Xiaoyue fails to heal him, I shall attend to the elderly gentleman myself, but you must apologize to me. And if she succeeds? If she succeeds, I, Yixue, will leave the Wang family in disgrace. Very well, it is settled, the middle-aged man declared angrily. If even Jiang Xiaoyue cannot remedy this, only your grandfather's personal intervention will suffice. Seeing his plan unfold seamlessly, Yixue felt an immense sense of satisfaction. How else could he elevate his standing in the eyes of these esteemed families? This is called psychology. He gazed at the disgruntled Xiaoyue, flashing his signature devilish smile. Jiang Xiaoyue, you two may join me in a wager. I am open to any terms. Yixue will not go back on my word. Xiaoyue, having listened to Tang Yu's thoughts, grasped the general situation. At this moment, she held no affection for Yixue and found his smile excessively greasy. A wager? As a healer, how can one treat the sacred art of medicine as a mere gamble? I apologize, but I do not gamble. Please remain quiet and do not disrupt my treatment, she replied coldly, requesting Tang Yu to disinfect the silver needles once more. In response to Xiaoyu's frigid demeanor, Yixue remained unfazed. In a moment, once I have demonstrated my medical prowess and conquered her heart, she shall inevitably become enamored with me. After all, women are inherently drawn to the strong. Wang Rulong, standing nearby, was filled with trepidation. This was the esteemed Jiang divine physician. He had initially intended for Yixue to take the lead, healing his grandfather so that he could bask in the glory as the recommender. However, upon witnessing the confident and charming smile gracing Yixue's face, he too felt a surge of inspiration. Just look at Yi. His smile indicates that everything is well within his grasp. Truly remarkable, brother Yi. It seems my memory serves me correctly. After the old master's treatment, there remains some stagnant blood yet to be expelled, and Xiaoyu's treatment approach has encountered a minor oversight. In just a few moments, it will be Yichun's time to shine, and as a result, Xiaoyue will develop an admiration for him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. Tang Yu's inner thoughts echoed once more. Jiang Xiaoyue, upon hearing this, maintained a stoic expression, focusing intently on the silver needles in her hand. As a member of the Jiang family, renowned for their medical expertise, the 13 ghost needles were their ultimate secret skill. Soon, her hands moved with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow as the needles fell in rapid succession. After delivering 13 precise punctures in one breath, the old master Wang's complexion began to shift dramatically, causing the members of the Wang family within the room to grow increasingly anxious. Chapter 10. His double standards were always permissible after nearly 5 minutes. The left hand of the elder Wang unexpectedly lifted slightly. Witnessing this, the Wang family members gasped in astonishment. Truly, Jiang, the divine physician, possesses extraordinary medical skills. It is wonderful. The elder has finally regained some strength. Jiang's prowess is indeed remarkable, while certain individuals merely boast, rendering themselves the subjects of ridicule. The middle-aged man who had previously wagered against Yixue snorted heavily. Yixue curled his lips, a scornful expression adorning his face. The 13 ghostly needles are indeed impressive, but my Tai divine needle remains unparalleled in the world. This young girl, Jiang Xiaoyue, pales in comparison to my skills. When she becomes my woman, I would not mind passing down my unique techniques to her. After removing the silver needle from the elder Wang's hand one by one, Jiang Xiaoyue inquired, Elder Wang, how do you feel now? Much more comfortable. I can even speak now. Elder Wang replied, his voice still somewhat trembling, yet markedly more fluent than before. That is wonderful, Jiang Xiaoyue nodded, advising him. I will prescribe a remedy for you shortly. You must take it diligently for 3 months. This illness will require gradual recuperation. With that, she retrieved paper and a pen from her small box and began to write out the prescription. Hey Yi, do you have anything left to say? At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon Yixue. I shall not make it difficult for you. Leaving this place will not tarnish my Wang family's dignity. However, you must apologize to Jiang, the divine physician. Oh, Yichen let out a cold laugh, raising 3 fingers. Are you certain he has been cured? Here's the deal. I will count to 3. If Elder Wang has no issues after 3 minutes, I shall kneel and apologize. Still clinging to hope, are we? The middle-aged man began timing, unable to tolerate the arrogance of this fellow any longer. The members of the Wang family glared at him with fury. Once the 3 minutes elapsed, they anticipated a most gratifying spectacle. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoyue instantly understood. This sentiment echoed the heartfelt thoughts of her brother. Dan Yiu. She swiftly grasped Elder Wang's wrist to examine him again. Indeed, some of the bruised blood began to coalesce. Initially, she had considered that the elder's frail condition necessitated a gradual approach with traditional Chinese medicine. But given the change in circumstances, she had to alter her treatment plan. Brother Tang Yu, please disinfect another silver needle for me, she instructed, looking up at him. Certainly, Tang Yu nodded, a hint of confusion on his face. What does this girl need another silver needle for? Has she already discerned the underlying issue? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, a smile graced Jiang Xiaoyue's lips. I owe you my gratitude, my dear brother Tang Yu. If not for your guidance, how would I have known? With precision, she directed the silver needle toward the outer knee point on Elder Wang's calf. As the needle penetrated, a large area of redness suddenly appeared on his calf. Jiang Xiaoyue swiftly administered several more needles, and soon, the bruised blood began to flow out continuously from Elder Wang's calf. Give me a towel. Jiang Xiaoyue extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly handed her a towel, and she began to wipe the bruises from the old gentleman. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoyue's actions, Yi Chun was rendered speechless. Could it be that the fool was indeed himself? How could this woman possibly detect such a concealed ailment? If her medical skills were genuinely that exceptional, she should have resolved it in one fell swoop. This was utterly illogical. He found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how the situation had escalated to this point. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man standing behind him, observing that 3 minutes had elapsed, darkened his expression and remarked, Esteemed Dr. Yi, the 3 minutes have passed. Should you not fulfill your promise? Yi Chen immediately felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Today, he had intended to project an image of superiority, conquering both the Wang family and captivating the beauty. Yet now, he found himself in a most awkward predicament. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his life. The thought of kneeling in apology was utterly out of the question. However, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Xiaoyue would surely become his woman in the future. Bowing his head to his wife was something he could reluctantly accept. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and laughed. I did not expect that Suzhou and Hangzhou would harbor such a true master as Dr. Jiang. I must admit I was blind today, and I offer my apologies to Dr. Jiang. The Ghost Gate's 13 needles indeed live up to their reputation. In my view, they rival my Tai Divine Needle. As he spoke, he extended a hand, and a silver needle floated above it, a testament to the extraordinary skill of his Tai Divine Needle. Upon witnessing this display, the members of the Wang family were filled with astonishment. Here we go, quickly changing the subject, I see. Yet Xiaoyue is indeed captivated by medical arts. Once he showcases his Tai Divine Needle, she will undoubtedly become curious about him. Truly, you are the Dragon King. You excel at charming women. Tang Yu's teasing voice rang out swiftly. A flicker of annoyance crossed Jiang Xiaoyue's face. Was this fellow attempting to pursue her? She had just listened to her brother Tang Yu for quite a while about how she had feelings for this Yi Chun and how she might join his harem. Yet at this moment, her impression of Yi Chun was exceedingly poor. He possessed medical skills but lacked medical ethics. If he wished to treat, he should do so sincerely, not wager with a patient. Such a person was worthless. Did he truly believe he was worthy of pursuing her? She deliberately exclaimed, Is that so impressive? Then you must certainly honor your word, right? Were you not supposed to kneel and apologize? In the midst of this spectacle, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. What the heck? Xiaoyue, this isn't right. What kind of bizarre maneuver is this? He has just showcased the Tai Divine Needle. Shouldn't you be engaging in a friendly exchange of medical skills to foster a connection? Yi Chen's heart was ablaze with fury. His emotions were so heightened that the silver needle in his hand warped under the pressure of his internal energy. A mere woman dared to humiliate him in such a manner? Were it not for his interest in her and her family's network, she would already be a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Wang Rulong stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Haha, that was merely a jest. Let's not take it to heart. Both of you are esteemed healers, and it is only fitting that you engage in mutual learning." The previously stern middle-aged man had visibly softened, stepping forward to mediate the situation. They had just witnessed the audacity of the young man, who indeed possessed a modicum of genuine talent. By offering a semblance of goodwill, it would facilitate future requests for his assistance. Yichen's expression lightened somewhat, and he smiled, acknowledging that his earlier remarks had been spoken in haste. However, if Miss Jiang does not mind, I would like to extend an invitation to dinner this evening as a gesture of apology. Haha, a man of his word. Truly a Dragon King, as expected of you. If it were a villain who lost a bet, it wouldn't count. To be beaten by you would be too lenient. Attempting to woo women only to devise another scheme. You are a crafty little teddy bear, a walking pile driver. All right, I concede. Tang Yu rolled her eyes beside them, her internal mockery reaching full throttle. I do mind. Jiang Xiaoyue scoffed, decisively rejecting the offer. After listening to her brother's incessant murmurs, she had already discerned the character of this individual. Yi Chan felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, but fortunately, at that moment, someone entered, breaking the awkward silence. Wang Yixue stepped through the door, her gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Chapter 11. Your smile is quite disgusting. Upon the arrival of Wang Yixue, the fury that had ignited within Yi Chen's heart was swiftly extinguished, replaced by an insatiable desire. He had encountered numerous beauties, yet none could don a qipao with such elegance as Wang Yixue. Truly, she was the woman he had coveted. It would not be long before she, along with the Wang family, would be under his dominion. As Wang Yixue glanced in his direction, he immediately revealed his signature, devilishly charming smile. This was indeed his most potent weapon in seducing women, honed through countless hours of practice before the mirror. His beguiling smile exuded a rebellious allure, perfectly balanced with a coldness that piqued a woman's curiosity. Hey, can you smile normally for once? Is it that difficult to keep your mouth straight? I may not be able to defeat you, but if I could, I would tape your mouth shut. This utterly brainless author has written a book where such a smile can actually attract women. I'm astounded. Tang Yu, observing this smile from the sidelines, was internally mocking him. Jiang Xiaoyue, hearing these thoughts, struggled to suppress her laughter by lowering her head. Wang Yixue also caught wind of Tang Yu's inner commentary. However, at that moment, she had no inclination to laugh. After a brief return to the company, she had immediately halted the project and mobilized all resources of the Wang family to conduct an investigation. Upon her inquiry, the situation indeed aligned with Tang Yu's assertions. Her cousin, Wang Rulong, had been relentlessly promoting a new energy project that was nothing short of a trap. She needed to delve further into the matter. Otherwise, insufficient evidence would merely alert the snake in the grass. She approached the bedside and grasped the hand of old Master Wang with genuine concern. Grandfather, are you feeling any better? I'm much improved, just a bit fatigued. Old Master Wang replied with increasing fluency, though his tone remained somewhat feeble. Then please rest well. We will return to see you later, Wang Yixue gently advised, tucking the blanket around him. A group of people exited the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to attend to old Master Wang. Oh dear, it's already 3 o'clock. I must return for my free clinic. Jiang Xiaoyue's phone alarm suddenly rang. She glanced at her device and bid farewell to the others as she prepared to depart. Safe travels, Dr. Jiang. Do visit us more often. The Wang family members greeted her with warm smiles. Jiang Xiaoyue nodded, winking at Tang Yu as she said, Tang Yu, why aren't you saying goodbye to me? Bye, Tang Yu replied, forcing a smile and waving. Alas, my dear, it's not that I don't wish to greet you. I simply fear the repercussions. That fool Yi Chan considers you his woman. If I get too close, he might retaliate against me. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyue felt a wave of nausea. To think of herself as his woman? Ugh, how revolting. At that moment, Yi Chan was seething internally, wishing he could deliver a punch to Tang Yu. How could the woman he adored refer to another man as brother? And with such familiarity. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and took the initiative to greet Jiang Xiaoyue. Dr. Jiang, in a few days, if it is convenient, I shall visit your residence. I have heard that the esteemed Dr. Jiang possesses extraordinary medical skills, and I wish to engage in a scholarly exchange. Not convenient, unwelcome, do not come, Jiang Xiaoyue retorted, her expression shifting instantaneously. With a dismissive huff, she turned away. The mere sight of him was repugnant to her. Yi Chun felt a surge of frustration, a primal urge to retaliate bubbling within him. In all his life, it was the first time he had encountered such adversity in courting a lady. Yet, he refrained from unleashing his ire. For his pursuits had yet to conclude. Wang Yixue was still present. He cast a sidelong glance at Wang Rulong, who promptly grasped the situation and approached Wang Yixue with a smile. Ah, sister, allow me to introduce a young talent. This is Yi Chun, the esteemed doctor. His medical prowess rivals that of Dr. Jiang. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun restored his signature charming smile and stepped towards Wang Yixue, extending his hand. Miss Wang, greetings. Wang Yixue merely regarded him with a frosty glance, showing no inclination to reciprocate the handshake. With a tone devoid of warmth, she remarked, "Has no one ever informed you of something? What is it? Your smile is rather repulsive." Yi Chun's grin instantly froze, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, casting a shadow of self-doubt upon him. Repulsive? That remark pierced his pride deeply. It was the very essence of his allure, his ace in the game of romance. Suddenly, Tang Yu could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Finally, someone had articulated the truth. Yi Chun swiftly turned, glaring at him with a murderous intensity. "What are you laughing at?" He seethed through clenched teeth. I was reminded of something joyous," Tang Yu stammered, feeling a tightening in his chest under Yi Chun's fierce gaze, mentally cursing. "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't insult you. Besides, you know your smile is off-putting. Can't you just look in the mirror? What is your attitude? Why are you being hostile towards young Master Tang? Indeed, exhibit a modicum of decorum. Young Master Tang has not wronged you. What of it? Just a bit of medical skill, nothing to boast about. Such a person should refrain from visiting our Wang family in the future." Several members of the Wang family, witnessing Yi Chun's menacing demeanor directed at Tang Yu, began to voice their discontent. Tang Yu felt immensely touched, on the verge of tears. You are too supportive of me. Please, no more. If you keep defending me like this, I might truly disappear." After being collectively ridiculed by the Wang family, Yi Chun's gaze towards Tang Yu grew increasingly venomous. The vexation he experienced today was all tied to this brat. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he quickly suppressed his murderous intent. "Miss Wang, I believe there has been some misunderstanding between us. I hope we can converse properly another time." With a courteous nod and a smile directed at Wang Yixue, he strode away. As Yi Chun departed, Wang Rulong's countenance turned acutely uncomfortable. Their plans for the day had not progressed even a step, and this fellow had managed to offend young Master Tang, adding to his frustration. "You shot escort Yi Chun." He greeted his family briefly before hastily jogging to catch up with Yi Chun, offering words of comfort. "Brother Yi, today's incident was rather unexpected. Please do not take it to heart." Yi Chun, with a dark expression, inquired, "Let us set aside the notion of unexpectedness. Does Wang Yixue hold any grudge against me?" Being publicly told that his smile was repulsive had inflicted a psychological wound upon him. It had become increasingly difficult for him to present the confident, charming smile he once possessed. Could it be that these women were treating him poorly today solely because his smile was inadequate? Was this demeanor truly incompatible within his homeland? Chapter 12. Once again trapped by or what? I really look disgusting when I smile? Wang Rulong was bewildered by this. "Well, it's somewhat unique," he replied diplomatically. Yi Chun nearly lost his composure, wanting to slap the insolent fellow. With a cold glare, he interrogated Wang Rulong. "What is your connection with that lad named Tang?" "Our families have been friends for generations. Young Master Tang is quite close to us. He was even my sister's ex-boyfriend," Wang Rulong quickly responded. "Ex-boyfriend?" At the mention of those words, a murderous intent flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. The one thing he found utterly intolerable was the thought of his woman having shared intimacy with another man. What a clever Tang Yu! You are intentionally opposing me, aren't you? The woman I desire, you refuse to relinquish? However, as a skilled physician, he discerned that Wang Yixue was still a maiden, which slightly eased his tumultuous feelings. After pondering for a moment, Yi Chun spoke, "Let us not rush our plan. I will first deal with the Tang lad to prevent him from disrupting our scheme." Indeed, Brother Yi is exceptionally astute, Wang Rulong praised earnestly. With the Tang family's vast wealth, should they extend their assistance to resolve Wang's difficulties, their plans would be in vain. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Rulong inquired with curiosity. "You will know after the Tang family falls," Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, unwilling to elaborate further. After leaving the Wang residence, he stood by the roadside and dialed a number on his phone. Upon connection, a sweet voice greeted him. "Dragon King, how may I serve you?" "Qi Thin, how goes the infiltration into the Tang group?" "It has been successful. I currently hold the position of the general manager's secretary." "Excellent. I give you 1 week to procure what I need. In a month, I want Su and Hang to be rid of the Tang family." At that moment, Tang Yu, still at the Wang residence, suddenly sneezed. "Damn it, who is talking about me?" He wondered, rubbing his nose. "Hey, system. What is my reward for completing this segment of the plot?" Beep. The host has successfully survived the second segment of the plot. Reward: immunity to all toxins. This reward pleased Tang Yu immensely. Immunity to toxins was indeed a valuable asset. In urban fantasy, what protagonist does not wield poison, especially someone like Yi Chun, who possesses medical knowledge? With this boon, his chances of surviving until the grand conclusion had significantly increased. In a good mood, Tang Yu was about to make his exit when Wang Yixue obstructed his path. "Do you need something?" Tang Yu asked coldly. "Sis, why are you blocking my way?" "I know you harbor feelings for me," he quipped. "But that's not good, as I am a man you can never have. Your fate lies not with me, but with Yi Chun, understand? Although I did not comprehend why you find his smile disgusting today, you will eventually become infatuated with his 105 smile." A slight smile crept onto Wang Yixue's lips. "A man I cannot have? I intend to claim him. And as for being enamored with Yi Chen's smile? Ugh, no thank you. Is it too much to ask for a chat? Do you truly despise me, your ex-girlfriend?" she said, her tone laced with melancholy, her expression one of pitiable sorrow. "Why must you feign ignorance?" Tang Yu retorted with a cold huff. "If I didn't detest you, I would deserve a beating. Dear sister, I am merely a villain, and a villain must not vie for the affections of the protagonist. We are merely fated to be strangers. Do you not understand? Spare me your unreasonable antics. The opportunity to possess my heart has long passed, and you shall not have it now." "Very well, I understand. I shall not impose further." Wang Yixue nodded, then suddenly furrowed her brow and pointed ahead. "Yi Chun, who permitted your return?" Tang Yu instinctively turned her head, her eyes widening, fearing Yi Chun had come to confront her. Yet, upon looking back, she discovered there was no one present. "Where is he?" Tang Yu exclaimed, her expression darkening. Just as she turned back, her lips inadvertently pressed against Wang Yixue's face. Wang Yixue had deliberately leaned in close while Tang Yu turned, ensuring that once Tang Yu faced her, their lips would meet. Moreover, she was recording the moment with her phone, using the front camera. Thus, the incident of Tang Yu kissing her was captured on video. "Oh dear Tang, how could you?" Wang Yixue exclaimed, her face a mix of panic and a hint of shyness. She lightly bit her lip and stepped back, hastily saving the video. "Now, let us see how you escape this predicament." "Goodness, you tricked me?" Tang Yu was utterly dismayed. "Are you still the heroine? Is this even remotely acceptable behavior? Do you think you are some kind of landlord? I am certainly not a simpleton, and recording a video? This is disastrous. If that fool Yi Chen sees this, I shall be in dire straits. Though we may not have shared a life together, we do have the memories of our first love, don't we? How could you betray me like this? What have I done to betray you? Do you truly believe a girl would take advantage of you? Please, Tang, maintain some dignity." Wang Yixue replied with a cunning smile, feigning innocence. "Delete the video and name your price," Tang Yu said with a dark countenance, extending her hand. "Fortunately, I am a wealthy villain now. I can simply resolve this matter with money. I shall let Wang Yixue perceive me as a materialistic individual. Money? My family has plenty. It seems I am not in need. Wang Yixue sighed, shaking her head. Seeing Tang Yu's gloomy expression brought her amusement. However, hearing Tang Yu incessantly mention Yichen only fueled her disdain for him. As a highly intelligent business prodigy, she had grasped the reality after listening to Tang Yu's heartfelt confessions. The world she inhabited was a fictional realm. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the antagonist, while she herself was part of Yi Chen's harem. A harem? What a farce. She had already begun investigating Yi Chen's background. Should the opportunity arise, he would not escape swung alive. Enough of this nonsense. Delete the video. Otherwise, do not blame me for losing my temper, Tang Yu warned with a scowl. What exactly do you want? You refuse the money. So what is it that you desire? My pure and unblemished body. I fail to comprehend. Apart from my affluent background, striking appearance, towering height of 185 meters, magnificent 8-pack abs, and extraordinary charm, what else could possibly attract you? Be wise and release me swiftly, my family. The Tang family holds the esteemed position as the foremost in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Our influence is undeniable. Do you understand? Then go ahead and lose your temper. If you do, I shall share the video on my social media. Wang Yixue replied with a mischievous grin while shaking her phone. Is this truly amusing? Do you genuinely believe I would refrain from striking a woman? Tang Yu feigned ferocity, clenching his fist and shaking it. Do you see this? A fist as large as a cooking pot. With someone as adorable as you, a single punch, and you would be weeping for an eternity. Quickly delete the video. This is not the conduct befitting a heroine. Do you comprehend? Chapter 13 Elbow. Come with me inside. Go ahead and hit me. I want to see where you'll strike. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes. With my endearing charm, a single punch would certainly make me weep for an eternity. Stop. What exactly do you want? Just give me a straightforward answer, Tang Yu insisted, shaking her head vigorously, her tone laden with gravity. If this video gets out, he'll be doomed. For heaven's sake, have you ever seen a villain survive after kissing the protagonist? The Minotaur stands no chance against the pure-hearted warrior of love. Elbow, come with me inside. Wang Yixue had learned the art of manipulation, reveling in her cleverness as she urged Tang Yu by grasping her arm. No, I absolutely cannot do that. Tang Yu shook her head desperately, every fiber of her being resisting the notion. Don't make me resort to force. Elbow, come with me inside. Under Wang Yixue's persistent threats, Tang Yu reluctantly followed her into the room. Well, it's only entering a room. It's certainly preferable to the video being leaked. If she truly intends to act recklessly, I shall defend my innocence to the death. As a dignified villain, how can I allow the heroine to push me aside? Hearing Tang Yu's mutterings, Wang Yixue could hardly contain her laughter. This fellow has quite the imagination. Wang Yixue was undoubtedly the epitome of an aristocratic young lady in Suzhou and Hangzhou, impeccable in every aspect, with not a single flaw to be found. However, her room was another matter entirely. This marked Tang Yu's first venture into her private quarters. The room was in disarray, items strewn haphazardly, with several garments discarded carelessly on the bed and sofa. A fleeting glance revealed a pair of black panties. This woman's room is a complete mess. Everything is tossed about. Though this black silk is quite appealing. A cheongsam paired with black stockings? I could certainly manage that. What the hell? There are even fishnet stockings. Not my taste. White stockings would be preferable. Why is your room such a disaster? Can't you tidy it up a bit? Tang Yu feigned a stern expression, his voice cold. He was determined to assert his authority. Even the dog back home would avoid him. Is it truly that difficult to invoke some animosity from a proud beauty? Wasn't he just preparing to have someone clean up? Wang Yixue, with a charming smile, fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. What? Tang Yu was bewildered. Did she want him to clean her room? He thought to himself that others would leap at the chance to tidy up his space, and besides, she had assisted him during their university days on numerous occasions. Wang Yixue laughed triumphantly, resembling a cunning little fox that had outsmarted a crow. Only this once. Tang Yu let out a cold huff, deliberately maintaining a stern expression as he began to assist with the tidying. It's merely cleaning a room, certainly better than engaging in other activities. But, speaking of which, could there be athlete's foot on those stockings? What if I were to catch it? Once we finish tidying up, I must wash my hands thoroughly. Just as Wang Yixue was reveling in her eavesdropping, her expression darkened. You are the one with athlete's foot, she retorted her voice icy. During our years apart, aside from being a sycophant for Su Mu Yue, have you even interacted with any other girls? I am not merely an ardent admirer of Su Mu Yue. It is but a fade, a pretense to facilitate my clandestine interactions with other young ladies. To speak candidly, I currently possess 4 girlfriends. Tang Yu is well aware that women detest fickle-hearted men, and without hesitation, she tarnishes her own reputation. Are you stunned? Do you find me repulsive? How amusing. For the past few years, I've been preoccupied with playing the fool. I haven't even held a girl's hand, you know? If you're dissatisfied, by all means dismiss me. Remember, a man like me, wealthy and handsome, is not to be relied upon. Is it so? I never anticipated your heart to wander. It seems I misjudged you. Wang Yixue's expression transformed from clouded to clear. You indeed misjudged me. My pursuit of you back then was merely a trivial amusement. Tang Yu provocatively remarked, while deftly folding the blankets. Enough, you may express your anger now. Hurry and send me away. Why torment me? Oh, what aspect of me did you find amusing back then? Was it my gullibility? Tang Yu initiated her mockery. Your looks, of course. Had you not possessed beauty, grace, and an enviable figure, who would have pursued you? Humph, you scoundrel. Wang Yixue feigned displeasure, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Words spoken may not always reflect the truth, but one's inner thoughts never deceive. The term scoundrel ignited a spark of delight in Tang Yu. Indeed, this woman could hardly contain her affection for him. He needed to devise a method to further provoke her, inciting her ire to hasten his departure. While he lacked the finesse to win a woman's favor, inciting her disdain was a task he believed he could accomplish. His gaze fell upon a delightful, white lingerie piece. I shall embrace my role as the lecherous man. I refuse to believe you're not disgusted by me. Your taste is rather lacking. Shall I personally assist you in selecting a few items? He provocatively displayed a lewd grin and turned to Wang Yixue with a mischievous leer. Click! The sound of a camera shutter resonated abruptly. Wang Yixue sighed, holding her phone. Oh dear, I inadvertently captured a photo, preserving this criminal record. What shall become of my purity as a young lady engaging in such acts? Tang Yu was taken aback. What the hell? Why are you deviating from script? Why capture candid shots? Isn't the expected narrative for you to berate me as a pervert and demand I leave? In just a few years, how have you become so cunning? Wake up. This is not your character. Alas, what shall I do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me. If this gets out, I shall find it difficult to navigate my life. Wang Yixue sighed, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Tang Yu was rendered speechless. This was undoubtedly not the behavior Wang Yixue would exhibit in the original storyline. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Tang Yu reluctantly set aside the lingerie, folding it neatly with the other garments. Very well, I concede. I shall refrain from further actions. I shall simply lie low. Initially, I had hoped to avoid Yichun. Now it seems beyond Yichun. I must also evade the other female leads. Wang Yixue cheerfully whistled twice. With these levers firmly in hand, would this fellow not be compelled to heed her in the future? There is no escaping now. By the way, let us discuss something of substance. Observing that Tang Yu was nearly finished tidying up, Wang Yixue smiled and said, I am contemplating an investment in renewable energy. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu's eyes brightened. Finally, she had caught onto her intentions. Although Yichun might be somewhat foolish, it wouldn't hinder her from playing the role of a matchmaker today. Indeed, I am the first antagonist to repay malice with kindness. The sooner you embark on romance, the sooner I can retire and enjoy my peace. Renewable energy? A splendid venture. The business landscape of the next decade will undoubtedly be dominated by renewable energy, and the state is vigorously supporting it. This opportunity must not be missed. He expressed his admiration with a thumbs up. Hasten to delve into renewable energy. Trust in yourself. This project is bound to yield substantial profits. Provided, of course, that the partners are reliable. How amusing. You are collaborating with Fal's company, are you not? That company is truly a source of frustration. When the project falters, it will be Chun who makes his entrance. Ah, I see now. The narrative remains intact. The conflict between Wang Yixue and Yi Chun today serves as a foundation for emotional growth. Once Yi Chun comes to Wang Yixue's rescue, she will undoubtedly feel immense guilt. thereby falling for him. Truly, you clever author, was this part of your design all along? Chapter 14. Something missing. The laughter in Wang Yixue's eyes grew more pronounced. She cheerfully declared, "Since you are so optimistic, I shall invest in this project. However, I remain hesitant. Currently, the partner I have in mind is the French company, Fowls. Yet I can't shake the feeling that there is something untrustworthy about them. Are you overthinking? I have engaged with this company, and they're exceptionally proficient in the field of renewable energy research. Collaborating with them will grant us access to cutting-edge technology, ensuring our profits are secure." Tang Yu replied earnestly. "Is this foolish girl's intuition becoming too acute? Fowls indeed has issues, though they have been cleverly concealed by Yi Chun. Their fraudulent accounting and tax evasion will take some time before they are exposed. As for their exaggerated claims regarding renewable energy technology, it is not yet mature. And there are significant safety concerns. Essentially, they are nothing but charlatans. Yi Chun is equally malicious. He has deliberately invested billions to control this flawed company to ensnare the Wang family." Wang Yixue could scarcely contain her laughter. She felt as though she had completely mastered Tang Yu's usage, as if she held a remote control in her hand. With the mere press of a button, he would react. "Well, if you are so certain, then it should be fine. I plan to delegate the project to Ruoxue. Do you believe he possesses the capability to handle it?" She inquired of Tang Yu once more. "Ruoxue is renowned for his intelligence in Su Hang, with his talents. There will be no issue," Tang Yu praised fervently, his heart racing with excitement. "It's all coming together. Everything is finally returning to normal. Handing this troublesome project to Wang Ruoxue ensures its resolution. Without his oversight, how could the project's issues be concealed? If memory serves, the vice president surnamed Li in your company is closely aligned with Wang Ruoxue. He is aware of this matter, having received a substantial bribe from Ruoxue to create distractions." Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. "Vice President Li? There is only one Vice President Li, named Li Deshen, who has been with the company for 30 years. His competence and loyalty to the Wang family have earned him their trust. He has been vigorously endorsing this renewable energy project, discussing it with me several times, asserting that it could sustain the Wang family's development for the next 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu's demeanor turned cold. "Now that everything is tidied up, can I finally leave?" "Yes, quite well done. You may go." Wang Yixue replied with a joyful smile. Tang Yu did not rush to depart. Instead, he observed her phone, implying, "Aren't you going to delete the videos and photos?" "What are you staring at? The photos and videos have already been deleted. Do you think I would keep something that would tarnish my reputation?" Wang Yixue pouted in dissatisfaction. "Indeed, they must be deleted. I absolutely refuse to allow a beauty like you to have her reputation ruined because a scoundrel like me." Tang Yu emphatically nodded before turning and making a hasty exit. Finally, he had escaped the clutches of Wang Yixue. As he swiftly made his way out of the Wang family estate, the first thing he did upon returning to his car was to play music in celebration. The most exquisite flower of the grassland, the fiery sari-lang. Tang Yu began to hum, her spirits soaring. After a long day of toil, she had finally steered the narrative back on course. Consequently, Wang Yixue would undoubtedly follow the storyline and ultimately end up with Yi Chun. Although Jiang Xiaoyue seemed somewhat out of sorts, Yi Chun had already proclaimed his intention to challenge her grandfather at the Jiang family, suggesting that their plot would commence from that point. As for Su Mu Yue, that woman was undeniably aligned with Yi Chun. No wonder she was the foremost female lead. To safeguard Yi Chun, she would even resort to theatrics and a marriage alliance. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Yet, compared to my own cunning, she still falls slightly short. My wise eyes have seen through it all. Once Yi Chun has won them over, wouldn't all misunderstandings with me be resolved? All right, the workday has concluded. The antagonist must return to her own life. With a press of the accelerator, Tang Yu's car sped onto the road, eager to indulge in the lifestyle of the affluent. At Donghai Group, in the presidential office, Su Mu Yue sat at her desk, reviewing a document. This pertained to a new real estate investment project requiring approximately 10 billion, a moderate venture for the Su family. Her female secretary stood nearby, occasionally stealing glances at Su Mu Yue's stunning profile. As a beauty herself, She often felt overshadowed in her presence. Why is it that some women can attain such perfection? Just like her name, Mu Yue. Is it 6 o'clock already? Aren't you leaving? Su Mu Yue suddenly lifted her gaze to inquire of her secretary. Huh? The secretary momentarily seemed taken aback, offering an awkward smile. I didn't hear the knock and thought it was still early. As per custom, the young master of the Tang family would invariably arrive at 6 to escort the esteemed Su to dinner. For 3 consecutive years, unless on holiday, Tang Xiao would always appear. Of course, Su had never acquiesced to his advances. Her casual remark left Su Mu Yue feeling a tinge of melancholy. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to habit, that man should have come to knock. Usually, she found his persistent entanglements bothersome, but today, the absence felt oddly unsettling, as though something was amiss. Suzong, I heard you were engaged to Tang Xiao. Congratulations, you are finally together. I shall take my leave now. The secretary, having gathered her belongings, smiled and offered her well wishes. Su Mu Yue merely responded with a non-committal hum. Her resolve to continue working dissipating as a sense of heaviness settled within her. En alliance? What nonsense! She knew precisely what he was thinking. After 3 years of harboring feelings for her, he could just renounce them so easily. This left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Of course, she recognized that she couldn't entirely blame him. After all, she had indeed neglected him for 3 years. What is wrong with me? Su Mu Yue rubbed her temples and, with her bag in hand, exited the office. Upon her departure, the remaining subordinates at the company greeted her in unison. Good day, General Su. Thank you for your hard work, General Su. Have you finished for the day? I heard you and young Master Tang are together. Congratulations. As she encountered those fervent smiles, a sense of unease swelled within her. She was acutely aware that behind closed doors, these individuals harbored a deep disdain for her, even bestowing upon her the moniker Ice Mountain. Weren't they weary of donning such facades? Her thoughts then wandered to Tang Yu. This man, at least, allowed her to hear his true sentiments. In a world where everyone masked their true selves, he was akin to being completely unadorned, devoid of any pretense. Chapter 15. The joys of the wealthy and handsome. Upon returning to her Maserati, Su Mu Yue hesitated for a considerable time, ultimately locating Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free this evening? I would like to converse with you. Tang Yu, while driving, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden message from Su Mu Yue. What on earth does she want? He pondered. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively pulled over to the roadside to respond. Are we discussing the annulment? You should have mentioned it sooner. Let us quickly inform our respective families. Su Mu Yue replied with a series of ellipses, feeling quite exasperated. Who wants to talk about the annulment with you? Yet, she herself was uncertain about what she truly wished to discuss. She simply yearned to see him. What does your ellipsis mean? Are you laying an egg here? Tang Yu initially considered sending this remark, but restrained himself, deeming it too uncouth. It could be unappealing, but there was no need to tarnish his own image. What if she took a screenshot and shared it on her social media, emulating Wang Yixue's audacious antics? Thus, he summoned the decorum expected of a 9-year compulsory education and altered his response. Speak plainly or leave. We can reconnect when it's time to discuss the annulment. This woman's indecision regarding the annulment greatly vexed Tang Yu. You're pretending to protect him while pushing me into the fire. Is this how one behaves? Do you truly despise me? Su Mu Yue felt tears welling in her eyes, unable to accept the stark contrast between his current cold demeanor and his previous warmth. Isn't that obvious? Who asked you to put me in this predicament? I loathe being used as a shield. Fine, I need to go drinking with a few friends. If you want to annul it, just say so. I'll contact you via message in a bottle. After swiftly replying a few words, Tang Yu found himself chuckling as he held his phone. With such an attitude, how could she continue to play games? It was time to lay his cards on the table and allow her to embrace her role as the female lead. In summary, the advantage lay with him. You scoundrel. I refuse to annul. I intend to marry into the Tang family. Just wait. Suddenly, another message popped up in the WeChat chat box. Tang Yu's hand trembled in shock, nearly dropping his phone. Is she serious? Are you out of your mind? He hurriedly sent a response, only to be met with a red exclamation mark indicating failure. This nearly caused Tang Yu to choke in disbelief. In the original plot, Su Mu Yue indeed possessed a stubborn character, unyielding in her convictions. Yet, should this obstinacy not be directed toward Yi Chen instead? This is a disaster. She can't truly be losing her mind. Tang Yu's face paled. He had finally felt that his plans were nearing fruition. Yet Su Mu Yue's actions left him utterly dumbfounded. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to send a few more messages to persuade her, indicating that his previous attitude had been inappropriate and requesting her leniency. However, every message sent was met with a red exclamation mark. This woman had genuinely blocked him. Damn it, I have crossed the line. She doesn't respond to pressure. Don't most women prefer firmness? Tang Yu lamented helplessly, pondering why it had become so arduous to initiate a retreat. If he truly marries her, would Yi Chen not bring his entourage to trample the Tang family? At that moment, WeChat lit up once more. Tang Yu widened his eyes and noticed the message was from Qin Ming. This Qin Ming is not a forensic doctor. Rather, he is the young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In the original storyline, he is often referred to alongside Tang Yu as one of the 4 young masters of Suzhou and Hangzhou, and he serves as a devoted follower to Tang Yu. Typically, characters dubbed X-City ex-young master in light novels meet a grim fate at the hands of the male protagonist. And Qin Ming is no exception. Both he and Tang Yu face dire consequences. Tang Yu ultimately succumbs after being rendered a vegetable by a brutal kick, while Qin Ming meets a slightly less tragic end, poisoned by Yi Chen. Hey bro, what have you been up to lately? Upon receiving Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu is suddenly struck by inspiration. Indeed, why not seek assistance from outside? After all, he is the antagonist. It is time to leverage the advantages of being a villain to surmount difficulties. In a moment of contemplation, he typed, "Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at the Xinghe Entertainment venue. Can you make it here? If not, I can wait somewhere else." The Xinghe, as described by Qin Ming, is a large entertainment establishment brimming with various amusements, albeit rather chaotic, drawing in many second-generation rich kids. In his previous life, the original Tang Yu, ever the model of virtue, would never have set foot in such a place. But now, Tang Yu found himself indifferent to such considerations. After all, how often does one get to play the role of the affluent and handsome? To forego enjoyment would be a folly. Before long, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the entertainment club named Xinghe. As the sleek silver Lamborghini Poison rolled up, many passers-by were left awestruck. Several streamers broadcasting live at the entrance immediately directed their cameras toward the eye-catching supercar. "Isn't that a poison? I heard there are only 2 in the country. Which rich kid is driving such a flashy car? Damn, when will I get to reincarnate into a family like that? You could always be reborn as their dog," quipped another. The streamers were abuzz with speculation about the identity of the car's owner. A youthful and alluring female influencer, dressed rather revealingly, approached eagerly. After all, the purpose of visiting such venues is often to attract wealthy suitors. As Tang Yu stepped out of the car, several onlookers gasped in surprise. They hadn't anticipated that the owner of the vehicle would be a young and handsome man. In terms of appearance, he bore some resemblance to the once popular actor Jiang Xiaoyue. Yet his aura was even more captivating. Oh my goodness, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? I recognize him. Their family has amassed trillions in assets, hasn't it? This must be his first time in such a place. I simply must go strike up a conversation. Before long, a group of girls, unable to contain their excitement, made their way toward him. The leading influencer, unwilling to let these vixens encroach upon her territory, scoffed internally and quickened her pace toward Tang Yu. When the distance between them shrank to a mere meter, she suddenly lost her balance and fell against Tang Yu. "Are you all right?" He instinctively reached out to steady her. "I am perfectly fine. I apologize, Tang Xiao, for nearly colliding with you." The internet celebrity expressed her remorse with a pitiful demeanor, yearning to merge her very being with Tang Yu. Indeed, close proximity is most desirable. "It's nothing, just be cautious," Tang Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head lightly. His smile rendered several girls nearby utterly spellbound by his handsome visage. Oh, it wasn't merely his wealth that captivated them. It was simply the allure of his striking appearance. Just as the internet celebrity intended to continue her flirtation, a few other girls encircled them. "Hello, Tang Xiao, I am Wei Wei. Are you here for leisure? May I add you on WeChat? Tang Xiao? Tang Xiao. They all brandished their phones, eager to exchange contact information with Tang Yu. One female streamer even provocatively adjusted the neckline of her dress, attempting to flaunt her assets. Even more outrageous was the audacious girl who discreetly pinched Tang Yu's posterior. The onlookers around them could only gaze on with envy. Damn, how fortunate to be so affluent while possessing such striking looks. Is there no respite for the rest of us? Tang Yu, too, found himself astonished by this unprecedented treatment. Was this the bliss of being a tall, rich, and handsome man? It seemed that wealth and good looks could indeed render women so forward in their pursuits. Reflecting on his past roles as mere antagonists, thugs from the underworld, gatekeepers, or personal bodyguards, he realized none had ever been worth more than $1 million. P.S. In the early chapters of this book, there may be some minor indulgences, but development will ensue before the true Dragon King emerges. And rest assured, no female companions will be provided. Chapter 16. They're all good girls as Tang Yu is surrounded by a throng of women. A young man, standing at the entrance of the Xinghe club, glanced over. Goodness, isn't that my elder brother? The youth recognized Tang Yu and quickly made his way toward him. Surrounded by the group of women, Tang Yu resembled a monk from the land of women. The multitude pressed around him, making it difficult for the young man to approach. Could you please make some room? Helpless, he shouted. At the sound of his voice, the women turned to look at him, their faces lighting up with delight. Oh, isn't that young Master Qin? Young Master Qin is here too. They greeted Qin Ming warmly, their enthusiasm palpable. Who cares about the county magistrate? They simply wish to be the magistrate's wife. All right, darlings, please don't cling to my brother any longer. It's his first time here, and your excessive warmth might intimidate him, Qin Ming called out with a smile. Reluctantly, the women parted to create a path. Qin Ming grasped Tang Yu's arm and led him through the crowd, chuckling. How does it feel to be here for the first time, brother? It's quite nice. They're all good girls, Tang Yu praised. Although they smoke, drink, get tattoos, party all night, they're indeed good girls. As long as they don't aspire to marry me, that's fine. Yes, they're all good girls. Qin Ming laughed heartily. Shall we find a quiet place to sit and chat? It's fine to talk inside as well, Tang Yu suggested, gesturing towards the club. The purpose of coming here is to savor life, after all. As for the villains, who knows which will arrive first, the Dragon King or tomorrow? We should enjoy while we can. Wait, brother, are you serious? Qin Ming reached out to touch Tang Yu's forehead, realizing his brother had never frequented such places before. Why dawdle? Tang Yu decisively walked inside. Today, he intended to revel in this atmosphere. Not even Jesus could deter him. Goodness, something is definitely off with my brother. Qin Ming followed him with a worried expression. At this hour, though the sun had yet to set, the Xinghe Club was already a cacophony of excitement. In the dance floor, men and women swayed their bodies, releasing their hormones, while several alluring beauties on stage danced passionately to the blaring music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to a high platform, his exclusive spot. As soon as he sat down, drinks were promptly brought to him. Accompanying them were several beautiful women. But Qin Ming waved them off, urging them to enjoy themselves. He was preoccupied with concern for his elder brother and had no interest in their company. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he inquired with concern, "Brother, you seem a bit off today." "What do you mean?" Tang Yu replied. "You've never come to places like this before." People change. Tang Yu raised his glass to clink with Qin Ming's. After taking a generous sip, Qin Ming pondered aloud, "But brother, haven't you just become engaged to Su Mu Yue? If she knows you are here, wouldn't those 3 years of effort be in vain?" "Yes, that is precisely what I came to discuss with you." Tang Yu hastily set down his wine glass and opened his WeChat to show Qin Ming the chat history. After reading it, Qin Ming felt a buzzing in his head. Goodness, is this truly something that my brother is capable of? How dare he speak to Su Mu Yue in such a manner? Finally, my brother is no longer a sycophant. Honestly, if it weren't for our deep bond, I would have severed ties with you long ago. Once he regained his composure, Qin Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. He poured another glass of wine for Tang Yu, insisting they toast to this occasion. They had been close friends for many years, having attended the same prestigious school. In their second year of middle school, during an outing, Qin Ming accidentally fell into a river, while everyone else merely watched. It was Tang Yu who jumped in to rescue him. This act of camaraderie solidified their bond, and Qin Ming resolutely acknowledged Tang Yu as his elder brother. However, for the past 3 years, Tang Yu had tirelessly played the role of a sycophant, earning a rather unsavory reputation in their circle. The average person knows that sycophants do not fare well. As a wealthy and handsome young man, engaging in such behavior was undeniably humiliating. Unable to contain himself, Tang Yu playfully slapped the back of Qin Ming's head. He then grumbled, "What kind of mindset does she have?" After 3 years of devotion and no response, her attitude has changed like this. It's just a case of self-deprecation. People only learn to cherish what they have once they lose it, Qin Ming retorted with a smirk. Tang Yu felt that something was amiss. After all, she is the female lead. How could she possibly harbor feelings for a villain? There must be some underlying scheme. So, how do I make her stop bothering me? Tang Yu inquired earnestly. This fellow, by the age of 17, had already conquered numerous hearts, and by 20, he had likely lost count of them all. The life of the affluent is often surprisingly mundane and unvarnished. It's simple, just emulate my approach of being a complete disgrace. Qin Ming boasted proudly. He had not always been so debased. He once held a beautiful dream of love. However, upon overhearing a conversation between his father and an elder about an arranged marriage when he was 17, he learned that his betrothed was a hefty heiress weighing nearly 200 pounds. Overnight, he matured. To thwart this union, he became the most renowned prince of the nightlife in Su Hang, effectively derailing the arrangement. Indeed, Tang Yu exclaimed, awakening to the wisdom of the master. As long as I am perceived as a piece of garbage, women will naturally steer clear of me. He looked at Qin Ming with admiration, recognizing him as a true brother, clearly cut out to be a villain. To survive, merely being low-key is insufficient. The antagonists in those exhilarating tales are despised by the heroines precisely because of their cunning nature. His portrayal as a villain was evidently not odious enough. It was merely a narrative choice by the author to amplify his sycophantic traits. Come, my good brother, let us toast. From this day forth, we shall be the unrivaled duo at the Xinghe Club. Tang Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming's. Ah, my brother, your words are indeed profound. It seems we shall make this our abode henceforth. Qin Ming erupted into a hearty laugh, his gaze already surveying tonight's quarry. Having frequented this place for quite some time, he had never encountered failure. Although some online fairies claimed they ventured to such establishments for relaxation, who would believe such nonsense? Who in their right mind seeks solace in a venue like this? Would you trust a man who claims to enter a women's bathhouse merely to wash his hands? After a cursory glance around, he was met with a sea of familiar faces, rendering the experience somewhat lackluster. Brother, it appears we are surrounded by acquaintances tonight. Shall we make do? Qin Ming remarked with a grin. It was a rare occasion for his brother to visit, and he felt a twinge of guilt for not arranging a couple of exquisite companions. Very well, you take the lead. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It was all merely a performance for him. He held no lofty expectations. Qin Ming quickly took charge, and soon 7 or 8 charming ladies approached, each possessing an appearance and figure that rated around a modest 75. As they stood in a line, bags in hand, Tang Yu nearly found his thoughts wandering. You 4, go keep my brother company. It's his first time here, so do not overdo it. Qin Ming selected 4 of the girls, who immediately giggled and rushed to surround Tang Yu, taking their seats beside him. Young Master Tang, may we pour you a drink? One girl inquired. Young Master Tang, you must exercise frequently. Your arms are so muscular. I too work out regularly. Would you like to touch my abs? Another chimed in. What kind of girls do you prefer, young Master Tang? The girls practically vied for a place on Tang Yu's lap, eager to express their attentiveness in every possible way. P.S. Here is the second update. I am currently typing, and another chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 17. I just want to give them a home, by the way. Big brother, aren't you trying to upset Su Mu Yue? How about I help you shoot a short video and post it? I guarantee it will infuriate her, Qin Ming suggested, having harbored a grudge against Su Mu Yue for quite some time. Hiss. You, my friend, are indeed a genius, Tang Yu replied, feeling that his experience as a villain was still lacking. The art of tarnishing one's reputation seemed to be more of Qin Ming's forte. All right, strike a pose quickly. Big brother, you should embrace the beauties on either side. Ladies, express yourselves a bit more. And remember to sync your lines. Qin Ming began directing, wielding his phone to shoot a brief 10-second video. Once the filming was complete, he handed the phone to Tang Yu. Big brother, what do you think? If you're not satisfied, I can create something even more explosive, perhaps at a hotel. Absolutely not. Tang Yu quickly shook his head. He merely intended to tarnish his reputation a bit, to make Su Mu Yue and her companions dislike him, not to become a pariah. He still planned to endure this phase and enjoy life afterward. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu felt quite pleased. In the video, he appeared as a ravenous lecher, while the beautiful women around him cooperated splendidly, creating an atmosphere that suggested they were preparing for a night of gaming together. All right, let's post it, he declared, returning the phone to Qin Ming, who was indeed a good brother. Qin Ming grinned widely and promptly uploaded the short video from his account, which boasted over 6 million followers. He frequently showcased his wealth and occasionally hosted lottery giveaways worth hundreds of thousands, attracting a substantial audience. Among those he followed was Su Mu Yue, as they all belonged to 4 prominent families and often interacted with one another. After crafting an enticing title, the video was successfully uploaded and approved within minutes. Soon, the likes and comments on the short video surged dramatically. Chinga, who is this handsome guy? Can I get to know him? Wow, he is really handsome, though he looks somewhat familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? I'm interested in this brother. To ensure Su Mu Yue would see the video, Qin Ming even tagged her. Hee, I've been wanting to irritate that woman for ages. She always acts so high and mighty, making my brother lose face in the circle. At that moment, Su Mu Yue was at home, resting. Her eyes were still slightly red from having cried for quite a while in the car earlier, feeling utterly agitated. After scrolling through short videos for a bit, her mood had improved slightly. As she continued browsing, her phone suddenly notified her that Qin Ming had tagged her. What does he want? Su Mu Yue puzzled, as their relationship was merely superficial and not particularly deep. Upon clicking the notification, the short video automatically played, revealing Tang Yu laughing and embracing several beautiful women. Her expression darkened immediately. My dear brother, does embracing so many lovely ladies not make you a scoundrel? A scoundrel? I am no such thing. I merely wish to offer a home to all the girls in the world. Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice in the video, a wave of despondency and injustice surged within her, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. It was as if she had lost something significant, only to realize its true value in its absence. After weeping for a while, she suddenly recognized the oddity of the situation. This fellow had never indulged in debauchery before. He had deliberately gone out to have fun and even asked Qin Ming to record a short video for him. Something was amiss. She wiped her tears away, contemplated for a moment, and rushed to the mirror to retouch her makeup. She needed to personally investigate what this man was scheming at the Xinghe Club. After all, she could hear his innermost thoughts. Nothing could remain concealed from her. Once she finished her makeup, she took her phone and called Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, your phone is ringing. The girl sitting beside Tang Yu noticed his phone lighting up and quickly handed it to him. Thank you. Tang Yu gently pinched the girl's cheek. However, after leaving a trace of foundation on his hand, he pretended not to notice and hastily took the phone. Su Mu Yue. Upon seeing her name on the screen, a smile crept onto Tang Yu's face. Indeed, his plan was proceeding smoothly. She must be calling to confront him. With a delighted tone, he answered, Hello? What do you mean by this? Do I truly annoy you so much? Su Mu Yue's voice on the other end was filled with grievance. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too noisy here. Are you calling off the engagement? All right, let us set a time for tomorrow, he replied, feigning ignorance. I know you can hear me. Just wait. I'm coming to find you. With that, Su Mu Yue hung up the phone. Tang Yu, holding his phone, furrowed his brow. This woman must have lost her senses. With her proud disposition, she should have been cursing him out and planning to break off their engagement by tomorrow, right? Then it dawned on him. It must be to protect Yi Chan that she felt compelled to continue the charade, playing the role in its entirety. This woman certainly had profound schemes. Thankfully, he had already sensed it. What happened, brother? Did Su Mu Yue call you? Qin Ming inquired from the side. Yes. She said she would come to find me. Let's go and provoke her together. Dan Yi U Juke. As long as they could send Su Mu Yue away tonight, everything would go smoothly. Qin Ming joined in the laughter, suddenly smacking his thigh. Oh, brother, I almost forgot an important matter. What important matter? I have a date with a beautiful lady tonight, and she is absolutely exquisite, at least on par with Su Mu Yue. After saying this, Qin Ming looked at several girls around them. Ladies, you may amuse yourselves. Just put today's expenses on my tab. My brother and I have some matters to attend to. The girls' eyes brightened, and they quickly agreed, grabbing their bags and departing. Once the girls were out of sight, Qin Ming chuckled mischievously. My dear brother, I must admit that this time I am truly making a painful sacrifice. Shortly, I shall summon that enchanting beauty to accompany you, and in doing so, you shall undoubtedly provoke Su Mu Yue. Is it truly so exaggerated? She is indeed of comparable stature to Su Mu Yue. Tang Yu, however, harbored a hint of skepticism. While it is true that Su Heng boasts a plethora of beautiful women, only a select few could be deemed worthy of comparison to Su Mu Yue. Nevertheless, the arrival of a genuine stunning beauty would certainly serve to further irritate Su Mu Yue. The young ladies who were previously by his side, though beautiful in their own right, paled in comparison to Su Mu Yue, and thus would not suffice for the performance he had in mind. You shall soon find out. With a mysterious smile, Qin Ming began to reach out to his contact via his mobile device. Tang Yu, on the other hand, felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, as the antagonist, he could never engage with the leading ladies. Even if he were to remain single for eternity, even to the point of leaping from this very place, he would never align himself with the heroines. However, there remained opportunities with other beautiful women. After a wait of about 10 minutes, a graceful figure appeared in the distance, carrying a bag as she approached. Greetings, young Master Qin. She smiled as she made her way over to Qin Ming. At last, my sister Ling Han has arrived. Allow me to introduce you to my esteemed brother, Tang Yu. Qin Ming quickly offered with a warm smile. Chapter 18. Will you embrace this fortune? Tang Yu lifted his gaze to the woman, instantly finding himself in agreement with Qin Ming's words. In terms of appearance, she was certainly not inferior to Su Mu Yue, the most beautiful woman of Su Heng. Moreover, her demeanor exuded a more enchanting allure, as if she were born with an irresistible charm. Her attire was equally provocative, featuring a white, semi-transparent blouse that hinted at her form in the most tantalizing manner. The black leather skirt she wore accentuated her alluring physique, and her long, fair legs were mesmerizing, drawing the eyes of all who beheld her. As her alluring, doe-like eyes met Tang Yu's, a fleeting moment of surprise flickered across her face. She then gracefully took a seat beside him, extending her hand. Young Master Tang, you are quite handsome. I am Ling Han, and it is a pleasure to meet you. I find myself even more delighted to meet a stunning beauty such as Miss Ling, Tang Yu replied, smiling as he grasped her delicate, icy hand. Suddenly, his pupils contracted as realization struck him. By heavens, is this not the jade-faced vixen? Has that bastard Yi Chun moved so swiftly, arranging this already? No, her target should not be me. It must be Qin Ming. At that moment, Tang Yu's mind was engulfed in shock. Similarly, Ling Han was taken aback by the unexpected revelation of his thoughts. For a brief instant, she feared her true identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns deliberately sent by Yi Chun, an elite member of the Dragon Soul organization. What is happening? Is he speaking to me through ventriloquism? No, this is certainly not ventriloquism. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ling Han's eyes. As a top-tier assassin, she possessed numerous skills, with ventriloquism being one of her specialties. Yet this man before her did not appear to be capable of such a feat. Seeing the two of them clasping hands, Qin Ming felt a twinge of jealousy. Big Brother is indeed exceptional. He is so incredibly handsome that women cannot resist him, he mused. Just a handshake, and it has escalated to this. Is there to be an explosion of passion tonight? Returning to her senses, Ling Han looked at Tang Yu and smiled. Young Master Tang, I must commend your skin. It is well cared for, and your hand are even softer than mine. Is that so? Tang Yu replied, awkwardly smiling as he hastily released Ling Han's hand, a shiver running down his spine. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was flashing him a proud thumbs up, using lip movements to convey his thoughts. How about it, Big Brother? Is this brotherly bond not commendable? Commendable, my foot. This is an assassin. Her target is you, and you just handed her over to me. I treat you as a brother, yet you act in such an ungrateful manner. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, Ling Han was now entirely certain. This was not ventriloquism. She was genuinely privy to his innermost thoughts. Astonished, she reflected on her many years as an assassin, having witnessed countless scenarios. Yet this was a situation she had never encountered before. Calm down, do not act recklessly. Ling Han took a deep breath, reassured by her confidence in her ability to escape from this predicament effortlessly. For now, she would remain and observe further. This fellow is also a target of the Dragon King. Come, new friend, let us indulge in a few more drinks. At this moment, Qin Ming, the good brother, stepped in as a lubricant, assisting the two in pouring wine. Wouldn't it be splendid to get the elder brother's lady intoxicated? Come, let us drink. Tang Yu raised his glass, the smile on his face somewhat strained, and the three clinked their cups together. He cast a glance at the alluring visage of the jade-faced vixen, feeling an overwhelming desire to flee. What could be more perilous than the leading lady? Naturally, is the assassins under the protagonist's command. He instinctively shifted his body aside, creating some distance in search of a semblance of safety. Initially intending to lay low, he had inadvertently found himself beneath the enemy's gunpoint. What's wrong, young Master Tang? Are you feeling unwell? Noticing Tang Yu's movements, Ling Han inquired with a smile. My rear end is a bit sore from sitting for too long, Tang Yu chuckled in response. Please don't come any closer. One must not forget their original intentions. What is your goal? Is it to be cavity-free? Of course not. Your true aim is our young Master Qin Ming. Yes, go and flirt with him. Do you understand? Rather than let a friend die, I assure you, my elder brother will remind you to flee abroad later. He would not abandon you in dire straits. Ling Han's lips twitched. This fellow displayed quite a sense of loyalty. Yet, how did he come to know of the organization's plans? Her curiosity regarding this individual deepened. According to the organization's records, he was merely a love-struck rich heir. Now, it seemed he might be more complex than that. Not to worry, if you're uncomfortable, I can offer a massage as I'm trained in medicine, she said, extending her hand to rest upon Tang Yu's thigh with a beaming smile. Wow, my elder brother is truly fortunate. Sister Ling Han has never been this kind to me. Qin Ming teased from the side. Stop your nonsense. Would you even want this fortune if it were given to you? Tang Yu awkwardly chuckled. Miss Ling is indeed considerate, but it seems my discomfort has dissipated. As long as it's gone, let's continue drinking and chatting, Ling Han said, lifting her glass with a smile. Tang Yu nodded, swiftly contemplating strategies in his mind. According to the original plot, Yi Chun, driven by ambition upon returning home, aimed first to conquer the four prominent families of Su and Hang. These families wielded immense influence in the region. Once in control of the four families, Yi Chun would dictate the fate of Su and Hang. He would become the uncrowned king here. However, to dominate the four families, in addition to charming women, he must eliminate the obstacles one by one. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, represented one such obstacle. Thus, he dispatched several elite operatives. The jade-faced vixen, Ling Han, was tasked with the Qin family. After gaining Qin Ming's favor through her beauty, she would then pursue another young master. Ultimately, a conflict would arise, leading to Qin Ming's demise by poison at the hands of the jade-faced vixen. The Qin family would believe it was the other young master's doing, resulting in a war between the families, while Yi Chun would reap the benefits as a bystander. Upon recalling the plot in detail, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. I remember now, the Dragon Soul organization has strict regulations against altering tasks. This woman and I are merely engaging in a fleeting dalliance. The true targets remain Qin Ming and another unfortunate soul. Given this, there is no need for me to panic. I shall simply play my role well, making her find me repugnant enough to distance herself. Upon hearing all of this, Ling Han furrowed her brow slightly. This individual possesses an astonishing understanding of the Dragon Soul organization. It is well known that the power of the Dragon Soul is immensely formidable and shrouded in mystery. Outsiders are utterly oblivious to the internal regulations of their organization. This young heir, surnamed Tang, is certainly not an ordinary character. After adjusting his mindset, Tang Yu deliberately shifted his body closer to Ling Han and leered with a mischievous grin. Miss Ling, you are remarkably beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend. Chapter 19. All our actors, isn't it true that you, young Master Tang, are going to introduce me? Ling Han inquired with a playful smile, leaning her body against Tang Yu, casting him a flirtatious glance. Do you wish for me to retreat? Not a chance. I am eager to discern just how much this fellow comprehends about our organization. Goodness, this is not how it should unfold. If your target is Qin Ming, shouldn't you be stealing a few glances at him right now? Could it be that she is aware of Qin Ming's penchant for the bull-headed and is deliberately performing for his benefit? Very well, let the show commence. Life is but a play, and it's all about the performance. I shall subsequently use you to deal with that foolish woman, Su Mu Yue. Tang Yu rapidly calculated in his mind. With a sly grin, he embraced Ling Han and inquired, What are your interests, Miss Ling? I shall see if I know anyone who shares your passions. Interests? I adore dancing and music. What about you, young Master Tang? Ah, we're quite alike then. I enjoy listening to music and watching films not suitable for children, Tang Yu stated with a serious demeanor. Qin Ming, who was sipping his drink, spewed it all out. Brother, your approach to wooing women is akin to that of caveman. Feigning shyness, Ling Han retorted, You are quite insufferable, young Master Tang. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Tang Yu burst into laughter. I told you, there is no way young Master Tang could be that kind of person. Indeed, how could someone like me possibly enjoy music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming found themselves utterly cold from his remarks. You are quite humorous, young Master Tang. Ling Han was compelled to compliment him, snuggling closer into his embrace. Ah, spare me this act. I have had my fill of sweet nothings. Women merely hinder my enjoyment of life, especially those connected to Yi Chun. Yet Yi Chun himself is rather shameless, not sparing any woman within his own organization, intentionally assigning them perilous tasks they cannot complete, only to swoop in as the hero. TSK, he revels in his own glory. Tang Yu mused to himself. Meanwhile, Ling Han was astounded. How could he possibly know this? In the past 2 years, she had failed 2 missions and had been saved by the Dragon King each time. He had even sustained serious injuries to rescue her, which deeply moved her. Yet, hearing Tang Yu speak now, she sensed something amiss. The difficulty of her failed missions had indeed been greater than conveyed. How much more do you truly know? Ling Han wondered with great curiosity. Yet she found herself unable to voice her inquiries, silently listening while continuing the charade. Fortunately, Su Mu Yue finally made her entrance. Arriving at the Star River Club with a fierce demeanor, she headed straight for the elevated platform. As she walked, onlookers marveled at her beauty, many approaching to strike up conversations, while several men stubbornly pursued her, eager to engage. However, once she reached the high platform, they refrained from further advances. Tang Yu. Upon the arrival of Su Mu Yue, she was met with the sight of a woman whose beauty rivaled her own, nestled comfortably in Tang Yu's embrace, instantly igniting a fiery glare within her. What is this? Has she come to discuss the annulment of our engagement? Tang Yu offered a slight smile, finally welcoming the arrival of this insufferable woman. Do you see this? Here I am, embracing such a stunning beauty, and you can still endure it? Do not hesitate. Unleash your fury. Today, you are permitted to douse me with a drink. Come now, do not spare me merely because I'm a delicate flower. Assert the dignity befitting the leading lady. Upon hearing his inner thoughts, Su Mu Yue instantly grasped his intentions. Indeed, he deliberately posted a short video to provoke her, hoping to compel her to abandon the marriage arrangement. I shall not acquiesce to his desires. Her expression softened slightly as she seated herself beside Tang Yu, saying, What annulment are you talking about? We finally come together. What are you thinking? I noticed you drinking alone and thought I might join you. Qin Ming stood by, utterly bewildered. Damn it. He finally understood why his older brother remarked that Su Mu Yue was acting strangely. The typically aloof Su Mu Yue could actually tolerate her fiancé embracing another woman and speak so calmly. As she poured a drink for him, Tang Yu was utterly flabbergasted. Why are you deviating from the script? Sister, your dignity has already been compromised. Can you truly continue to endure this? Quickly, heed your true feelings. Remember who you are? You are Su Mu Yue, the Ice Mountain. Do you understand? How about this? Today, let's make an exception for a grand celebration. I permit you to slap me and call me shameless, and then we can annul the marriage. How does that sound? Do not hesitate. This is an excellent opportunity for you to prove yourself. If you do not take action, how will Ling Han report back to the Dragon King, asserting that we are innocent? Why don't you go drink elsewhere? Your presence here is disturbing my time with Miss Ling, Tang Yu retorted, wrapping his arms around Ling Han, displaying a lewd expression that provoked. Do you see this? This is what it means to be a shameless beast. If you cannot endure it, then leave quickly. Do not push me to become more shameless. My moral boundaries are quite flexible. I can stoop to anything. Ling Han shuddered, nearly striking Tang Yu across the face. This scoundrel, playing his cards so well, taking advantage of her while attempting to manipulate her. She grit her teeth silently. This boy was doomed. Su Mu Yue felt both amused and exasperated. This fool, does he truly think he can treat her like a simpleton? You wish to drive me away? Not a chance. You may drink to your heart's content. I shall not interfere. Once you tire of your games, we can return home together, shall we? Su Mu Yue gently grasped Tang Yu's arm, her tone softening. Tang Yu severely doubted that this was the real Su Mu Yue. Had Wu Dalong possessed her? Is this something a carbon-based life form would say? What about your identity and position? Calm down. These are my words of devotion. Do not confuse our roles. Quickly after this drink, sweep away the hunger and return to your true self. Do not look at me in that manner. I have come to a realization, she said gently. Over the past 3 years, I have subjected you to undue hardships as a test. However, from this moment forth, I shall strive to make you the happiest man in the world. You may do as you please, and I shall not hold it against you. Tang Yu Yingan deeply, feeling his legs weaken. This woman was truly a source of peril for him. Are we truly playing this game? Very well. Is it not merely a matter of setting boundaries? I find myself in a predicament. Alas, it seems I cannot continue as I am. If all else fails, I shall first escort Ling Han away. If she remains, it will be impossible to proceed. Having reached a conclusion, Tang Yu let out a cold laugh. Suit yourself. Take your time with your drink. Miss Ling and I shall be off to the restroom. Please do not disturb us. With that, he took Ling Han by the arm and stood to leave the elevated platform. Qin Ming stood by, utterly flabbergasted. What on earth, brothers? Why are you all so wild tonight? Even I, the king of the night scene, cannot match your audacity. Surprisingly, Su Mu Yue did not follow them. Instead, she leisurely sipped her champagne, her feelings a blend of joy and complexity. She was pleased that he was not engaging in reckless behavior, merely performing for show. Yet, his attitude towards her was perplexing. Was it possible that his affection over the past 3 years was nothing but a fade? Chapter 20. The Security Manager. Chao Yong embraced by Tang Yu. Ling Han was fully prepared to strike at any moment. During her missions, she would utilize her allure to captivate her targets. However, she would never allow any genuine intimacy to develop. Fortunately, after a brief spin, Tang Yu escorted her out through the back entrance of the Star River Club. Tang Xiao, what have you brought me here for? She inquired softly, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Tang Yu removed a luxury watch worth millions from his wrist and handed it to Ling Han. This is a gift for you. I truly appreciate girls like you who are understanding and don't constantly demand money. Women like Su Mu Yue, who approach me solely for my wealth, utterly disgust me. I'll have a chat with her about the annulment of our engagement later. Let us enjoy drinks together another time. With that, Tang Yu sauntered back into the Star River Club, and his spirits lifted considerably. No matter how skilled Su Mu Yue was in her theatrics, he ultimately held the upper hand. Ling Han, upon hearing these words, would undoubtedly relay them to Yi Chun. Surely, Yi Chun, that foolish man, would not think he was competing for a woman with him, would he? Ling Han casually stowed away the watch Tang Yu had gifted her. As an assassin, she still held a fondness for money. She swiftly returned to her vehicle and dialed Yi Chun's number. The call connected promptly. What is up, Hana? Is the mission going smoothly? Yi Chun's voice resonated through the line. Hearing him refer to her as Hana brought a measure of joy to Ling Han's heart. Yet, after absorbing Tang Yu's remarks, her feelings began to shift subtly. She felt an instinctive aversion to Yi Chen's affectionate address, perceiving a hint of insincerity in him. She reported her progress, I'm close to the target, but I encountered Tang Yu and Su Mu Yue along the way. What is Tang Yu doing with Su Mu Yue? Are they drinking at a bar? Is he planning to get her intoxicated and then make a move? Yi Chen's fury erupted on the other end of the line. The woman I cherish. I will not allow anyone to infringe upon her. Ling Han hesitated before responding. They Haven Tea had much to drink, but they were quite close, and Su Mu Yue seemed very forward. Impossible. Su Mu Yue only has eyes for me. There is no way she would willingly approach another man. Keep a close watch on her and ensure her safety. Do you understand? Yi Chen Beloit. How about this? Dragon King? Should I alter my plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu? This would also enable better protection for Su Mu Yue. Ling Han proposed. She had lost interest in completing her mission and only wished to get closer to Tang Yu to glean more information. This man even possessed knowledge of the Dragon Soul organization's secrets. Perhaps he could provide answers to the questions she had long been investigating. Very well, Honor. You may adjust your plan. The situation with the Qin family is not urgent for now. Remember, you must not allow him to touch my woman, understood? Yi Chun commanded loudly from the other end of the line. At this moment, he was clad in a security uniform, a walkie-talkie hanging from his side, patrolling a prestigious residential community in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After departing from the Wang family today, he hastily arrived here to embark on a new job. Indeed, this was a common tactic employed by the Dragon King to woo women, approaching them with a humble guise and subsequently revealing his formidable prowess to pique their curiosity and win their affection. However, just as he finished bellowing, a rotund man on a patrol vehicle approached. This individual was none other than Liang Fifan, the security manager of the community. He strode over and delivered a swift kick to Yi Chen's backside, scolding him in a furious tone. Newcomer, are you out of your mind? Who permitted you to make phone calls and shout during work hours? What was that about your woman? Did someone steal your doll? After receiving the kick, Yi Chen was instantly engulfed in anger. A mere security manager dared to lay hands on the illustrious Dragon King. Had this been abroad, the instant he struck would have marked the end of his existence. Nevertheless, for the sake of his romantic endeavors, he had no choice but to endure. Gritting his teeth and responding, Manager Liang, the company has regulations that allow phone calls during work hours. There's also a rule that subordinates should not talk back to their superiors. Liang retorted, I'm not talking back. I'm just reasoning with you. Reasoning with your mother. If you don't want to work, then get lost, fool. Liang spat onto the ground before swaggering away on his vehicle. Yi Chen stood there, trembling with rage. Once his plan to win over women was accomplished, this man would be the first to meet his demise. The person named Tang could wait. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ling Han hung up with a look of disdain after listening to the conversation. After hearing Tang Yu's few heartfelt words, her intelligence seemed to have significantly increased, and her attitude towards Yi Chen grew increasingly contemptuous. A man who could stoop so low for the sake of wooing women. Did such a person truly possess the merit to lead an organization? When Tang Yu returned to the first platform, Su Mu Yue was already sprawled over the table. Indeed, her capacity for alcohol was exceedingly poor. After consuming less than 3 drinks, she had succumbed to the table. Qin Ming stood nearby, keeping watch over her. Upon seeing Tang Yu arrive, he appeared astonished and exclaimed, Damn, brother, you finished in 3 minutes? Finish your sister. I didn't even participate. I merely saw her off. This woman is exceedingly dangerous. Do not associate with her in the future, understand? After taking over this body, he had also inherited its memories and felt a strong bond with his brother, Qin Ming. As a villain, Qin Ming's demise was rather unjust, merely due to his unwillingness to let his family business be usurped, making him a necessary obstacle for Yi Chen to eliminate. Ultimately, villains are merely a matter of perspective. Readers reveling in the narrative from the Dragon King's viewpoint would undoubtedly find it exhilarating. Yet, when stepping into the shoes of the antagonist, standing opposed to the Dragon King, the experience could be quite bitter. All right, brother, whatever you say, Qin Ming replied with a smile, refraining from inquiring further. Women are abundant. One could simply seek another. He pointed at the sprawled Su Mu Yue and asked, What now? I shall take her back. Tang Yu felt quite troubled. If this woman cannot hold her liquor, then why indulge in it at all? Must she go to such lengths for a mere performance? What if she were to take advantage of the situation? Would the Dragon King not become a pitiable figure, donned in the guise of cuckold? Yet, upon reflection, it does seem rather amusing. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed this perilous thought. It would be wiser to remain a steadfast antagonist and endure. Competing with the protagonist for a woman is far too hazardous. As he lifted Su Mu Yue onto his back, Tang Yu immediately sensed a soft, warm weight against him. The mingling scent of her perfume and the remnants of alcohol were unexpectedly delightful. Chapter 21. Are you this wild? Due to her inebriated state, Tang Yu dialed for the family S2 bodyguards to come and fetch her. The mantra of never drink and drive echoed in her mind, a cautionary tale often recounted in urban tales where reckless drivers meet their demise. To survive until the final chapter, one must possess a keen sense of safety awareness to evade the fate that befalls the antagonists. When a sleek black Rolls-Royce arrived, Tang Yu settled in the back seat alongside Su Mu Yue. One of the bodyguards exited the vehicle to retrieve his poison, escorting it back to the Tang residence. The two luxury cars traversed the road in tandem, a sensation of pleasure enveloping Tang Yu. Being wealthy was indeed exhilarating. If only this world were devoid of Yichun, it would be utterly perfect. With a rosy hue gracing her cheeks from the alcohol, Su Mu Yue appeared far more endearing than her usual sullen demeanor. Suddenly, she let out a giggle, leaning her head upon Tang Yu's shoulder. Without hesitation, he pushed her head away. The driver, witnessing this through the rearview mirror, almost drove the car into the river. Goodness gracious! Was this still the devoted young master known for his unwavering loyalty? Previously, he had persistently pined for 3 years. Undeterred by any obstacles, even the most devoted of dogs would concede that his loyalty was unparalleled. Rumor had it that he once helped this Miss Su with her high heels, much to the dismay of his father. In a fit of frustration over his son's lack of dignity, had given him a sound thrashing. It was said that several belts had snapped that day, and the young master found himself in the hospital. Yet, the very next day, he had stealthily escaped, armed with a bouquet of roses, to await Miss Su after her work. Pushed away, Su Mu Yue merely let out a silly laugh and leaned against Tang Yu once more. In a voice imbued with an endearing sweetness, she murmured, "I just want to stick to you." Tang Yu was taken aback, pondering her words. He recalled that this woman had lost her mother to cancer at a tender age. Her father, Su Chongshan, driven by ambition to uplift the Su family, had little time for her and maintained exceedingly high expectations. Under such solitude and pressure, she had developed a stubborn and competitive nature, growing increasingly cold and independent. This frigid demeanor served as a shield, repelling those who sought to draw close while simultaneously protecting her. However, once intoxicated, she would shed this facade, revealing a vulnerable, clingy side akin to a puppy that trusts unconditionally. But why reveal this side to me? Goodness, why are you getting so handsy? As Su Mu Yue began to climb onto him, Tang Yu desperately attempted to push her away. Yet, he had overestimated his capabilities by the absurd design of the author. As the antagonist, he was merely an ordinary affluent young man with lackluster combat prowess. In contrast, Su Mu Yue, as the primary heroine, possessed a foundation in martial arts, easily handling several burly men. Tang Yu's strength paled in comparison to even a single brute, making any contest of strength against her an exercise in humiliation. After Su Mu Yue climbed onto him, she began to chuckle mischievously. "Come on, give me a kiss." Pouting, she swayed her head and gradually leaned closer to Tang Yu. "Oh no, don't come any closer. Old Wang, for heaven's sake, do something." Tang Yu struggled desperately, but her hands firmly pinned his down. He could only feebly shake his head to evade her advances. This was absurd. She was going to plan a series of fervent kisses on him. Once she sobers up and recalls this incident, would she not wish to erase him from existence? "Young master, I'm driving. I can't help you on the overpass." The bodyguard lamented while munching on snacks, secretly deriding his young master. "Come on, a beautiful woman is throwing herself at you, and you pretend to be so composed. If you're that confident, why not spend 3 years as a devoted admirer?" Despite Tang Yu's continuous struggles, Su Mu Yue failed to land a kiss on his lips. However, his face was not spared, marked with several red lip prints. After a few kisses, she let out a satisfied burp and fixed her gaze intently on Tang Yu. I've kissed you so many times. Why haven't you kissed me back? Aren't you wild enough? Tang Yu felt on the verge of tears. How could she behave this way? This isn't Su Mu Yue. She is utterly transformed into a ravenous enchantress. Why aren't you fawning over me anymore? You promised to adore me for a lifetime. She pouted, her voice tinged with hurt. But I've been devoted for 3 years and still haven't received anything in return. Then why not try for another 3 years? What would happen if I did? You would become a complete sycophant. Su Mu Yue laughed cheerfully. Tang Yu thought this woman had truly drunk too much. Her mood swings were astonishing. Suddenly, Su Mu Yue pressed her face against his, gently rubbing against him, her tone plaintive. I'm sorry, I know you're upset. How about I take my turn to adore you? Please don't ignore me. She suddenly acted cute, and Tang Yu found himself momentarily weak. Yet, just seconds after saying this, she collapsed onto him and fell asleep. Tang Yu exhaled deeply. At last, she was quiet. If this continued, his pristine reputation would surely be tarnished by her antics. After another 10 minutes of driving, they finally arrived at the Tang residence. Tang Yu had no intention of returning Su Mu Yue to her home. She was far too intoxicated, and it would be difficult to explain to the Su family. Besides, the Tang mansion was spacious, and there was no shortage of places for her to rest. As he carried Su Mu Yue out of the car, he spotted his father, Tang Gangcheng, standing at the entrance, his face as dark as coal. Half an hour earlier, while resting at home and idly scrolling through his phone, an old friend had sent him a video link. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, only to be greeted by the sight of his son, looking rather lewd. Surrounded by 4 women, drinking and declaring, I'm not a scoundrel, I just want to provide them a home. This infuriated him. How could his son, after all the effort he had put into arranging a marriage, reveal his true self so quickly? Now, witnessing Tang Yu emerging from the car with a woman draped over his shoulder and covered in lipstick marks only intensified desire. He slowly withdrew his belt. The father, seeing his son unscathed, brandished the 7 wolves. Hold on, Dad, take a breath, Tang Yu exclaimed, nearly leaping in fright, already guessing his father's intentions. Calm down, you little rascal. Just after securing the marriage, you start revealing your true colors, don't you? Bringing a woman home for fun? Tang Gangcheng sneered, tightening his grip on the belt. This was no ordinary girl. It was Su Mu Yue. I merely accompanied her for drinks. That short video was just a playful endeavor. As Qin Ming requested my assistance to gain followers, Tang Yu hastily deflected the blame. Tang Gangcheng scrutinized her closely and realized she was indeed his future daughter-in-law. This revelation softened his expression slightly, and he gradually returned the belt to its place. A few bodyguards, strategically positioned around, emerged from the shadows, their faces tinged with awkwardness. They had been stationed there by Tang Gangcheng to prevent Tang Yu from making a hasty retreat. Tang's mother, Xia Hongying, also appeared, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. Quite the service, a seamless integration of treatment for the beaten. Chapter 22. Choosing anyone leads to ruin. Tang Yu, with a furrowed brow, carried Su Mu Yue into their home. Tang Gangcheng reprimanded him. How much alcohol did you give Mu Yue? How could she be this inebriated? It was her choice to drink. She could only manage 3 cups. Tang Yu replied defensively. Nonsense. Mu Yue never frequents such places for drinks. Don't think I can't see through your intentions, Tang Gangcheng retorted without reservation. As men, can you really hide your trivial motives from me? Tang Yu felt like crying. Didn't his father notice the evident lip marks on his face? Surely, he couldn't have leaned in on his own accord. Once home, Tang's mother supported Su Mu Yue and said, I will take Mu Yue to your room for some rest. You mustn't take her drinking again. Why let her rest in your room? Why not the guest room? Tang Gangcheng expressed his discontent. Your mother is too indulgent with you. It was Tang's mother who had been fervently advocating for this arranged marriage, or else he would never have lowered his pride to such an extent. She nodded with a smile, understanding her husband's sentiments. Tang Gangcheng then turned to Tang Yu with a serious tone. I know you've had feelings for her for years, but some matters require patience. It must be of her own volition. If you harbor any ulterior motives, I shall break your legs. You are overthinking it. I have no interest in her, truly. Then who do you fancy? The girl from the Wang family? Or that lovely one from the Qin family? Tang Gangcheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. Tang Yu felt that all options led to a dead end. among the four prominent families, aside from the Tang family. The other three had stunning beauties who had caught the eye of Yichun, a man notorious for charming his way through the three families. This absurdity was the hallmark of a kitsch romance novel. How could such esteemed families lose their dignity? Allowing their daughters to cater to one man while pouring their family resources into him? Absurd. After enduring a lengthy lecture from his father, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of a beating. Upon returning to his room, he washed up and lay down on his luxurious bed, worth tens of thousands, and drifted into a deep slumber. The life of the affluent was indeed simple yet monotonous. After Tang's mother left the guest room, Su Mu Yue, who had initially succumbed to sleep, slowly opened her eyes. She had regained her clarity. Perhaps she hadn't been as intoxicated as she thought. While in the car, though tipsy, her rationality remained intact. Yet, under the influence of alcohol, she found herself less inclined to maintain her composure. She yearned to act on her instincts, to express what she had long been afraid to say, and to attempt shedding her own mask, just like that guy. However, now that she was fully awake, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. She had merely wanted to engage in conversation, yet she had initiated a kiss with him? How would she face others tomorrow? Covering her flushed face, she sighed softly, regretting her decision to drink. Lost in her thoughts, she tossed and turned in bed until nearly 3 in the morning before finally succumbing to sleep. Early the next morning, the sound of knocking at the door roused her from her slumber. Mu Yue, are you up? It's time for breakfast, came Tang's mother's voice from outside. All right, Auntie, Su Mu Yue replied, rubbing her bleary eyes, reluctantly rising to wash up. Due to a restless night, the dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced. As she stepped outside, she inadvertently collided with Tang Yu, who was clad in pajamas. Tang Yu appeared lively, yet his expression turned peculiar upon seeing Su Mu Yue. He casually greeted her, "Good morning. What is this woman staring at? Has she recalled last night's events? Ugh, that drunken fool. I must never drink with her again, or I shall lose my pristine reputation." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Mu Yue felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as memories of the previous night's escapades in the car resurfaced. She dared not meet Tang Yu's gaze and merely mumbled a greeting before looking down and moving forward. "Ah, now this is the response I expect from you. Be a bit more aloof, all right?" The heroine must maintain her demeanor. "I have reluctantly forgiven you for yesterday's incident." Tang Yu followed behind, feeling quite pleased, as the woman finally seemed somewhat normal. When they reached the dining table, breakfast was already prepared. Today's meal was lovingly crafted by Tang's mother, who had risen early to ensure everything was perfect, not even allowing the chef to intervene. After all, this was the first time the future daughter-in-law was having breakfast at their home, deserving of special attention. "Good morning, uncle and aunt." Su Mu Yue greeted Tang's parents upon her arrival. "Good morning, Mu Yue," they replied in unison, smiling warmly at her. They were quite satisfied with Su Mu Yue. She was both beautiful and capable, though her demeanor was a touch cold, allowing their son to play the role of a devoted admirer for 3 years. Tang Yu also greeted them, pulling out a chair and digging into a plate of soup dumplings. "What are you doing? Focus on eating only. You should be serving Mu Yue," Tang's mother remarked with a hint of discontent upon seeing Tang Yu engrossed in his meal. She thought he could simply take what he wanted without acting like a child. Tang Yu scoffed. "Serving her food? That is utterly out of the question. It's never going to happen. If she wants to eat, let her. If not, it's no concern of mine. I am not a caretaker of anyone's harem. Women, they only distract me from reaching my conclusion." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Mu Yue felt a surge of irritation. This scoundrel, it was merely a matter of serving a dish. It wasn't tea, as if she would consume him. With a gentle expression, she said, "It's all right, uncle and aunt. I can manage on my own. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I caused yesterday by drinking too much. No worries. It's all this rascal's fault for insisting on taking you out for drinks. If he ever pressures you into drinking again, just tell uncle, and I shall deal with him." Tang's father replied amiably. "I swear it wasn't me who made her drink." "You can ask that rascal Qin Ming if you don't believe me," Tang Yu protested, incredulously. He felt as if he were becoming the scapegoat for everything. "Indeed, it was my own decision to accompany him for drinks. I take full responsibility, so please do not scold him, uncle." Her her expression one of deep grievance. Upon hearing her words, Tang's parents grew increasingly fond of her. Look at this considerate and understanding future daughter-in-law. She would rather tell a lie than let their son face reprimand. Damn it, you're starting to impersonate me again, aren't you? And now you're trying to curry favor with my parents. Seriously, is it necessary to go to such lengths? I see. You're deliberately setting a trap for me. Try to evade the pressure of breaking off the engagement and making me take the blame? Cunning woman, I concede. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu finally understood. After devouring a dumpling, he spoke up. Dad, Mom, as you can see, we don't quite harmonize. So I think the matter of the marriage alliance should. Before he could finish, Tang Ye's father had already pulled out his belt. Casting a sidelong glance at Tang Yu. What did you just say? Tang Yu swallowed the rest of his words. It was rather inappropriate to receive a beating so early in the morning. Chapter 23. Wang Yixue's revenge. Father, please do not strike him. Perhaps it is my fault that he is displeased. I shall amend my ways, Su Mu Yue implored, her face a picture of grievance as she gazed at Tang's father. Alas, my child, why do you accommodate him so? He is merely a spoiled brat in need of discipline. Tang's father sighed, his disposition towards Su Mu Yue softening as he retracted the belt. His son had stubbornly chosen to be a sycophant for 3 long years, and now that he had finally won the affection of a fair maiden, he was poised to indulge in his folly once more. Was this not a case of self-deprecation worthy of reprimand? Amidst the laughter and cheer of Tang's parents and Su Mu Yue, breakfast finally came to a close. Tang Yu, feeling like an outsider, dared not utter a word under the threat of the bell. Tung Wang Group. In the general manager's office, Wang Yixue perused an investigative report concerning the French company, Fars. Upon gleaning insights from Tang Yu, her grasp of information had grown considerably. After several days of diligent inquiry, the truth lay bare before her. Fars harbored significant troubles. The vice president, Li Deshen, who had been fervently advocating for this business deal, had recently seen an unexpected influx of 20 million yuan into his wife's bank account. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the sum had been transferred by a certain celebrity named Hina. The benefactor behind this starlet was none other than her cousin, Wang Rulong. If her conjectures were accurate, this 20 million was likely a deposit for Li Deshen. What audacity Wang Rulong possessed, colluding with outsiders. A glint of cold fury flickered in Wang Yixue's eyes. Her ascent to power at such a young age was due to her intellect and cunning. She would show no mercy towards those who betrayed her, even if they were kin. However, more than Wang Rulong, her attention was drawn to another figure, Yi Chun. This individual had already secured a place on her hit list, yet she had not fully uncovered his background. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, obscured by a veil of enigma. The only lead she had managed to track down was an investment firm named Huajin, which had recently made a substantial investment in Fars, becoming its largest shareholder. Yet this company was not registered under Yi Chen's name. This individual was adept at concealing himself. Never mind. There was no need to act hastily and alert the unsuspecting prey. Wang Yixue was a woman of great patience. A long line was required to catch a large fish. After a moment's consideration, she placed a call. Approximately 10 minutes later, a dignified middle-aged man entered the room. He was none other than Li Deshen, the company's vice president. General Manager Wang, you summoned me? Li Deshen inquired with a smile, his gaze discreetly assessing Wang Yixue. Ever since the young lady had taken the reins of the company, the executives had been treated to a daily spectacle. Li, how many years have you devoted to our company? Wang Yixue asked. Precisely 30 years. My life has been dedicated to this firm. Li Deshen chuckled heartily. Is that so? Wang Yixue suddenly slammed her hand on the table, her voice cold and commanding. Was this tribute intended for the company, or was it a generous offering of 100 million to Wang Rulong? A flicker of trepidation crossed Li Deshen's eyes. The figure of 100 million made him acutely sensitive. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure, feigning confusion as he inquired, Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? I detest unnecessary discourse. You are well aware of how our family deals with traitors, even if you do not consider your own welfare. You ought to think of your family. Wang Yixue responded coldly, her tone laden with menace. She would show no mercy concerning the entirety of the Wang family. Li Deshen's resolve crumbled, and he hastily knelt on the ground, pleading, "Mr. Wang, this matter has nothing to do with my family. I was coerced into this by a young master ruler." Before long, he divulged everything. Wang Yixue leaned back in her office chair, her expression impassive. Yet her mind was in turmoil. Everything had been perfectly articulated by Tang Yu's heartfelt reflections. What a cunning Yi Chun, harboring ulterior motives, was he? A cold smile crept across her face as she devised a plan for retribution. "Li Deshen, I can offer you a chance. Go tell Wang Rulong that I have agreed to this cooperation. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. Huh? Li Deshen could scarcely believe his ears. Mr. Wang was fully aware of the trap, yet still intended to leap into it. Just do as I instruct, and urge him to expedite the transfer to the cooperation account. Wang Yixue was not inclined to elaborate further. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for this opportunity. I shall execute it diligently. Li Deshen nodded repeatedly, breathing a sigh of relief as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Upon leaving the office, he was about to descend the elevator to find Wang Rulong when the doors opened, revealing Wang Rulong emerging with a document in hand. "Li, how did it go?" Wang Rulong exclaimed, eagerly embracing his shoulder. "Mr. Wang has already consented. He is in the process of signing the contract and instructed me to inform finance to proceed with the transfer." Li Deshen responded promptly. Wang Rulong's countenance radiated elation. At last, he had secured his cousin's approval. Should the plan succeed, the position of general manager would soon be his. As for his cousin, she would dutifully marry off. What need had a woman to vie for power against him? By the way, Mr. Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Fal's company to expedite their transfer, as well to advance the project, Li Deshen added. All right, I appreciate your efforts, Li. The remaining 80 million will be transferred to you later, Wang Rulong said, patting Li Deshen's shoulder firmly before returning to his office to call Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun was patrolling the neighborhood. Upon receiving Wang Rulong's call, his spirits lifted. Understood, wait for the opportunity to take over Tongwang Group, he promised before hanging up, a hint of coldness shadowing his expression. Fool, he scoffed, and with an icy snort, he dialed the Dragon Soul organization. This collaboration between Fal's company and Tongwang Group would require a staggering 500 billion in funding from Tongwang Group. The Fal's company requires an infusion of 3 billion in funds and technical personnel. Presently, it stands as nothing more than a hollow shell. Thus, the requisite capital must be procured from the Long Hun organization. By employing a strategy of patience and foresight, this sum is merely a temporary allocation, poised to be returned once I have successfully subdued Wang Yixue. The immense wealth of the Wang family, amounting to several hundred billion, will then be mine. Upon connecting the call, a deep, resonant voice emanated from the other end. Dragon King, what is your command? Transfer 3 billion to the Fal's company. Understood. Should this be drawn from your personal account? Naturally, it should be from the Organization S account. It will be returned shortly. After all, it is merely 3 billion. Yi Chun replied with a hint of displeasure. His own finances were securely invested in a foundation, where he reaped substantial returns daily. If he could utilize the organization's funds, he would certainly refrain from tapping into his own. Very well, the man on the other end responded, his tone laced with resignation. Chapter 24. I am an old Chinese medicine practitioner, specializing in treating braggarts. At that moment, a patrol car approached, driven by the manager, Liang Fifan. As he arrived, he overheard Yi Chun on the phone exclaim, Isn't it just 300 billion? His brow furrowed in irritation. He halted the vehicle and glared at Yi Chun, berating him. You newcomer, do you have a brain made of dung? Do you think you could survive a day without showing off? 300 billion? The paper in your trash doesn't even amount to that. Let me warn you one last time. If I catch you boasting again at work, this old doctor will have to remedy your affliction. He pointed at Yi Chun with his rubber baton, scolding him further. Liang Fifan truly found this newcomer intolerable. Wherever he went, he exuded an air of arrogance, strutting about like he owned the place. For days, he had been secretly rummaging through the owner's files, leading Liang to suspect that this fellow might be a thief scouting for a heist. Just moments ago, Yi Chun had been smiling, but now his expression darkened. He shot Liang Fifan a venomous glare, repeatedly reminding himself to endure. until his plan to woo women was complete. It was not yet time to take drastic measures against him. Once Liang Fifan departed, Yichun resumed his patrol with a simmering resentment. After the Dragon Soul organization transferred funds to Far's company, Wang Yixue, who had been under close surveillance, received the news immediately. Finally, the bait had been taken. A smile crept onto her lips. Once the money reached Far's company, reclaiming it would be a formidable challenge. She had thoroughly investigated the company's tax evasion practices, which in France were considered particularly egregious. Should they be caught, they would face exorbitant fines. By her calculations, the 300 billion might barely suffice for the penalties. But that was not all. She looked into Huajin Investment Company, whose assets were approximately 500 billion. For them, 300 billion was not a significant loss. Her revenge was just beginning. Contemplating her next move, she grabbed her phone and sent a WeChat message to Tang Yu. Let us go out for a meal. I have a business proposition to discuss. At that moment, Tang Yu had just arrived at his own company. Barely settled, he received Wang Yixue's message. A business discussion? A deal involving several billion was certainly worth considering. He chuckled, but soon felt it inappropriate. Maintaining distance from the female lead was his only path to survival. After enjoying a brief respite as a wealthy and handsome individual, he simply desired a tranquil life. I'm unavailable, he replied tersely, adding a panda emoji for emphasis. Is that so? Well, I suppose there's nothing to be done. While cleaning my phone yesterday, I accidentally stumbled upon some old photos I forgot to delete. I wonder how posting them on social media would turn out. Wang Yixue quickly responded, sending an accompanying image. Tang Yu glanced at it, and his expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? Isn't that a photo of me in her room? In the image, he held a cute white piece of lingerie. A lewd grin plastered on his face. Any passerby would assume he was a pervert caught in the act of stealing underwear. Damn it, didn't I delete that? What has become of the most fundamental trust between individuals? Tang Yu lamented with a heavy heart. Do I get a chance to rephrase that? Wang Yixue promptly responded. Where did you see it? At the Deep Sea restaurant. Darling. Mua taking a deep breath, Tang Yu put away her phone, tears welling in her eyes as she left the company. Upon arriving at the Deep Sea restaurant, she found Wang Yixue waiting at the entrance. Spotting Tang Yu from afar, she waved cheerfully. Today, she donned a white three-quarter sleeve blouse, her well-developed figure raising concerns about the buttons on her chest. A light gray professional skirt hugged her curvaceous form, while her legs, elegantly encased in black stockings, sparked the imagination. Whether in a cheapao or professional attire, she exuded a unique charm. Many men nearby discreetly admired the stunning beauty, having just attempted to approach her for contact information. Unfortunately, none succeeded. Wang Yixue had simply replied that she was waiting for her boyfriend. Thus, they stood there, appreciating her allure while curious about the fortunate man who could win her affection. As Tang Yu approached, the group acknowledged her presence with respect. Not to mention, the Bugatti Veyron parked nearby was irrefutable evidence that this gentleman belonged to a different echelon altogether. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Damn it, why do all the good women end up with dogs? They could only grumble in their hearts. Must business be conducted here? Tang Yu said with a cold expression, visibly displeased. Damn it, isn't this deep-sea restaurant a place for devouring people? Even if I were a digging immortal, I couldn't possibly withstand this. Are we discussing business, or are we negotiating billions? Digging immortal? Billions? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips twitched. Was he afraid she would consume him? Even if she did, it would be to his advantage, wouldn't it? Humph. Indeed, it is romantic here. She extended her arm, gazing at Tang Yu. What are you doing? Are you suggesting we link arms? Or do you prefer holding hands directly? Or perhaps I should wrap my arm around yours. Please maintain some decorum. Let us just conduct business properly. Linking arms? You're acting strangely, engaging in such behavior in public. Soon the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou will know that we are involved. Restraint. You must practice restraint, understand? It's only natural to have desires, but one must control oneself. Oh, and what about that person in the photo? Do they have no sense of boundaries? Even taking my personal belongings? Wang Yixue responded with a slight exclamation. Tang Yu realized that this woman was subtly threatening him. He reluctantly extended his arm to link with Wang Yixue. The deep-sea restaurant resembled a grand aquarium. It was not open to the public and operated on a membership basis. Dining here felt akin to being submerged in the depths of the ocean, a luxurious and romantic experience. Many affluent individuals favored bringing their companions here for a meal, drawn by its enchanting ambience. Moreover, the lighting here is intentionally kept dim, with candlelight illuminating our meals. People, by nature, have a penchant for engaging in clandestine activities in the shadows, as it heightens their sense of thrill. Just try wandering through the university's small grove at night with a flashlight, and you might discover numerous delightful surprises. Many patrons frequent this establishment, retreating to private booths for their meals. Yet, even before the food is served, they have already commenced their indulgences. If the fish in the aquarium possessed wisdom, they would likely have mastered every conceivable manner of human reproduction long ago. Hence, Tang Yu has always suspected that the proprietor of this restaurant harbors a certain proclivity. Do not enter the private booths. Dining outside suffices. Even if one were to enter a booth, it would be futile. I shall not yield. Have you ever heard the saying that a sparrow cannot match a true dragon, although you hardly qualify as a sparrow, haha? At that moment, Wang Yixue, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly darkened in expression. Am I unworthy of you? Today, I shall prove otherwise. Let us see how you respond. P.S. This morning, I encountered a handsome man surrounded by 3 beautiful women. When I inquired about the situation, he replied that he was unsure why his book received a 5-star review, which seemed to have attracted the attention of these women. I am committed to delivering daily updates and diligently crafting my words. Chapter 25. His heart is colder than steel. Are there any private rooms available? She inquired of a waiter. Greetings. I regret to inform you that all the private rooms have been fully booked. The waiter replied respectfully. That's all right. We can dine outside. Tang Yu responded cheerfully, relieved that the establishment was bustling with patrons today, ensuring safety. Indeed, dining outside works for me as well, Wang Yixue remarked, not particularly fixated on having a private room. Observing Tang Yu's joyful expression, she comprehended the source of his delight. There will be more for him to be pleased about soon. Once seated, the waiter replaced their used incense candles with fresh ones. My dear, what would you like to eat? Wang Yixue asked with a smile, holding the menu. Anything will suffice. I lack the appetite when dining with you. And please, do not address me as my dear, Tang Yu replied coolly. What on earth is wrong with this woman? Aren't we here for business? What sort of business is this? I'm not selling myself. Wang Laosher, please refrain from such behavior. We are not suited for one another. You are a good person, far too good for me. Oh, then let's order a couple's meal. Wang Yixue said with a grin as she handed the menu to the waiter. Her high heels slipped off as she playfully kicked Tang Yu's calf with her foot, clad in sheer black stockings. What are you doing? Tang Yu's expression shifted to one of alertness. Mind your manners in public, all right? I do not wish for your foot sweat to grace my legs, she retorted playfully. My feet are itchy, Wang Yixue replied, laughing. Your feet are the ones with sweat. You pamper them daily, don't you? And yet you still insist on rubbing them against me. It's unbearable, Tang Yu complained, casting a furtive glance at Wang Yixue's feet. How could you possibly wear black stockings? I have been filleting fish at the supermarket for a decade. My heart is colder than steel, impervious to any emotional stirrings. Except for the allure of black stockings, she teased. After walking in heels for too long, one tires easily. Quick, help me massage my feet, Wang Yixue urged, eager to see how long this reserved man could endure. Dream on, Tang Yu snorted. Aren't we here to conduct business? Let's get on with it. I still have work to return to after this. I'm too fatigued to discuss matters now. If someone were to massage my feet, I'd feel rejuvenated, Wang Yixue countered, playfully placing her foot on Tang Yu's leg. Her legs were long and fair, slender yet subtly voluptuous, enough to incite envy even among professional models. For women with less appealing legs, black stockings serve as a shield. For someone like Wang Yixue, they carry a hint of seduction. How can you be so audacious? If you place your foot any closer, this won't be dining at all. It's no wonder this enchantress chose such a venue, he thought. Had I known, I would have preferred a private room. Being seen here could lead to social demise. I can summon a waiter to massage for you. Tang Yu feigned dissatisfaction, attempting to lower her leg. The moment his hand grasped Wang Yixue's leg, she shivered as if electrified. As she trembled, Tang Yu inadvertently followed suit. Why are you touching my foot? You're so perverse, Wang Yixue remarked, biting her lip. Her face flushed with shyness. Tang Yu, feeling a surge of embarrassment, thought to himself, why does it seem like I'm the one behaving like a rogue? However, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, I've been too passive. Always attempting to evade her makes her think I'm easy prey for her teasing. If I take the initiative, can her audacity match mine? After all, he prided himself on being the most audacious in the village, unperturbed by anything, not even the most brazen of provocations. Are you certain you want me to massage your legs? Tang Yu feigned a charming smile reminiscent of the Dragon King, though he fell short of the mark. The Dragon King, Yi Chun, could effortlessly raise the corners of his mouth to a perfect 90 degrees. Tang Yu could manage only about 30. Come on in, Wang Yixue replied, her demeanor a mix of shyness and delight. Let's see how thick-skinned you really are. With the dim lighting, any subtle movements beneath the table would likely go unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu grasped her leg and gently kneaded it, even through the silk stockings. He could feel her supple, smooth skin. Goodness, her skin is remarkably well-maintained. Occasionally, Wang Yixue would shiver, her head bowed in silence, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Tang Yu was quite pleased with her reaction, knowing full well that she was merely a blabbermouth. In a true contest, she was no match for him. So now you're shy? This is your retribution for attempting to tease me. Well then, dear lady, you ignited this fire. You shall extinguish it yourself. Yet, after 10 minutes had passed, Tang Yu began to sense something amiss. Wang Yixue remained shyly silent, her head still lowered. What on earth? Why aren't you reacting? At this rate, we might as well resort to rubbing sticks together. He thought in frustration. Where's your sense of shame? Why are you still trying to act tough? He urged her inwardly. Yield to me now and admit your defeat. Just then, the waiter approached with the dishes. Here are your couple's set meals, she said with a smile as she placed the food on the table and poured them a bottle of red wine. Thank you, this is your tip, Tang Yu said gratefully, quickly setting Wang Yixue's foot down, pulling out his wallet, and handing the waiter a thick stack of bills. He could hardly endure any longer. Thank you, Mr. Tang, the waiter replied, expressing her gratitude profusely. Truly, Mr. Tang is both handsome and generous. Tang Yu stood and said to Wang Yixue, I'm going to wash my hands. You go ahead and eat. All right, she replied, lifting her head with a sly smile. She was on the verge of bursting into laughter. This fellow had been massaging her for quite a while, all the while wondering why she hadn't conceded. It was utterly hilarious. She had no intention of losing. Upon witnessing her smile, Tang Yu realized he had been deceived, and with a scowl, he hurried to wash his hands thoroughly. By the time he returned, Wang Yixue had already poured him a glass of red wine, and the steak had been expertly sliced. She resembled a gentle and considerate girlfriend. Winking at Tang Yu as she said, Go ahead, enjoy your meal. You've worked hard today. Thank you, Tang Yu replied curtly, though he was indeed somewhat hungry. During the meal, Wang Yixue refrained from teasing him further and focused intently on her food, allowing the atmosphere to settle into a tranquil silence. Under the soft glow of the lights, he observed the man, while beneath the moonlight, the beauty was admired. In the flickering candlelight, Wang Yixue suddenly paused her movements. Chapter 26. Oh dear, you're blushing. She couldn't help but gaze at Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes sparkling with gentle mirth. According to this fellow's thoughts, the world she inhabited was one derived from a novel. This notion didn't particularly bother her, as long as her existence remained tangible. However, as the plot unfolded, her enthusiasm waned. To become part of the harem of that individual whose smile resembled a grave illness? What madness! Only a fool would entertain such a notion. Her beloved Tang Yu was undeniably charming. His mere appearance could easily overshadow that fellow, she mused with a smirk. What are you staring at? Tang Yu, while eating, suddenly noticed Wang Yixue's unwavering gaze. Being scrutinized by such a stunning beauty made him feel somewhat bashful. Oh dear, you're blushing. Let me take a look. No way. Tang Yu turned his face aside. Just let me see. Wang Yixue chuckled. Focus on your meal. Didn't you say we were discussing business? He retorted. What business? Tang Yu, unable to bear the woman's teasing any longer, sought to divert the conversation. Wang Yixue, having thoroughly enjoyed teasing him, finally spoke. I'm planning to invest in a project, but I still need an additional 300 billion. Care to join me in this investment? 300 billion? Tang Yu was taken aback. With the Tang family's assets, acquiring 300 billion in liquid funds posed no significant challenge. However, what on earth did she need 300 billion for at this juncture? Clearing his throat, Tang Yu replied earnestly, 300 billion is no trivial sum. You must first enlighten me on the project you intend to invest in. New energy. You found it quite appealing last time, didn't you? Wang Yixue beamed. Well, very well then, consider me an investor in this venture. However, you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, refrain from bothering me unnecessarily. It's understood that men and women should maintain a certain distance. Tang Yu articulated his first condition. He felt ill-equipped to engage in a battle of wits with this enchantress, so he decided to set some boundaries. Indeed, I only feign my allure to seek your assistance. Wang Yixue nodded vigorously. Regardless, I want to be bound by my words. Today you may treat me indifferently, but tomorrow I shall return. With a cold snort, Tang Yu continued, Second, hand over your phone. I need to delete all the videos and photos. So you deliberately set a trap for me. A woman of many schemes, yet I walked right into her ploy, didn't I? Once I delete those videos and photos, she'll have no leverage over me. Wang Yixue hesitated for a moment before retrieving her phone and handing it to Tang Yu, saying, Go ahead and delete them, but you must keep your word. Of course, Tang Yu replied with alacrity, taking the phone and first opening WeChat to delete the photos from the chat history. After erasing the photos, he accessed the file manager to locate the videos. Deletion confirmed. Finally, only the photos in the album remained. He opened the album and was left dumbfounded. The first photo featured Wang Yixue adorned in a bunny girl costume. This provocative attire, adorning her voluptuous figure, is utterly captivating. The black garment accentuates her skin, rendering it exceptionally fair and alluring. Moreover, she has deliberately donned a pair of thigh-high stockings. In the frame, Wang Yixue reveals a sensually charming smile, as if teasing herself. Wow, this is something I can enjoy for free. Such a figure is simply outrageous. I underestimated her. His fingers glided across the screen, flipping through more than 10 images before finally moving past the bunny girl ensemble. Yet, the next set showcased a nurse's outfit, albeit this time the sheer stockings were replaced with white ones. Oh, I can't handle this. I didn't realize you were so bold in private. Too bad our positions differ, or I would have shot these myself. By the way, who the hell took these? I hope it wasn't a man. Ugh, just the thought is infuriating. Tang Yu felt his face flush as he continued to watch. Goodness, this was rather stimulating, especially with the subject sitting right across from him. Fortunately, after flipping past the nurse's outfit, he finally located the candid shot of himself. He hastily deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yixue. Did you delete it? Wang Yixue asked with a sly grin, her heart swelling with delight. She had taken these photos specifically to tease him, and, unexpectedly, he had taken the bait. Not to mention, he was cursing the photographer in his mind. These were all her self-portraits, no photographer involved. How delightful that he showed signs of jealousy. I've deleted it. Please refrain from such trivial amusements in the future. Tang Yu coughed lightly, his gaze revealing a hint of guilt. At that moment, Wang Yixue seemed to him as though her attire could transform endlessly. Thank goodness she didn't come to me dressed like that. Otherwise, who could withstand such a test? All right then, hurry and transfer the funds. I will notify you once the project is successful, Wang Yixue urged. Tang Yu nodded, picking up his phone to call the company. As the head of the Tang Group, he was characterized as a highly capable antagonist, embodying the archetype of a wealthy and handsome elite. This characterization was all part of the setup. A lofty figure unable to win the heart of a woman he had pursued for 3 years, while Long Wang Yichen effortlessly wooed her, thus highlighting Yichen's prowess. Fine, I'll ensure the transfer is completed within an hour. After hanging up, Tang Yu felt his spirits lift considerably. The bunny girl truly is exquisite. If only she wore even less. Ahem, perhaps I should ask Qin Ming to arrange something later. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Qin Ming? She nearly forgot to settle the score with him. The last time he brought Tang Yu to the Xinga Club, he had arranged for a plethora of girls to entertain him. She would have to send someone to deal with him. At that moment, Qin Ming, embracing a supermodel in a hotel while discussing life aspirations, suddenly sneezed. As the two individuals emerged from the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their respective companies. Upon her return, Wang Yixue discovered that the funds from the Tang Group had been secured, coupled with the 500 billion she had meticulously prepared. This amounted to a staggering 800 billion. This time, she intended to make a significant move, inflicting considerable losses on that scoundrel Yichun. He may be the protagonist, but Tang Yu is merely the antagonist. Let him play himself into a corner and see how he manages to uphold his role. Chapter 27. I really don't want to make money, France. Le Figaro. As a progressive media outlet, they began developing their internet business early on, amassing over 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today, they unexpectedly published a news article that garnered millions of clicks within just an hour. The report detailed the public accusation against the Fars company for tax evasion. The financial situation of Fars over the past 7 years was meticulously outlined. Upon learning of the company's actions, French netizens were outraged. Is the French government incompetent? How could they not uncover such misconduct? They must be busy pocketing their share. Those scoundrels. Fines must be imposed to the fullest extent. In response to the news, relevant authorities promptly dispatched personnel to the Fars company, detaining several executives for investigation and freezing all their financial assets. The following day, the investigation results revealed that Fars had engaged in egregious tax evasion, facing astronomical fines. The recent transfer of 300 billion to Huajin Company was insufficient to cover this financial abyss. Following the collapse of Fars, Huajin Investment Company, as the largest shareholder, also suffered significant damage. They were exposed for the illegal diversion of funds, prompting an immediate investigation by the authorities. Upon the release of this news, the stock price of Huajin Investment plummeted. When Yichun received this information, he was in the restroom, contemplating his misfortune. He spent at least 2 to 3 hours there daily, indulging in the luxury of paid time off. How could this be discovered? Who provided the information? He fumed, clutching his phone in fury. The downfall of Fars had obliterated his plans to court Wang Yixue. The 300 billion funds had not even been invested in the project and had now found their way into the coffers of the French government. 300 billion. To him, failing to pick up money on the street felt like a loss. Even the refuse truck passing by had to be scrutinized for its potential bounty. Losing such a vast sum made his heart bleed. What was even more intolerable was the severe loss at Huajin Investment. The stock price was in free fall, and the company was desperately pouring money into the market to stabilize it. Huajin Investment was one of the major companies under the Dragon Soul organization, with total assets around 500 billion. Now, with this stock market crash, their losses were at least nearing 100 billion. Dragon King, I have another report for you. The primary reason for this loss is that someone took the opportunity to short us. The opposing party has invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins, and the organization has confirmed that this money is from the Tengwang Group and the Tang Group. The voice on the other end continued. Upon hearing the names of the Tengwang Group and the Tang Group, Yi Chun's face turned ashen. How could those two engage in such treachery? Or had his plan gone awry? It should have been foolproof. Wang Rulong would never dare betray him, and Wang Yixue should remain oblivious to the machinations at play. Could it be that Tang Yu, that useless fool, discovered something? Just him? My identity hasn't been compromised, has it? Yi Chun inquired coldly. No, the identity of the Dragon King must remain absolutely confidential. That's good. Isn't it merely a loss of 100 billion? Once I subdue the 4 prominent families, this amount shall return tenfold or even 100-fold. After finishing his statement, Yi Chen hung up the phone. As long as his identity remains concealed, he would find another method to win over Wang Yixue. To conquer a woman, he possessed 1,000 strategies. As for Tang Yu, the wealth he garnered this time would be repaid with his life in the future. He then retrieved his phone and sent a message to his subordinate, Qi Yin. Within half a month, I must obtain incriminating evidence against the Tang Group. I want the Tang family to suffer. After sending the message, he exited the restroom. Upon reaching the lawn downstairs, he swiftly scanned the surroundings and soon caught sight of a snake measuring half a meter in length. After capturing the snake, he easily extracted its fangs, rendering it harmless. With a cold smile, he approached Villa 8, where the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Feng, resided. For the past 2 days, he had been unable to find an opportunity to get close to her. Thus, he decided to create his own chance. Noticing that no one was around, he effortlessly tossed the snake through the second-floor window of the villa, then stood below, silently awaiting the opportunity to play the role of the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Creating an accident to gain favor and gradually make her fall for him was his specialty. Ding! The host has successfully survived the plot. And as a reward, a building of Mingwei Hotel has been transferred to the hostess name. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in the ears of the languid Tang Yu, who was lounging at home. He instantly sat up in surprise. What? How did I survive the plot? He wore a bewildered expression, pondering how he had achieved this while doing nothing at home. System, what have I done? He silently questioned. Successfully survived Chapter 88 of the plot. The voice of the system resonated. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu recalled the events of Chapter 88. In this chapter, the Dragon King Yi Chen's scheme succeeded, leading Wang Yixue to fall into his trap, while the Tongwang Group's 500 billion funds were frozen. Following this, Wang Rulong began his power struggle, leading to the plot where he emerged to pursue romance. Understood. A satisfied smile spread across Tang Yu's face. After enduring the charade for so long, he finally received his well-deserved reward. In a buoyant mood, he stood up to tidy himself and prepared to explore his new reward. The Mingwei Hotel, despite its unremarkable name, was renowned in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It was the only 7-star hotel in the region, regarded as an elite establishment throughout Ruoxue. Its estimated value was around 200 billion, and Tang Yu had not expected the system to be so generous. Although the Tang family was already affluent, who would ever complain about having too much money? Naturally, it would have been even better if the system had transformed this reward into some ancient martial arts or life-preserving techniques. Upon reaching the garage, just as Tang Yu was about to select a sports car to set off, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from the company. What is the matter? Mr. Tang, the 300 billion investment transferred to the Tongwang Group a few days ago has been returned, along with an additional 150 billion in profits. What? Tang Yu began to sense that something was amiss. Shouldn't this sum of money have been invested by Wang Yixue into the new energy project and subsequently frozen? How could it be that, after being returned, there remained a profit of 150 billion? Earning money is undoubtedly a joyous affair, yet this situation felt decidedly peculiar. Could it be that the plot had unraveled once more? In a hurry, Tang Yu ended the call and dialed Wang Yixue again. What is it, my dear? Are you missing me? Came her sweet voice from the other end of the line. Instantly, Tang Yu recalled the photograph of her clad in a bunny costume. He cleared his throat and inquired, what is the current status of our previous investment project? Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the collaborating company. Upon investigation, I found that someone was attempting to deceive our Wang family. Therefore, I redirected the funds intended for investment to short the opponent instead, making a modest profit. I shall be sure to call you for any future lucrative opportunities. Mua Wang Yixue sent a virtual kiss through the phone to Tang Yu. Chapter 28. My dear, the eyes never deceive. Has the plot truly collapsed again? Alas, my miscalculation has rendered my survival all the more arduous. Tang Yu felt a surge of frustration. Is it so difficult for me to quietly bide my time and accumulate some rewards? Hey, why are you silent? Wang Yixue inquired from the other end of the line, noticing the absence of sound. No, I'm just overwhelmed with joy, so much so that I find myself a loss for words. Is that so? Then I shall seek you out next time I need to earn money. Thank you. With that, Tang Yu wiped away a tear and ended the call. On this sweltering day, he was drenched in cold sweat, his limbs icy, as if trapped in a desolate hell, where the Dragon King roamed among mortals. The subsequent thoughts eluded him. In summary, this world is rife with the oppression of survival, and when will the survivor truly rise? The Su family. As one of the 4 esteemed families of Suong, the Su family once basked in glory comparable to that of the Tang family. However, in recent years, it has fallen into severe decline to the point where maintaining the title of one of the four families seems precarious. Were it not for the exceptional performance of the younger generation's Su Mu Yue, many would surely believe that the Su family's fall from grace was merely a matter of time. After a long day at the company, Su Mu Yue returned home in her Maserati, only to be approached by a familiar figure awaiting her arrival, Yi Chun. Following their last parting at the Tang family, he could no longer remain as her bodyguard. Mu Yue, it has been a while. He greeted her with a warm smile. What brings you here? Su Mu Yue asked, her brow slightly furrowed. The sight of her frown brought a sweetness to Yi Chen's heart. Was she adopting this cool demeanor to shield herself from him? Silly girl. I missed you, so I came to see you, he replied with a smile. Please refrain from such remarks. We are not well acquainted. I kindly ask you to maintain your distance, Su Mu Yue retorted, stepping out of the car with palpable impatience as she prepared to head home. Yi Chen swiftly positioned himself in her path, his expression earnest. Stop pretending, dear girl, for the eyes do not lie. You care for me. You merely fear for my safety against the Tang family. But let me assure you, the Tang family holds no sway over me. I am far more formidable than you realize, and soon you shall see who truly holds the power in Suong. Su Mu Yue nearly retched at his syrupy words. The intensity of her murderous gaze indeed revealed her truth. At that moment, several members of the Su family emerged from their home. Upon witnessing Yi Chun blocking Su Mu Yue, they were instantly incensed. Su Zhongshan gritted his teeth in fury. You again? After the humiliation you brought upon our family last time, you dare show your face here? He then turned to the two bodyguards at the entrance. Throw this scoundrel out. The two bodyguards charged forward, fists clenched and brimming with aggression. Yi Chun stood proudly, allowing their blows to land upon him. With a subtle shift of his body, he redirected their momentum, sending them stumbling backward until they fell to the ground. The two men, bewildered and terrified, stared at Yi Chun, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Su family were left in utter astonishment. This individual possesses such remarkable skills? Was his true identity? Noticing the incredulous gazes directed at him, Yi Chun flashed a devilish smile and remarked, I initially intended to maintain a low profile, but your blatant disdain for my capabilities compels me to reveal the truth. The Tang family, in my presence, is naught but mere ants. Yi Chen, am the true dragon's son-in-law of the Su family. How can a waste like Tang Yu even begin to compare with me? 3 days hence, we shall celebrate Mu Yu's birthday, and I shall orchestrate the event. I intend to reserve the entire top floor of Mingyue Hotel to provide her with the finest birthday celebration imaginable. Furthermore, I shall present you, the Su family, with a significant gift. Have you not been scheming to acquire that parcel of land in the west of the city? I will secure it for you. He paused momentarily before continuing. I had aimed to remain understated, yet the attitudes of Su Mu Yue and the rest of the Su family have left me dissatisfied. Why should I fear the Tang family? Should I be abroad, their annihilation would be a mere overnight affair. A once powerful family, far wealthier than the Tang family, once crossed me, and the Dragon Soul organization dispatched merely 8 elite operatives. By dawn, that family was utterly extinguished. Thus, from this point forward, I shall gradually unveil my prowess to expedite my control over Su Hang. Is this person mentally deranged? Who possesses the number for a psychiatric hospital? Someone ought to have him committed. I have never encountered such a boastful individual. To claim he could secure the top floor of Mingyue Hotel? How presumptuous! Haha! If you can procure land that even our Su family cannot, I shall gladly polish your shoes. The members of the Su family erupted in laughter, deriding him with the scorn reserved for a jester. They regarded Yi Chun with disdain, convinced he had lost his sanity. Setting aside everything else, merely securing the top floor of Mingyue Hotel was an impossibility. 2 years prior, on Su Mu Yue's birthday, the young master of the Tang family, Tang Yu, approached the owner of Mingyue Hotel with an offer of 3 billion to reserve the top floor for her birthday celebration. Given the Tang family's influence in such exorbitant terms, the hotel still declined, firmly stating that the rules could not be broken unless the Tang family purchased the hotel outright. If the Tang family was unable to accomplish this, why did he have to claim he could? In response to their mockery, Yi Chun merely smiled coldly. He retrieved a prepared document from his pocket and tossed it towards the members of the Su family. Examine this document for yourselves, and you will ascertain whether I am capable or not. Su Zhongshan caught the document and, upon glancing at it, was immediately taken aback. It was indeed the classified information regarding the land in the west of the city. The document also contained details about 2 additional parcels slated for municipal development in the upcoming 6 months. How had he acquired such top-secret information? In the realm of substantial business, information is paramount. With this intelligence, if the Su family seizes the opportunity, it could yield profits in the hundreds of billions. As the other members of the Su family beheld this document, their gazes toward Yi Chun transformed. This man, it seems, truly possesses extraordinary connections. If a marriage alliance were to be forged with the Tang family, would it truly bring such immense benefits to the Su family? From the perspective of familial interests, a shift in sentiments among the crowd was instantaneous. However, Su Mu Yue harbored no such thoughts. She felt no attraction towards Yi Chun whatsoever. Nevertheless, Yi Chun's boastful claims presented her with a splendid opportunity to rid herself of him once and for all. Thus, she coldly replied, "Very well, this is your assertion. Should you fail to accomplish this, you shall no longer trouble me henceforth. The top floor of the Mingyue Hotel is utterly unattainable. If he were to prove untrustworthy, he would lose the face to continue pursuing her. Even if he truly managed to secure it, she would resolutely refuse him. It is settled then." Yi Chun nodded with an air of pride, addressing the Su family members, "With me as your son-in-law. The Su family shall undoubtedly ascend to become the second family in Su Hang." With that, he swaggered away. Observing his receding figure, the Su family members exchanged amused glances. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity to gauge his capabilities. Should he truly accomplish these 2 tasks, selecting a more suitable son-in-law for the Su family would not be amiss. After departing from his Su family residence, Yi Chun had not ventured far when a sleek black Rolls-Royce halted before him. Chapter 29. Long Chun Group. A tall man disembarked from the vehicle and bowed deeply before him. "Dragon King, Longya, how have matters progressed?" Yi Chun inquired with an air of indifference. A palpable aura of authority emanated from him, instilling a sense of pressure in the man before him. The man addressed as Longya was one of the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization. Despite his unappealing appearance, his loyalty and expertise in business had earned Yi Chun's unwavering trust. He always kept Longya by his side for 2 reasons: convenience and to accentuate his own handsome visage through Longya's less favorable looks. Longya hastily reported, "I am pleased to inform you, Dragon King, that the Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and has now been renamed Long Chun Group. After the significant losses suffered by Huajin Investment, the Dragon King summoned him back from Europe to China, mobilizing an astounding 500 billion in funds to facilitate the acquisition of the Blackstone Group in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The depth of the Dragon Soul organization is unfathomable." Yi Chun pondered for a moment before stating, "You shall manage it, for I desire to keep my identity concealed for a while longer. Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I shall ensure the Long Chun Group is well managed," Longya replied with fervor. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. Suzhou and Hangzhou were proving to be different than he had anticipated. Relying solely on discretion would be a slow endeavor. He resolved to hasten his conquest of the region. The Long Chun Group was merely the vanguard of his ambitions. "Longya, in 3 days, I wish to host a birthday celebration for my beloved. You are to secure the top floor of Mingyue Hotel in the name of Long Chun Group. Once secured, you shall disseminate the news, ensuring all of Suzhou and Hangzhou are aware that the owner of Long Chun Group is throwing a birthday party for his loved one. Additionally, procure that piece of land in the west of the city for the Su family to demonstrate my strength. Should there be any dissenters, they shall face dire consequences." Yi Chun declared with unyielding authority. Longya accepted the command with fervor. His eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Anyone who obstructed the Dragon King would meet their demise. Mingyue Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou, stands as a hallmark of the region. The hotel comprises 2 curved towers, elegantly connected by an arched structure at the center. From a distance, it resembles a colossal ring poised atop the lake, embodying the harmonious elements of Chinese philosophy. Each night, the entire hotel reflects upon the water like a resplendent moon, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Indeed, the system's reward was substantial, and a suggestion for a super double next time will be prudent. As Tang Yu gazed at the hotel that belonged to him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After traversing numerous narratives with the system, this reward was indeed generous. Yet, the suddenness of such largesse left him with an unsettling feeling. Upon arriving at the hotel, the general manager, Wang Defa, awaited him at the entrance. Young Master Tang, he greeted, bowing respectfully as Tang Yu stepped out of the car. Wang, there's no need for such formality, Tang Yu replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. After the hotel was transferred to his name, the system had thoughtfully replaced the management with members of the Tang family. Tang Xiao, shall I show you around? Wang Defa gestured invitingly. Tang Yu nodded and followed Wang Defa as they meandered through the hotel. Upon entering, the magnificent crystal chandelier captivated Tang Yu's attention. The entire lobby was crafted from yellow crystals and various precious stones, epitomizing extravagance and opulence. Wang Defa led Tang Yu through the hotel's various facilities, eventually arriving at the hot springs. The hotel boasted over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 villas dedicated to hot springs, frequented by the affluent from Suzhou and Hangzhou. He pointed to one villa and inquired, "Shall we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use?" "One would suffice," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Very well. I shall make the arrangements to ensure this villa remains exclusive." Wang Defa nodded in agreement. After their tour of the hot springs, they returned to the general manager's office. They had barely settled when Wang Defa's secretary rushed in. "Mr. Wang, the head of Longshan Group is here at our hotel, expressing interest in leasing the top floor for a birthday celebration," the secretary reported. "Leasing the top floor?" Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingyue Hotel was a significant attraction, drawing esteemed guests daily due to its breathtaking views. Should they lease it for one individual, it would undoubtedly offend other patrons. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Yu interjected, "Longshan Group?" "Indeed, Longshan Group. It was previously known as Haishi Group, but it was renamed after a recent acquisition," the secretary promptly responded. Haishi Group was well known in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the sudden acquisition had sparked considerable curiosity. Who could possibly possess the clout to invest 500 billion to purchase such a substantial company? Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Goodness, is this not the plot from chapter 95 of the original story? In that chapter, Yixue ceases to play the fool and begins to showcase his true capabilities. To prove himself to the Su family, he leases the top floor of Mingyue Hotel, which had never been opened before, to host an extravagant birthday celebration for Su Mu Yue. At this grand event, the Su family was humiliated, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Su Mu Yue was utterly enchanted by his romantic gestures and fell deeply for him. After winning over the Su family, his influence in Suzhou and Hangzhou grew exponentially, leading him to plot the annexation of the Tang family. Damn this system, Tang Yu cursed inwardly. He had suspected that this erratic system's sudden generosity was too good to be true. According to the original plot, Yixue had dispatched Longye to secure the top floor for Su Mu Yue's birthday celebration. The hotel's general manager adamantly refused to breach protocol. Consequently, Longye resorted to threatening the general manager's life. "Refuse, and you shall perish." With one foot already in the grave, the hotel manager realized he was dealing with an unassailable individual and had no choice but to comply. Thus, the pressure now fell squarely upon him. Refusing was not an option. With Longye's reckless disposition, he would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to secure their compliance. However, if they acquiesced, the situation would become quite troublesome. Should Yixue successfully win over Su Mu Yue, the Su family would inevitably become an extension of his influence. Coupled with the Longshan Group and other powers, the Tang family and their own position would be perilously compromised. It was a no-win scenario. Survival was utterly beyond reach. A scheme was essential, yet personally orchestrating such a plan posed considerable risk. After taking a deep breath, his gaze settled upon Wang Defa. If memory served him correctly, This individual possessed a remarkable talent for subterfuge. One of the defining traits of antagonists in stories is that their subordinates are adept at creating chaos. And Wang Yixue was no exception. Thus, Tang Yu perceived this as a splendid opportunity to showcase his ingenuity. "What troubles you, young Master Tang?" Wang Yixue inquired, noticing the peculiar glint in Tang Yu's eyes, and approached with a smile. "Manager Wang, I believe we can agree to the top-floor takeover. But the birthday celebration must not proceed. Do you comprehend my intent?" Tang Yu replied with a smirk, exchanging knowing glances. If the birthday celebration were to occur successfully, it would lead to a dead end in the original narrative. Conversely, refusing would only invite further complications from Longya, that savage beast. In light of this, it was imperative to allow Wang Yixue to fully utilize his talents. With this lackey's perceptiveness, he could undoubtedly conjure a masterstroke, leaving Long Wang trembling in fear. "Understood. Banda fa nudda, albates di sumawat perplexa." What was young Master Tang hinting at? If he were unwilling, wouldn't a direct refusal suffice? With lingering confusion, he exited the office and proceeded to the reception area where Longya waited. "May I inquire your name, sir?" "I am Wang Yixue, the manager of this establishment." He greeted with a broad smile as he extended his hand to Longya. Longya, with an air of arrogance, shook Wang Yixue's hand and proclaimed, "I am Longya. My employer wishes to celebrate his woman, Miss Su Mu Yue's birthday. How much for the exclusive use of your top floor? Name your price." He was aware of the hotel's policy against such arrangements, yet the Dragon King had issued his command. What the Dragon King desired must be fulfilled. He was prepared to assert dominance, ensuring the Mingyue Hotel understood that some individuals could not be refused. Rebel against the Dragon King. Death. Bum de faz expresión darkanat instantly. Su Mu Yue was the woman of their employer? Was he here to vie with young Master Tang for her affections? Suddenly, realization struck. No wonder young Master Tang had urged him to agree first and then sabotage the plan. It was a deliberate attempt to humiliate the opposition. An opportunity to rise above was at hand. Wang Yixue smirked inwardly and replied with enthusiasm. "So, Mr. Long, it is a pleasure to meet you. We at Mingyue Hotel are eager to establish a cordial relationship with your esteemed company. Thus, we are making an exception by allowing the top floor to be contracted without any charge." Wang Yixue's cordial demeanor took Longya by surprise, but he quickly deduced the underlying motive. Surely, the presence of the Long Chun group inspired a desire to appease. After all, any individual with a modicum of intelligence would recognize the implications of acquiring a company for 500 billion. The individual capable of such deeds undoubtedly possesses unfathomable strength. Given the sincerity exhibited by your esteemed hotel, I, on behalf of the Longchan Group, graciously accept your friendship. I shall send the proposal for the birthday banquet to General Manager Wang later. Longya expressed contentedly. Very well, Wang Defa replied with a smile, both men beaming like children weighing several hundred pounds. Once the matter was confirmed, Wang Defa hurried back to report to Tang Yu. Upon learning that the arrangements were finalized, Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Does this dogged system intend to deceive me? With my extraordinary wisdom and the talents of my subordinates, the likes of Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun, how could a mere system like you pose a challenge? Chapter 30. It turns out Tang Xiao had everything planned after passing through the hotel. Tang Yu contemplated for a moment. According to the original storyline, in order to demonstrate his prowess, Yi Chun had assisted the Su family in acquiring the land in the western part of the city. However, that land had already been secured by his own family. After Longya left the hotel, the next task was to address this matter. To prevent that rabid dog from causing trouble, Tang Yu decided to employ the same tactic once again. "Mr. Wang, please make another call to Mr. He and request that he temporarily transfer the land in the western part of the city to the Su family." He instructed Wang Defa. "Let Yi Chun flaunt his strength in front of the Su family for now. Once the birthday banquet is inevitably mishandled by Wang Defa, we can reclaim the land. By then, the Su family will feel they have been made a fool of and will hardly be inclined to treat him favorably. In any case, we must not allow that scoundrel to continue growing in power within Su Hang." Understood, Tang Xiao, Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He grasped the plan. Tang Xiao intended to present this piece of land as a birthday gift to Miss Su. Truly, Tang Xiao was one to make grand gestures. Let us arrange it. It must be arranged. At that moment, Tang Yu heard a notification from the system. Ding. Host, you are truly cunning. Because of your audacity, you have triggered a special reward. The perfected ancient martial art immovable king technique. Usable once. Tang Yu exclaimed. Ancient martial arts? In urban fantasy narratives? If cultivation isn't included, ancient martial arts are undoubtedly the most formidable existence. As for the immovable king technique, Tang Yu noted that it was a defensive technique. According to the system's description, upon reaching perfection, one's body would become as resilient as the immovable king. In other words, no one could breach my defenses. However, it could only be used once, which was somewhat disappointing. System, could you perhaps remove the limitation of being usable only once? Tang Yu proposed with a chuckle. The system remained silent. With a sigh, he realized that the system was indeed quite obstinate. Nevertheless, having it even once was better than not having it at all. From this day forward, no matter how powerful an opponent may be, they will not be able to defeat me in a single blow. At the very least, it will take two. He wondered what rewards awaited him after the birthday banquet, as it promised to be a significant turning point in the narrative. With a face full of anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he exited the office, his laughter echoing into the air. After Tang Yu departed, Wang Defer remained in the office, brimming with excitement. Being assigned to oversee the Mingyue Hotel was undoubtedly a promotion. He was determined to execute Tang Xiao's task to perfection. He would crush that contemptible rival and ensure that Tang Xiao's reputation soared. Sitting before his computer, he eagerly awaited Wang Yixue to send him the birthday banquet plan. After 2 hours of anxious waiting, the birthday banquet plan finally arrived. He hastily opened the email, and upon reviewing the proposal, he chuckled wickedly. Well, this plan is quite romantic indeed. Yichen, is it? Very well, at this birthday banquet. If I don't trample your face beneath my feet, I shall not bear the surname Wang. Wang Defa chuckled to himself, already feeling a sense of impatience. After leaving the Mingyue Hotel, Wang Yixue, in his capacity as the head of Longchen Group, reached out to another influential figure to assist the Su family in acquiring the land. This had initially presented itself as quite a troublesome affair, leading him to believe that unconventional means would be required for resolution. However, upon establishing contact with the other party, he soon discovered that they were readily amenable to his intentions regarding Wang Yixue, without even stipulating any conditions, merely expressing a willingness to extend a favor to the Longchen Group. The seamlessness with which both matters were resolved filled him with a sense of pride. His organization had merely acquired a conglomerate valued at 500 billion, yet it had garnered the attention of the entire Suhang region. Such a modest locale as Suhang was hardly formidable. It was no wonder that the Dragon King had chosen this place as his initial point of return to Ruoxue. Conquering Suhang was indeed a task of little difficulty. He promptly dialed Yichun, and upon connecting, he reported, Dragon King, everything has been successfully arranged. Excellent. Your capabilities continue to instill confidence. Disseminate the news swiftly so that all may take note of this grand birthday banquet. Understood, Dragon King. With Wang Yixue's initiative, the news rapidly spread throughout Suhang. Remarkably, the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel, which had eluded the Tang family's heir, had been reserved exclusively by the owner of the Longchen Group. The upper echelon of society buzzed with curiosity. Who was this enigmatic proprietor of the Longchen Group? And who was his companion? Deserving of a private celebration at the pinnacle of the Mingyue Hotel? The women of Suhang were particularly envious, lamenting why such a romantic affair had not befallen them. 3 days later, several Rolls-Royce vehicles came to a halt at the gates of the Su residence. Wang Yixue descended from the vehicle and made his way inside. The night had already fallen, and the members of the Su family awaited Yi Chen's arrival. They were eager to ascertain whether this individual truly possessed strength surpassing that of the Tang family. Upon learning of Wang Yixue's arrival, the Su family members were taken aback. Wang Yixue? Isn't he the owner of the Longchen Group? What brings him here? Wang Yixue approached Su Mu Yue and, bowing respectfully, stated, Miss Su Long. Young master, Yi has sent me to escort you to the Mingyue Hotel for your birthday celebration. Yi Chen? Su Mu Yue's expression shifted slightly. Had he truly reserved the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel? The Su family members were equally astonished. The mysterious figure behind the acquisition of the Longshan Group was, in fact, Yichun. Taking a deep breath, Su Mu Yue resolved to attend. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that she clarify her feelings today. She had no romantic interest in him. Rising, she declared, "Very well, let us set off." Seeing Su Mu Yue's determination, Su Zhongshan hurriedly interjected, "Mu Yue, are you certain you wish to go? This seems rather inappropriate, especially given your history with Xiaoyue. What does Tang Yu matter? For young Master Yi, it's as simple as a mere finger to eliminate him." Long Yu scoffed from the side. A mere second-generation wealthy heir from Suheng dared to vie for the affections of the Dragon King? Hearing this, Su Mu Yue frowned slightly, turning to her father. "Father, it's fine. I shall attend, and should any issues arise, I will handle them." "Very well." Su Zhongshan sighed, ultimately conceding to his daughter's wishes. Soon, a group of them boarded the vehicle and set off toward the Mingyue Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Mingyue Hotel, the sky had completely darkened. Below the hotel, a throng of journalists and curious onlookers awaited eagerly, intrigued to discover which fortunate woman was bestowed with such special treatment. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces hardly drew their attention. In a place like the Mingyue Hotel, even luxury cars such as Mercedes and BMWs were regarded merely as escort vehicles. "Ladies and gentlemen, young Master Yi is awaiting you on the top floor," announced Long Yu, leading the Su family into the elevator. As the group stepped inside, Su Chongshan's phone rang. After a brief conversation, his expression transformed into one of exhilaration. "Mu Yue, we have secured the land in the west of the city," he exclaimed, looking at Su Mu Yue with fervor. The successful development of that land could potentially yield profits exceeding 100 billion for the Su family. This was an extraordinary opportunity for them. The excitement among the Su family was palpable as they grasped the significance of this project. Yichun is truly a man of remarkable influence. Choosing him may indeed be more advantageous than opting for the Tang family, they mused. Long Ao was quite pleased with their reaction and smiled slightly, saying, "This is merely a trivial matter for young Master Yi. His capabilities far exceed what you can imagine." At that moment, Yichun had donned an elegant suit, having taken great care with his appearance. He stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine, quietly admiring the night view with a hint of anticipation. Tonight, he aimed to prove to the Su family that he was indeed their true dragon son-in-law. However, the top-floor venue was currently occupied solely by him and the staff. He had invited only the Su family. He understood the necessity of maintaining a low profile for now. If everyone in Suong were to learn of his pursuit of Su Mu Yue, it could jeopardize his plans for a harem. Thus, he meticulously crafted this scenario to showcase his prowess to the Su family without compromising his romantic endeavors. Chapter 31. You dare compete with young Master Tang for a woman as the Su family arrived. Yichun finally set down the glass of red wine and went to greet them. "Mu Yue, you have finally arrived. Did I not say I would deliver?" Upon seeing Su Mu Yue, a wicked smile instinctively graced Yichun's lips, filling him with a sense of triumph. He clapped his hands, and immediately, a large cake was wheeled in. "I know you adore fruitcakes, so I had this specially made for you. However, before we indulge in the cake, I have a gift to present to you." He spoke gently to Su Mu Yue. With a sigh, Su Mu Yue's expression turned serious. "Yichun, I am uncertain of your identity, but I must clarify something." Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of fireworks erupted, interrupting her words. The night sky was instantly illuminated by the dazzling display, drawing everyone's attention to the spectacle above. As the first firework blossomed, countless others soared into the sky, transforming the night into a sea of vibrant colors. The crowd gathered outside the hotel was equally captivated by the spectacle. Suddenly, they noticed that the fireworks formed a string of words. "Su Mu Yue, happy birthday." Goodness, the one hosting the birthday banquet is actually the eldest daughter of the Su family? How romantic. I wonder how much this cost. The grand fireworks display was visible from nearly half of Suheng City. Many individuals hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment, eager to share short videos. Numerous streamers abandoned their broadcasts to focus their cameras on the fireworks. "Wow, Is this what it's like for the wealthy to date? These fireworks have lasted for 10 minutes already. How can there be more? The audience, comprised mostly of single individuals, watched in awe. After about 10 minutes of live streaming, viewers began speculating on the costs of such an extravagant display. From the top of the Mingyue Hotel, the Su family members were enraptured by the spectacle. Once the fireworks concluded, thousands of drones ascended into the night sky, resembling colorful fireflies. Upon reaching a certain altitude, they commenced a breathtaking light show. Unbelievable, there's more? How many drones are there? At least 3,000, I reckon. This birthday celebration must have cost millions. The dazzling light show left spectators in a state of amazement. It was as if the entire Su Hang city was being showered with love and affection. Yichun felt immensely satisfied. This grand affair was indeed impressive. Long had not disappointed him. Observing the Su family's astonished expressions, he silently reveled in his triumph. From this day forward, the Su family should comprehend who truly deserves their admiration. After the light show lasted for about 10 minutes, it culminated in 7 large characters. Happy birthday, Su Mu Yue. Just when everyone thought the light display was concluding, the drone formation transformed once more, this time forming a heart along with 4 words. Love you, Yu. Yichun smiled with satisfaction. The conclusion was quite exquisite. Exquisite? His expression instantly soured, akin to having bitten into something foul. Damn it. This was a birthday celebration meticulously arranged for Su Mu Yue. Why on earth would that scoundrel's name appear at the end? The members of the Su family also shifted in surprise. Yu? Was that not the name of Tang Yu? The onlookers, however, were not particularly astonished. Yu? Isn't he the young master of the Tang family? Goodness, the young Master Tang is rather romantic, isn't he? I had suspected it was him all along. At that moment, Wang Defa, who was quietly observing from a corner, wore a satisfied smile. This time, young Master Tang should be immensely pleased. Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel. Upon learning that the birthday banquet had indeed been successfully held, he hurried over. What on earth was Wang Defa doing? Wasn't he instructed to halt this birthday celebration? As a traitor, shouldn't he have stirred up some trouble? Well, he finally rushed to the top floor. All eyes turned toward him. Su Mu Yue was gazing at Tang Yu with a look of heartfelt emotion. She had never anticipated that the one who had painstakingly prepared this birthday celebration for her would be this fellow. Just last night, she had sent him a message, and he had not responded. Little did she know, he was secretly orchestrating a surprise for her. This enigmatic fellow. Blushing, she approached Tang Yu and said, "Thank you. I'm truly happy today." Happy? Tang Yu was still somewhat bewildered, but began to feel flustered. What the hell had Wang Defa done? Yichun, with a face as dark as thunder, strode up to Tang Yu. He fixed a fierce glare on this instigator and spoke in a low, tense voice. "Did you orchestrate all of this?" "Me?" Tang Yu, utterly perplexed, instinctively glanced back, only to notice the drone formation soaring in the air. "I love you, Yu. You? Indeed, this is a grand gift from our young Master Tang. If you don't like it, keep it to yourself." At that moment, Wang Defa's voice rang out unexpectedly. He approached with a contingent of bodyguards, surrounding Yichun to prevent this rabid dog from harming the young master. Then, with an exuberant expression, he looked at Tang Yu, eager for praise. "Young master, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet?" Merely thwarting the celebration was not enough. If one must trample, one should do so thoroughly. So he understands the consequences of vying for a woman with young Master Tang. "Did you arrange this?" Tang Yu asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, proud of his meticulous planning. He regarded Yichun with a hint of disdain. So what if he was the owner of Long Chun Group? Did he dare compete with young Master Tang for a woman? Tang Yu felt a tightness in his chest, almost as if he might vomit blood. He merely wished to subtly strike from the shadows. "Yet you reckless traitor, have thrown in a bomb. I never imagined you, with your thick brows and large eyes, would be such a consummate traitor." Chapter 32. Wang Defa's fury against the Dragon King at this moment. Yi Chen's face contorted with rage, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu, brimming with resentment. This scoundrel, he is doomed. Observing several bodyguards positioned before him, he rushed forward, throwing a flurry of punches. The bodyguards were sent sprawling. As he charged towards Tang Yu, Su Mu Yue In a fit of fury, interposed herself, shouting, "Is violence all you know how to do?" Seeing Su Mu Yue standing in his way ignited a fire in his eyes, laced with a hint of murderous intent. His woman dared to protect another man? Yet, he quickly realized she was not defending Tang Yu. Rather, she was safeguarding herself. If he impulsively struck the man named Tang here, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Should he wish to eliminate this fellow, it must not be done in front of so many witnesses. A brute is indeed a brute, utterly lawless. This is a society governed by law. I shall simply call the police and let them handle it. I refuse to believe he can escape unscathed. Utterly speechless, he thought. If one lacks the ability, there is no need to feign bravado and provoke anger. The Su family members nearby began to berate him, their attitudes shifting with remarkable swiftness. This fellow had pretended for so long, only to discover that this grand feast was prepared by young Master Tang. How could he stand there, brimming with arrogance? What could such a person possibly use to contend with the Tang family? Who does he think he is, claiming to be the dragon's son-in-law of the Su family? Does he deserve such a title? Wang Yixue recognized that this was not the time for reckless actions. If things were to escalate, it could not be in front of so many witnesses. He swiftly grasped Yi Chen's arm, urging, Young Master Yi, do not act impulsively, calm down. Turning to Wang Defa, he exclaimed, what is the meaning of this at Mingyue Hotel? Young Master Yi is hosting a birthday celebration for Miss Su. How dare you treat us this way? Do you believe I will let your establishment continue operating? Wang Defa scoffed, dismissing him with a wave. A birthday celebration? Is it not young Master Tang who is honoring Miss Su today? As for you, I have not taken a single penny from you. What grounds do you have to complain? Wang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. He finally understood why the other party had not accepted his money. Wang Defa then directed his ire at Yi Chun, bellowing, furthermore, our Tang family is now allied with the Su family. You, young Master Yi, are the truly shameless one. Pursuing a girl who is already betrothed? A mere wretch, daring to bark here? In all my decades of life, I have never encountered such unashamed audacity. Yi Chun trembled at the scorn directed at him. As the Dragon King, when had he ever been humiliated so openly? Indeed, it is nauseating to be so thick-skinned and shameless. Wang's rebuke was spot on. It was precisely as he said. Marvelous, marvelous. The members of the Su family echoed in agreement. Witnessing their support for Wang Yi's teeth ground in frustration. He pointed at the Su family members, exclaiming, how dare you criticize young Master Yi? Without him, your Su family would never lay claim to that land in the west of the city in this lifetime. The atmosphere among the Su family members grew somewhat awkward, although this young man had pretended to possess something that was not rightfully his. It seemed that the Su family had indeed benefited at his expense regarding the land in the western part of the city. Su Zhongshan's expression darkened as he contemplated stepping forward to express his willingness to return the land. Wang Defa Sikolfut Distainfut, Stitting. What does that land in the west have to do with you? It was only through young Master Tang's directive that the Su family acquired it. If you doubt it, feel free to make a call for confirmation. Young Master Tang is a modest person. Thus, as a subordinate, I must stand up to uphold his reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Zhongshan promptly dialed a number. Hello, Director Wang. This is Su Zhongshan. May I inquire about the land in the western part of the city? After a few queries, he received confirmation and looked gratefully at Tang Yu, saying, Xiaoyue, my uncle thanks you for this assistance on behalf of the Su family. Su Mu Yue gazed at Tang Yu with tender affection. This fellow had actually sacrificed so much for her in private. Perhaps she should invite him for drinks next time. What else do you have to say? Wang Defa sneered, directing his gaze at Wang Yixue and his companion, questioning their audacity to claim credit for something he had meticulously arranged. Wang Yixue's face turned a shade resembling that of a liver, and he looked at Yi Chun with embarrassment, murmuring, Dragon King, it is my incompetence. Please impose punishment. Yi Chun's demeanor was on the verge of collapse. Yet, after a surge of intense anger, he found himself surprisingly calm. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from rebuking Wang Yixue and instead turned to Su Mu Yue, saying, Mu Yue, soon you shall see who your most rightful choice truly is. With that, he strode away from the humiliating scene, and Wang Yixue hurriedly followed in his footsteps. Once they departed, Wang Defa smugly adjusted his hairstyle. Compete with young Master Tang? You think you're worthy? I alone can obliterate you. With the unwanted guests gone, he clapped his hands and began to organize the celebration. The members of the Su family laughed and commenced the festivities for Su Mu Yue's birthday. As she approached the cake, she closed her eyes and made a wish. Afterward, they began to slice the cake. She handed a piece to Tang Yu, who appeared utterly disenchanted, saying, "Try this cake. It's quite delicious." "All right." Tang Yu accepted the cake and took a bite. Indeed, it was quite tasty. "Thank you for today. This is my happiest birthday, and I believe I will remember this day for the rest of my life." Su Mu Yue beamed at Tang Yu. She was genuinely pleased that he could attend her birthday celebration. "It's nothing, as long as you're happy," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. "Can you guess what I wish for today?" Su Mu Yue gazed at Tang Yu with intense curiosity. "What?" "Don't tell anyone." Su Mu Yue deliberately lowered her voice. Leaning in, she unexpectedly kissed Tang Yu on the cheek. This time, Tang Yu was caught off guard and did not evade. "Oh!" Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Defa immediately erupted in cheers, feeling a sense of delight within. He relished the thought of successfully assisting young Master Tang in his romantic pursuits. Su Mu Yue, her cheeks flushed, playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang Yu before shyly darting away. Tang Yu's hand grazed the spot where she had kissed him, his emotions swirling in a complex mix. After the birthday celebration concluded, Tang Yu opted not to return home, but instead chose to rest in the general manager's office. "Young master, are you satisfied with today?" Wang Defa exclaimed, brimming with excitement over his performance. "I truly excelled today." "Indeed," Tang Yu nodded in agreement, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After scrutinizing Wang Defa from various angles, he concluded that this fellow could no longer remain in his current position. This man was undoubtedly a top-notch sycophant, and Tang Yu had underestimated him. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "Manager Wang, after careful consideration, your talents are far too exceptional to be wasted here. We have recently launched a new venture in Siberia. I would like you to take on the role of regional manager, with a threefold increase in salary and rewards." "Young master, I cannot accept such an offer. I have merely performed minor tasks," Wang Defa humbly replied, though internally he was bubbling with joy. Young Master Tang was indeed a remarkable individual, easy to get along with. "Do not be modest. This honor is rightfully yours. The Tang family will not neglect a loyal contributor. Prepare to depart after your handover tomorrow," Tang Yu said, patting Wang Defa on the shoulder before turning to leave. "Damn it. Next time, if I encounter another sycophant like this, I shall send them straight to Syria." Once Tang Yu had departed, Wang Defa leaped with excitement. "By heavens, I have been promoted and received a raise once again." In his exhilaration, he opened his WeChat group and shared the good news with his colleagues, all of whom were part of the Tang family's management team. "Brothers, assisting young Master Tang in wooing women truly pays off. I have only been promoted for a few days, and young Master has already elevated my position again. Remember, whenever young Master Tang is courting, be proactive. Anyone daring to compete for women with him should be crushed without mercy, especially that fool named Yi Chun." After imparting this wisdom to his colleagues, Wang Defa smiled subtly. "I can only assist you to this extent. Thanks to Manager Wang's reminder, I have gained insight." "Understood. Yi Chun, is it?" The group erupted in joy, eager to learn from his experience. Chapter 33. You dare to use this to test the cadres? As Yi Chun and his companion exited the hotel, they were met by a throng of enthusiastic individuals discussing the evening's birthday celebration. The sound of their animated chatter gnawed at Yi Chun's nerves, nearly causing him to grind his teeth in frustration. What an insult from Tang Yu! Dragon Tooth, pale and trembling, followed closely behind Yi Chun. The first task entrusted to him by the Dragon King had ended in such disgrace. The image of the Dragon King being humiliated by the crowd sent chills down his spine. Should the Dragon King become enraged, blood would surely flow like a river. After walking a short distance from the hotel, they paused in a nearby park. Dragon Tooth wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily approached Yi Chun, filled with remorse. "Dragon King, today I have failed in my duties. I willingly accept punishment." With that, he raised his left hand to strike his chest with a heavy blow infused with his profound inner strength. Just as he was about to deliver the strike, Yi Chun swiftly grasped his wrist. "There's no need for that. You are my brother. This is merely a trivial matter. The term brother from Yi Chun moved Dragon Tooth deeply. The Dragon King regarded him as a brother and refrained from punishing him. I, Dragon Tooth, have wandered aimlessly for half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I shall dedicate my very life. He choked out. However, Yi Chun coldly interjected, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. With an icy tone, he commanded, you must immediately prepare for retaliation. Within a week, the Minghua Hotel must be shut down, and that scoundrel surnamed Wang must die. Today's humiliation must be repaid 100-fold, or I shall not be called Yi Chun. Understood. Dragon Tooth revealed a sinister smile. Bringing down a hotel would be a simple task. He then inquired, by the way, Dragon King, what about that fellow surnamed Tang? Do not concern yourself with him for now. I have dispatched Ling Han and Qi Yin to approach him. His demise is inevitable, Yi Chun replied coldly. He intended not only to kill him, but also to ensure that he witnessed the fall of the Tang family before his end. Upon hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin were on the case, Dragon Tooth grinned widely. Among the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization, the Dragon King was undoubtedly the foremost. Ling Han and Qi Yin held the 3rd and 4th positions, respectively. With both of them working together, success was guaranteed. As for himself, he had earned the title of Old 8 due to the Dragon King's favor, but his lack of strength had kept him in that position for ages. Hence, many in the organization referred to him as Dragon Old 8. After Dragon Tooth departed, Yi Chun, with a dark expression, could not help but mutter under his breath, useless. Upon returning home, Tang Yu collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Today had proven yet another day of relentless struggle. Reflecting on Yi Chun's expression, he realized that the difficulty of maintaining his facade was about to escalate. Ding! The host has successfully survived the plot. Reward: a copy of the Qing Nong Tian Jing. Automatically learned. Just as he lay down, the system's voice echoed in his mind, and suddenly, an abundance of traditional Chinese medical knowledge flooded his consciousness. What the hell? The dog system has unexpectedly shown mercy and bestowed such an incredible reward. It has instantly maxed out my medical talent. He sat up in bed and surveyed his own body, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating through to his veins. Any minor ailment within his physique was effortlessly discernible. His mind brimmed with countless therapeutic methods, including secret prescriptions, acupuncture, and massage. In simpler terms, his medical expertise now stood at the pinnacle across the entirety of Ruoxue. However, upon receiving such a remarkable reward, Tang Yu did not rush to rejoice. Something felt amiss with this dogged system. Is the Qing Nong Tian Jing truly reliable? Dan Yi Wu Punda Silin Di. Are you deliberately causing trouble? Am I to sell you mere nonsense? The system responded with a hint of dissatisfaction. Spare me your tricks. You led me into a trap after promising me a hotel stay. Tang Yu grumbled. The system fell silent. Perceiving the absence of a response from this wretched entity, Tang Yu resolved to keep his medical prowess under wraps for the time being. Who could tell if there were hidden pitfalls laid by this dog system? After lying back down, he soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned Wang Yixue and Su Mu Yue clad in bunny costumes, vying for his affection like a little piglet. Just as he was caught in a delightful yet painful reverie, someone gently patted his face, calling his name. Brother Tang Yu, it's time to get up and have breakfast. Upon hearing that sweet voice, Tang Yu was instantly roused from his dreams. He opened his eyes to a dazzling vista of white. In that moment, he recalled a saying from Yasuo, I have touched the peaks and traversed the deep valleys. Both have greatly enriched me. The exact phrasing might have been slightly off, but Tang Yu felt it resonated with the essence. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyue stood by his bedside, clad in a JK uniform. With her pure and sweet appearance paired with her petite stature, she truly resembled a high school girl. Yet, although she bore a youthful visage, her development was astonishingly pronounced. Leaning over the bed, she gently rubbed Tang Yu's face, urging him to awaken. As he opened his eyes, he found himself slightly disoriented. Xiaoyue, you're using this as a test, the groggy Tang Yu nearly let slip his thoughts. He quickly corrected himself. Good morning. What brings you here? I came to treat Grandpa Tang. Hasn't he been suffering from stomach issues again these past few days? Jiang Xiaoyue stuck out her tongue, pushing him lightly and inquiring, "What were you saying about a test?" "Nothing, just talking in my sleep." Tang Yu vigorously shook his head. "Sister, could you please be mindful of your image? First thing in the morning, do you really need to show a pure-hearted boy such sights? Is that appropriate?" "Absolutely fitting indeed. Your lack of height must be due to all your nutrients concentrating in one place. No wonder the ancients said that a woman who cannot see her feet when she bows is a rare beauty." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyue's ears flushed a deep crimson. She glanced at the neckline of her outfit, quickly straightened up, and blushed as she urged, "Hurry up and get up for breakfast. Annie asked me to come and call you." "All right, you head out first. I'll get dressed." Tang Yu had grown accustomed to sleeping in the nude, making it quite awkward for him to rise in the presence of Jiang Xiaoyue. Jiang Xiaoyue stuck out her tongue and hastily fled the room. Once outside, she took a deep breath and vigorously rubbed her face, muttering to herself that her brother Tang Yu had turned wicked. Ever since she overheard Tang Yu's innermost thoughts, the matter had lingered in her mind. Today, having come to attend to grandfather Tang's health, she seized the opportunity to seek confirmation from him once more. While she had indeed confirmed her suspicions, the experience left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. She wished the distance were shorter, for even walking had become a tiresome endeavor. Chapter 34. My uncle. Oh, how I relish praying on the week after finishing their morning routines. Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoyue to breakfast. Upon entering the dining hall, they encountered a young man with long hair tied back in a ponytail, who was already enjoying his meal. As soon as he spotted Tang Yu, he rose promptly to greet them. "Brother, Dr. Jiang, it has been quite some time." Tang Yu, slightly taken aback upon recognizing the young man, smiled and replied, "It has indeed been a while. Come, let's eat. The breakfast is nearly cold. After we finish, we shall visit grandfather." The young man, brimming with enthusiasm, assisted in setting the table for the two. Once seated, Tang Yu quietly began his meal, casting sidelong glances at the smiling ponytailed youth. This young man, who referred to him as brother, was not his biological sibling, but rather his cousin, Tang Ruoxue, the son of his second uncle. Tang Yu had a vivid impression of him. In the original storyline, shortly after Tang Yu's demise, the elder Tang was so infuriated that he fell gravely ill and passed away. Tang Yu's parents, consumed by the desire for vengeance, resorted to every conceivable means to retaliate. However, despite the Tang family's formidable strength, they could not contend against the fate's favored child. Behind him loomed the Dragon Soul organization, far surpassing the Tang family in power. Feigning humility to conceal ambition was a privilege afforded only to those with substantial backing. Seizing the opportunity, the ever-ambitious Tang Ruoxue allied himself with Yi Chun, becoming a pawn for the Dragon King, only to betray the Tang family. The sinking of the Tang family vessel was largely attributed to this schemer. One must find an opportunity to bury this lad. Tang Yu muttered inwardly, feeling a surge of frustration. The vast wealth of the Tang family, amounting to trillions, was meant to be his reward to claim at the conclusion. Confronting the favored child of fate directly was futile. Was it truly so difficult to manipulate a mere traitor? "Oh, how I delight in preying on the weak," he thought with a smirk. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyue glanced up at Tang Yu, her expression tinged with confusion. "Who are you planning to bury, Brother Tang?" After finishing their breakfast, the trio proceeded to the small courtyard at the back to find the elder Tang. Upon their arrival, they discovered the elder seated in a grand chair, engrossed in his mobile device. Sounds of combat and the shouts of game characters emanated from the screen, and the elder appeared quite agitated. "Come on, you meathead, can't you even initiate a team fight? Is the shooter a primary school student? Shouldn't you be in school during the day instead of ranking?" He ranted, visibly frustrated. "A bunch of trash. Even at 80, I could execute better maneuvers than that." The three of them exchanged incredulous glances. This old man was surprisingly trendy. Once a game concluded, the elder slammed his phone onto the table, massaging his chest in exasperation. "Grandfather, perhaps it's best if you refrain from playing games. It's not good for your health," Tang Yu quickly interjected. "Yes, Grandpa Tang. You must take care of your health," Jiang Xiaoyue added. "You need to rest more." I know. I'll uninstall it," the elder replied, nodding, his irritation still palpable as he looked at the device. Let us have a cup of tea and take a moment to rest. I'll check your pulse. Jiang Xiaoyue said, pouring a cup of tea for the elder as she settled beside him to begin her examination. Meanwhile, Tang Yu quietly assessed his grandfather. After receiving the reward of the Qing Nong Tianjing, he now only needs to focus his gaze to discern where a person's body might be ailing. His grandfather has long suffered from gastric issues, and it is now evident that coldness is entwining his stomach. According to the teachings of the Qing Nong Tianjing, this condition is attributed to a deficiency of gastric yin, resulting from a lack of nourishing essence. The treatment plan should primarily focus on warming and nurturing, utilizing the century-old black Ganoderma as a medicinal catalyst, complemented by a combination of 6 herbal ingredients, including huangjing and shashin, to create an herbal tea that should be consumed over the course of a month. However, one cannot help but ponder the reliability of this enigmatic Qing Nong Tianjing. As Jiang Xiaoyue was taking her grandfather's pulse, she involuntarily narrowed her pupils upon hearing his thoughts. She cast a surprised glance at Tang Yu. Could it be that her brother Tang Yu possesses medical prowess? Moreover, he could discern issues without even taking the pulse, merely by observing from the side. In traditional Chinese medicine, the highest realm of observation is the state of spiritual immersion. Only by reaching such a state can one achieve this level of insight. Her grandfather had mentioned that no practitioner in Ruoxue had entered this state for centuries. As for the Qing Nong Tianjing, it is a revered text that many practitioners dream of possessing. As a fervent admirer of traditional Chinese medicine, she couldn't help but swallow hard, yearning to engage in a deeper dialogue with her brother Tang Yu. Xiaoyue, are you done? Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyue had been silent while taking the pulse for quite some time, old Master Tang inquired with a smile. It's done, it's done. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Xiaoyue quickly replied, it's a deficiency of gastric yin. Gedang fat dang. Have you been experiencing frequent dryness in your mouth and an unsettled stomach lately? Indeed, it's an old issue. Old Master Tang replied with a sweet smile. For this chronic condition, we should focus on warming and nurturing. I will prepare an herbal tea for you, and with long-term consumption, you will feel better. However, this herbal tea requires black Ganoderma that is over 100 years old as a catalyst, which we currently do not have at home. We will need to have it shipped from elsewhere, and it should arrive the day after tomorrow. At that time, I will ask Brother Tang Yu to come to my house to pick it up. Having just heard Tang Yu recite the medicinal formula, she analyzed it and believed it to be a remarkably potent remedy with negligible side effects on the body. While all medicines carry some degree of poison, the ultimate goal of a prescription is to heal without harming the patient. Truly, the Qing Nong Tianjing lives up to its reputation. Tang Yu, standing nearby, felt a touch of surprise. Was the herbal tea she intended to prepare aligned with his own thoughts? It seemed that the Qing Nong Tianjing was indeed not a mere charlatan's text. Very well. It would be just the opportunity for this young man to visit your grandfather. Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. All right. My grandfather was just mentioning Brother Tang Yu the other day. Jiang Xiao beamed, her eyes narrowing in joy as she planned to inquire about medical practices with her brother. After exchanging a few words with old Master Tang, she bid farewell and returned to her clinic to attend to her duties. Old Master Tang's gaze settled on the two of them. Do you both have anything else to discuss? Grandfather, I wish to work at Milei Foods. Tang Ruoyu spoke up. The Milei Foods mentioned is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which has developed quite well over the years. Old Master Tang did not rush to express his stance. Tang Ruoyu, being the second child, had worked at one of the Tang Group's subsidiaries for years and had yet to engage with their core operations. As a member of the Tang family's direct lineage, he found himself marginalized due to the actions of his father. 7 years prior, his father had embezzled company funds, surreptitiously transferring the assets of the Tang Group into his own name. This nefarious conduct, once uncovered, warranted severe punishment according to family rules, namely, the breaking of his legs and expulsion from the household. Had it not been for the desperate pleas of Tang Yu's family on their behalf, the Tang family would have long since severed ties with them. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured towards Tang Yu and said, "Inquire with your brother. He is currently in charge of the Tang Group. Brother, what do you think? If you believe my capabilities are insufficient, I am willing to accept a middle management position to hone my skills." Tang Ruiyu regarded Tang Yu with a gentle smile. Well, that's not an issue. I trust in your abilities, brother. Our family will rely on us working together harmoniously in the future, Tang Yu replied with a cheerful embrace around his shoulders. What the hell? Are you already starting to act like a rebellious brat? Just wait until I deal with you. Knowing the original narrative all too well, he was acutely aware of the unsavory character his seemingly harmless cousin truly was. Chapter 35. No thanks, brother. I will certainly not betray your trust. Tang Ryu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, then turned his gaze towards old Master Tang. Since your brother has agreed, that is sufficient. Do your best, and do not let us down again, old Master Tang said with a calm demeanor. He was advanced in years and preferred not to dwell on past grievances. After all, they were family. Thank you, Grandpa. I will head to the company now to familiarize myself with the work. Tang Ryu hurriedly bowed to old Master Tang. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Tang family residence, his expression darkened and resentment flickered in his eyes. Though he was undeniably a member of the Tang family, he felt akin to a servant in their presence. Why was this old dog so biased towards Tang Yu? Or had he fallen short? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu was slightly more attractive, but in terms of talent, did he truly surpass him? During the college entrance examination, he had only fallen short of a perfect score by 500 points. He snorted coldly and drove his Porsche towards Miley Food, the core business of the Tang family. If Tang Yu was foolish enough to let him manage this business, he need not expect any courtesy. Yixue had already promised him that as long as he cooperated, everything belonging to the Tang family would be his. Once Tang Yu was out of the picture. After Tang Ruoyu's departure, old Master Tang's gaze deepened. He retrieved an old smoking pipe, lit it, and looked up at Tang Yu, advising him, recently, Suzhou and Hangzhou have been somewhat unsettled. Please be vigilant. All right, Grandpa. I will be cautious, Tang Yu nodded. This elder was the stabilizing force of the Tang family, possessing profound wisdom. He suspected that his grandfather had already sensed some underlying issues. However, Tang Yu had devised his own plans for dealing with the rebellious Tang Ruyu. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of Tang Group. Upon entering his office, he noticed two young women in professional attire tidying up his desk. Young Master Tang. Upon seeing Tang Yu, one of the short-haired, attractive girls quickly greeted him. Lulu, how have you gained weight in just a few days? Where have I gained weight? The short-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise. I weighed myself last night, and there was no change. Here, Tang Yu puffed out his chest. The short-haired girl understood and playfully rolled her eyes at him. Tang Yu chuckled. The Tang group was filled with beautiful women, and he often flirted with a few for fun. As long as they were not the female lead, he felt free to tease them. Of course, one must be confident in their own merits. If one was not tall, rich, or handsome, it was best not to provoke women. Young Master Tang. This is our new secretary, Qin. She has completed her training and will officially start working today. The short-haired girl, named Lulu, introduced. Hello, young Master Tang. Qin greeted him immediately, her gaze briefly flickering with disdain. Qin, welcome to our Tang family. Tang Yu said with a hearty laugh as he approached to shake her hand, his eyes appraising her. With an oval face and willow-like eyebrows, her pair of pure, sparkling eyes are imbued with an aura of innocence, evoking a sense of unworldliness. If we were to judge solely by her appearance, one might confidently assign her a score of 95 out of 100. This girl is indeed beautiful. Her delicate charm is beyond question. But alas, how could she possibly be a type A? If she were to marry, wouldn't the child go hungry? If only we could allocate half of that girl Xiaoyue's score to her. At that moment, Qin, who was shaking hands, wore a look of sheer bewilderment. Was she imagining things? If she had any questions about starting her job, she could simply ask me. I am quite amiable toward young ladies, and there is no need to feel overly anxious. Noticing Yin's dazed expression, Tang Yu chuckled and gently patted her shoulder. Young Master Tang, I shall take my leave now. Are you free to join me for dinner at my place tonight? I bought a bottle of red wine that I would like to share with you, Lulu said sweetly from the doorway. I have plans this evening. I'll treat you next time, Tang Yu replied with a hearty laugh, as he had a dinner engagement with Qin Ming that night. In this day and age, boys really ought to take better care of themselves. I truly believe you. Who knows if you'll be serving me red or white wine? Upon hearing their thoughts once more, Qin finally confirmed that she was not imagining things. It seemed she could indeed hear this fellow's inner musings, which filled her with a sudden thrill. The Dragon King had dispatched her to infiltrate the Tang group precisely to uncover its secrets. Being able to hear this man's thoughts would undoubtedly simplify her mission. As Tang Yu opened his computer and clicked on a business document, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Qin, she the internal spy sent by that fool Yichun? Damn it. I was so preoccupied with teasing Lulu that I almost forgot about this. It's definitely her. With looks like that and being a type A, there's no mistaking it. As Tang Yu's thoughts echoed in her mind, Qin felt a mix of shock and indignation, wishing fervently to silence him. Must you incessantly bring up the type A business? Have you no sense of propriety? After her moment of embarrassment, her mood shifted to one of apprehension. If her identity was revealed, wouldn't her infiltration plan be doomed to failure? More troubling was the fact that she had already exposed herself. A precarious situation indeed. Stay calm. Do not act rashly. She took a deep breath, swiftly adjusting her mindset. The pressing question now was how this man had come to learn of her information. The confidentiality measures of the Dragon Soul organization were formidable. As one of the 8 war generals, it was improbable for her to be recognized casually. After all, she was not the only woman of type A in the world. Young Master Tang, is there anything you require of me? She inquired, feigning a tranquil smile. Please prepare a pot of tea for me. Tang Yu hastily assigned her a task, while he mentally strategized. According to the original plot, the downfall of the Tang group was not solely attributed to the insider Tang Ru. Qin had also exerted considerable effort. With her exceptional skills and world-class hacking abilities, Yichun had specifically chosen her to infiltrate the Tang group to extract its secrets. As the fragrant steam wafted from the brewing tea, Qin's ears caught the words exchanged nearby, and a wave of incredulity washed over her. Do you truly believe I am so naive as to be unable to discern the genuine from the counterfeit? Meanwhile, with a cheerful demeanor, Tang Yu deftly tapped away at her keyboard, altering the data within a confidential document. Thus, even if Yichun were to obtain such information, it would be utterly futile. Once the modifications were complete, she meticulously printed the document and placed it in a folder, setting it upon the table. Qin, could you kindly deliver this document to General Zhou of the business department? Certainly. Qin, presenting the freshly brewed tea to Tang Yu, prepared to convey the documents. Her eyes reflecting disdain. What a foolish trap. Only a simpleton would take the bait. Laughter echoed in the air. Make sure to keep that counterfeit document safe. There will be plenty more to pilfer in the coming days, enough to ensnare Yichun. Yet consider this a form of assistance, a means of enacting subtle vengeance. He is your true adversary. It is worth noting that the Tang family has extended kindness to your father. Thus, it is rather ingratitude to repay kindness with enmity. As Qin grasped the documents, a shiver coursed through her. Could it be that the Dragon King was indeed her foe, and that the Tang family had shown favor to her father? P.S. Here is the third update. I humbly request your favorable reviews. Fear not. The male protagonist's timidity is merely a guise for the reward, and his rise is inevitable. Chapter 36. The Assassin's Diary. In that fleeting moment, she found herself unable to restrain the urge to voice her thoughts. Yet, as she parted her lips, she realized that no sound would emerge. After leaving the office with a tumultuous heart, Qin felt somewhat disoriented. Raised within the Dragon Soul organization and personally nurtured by Yichun's master, she harbored an unwavering loyalty to Yichun. However, as an orphan, she yearned to uncover the identity of her family. Had they abandoned her, or was there another reason? Thus, she had been discreetly investigating, but despite her efforts, she could find no information regarding her parents, as if they had never existed in this world. As the years passed, she was on the verge of losing hope. Today, however, Tang Yu's sudden mention of her family left her momentarily bewildered. How much did he truly know? Why was the Dragon King her adversary? What connection did he have with the Tang family? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. After taking a deep breath, she quickly regained her composure. I must investigate the Tang family, since they hold a debt of gratitude towards my father. Following this lead should yield results. At that moment, Her phone rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from the Dragon King. She hurried to the rooftop of the office building and answered, "Dragon King, how may I assist you?" "Qin, what are the findings?" Yichen's voice came through. She hesitated for a moment before responding, "I've obtained the first set of information and will send it to you shortly." "Good. Thank you for your hard work. You are the one I trust the most." Upon hearing this, Yichen finally exhaled in relief. With a sly grin, he remarked, "As long as you complete the task before Ling Han, you may become my woman before her." Qin, holding the phone, was at a loss for words. Suddenly, she felt a disinclination to eat. Tang Yu's words about the Dragon King being her enemy had significantly altered her mindset. Why the silence? Noticing Qi Yin's lack of an excited response, Yichen's tone turned slightly displeased. Regaining her senses, Qi hurriedly replied, "I was distracted by someone who just arrived. I need to deliver the information now." With that, she swiftly ended the call. After taking a quick photo of the fabricated documents on her phone, she rushed to deliver the materials to the department. Upon her return, she found Tang Yu busily typing away, engrossed in creating more counterfeit documents. Seeing Qi return after such a lengthy absence, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly acquired a copy of the information. It's quite amusing. They say that those with ample bosoms lack intellect, and her A-level intelligence doesn't seem to be exceptional either. No wonder she's been deceived by Yi Chun and his master for so many years. It's rather pitiable. Hearing these inner thoughts, Qi couldn't help but twitch her lips. "Could you please refrain from mentioning my A-cup again? It truly makes me want to lash out." Yet, upon hearing Tang Yu speak of the master-disciple duo, she was compelled to believe him. This fellow even knew about the existence of the elder from the Dragon Soul organization. After a prolonged session of crafting fake documents, Tang Yu finally stretched, having completed the task. Gazing at Qi standing beside him, he pondered for a moment before issuing a command. "By the way, the company intends to venture into the gaming business soon. I require your assistance in conducting some research." "How should I conduct this research?" Qi was acutely aware that this fellow was likely concocting some mischievous scheme. Tang Yu hurried over to activate the television mounted on the office wall, followed by powering on the gaming console. There were 25 games in total, all of which were currently the best sellers on the market. "I expect you to complete them all and provide me with a daily work report. Furthermore, the company generously supplies snacks and milk tea, and any takeout expenses will be reimbursed. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. For this period, focus solely on this task. If you tire of playing, you may rest in the adjoining lounge. There is no issue with that." Upon hearing Tang Yu's arrangements, Qi was momentarily taken aback. "All right, hurry up and start playing. Do not be lazy. The office is under surveillance, and I can see everything." After delivering his earnest admonition, Tang Yu left the office with a smile. "Haha, it wouldn't be quite right to transfer you elsewhere. To prevent you from causing trouble in other places, let us have you play games every day." After overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts as he departed, Qi sat there, speechless, before immersing herself in the gaming realm. July 13th, playing games. July 14th, playing games. July 15th, playing games. July 16th. Qi, oh Qi, how could you descend into such decadence? Have you completed your investigations? July 17th, playing games. At the Mingyue Hotel, on the 12th floor, a female attendant stood at the door, gently knocking. "Hello, esteemed guest. Your checkout time has elapsed by 2 hours. May I inquire if you are still present?" The time was now 3 in the afternoon, although checkout was originally scheduled for 1 o'clock. According to hotel policy, if a guest is not checked out within 2 hours, staff must inquire within the room. After repeated knocks yielded no response, the attendant, armed with the hotel key card, opened the door. Upon entering, she was greeted by an astonishingly low temperature, as the air conditioning was set to a chilling degree. Shivering from the cold, she noticed the bathroom lights still illuminated, and upon approaching, she discovered a woman reclining in the bathtub. The water transformed into a deep crimson hue. In an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the corridor. Within mere minutes, medical personnel rushed to the scene to administer aid. It's no use. After a brief period of futile efforts, the medical staff exchanged weary smiles. News of a suicide at the Mingyue Hotel swiftly circulated. A throng of guests, upon hearing the news, immediately checked out. Tang Yu arrived post-haste. Upon his arrival, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already awaiting him. Seeing Tang Yu, he quickly expressed his remorse. "Young Master Tang, it is my failure in duty. Such an incident occurred just as I assumed leadership of the hotel. The previous general manager left before even warming his seat, and I inherited this troublesome situation. If not handled properly, it could have significant repercussions for the hotel. It is not your fault." Tang Yu gently patted him on the shoulder and inquired, "What is the current situation?" The scene had been cordoned off, and the police were diligently investigating and collecting evidence. Zhao Li responded, "Preliminary assessments suggest it is a suicide." "Suicide?" Tang Yu furrowed his brow. "Those who can afford to stay at the Mingyue Hotel are among the wealthiest individuals. There's a saying online, wealth does not necessarily equate to happiness. This is because the joys of the affluent are beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Consequently, there has truly been no instance of suicide at the Mingyue Hotel over the years. Who would choose despair when life is filled with such joy?" Zhao Li surveyed the surroundings and lowered his voice, saying, "However, the police discovered that a portion of the victim's hair was missing, and it is highly likely that foul play was involved, but evidence remains elusive." "What about the surveillance?" "The cameras did not capture anyone entering or exiting her room." Tang Yu's brow tightened. Indeed, something felt amiss. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat in contemplation for a moment, suddenly recalling a certain individual, Wang Yixue. Chapter 37. Considering the purchase of a hotel? As one of the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization, Wang Yixue plays a significant role in the narrative. His ascension to this rank undoubtedly reflects his formidable prowess. To enhance his character's presence, the author has bestowed upon him a peculiar persona. After committing murder, he claims a token from his victim. If the victim is male, he severes a pinky finger. If female, he snips off a lock of hair. Moreover, much like his master, he exhibits an insatiable lust. Yet unlike Yi Chun, the protagonist and Dragon King who indulges only in the finest women, Wang Yixue is indiscriminate, willing to prey upon any woman who vaguely resembles a human. He even has a catchphrase, "Whether she is beautiful or ugly, once she is in my grasp, she becomes my feast." It was undoubtedly him. A shadow crossed Tang Yu's face. After Yi Chen's previous humiliation at the hotel, retaliation against her was only expected. However, to frame her with a murder was utterly deranged. She resolved to find an opportunity to bury this man. Taking on a master was daunting, but a mad dog would be far easier to handle. At that moment, 2 figures caught Tang Yu's eye. 2 middle-aged men, smoking and sharing laughter, ambled together. One was missing an ear, while the other had lost an eye. The sight of such individuals together was hard to ignore. Tang Yu recognized them. They were notorious figures from the underworld of Su and Hang, a pair of cousins dubbed Heaven-S Lame and Earth-S Deficient, wielding considerable influence. In the original narrative, these 2 were thoroughly villainous characters who met their demise due to their arrogance in provoking the Dragon King. "Young Master Tang, do you suspect them?" Zhou Li inquired quietly. Noticing Tang Yu's expression, Tang Yu shook her head and replied with a smile, "It's not them. I have my suspicions. You just ensure the victim's family is comforted. I will handle the perpetrator." Zhao Li nodded, refraining from further questions. The following morning, the victim's family descended upon the hotel, causing a ruckus. A throng of dozens blocked the entrance, escalating the situation and severely impacting the business of Mingyue Hotel. Surprisingly, the hotel management chose to placate the crowd rather than take any other action. After several days, Wang Yixue felt the time was ripe. He approached Mingyue Hotel to find Zhao Li, coincidentally encountering Tang Yu there. Upon seeing her, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he sneered, "Oh, if it isn't young Master Tang, it's in a few days. Your hotel's business seems to be suffering, doesn't it? Surely, we must thank General Long for bringing his entourage to stir up trouble daily." Tang Yu, visibly enraged, retorted, "What can I do? The deceased was a senior executive of our Longqin group. I must defend her rights." Wang Yixue grinned, unabashedly admitting his mischief. "Do you truly believe the Tang family is meek in Su and Hang? That a mere Longqin group can bully us at will?" Tang Yu fixed a cold glare upon Wang Yixue, threateningly stating, "The Tang family? Merely a frog at the bottom of a well." Long Yu sneered. The Tang family merely flits about in this small well of Suzhou and Hangzhou. They cannot fathom the immense influence of young Master Yi. My purpose for coming here is quite straightforward. I find your hotel unsatisfactory. Either it shuts down, or you sell it to me. The humiliation the Dragon King endured here last time is far from sufficient. He seeks to acquire this hotel at a bargain, causing the Tang family to bleed profusely. This is to exact vengeance for the Dragon King. He extended a hand, declaring 50 billion. Either sell the hotel, or prepare for its closure. Why don't you go and rob instead? Zhao Li, standing nearby, turned pale with anger and retorted vehemently, to even consider this price is absurd. It would barely secure the Mingyue Hotel at 4 times that amount. Who do you think you are? You are merely a dog raised by the Tang family. Long Yu fixed him with a fierce glare, his voice thunderous. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, his wrath carried a significant weight. Zhao Li swallowed hard, refraining from further protest. You are mistaken. Even if you stir up trouble for a year, I will not sell you this hotel. Tang Yu gestured towards the door, indicating that Long Yu should take his leave. Enraged, Long Yu erupted like a rabid dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leaped and kicked the marble coffee table, which instantly splintered into countless fine cracks, reducing it to dust. The force of his kick startled Zhao Li immensely. Is this man a monster? A glint of amusement flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. This was a tactic Long Yu often employed during negotiations, deliberately intimidating his opponents to breach their psychological defenses. Feigning fear, he shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" At the sound of Tang Yu's voice, 4 bodyguards rushed in from outside, positioning themselves protectively in front of Tang Yu, ready for combat. Upon seeing them, Long Yu displayed disdain. Such mere watchdogs were incomparable to one who had emerged from a pile of corpses. With just one hand, he could easily dispatch them. He glared at Tang Yu and coldly threatened, "Young Master Tang, even bringing 20 of these worthless beings would be futile. Young Master Yi is a man of principles. As for me, I care not, should I kill your father and leave Huaxia. So be it. Tang Yu slai in wali, deliber den abring for thy den." After a moment's struggle, he said, "Very well, I shall sell." Observing Tang Yu yield, Long Yu grinned triumphantly. Before the Dragon Soul organization, all were but ants. He tossed the pre-prepared contract to Tang Yu, saying, "Sign and affix the seal. I will have the money transferred to you immediately." "Mr. Zhao, please retrieve the company's seal," Tang Yu instructed, holding the contract. Reluctantly, Zhao Li opened the safe and retrieved the seal. After signing and stamping, the ownership of the hotel shifted from Tang Yu to Long Yu. As the head of the Long Chun group, the hotel was now under his name. Once the contract was finalized, Long Yu smiled with satisfaction, gesturing toward the door at the visibly discontented Zhao Li and Tang Yu. "2 inept individuals, you may leave now. Remember, this is merely the consequence of offending young Master Yi." Zhao Li's face turned ashen with rage, while Tang Yu, with a dark countenance, exited in silence. Once outside the hotel, Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. "Young Master Tang, why acquiesce to his demands? How can our Tang family allow him to insult us at will? As the foremost among the 4 great families of Su and Hang, the Tang family should not be so easily trampled by a rising force like the Longshan group. Young Master Tang's forbearance seems utterly illogical. In a few days, you will understand," Tang Yu replied with a relaxed smile, lighting a cigarette. "Do not rush. The real spectacle has only just begun." "Very well." Observing young Master Tang's calm demeanor, Zhao Li's mood began to settle. "By the way, has Mr. Wang's family moved away?" Tang Yu inquired further. "They departed for Siberia on the train the night before last. As per your instructions, we fabricated their travel records to suggest they headed to Africa," Zhao Li promptly responded. "That is satisfactory. Tang Yi's my Fai Li. Given the petty nature of Yi Chun and his associates, they would undoubtedly retaliate against Wang Defa as well. With Wang Defa now safe and having been escorted from the hotel, it was time to show Long Yu, this dog, a glimpse of his true colors. He returned to the car, retrieved his laptop, and began typing furiously, dispatching an email. Chapter 38. The Moonlight Hotel faces grave issues once Tang Yu and her companion exited the office, Wang Yixue revealed a contented smile within the general manager's office. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and retrieved his phone, dialing Yi Chen's number. As the call connected, he immediately expressed his respect. Dragon King. The retaliation against the Moonlight Hotel has been successfully executed. I coerced that young man, surnamed Tang, into selling the hotel to us for 50 billion. Oh, Yi Chen's voice emanated from the other end with a hint of delight. The Moonlight Hotel had been a source of humiliation for him. Acquiring it at such a bargain would earn him a profit exceeding 100 billion. His capabilities, indeed, proved to be exceptional. You've performed commendably in this matter. Yet this merely recoups a fraction of the interest, Yi Chen remarked with an arrogant smile before inquiring, what of that man, surnamed Wang? A mere dog of the Tang family dares to publicly reprimand me. He must perish. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. He recently flew to Africa. Send someone to eliminate him. Those who insult me shall undoubtedly meet their end, Yi Chen commanded. After ending the call, Yi Chen concealed his phone and smirked wickedly. Having endured numerous grievances in Suong, he finally felt a sense of vindication. This was merely a taste of the interest. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. Qin had procured some confidential documents for him, and the other pieces were being meticulously arranged. The entirety of Suong was merely a chessboard for his preliminary maneuvers. At the West City Subbureau, a remarkably beautiful female officer sat before her computer, frowning in deep contemplation over several documents. The investigation into the Moonlight Hotel case was still underway. This incident was undoubtedly a homicide. However, Baiwani struggled to find evidence, which left her increasingly vexed as she spent days pondering how to crack the case. Captain, should you take a break? You didn't rest well last night, did you? A young officer inquired with concern. No need for excessive slumber before death. One will find eternal rest afterward. Baiwani waved her hand dismissively, pushing her cup toward her colleague. Please brew me another cup of black coffee. All right, the young officer replied, his eyes reflecting sympathy. Captain Bai was overly dedicated to her work. Wouldn't it be better to relax occasionally and perhaps indulge in a romantic relationship? When the coffee was brewed and delivered, Baiwani took a sip, and the bitterness revitalized her. Just then, her laptop emitted a notification sound. She quickly glanced over and discovered an email had arrived. Her intuition informed her that this message, sent to her personal inbox, contained a crucial lead. She hastily opened the email, and her pupils dilated in shock. The content of the email was related to the Moonlight Hotel, but it did not pertain to the murder case. Rather, it involved narcotics. Quick, summon Director Wang, she exclaimed, slamming the table as she shouted at her colleague. Snapped back to reality, her colleague hurried off to fetch the director. Director Wang, a middle-aged man with a square face, approached, exuding an air of integrity. Upon reaching by Wani, he looked at her with concern. Wani, I must say, as a beautiful young lady, working through the night like this has left you with dark circles under your eyes, he remarked. You should take a look at this. Baiwani moved the chair aside to allow her superior to view the email. Upon glancing at it, Director Wang's expression instantly turned grave. If the clues within this email were indeed authentic, it could signify a major case. Immediately convene a meeting and establish a task force for investigation. I shall lead it myself, Director Wang commanded emphatically. Soon, the entire Xiqing police station sprang into action. After 2 hours, the meeting concluded. An investigation team departed the station to commence their inquiries. Baiwani wished to join the task force, but was declined by Director Wang, who advised her to have a meal and recuperate. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she changed into casual attire and went out for dinner. She was not particular about her dining choices, often frequenting a roadside eatery across from the station. As she approached the entrance of the eatery, someone greeted her. Officer Bai. She turned to look, took a few seconds to recall the person's name, and smiled. Yi Chun, right? She had met him not long ago. He had bravely intervened when a pickpocket attempted to steal on the bus. After disembarking, the pickpocket returned with accomplices for revenge, but Yi Chun had managed to subdue several of them. She had been quite surprised at the time, realizing his skills were rather impressive, so he left a bit of an impression on her. However, what stood out most was his peculiar smile. I thought Officer Bai might have forgotten my name, Yi Chun said, flashing a charming grin, his lips curling upward. He was carrying a shabby sack filled with various plastic bottles. Are you starting a side business? Seeing him like this, Baiwani couldn't help but chuckle. No, I just encountered an elderly lady. It seemed quite difficult for her to collect bottles. So I helped her return them and bought her some fruit, each inside. Hearing this, Baiwani felt a surge of affection for him. This man possessed a kind heart. Are you about to eat? Why not join me? I'll drop off these bottles and come right over, Yixue suggested, nodding towards the nearby eatery. No need, I'll just grab something to take back. I have work to attend to, Baiwani replied with a graceful smile, waving her hand as she entered the establishment to place her order. Yixue chose not to press further. When it comes to courting, one must know the right balance. A woman who can be won over with food can just as easily be swayed by another man. The more exquisite the beauty, the more patience is required to capture her heart and perhaps even make her devoted. He walked a short distance, casually tossing the bag of plastic bottles into a trash bin. He had purchased them for 10 yuan from an elderly scavenger upon his arrival. As he had no smaller denominations, this bag of bottles was hardly worth 5 yuan. After arranging a few more meetings, he believed he would be in a favorable position. Such women were relatively easy to win over. Yixue smiled with satisfaction. After 2 specially arranged encounters, he felt confident. Baiwani was a woman he was determined to conquer. The individual in question is not only strikingly beautiful, ranking among the most esteemed in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but also hails from a remarkably distinguished lineage. Though the Bai family may not be one of the 4 prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, their influence is undeniably formidable. They are deeply entrenched in politics, with a significant portion of the local political landscape comprised of their former students and associates. To wield control over Suzhou and Hangzhou, one cannot overlook the power of the Bai family. After washing his hands by the roadside, he hurriedly set off to his next destination, as he still needed to cultivate goodwill with other enchanting ladies. P.S. Here, as the 3rd update, continuing to challenge the Dragon King. Chapter 39. I'll go sit in a cell. The Mingyue Hotel has now been renamed Longshan Hotel. Upon taking over the establishment, Wang Yixue swiftly ordered the troublemakers, relatives of the deceased woman, a senior executive of their company, to return home. After spending several million to placate them, the situation has since calmed down. He diligently worked to dispel various negative influences, and the hotel's business began to gradually return to normal. At this moment, he sat in his office, embracing his beautiful secretary and preparing for some passionate moments. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed down the corridor outside. The office door was abruptly pushed open, and a group of police officers stormed in. What is the meaning of this? Can't you even knock? Wang Yixue remained unfazed upon seeing the crowd, instead wearing an air of arrogance. What was his current status? The head of the Longshan group. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, he was a prominent entrepreneur. What did a bunch of junior officers amount to? Are you the hotel manager? The leader of the group, Baiwani, produced her identification and inquired coldly. Yes, what is the matter? Wang Yixue's gaze brazenly appraised Baiwani. Had he known she was the woman favored by the Dragon King, he would never have dared to look at her so audaciously. Your hotel is suspected of harboring drugs. Come with us. With a wave of her hand, an officer produced handcuffs to restrain Wang Yixue. Get lost. Wang Yixue's expression darkened, and he glared at Baiwani and her team, warning, do you know who I am? I'm the head of Longshan Group. Try laying a finger on me. No sooner had he finished speaking than a special police officer seized his hand to cuff him. As he prepared to retaliate, several fully armed officers aimed their firearms at him. He immediately raised his hands, his eyes filled with fury. In a foreign land, such disrespect would have resulted in dire consequences for these individuals. Cuff him and take him away, Baiwani commanded with a wave of her hand. And a group of officers escorted the humiliated Wang Yixue out of the hotel. Once brought downstairs, Wang Yixue was utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding area had been cordoned off. Police vehicles lined the streets like 2 serpents. Dozens of individuals, handcuffed, sat on the ground with expressions of fear and trepidation. Among them were Tian, Can, and DK, the very perpetrators of this incident. Even Wang Yixue, no fool, understood that this matter had escalated significantly. I need a lawyer. Let me call my lawyer, he shouted, his tone tinged with urgency. Alas, no one paid him any heed. As the remaining individuals were apprehended, They were all taken away in police vehicles. Soon, this sensational news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The once revered Mingyue Hotel was implicated in drug trafficking. As the hotel's manager and legal representative, Wang Yixue had thoroughly fallen from grace. The Mingyue Hotel was promptly sealed off. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the quiet orchestrator behind all this, lay in bed playing on her phone, already aware of the operations conducted by the Qingxi branch. It all began when she encountered the notorious brothers Tian, Can, and D. Quebec. Tang Yu recalled that these two individuals were far from virtuous in the original storyline. Driven by greed, they dared to engage in perilous endeavors for monetary gain. Upon sighting them, Tang Yu promptly instructed his associates to discreetly investigate the hotel. After uncovering some clues, he decided to pass this hot potato on to Wang Yixue, who eagerly accepted it, conveniently pocketing 50 billion in the process. Had he not acted thus, the hotel would undoubtedly face ruin, and he would share in the misfortune. As for offending Yichun, Tang Yu had gradually begun to adapt to that reality. He would endure as long as he could. When the time came that he could no longer evade, he certainly would not willingly expose his neck for the guillotine. Surviving was paramount. After all, who could blame him for being framed with such deadly stakes? After cursing under his breath, he recalled the dogged system and continued his tirade. That wretched system. You two have betrayed me. I knew you had ulterior motives for offering such bountiful rewards. I am merely an emotionless machine dispensing rewards. Bark on, you mutt. Keep barking. Get lost. After venting his frustration, the system ceased its engagement with him, just as he was about to toss his phone aside and retire for the night. It unexpectedly chimed. Glancing at the screen, he noted the contact was by Wani. What did she want with me? Had she discovered that he was the one who sent her the anonymous email? After obtaining a lead previously, he had deliberately chosen to send it to Bai Wani. They both hailed from prestigious families in Su and Hang, and while they were somewhat acquainted, Bai Wani held an unfavorable impression of him, largely due to his close association with his good friend, Qin Ming, renowned as the most notorious playboy in Su and Hang. Their camaraderie had led Bai Wani to harbor disdain for Tang Yu as well. After a moment's contemplation, he answered the call. If it isn't the esteemed Miss Bai, what brings you to seek my counsel at this late hour? Cut it out. You were the former owner of Mingyue Hotel, weren't you? Come to the Qingxi precinct immediately for questioning, Bai Wani replied curtly. What have I done? He protested. Just come over, no more chatter, or I'll send people to your home to fetch you, she retorted before hanging up. Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman was as fiery as ever. Her reputation in the Su and Hang circles was formidable. Due to her unwavering integrity, numerous young masters had suffered greatly at her hands. Yet, she remained untouchable, her family wielding substantial influence. Even someone like Tang Yu found himself conceding in her presence. Indeed, power surpassed wealth by a significant margin. This was the quintessential archetype of a heroine in a thrilling narrative, a woman of noble lineage, overflowing with a sense of justice, dedicating her days solely to apprehending wrongdoers. Ironically, this paragon of righteousness had become a consort in the Dragon King's court. The absurdity of such a premise made Tang Yu want to scoff. Nonetheless, it was precisely this characteristic that rendered her a suitable choice for his plans. Let the heroine's spear be wielded against the Dragon King's hound. When it is time to endure, endure well. When it is time to act decisively, do so with a cheerful spirit. Tang Yu donned his attire and prepared to step out. The hotel's legal representative and the person in charge are not individuals of his own. It merely serves as a formality. When Tang's father observed him stepping out in a well-dressed manner, he raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you up to at this hour? Are you off to find that Qin Ming lad again? Not at all. I'm merely seeking a place to sit in a cell, Tang Yu cheerfully replied. Tang's father sensed something amiss. By the time he intended to seek out the 7 wolves for character correction, Tang Yu had already made a discreet exit. Upon his arrival at the West City branch, he found it bustling with activity. Given the magnitude of the situation, city officials had gathered. Upon seeing Tang Yu, these leaders exchanged wry smiles and greetings. Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here? I'm here to find a cell to sit in. Tang Yu responded with a wry grin before hastily entering the building. Inside, Bai Wani awaited his arrival, a pair of gleaming handcuffs in her hands. her expression one of disdain directed at him. Right on point, brother, absolutely right, he thought to himself. This is precisely the look you should give me. That expression is quite commendable. While I deeply feel the disdain for my character, it's perfectly fine. I relish it. I hope you can intensify that gaze even further. If possible, a spit would suffice, mouth to mouth. Baiwani pondered whether she had been excessively fatigued lately and had not rested adequately. Whose voice had she just heard? It seemed to belong to this fellow. P.S. Here's the first update. Brothers, don't rush while reading. The Dragon King is busy garnering favor with the female lead, while Tang Yu is responsible for ensuring that favor plummets to negative values. Some plot lines are lengthy and cannot be completed in one go. My clumsiness makes it challenging to keep pace. Chapter 40. Listening to the heart's voice can solve cases missed by. Oh no, Officer Bai, could you please refrain from putting on handcuffs? I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Tang Yu approached her with a cheerful smile, scanning the surroundings. Unfortunately, he did not spot Longya. You deserve this for being at that hotel. Baiwani shook her head to clear her thoughts and, with a swift motion, cuffed Tang Yu, her voice icy. Enough with the smiles. You're also a suspect. Step inside and wait for me. She gestured toward the nearby office. Tang Yu complied and entered the room. Shortly thereafter, Baiwani entered, holding a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitterness invigorated her. Are you aware of what transpired at Minghua Hotel tonight? She inquired as she settled down to face Tang Yu. Yes, it's all over the news, Tang Yu nodded in response. Very well. As the former owner of Minghua Hotel, you're also a suspect. Let's begin the record. Baiwani prepared to jot down notes. Wait, why am I a suspect? Fighting innocent. You're the one who's a suspect. He thought. With my family's wealth, why would I engage in such activities? That email was sent to you by me, you know? Am I supposed to report myself for a crime I didn't commit? Upon hearing his thoughts, Baiwani was finally convinced that she was not mistaken. This was indeed the voice of that insufferable man. Her beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly. Setting aside her surprise at her ability to hear thoughts, she focused on the email. Was it truly sent by him? She was not one to meddle. And with the Tang family's resources, there was no need to involve herself in such sordid affairs. All right, I concede that calling you a suspect may be somewhat inappropriate. But you must cooperate with our investigation, Baiwani said, twirling the pen in her hand as she fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. What do you know about this case? I know nothing, Tang Yu replied, a grin on his face. I purchased the hotel recently, just to celebrate Su Mu Yue's birthday, and I intended to sell it afterward. He brought Su Mu Yue into the conversation as a shield. I have already shared everything I know with you. However, the truth is, I found out that those scoundrels were causing trouble, which prompted me to sell the hotel. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported them directly, but Longya insisted on purchasing the hotel forcefully, leaving me with no choice. That scoundrel staged a murder at my hotel to frame me and then caused chaos afterward. If I had any leads, I would have reported him as well. Baiwani trembled slightly, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Longya? The murder case she had been painstakingly investigating was orchestrated by him. When she had gone to apprehend Longya earlier that day, she had sensed something was amiss. This man bore calluses on his hands, a telltale sign of years spent practicing marksmanship. What a despicable character Longya was. Baiwani gritted her teeth. As a police officer, she harbored an intense disdain for such criminals. However, in the presence of Tang Yu, she felt a tinge of annoyance. How could this fellow possess so much knowledge, yet keep it concealed from her? Thankfully, she could hear his thoughts. Why is this foolish girl gritting her teeth? I haven't said anything wrong. Could it be that she is envious about my birthday celebration for Su Mu Yue? Sigh, it's understandable. Being engrossed in work and never having been in a relationship, jealousy is quite normal. You may be envious, but just don't take it out on me. Those who cannot obtain will seek to destroy. I know all too well about you heartless women. Observing Baiwani's sudden shift to a menacing demeanor, Tang Yu began to mutter inwardly. Baiwani was on the verge of striking him down. Who on earth wants to possess you? She took a large sip of her black coffee to invigorate herself and fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. I am curious. Why did you suddenly decide to sell the hotel to Longya, and at such a low price? This action is highly suspicious. Wealth breeds caprice. Tang Yu replied with a grin devoid of empathy. He causes disturbances every day. How can I run my hotel properly if this continues? What if he frames me with a murder? Individuals like him, with a mercenary background, are utterly devoid of humanity. Mercenary? Baiwani's expression shifted once more. She had conducted an investigation into Longya. According to the gathered information, Longya was an entrepreneur abroad, returning to the country to invest. As for his mercenary identity, she had not uncovered that. She quickly noted this crucial piece of information. It perfectly aligned with her suspicions. So, how well do you know Longya? Baiwani continued her inquiry. Not well, but Officer Bai, I sense that this man is not virtuous. He looks like someone who has taken lives. He is eager to buy my hotel, which I suspect may be connected to a criminal organization. You must investigate him thoroughly. Without hesitation, Tang Yu began to cast aspersions on Longya. I know nothing about such scum. He is a deranged lunatic who collects body parts from his victims after committing murder. Oh, I just remembered. The hair of the woman he killed might be hidden in his home. I'll send you an email later. I nearly forgot about this. Baiwani swiftly noted this key lead. With so many clues gathered, the case could finally be resolved. She found Tang Yu somewhat more agreeable. He had indeed been of great assistance. However, how did he know so much? After asking a few routine questions symbolically, she hastily put away her pen and said, "That will be all for the investigation. Thank you for your cooperation. It's no trouble, but it would be nice if Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation." Tang Yu chuckled, shaking the handcuffs in his hand. "Sure, but it will have to be next time. I'm busy at the moment." Baiwani took the keys and unlocked Tang Yu's handcuffs. Her prompt agreement left Tang Yu somewhat puzzled. Wow, is this woman really going to treat me to a meal? Perhaps not. Let us not be so formal. I wouldn't dare dine with you. Should you find yourself captivated by his handsome visage, it may indeed complicate your continued existence. Baiwani regarded him with a look of bewilderment. Am I truly to be swayed by your striking looks? Umph. She had pressing matters to attend to, and no time to dwell on his frivolous charms. As for her newfound ability to hear his thoughts, she intended to contemplate that at a later time. First, she needed to deal with Longya. Just as they were about to rise and depart from the office, the door swung open. Yichun entered, accompanied by a lawyer, his countenance somewhat grim. Half an hour prior, he had received alarming news that Longya had been apprehended. After a cursory investigation into the Mingyue hotel case, he hurriedly rushed over, ablaze with urgency. Longya had spent considerable time abroad, thus lacking a thorough understanding of domestic laws, whereas Yichun was well-versed in such matters. In Ruoxue, any involvement with narcotics often signified a drastic turning point in one's life. Chapter 41, The Dragon King. Upon entering the office, he was immediately struck by the sight of Baiwani and Tang Yu together, locking his gaze onto Tang Yu with intense scrutiny. What an insufferable scoundrel. How could he be in the company of Baiwani? Noticing Yichun's penetrating stare, Tang Yu coughed lightly, feigning ignorance. What are you staring at, brother? Do you think I'm competing with you for Baiwani? Damn, you lecherous stallion. Do you believe all the beauties in the world belong to you? Baiwani raised an eyebrow and shot a fierce glare at Tang Yu. What nonsense was he muttering this time? She then turned to Yichun and inquired, "What brings you here? Are you filing a report?" "Not quite," Yichun replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression. "I came to visit a friend of mine. He has been apprehended by your team." "Haha, a friend of mine is a murderer." Tang Yu quietly reveled in the irony. "Who is your friend?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Baiwani's initial goodwill towards Yichun dissipated entirely. Associating with a criminal, what else could one expect but disgrace? Seeing the coldness in Baiwani's gaze, Yichun felt a surge of frustration. His name is Longya. As a master of romantic pursuits, he was acutely aware that his current predicament had transgressed a significant social faux pas, likely inciting Baiwani's disdain. However, with Longya in trouble, how could he, as the leader of the Longhan organization, remain indifferent? If the situation was not handled adeptly, Longya would be condemned to a fate worse than death. What would the members of the organization think of him? Returning to Ruoxue without accomplishing anything, having sent a brother to serve the Buddha instead? As anticipated, upon hearing the name Longya, Baiwani's impression of Yichun plummeted. She regarded him with a disapproving expression. "What is your relationship with him?" "He is currently a suspect in a crime. He is my employee. I'm the owner of Longqin Group. Yi Chun reluctantly revealed his identity. Bai Wani, however, showed no signs of astonishment. She was indifferent to matters of power and influence. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, the rules must be adhered to, she stated with a frigid tone. The nature of his crimes is egregious, and visitation is currently denied. You may leave. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, grew anxious. He pointed to Tang Yu and implored, Officer Bai, I need to clarify. If Long Ye has indeed committed a crime, I will be the first to report him. However, in this instance, he is innocent. He has only recently taken over the Mingyue Hotel. The previous owner of the Mingyue Hotel was this very young Master Tang. He is the one you should apprehend. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What does that have to do with me? I was not involved. Officer Bai has completed her investigation, and I am innocent. What does it have to do with Gonglin? Damn Dragon King, don't try to shift the blame. I didn't kill anyone at the hotel. If anyone should be apprehended, it should be you. Your lecherous existence only drives prices up. Damn it. They're practically two sides of the same coin. I hope that Bai Wani doesn't genuinely conspire to frame me. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Bai Wani truly felt the urge to strike this despicable man. What does it mean to share a pair of trousers with him? She had only known him for a brief period. After all, she would never stoop to framing an innocent person, no matter what. With her eyes blazing, she addressed Yi Chun. I do not require your guidance in my affairs. The legal representative and head of the hotel is Long Ye, and he is the one I intend to apprehend. You are his employer, which means Mingyue Hotel falls under your dominion. Therefore, you too shall be subjected to investigation. Yi Chun's face turned a shade of green with rage. The logic was utterly nonsensical. In order to conceal his identity, the legal representative and shareholders of the Longqin Group were not him. After all, if it weren't for the fact that he had chosen her to be part of his harem, Yi Chun would have relished the thought of teaching her a lesson. His woman should simply comply with him. What use was integrity in such matters? Tang Yu, sitting nearby, was barely able to contain himself from urging the two to engage in a brawl. Life is filled with joys and sorrows, and even cattle and horses add color to existence. Indeed, magic must be employed to vanquish magic. Bai Wani's expression darkened. Was it true that even their initial encounter had been orchestrated by this man named Yi Chun? How utterly revolting. Officer Bai, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. A clear conscience clears itself. However, the individual you should truly scrutinize is this young Master Tang. I suspect he is maliciously selling the hotel at a low price to frame my friend. The valuation of Mingyue Hotel should be around 20 billion. He sold it to Long Ye for 50 billion. Which serves as the best evidence. Yi Chun, suppressing his fury, pointed at Tang Yu, speaking with conviction. How dare you, beast? Were it not for your interference with Long Ye at my hotel, would I have sold it at such a pittance? Speaking of which, Long Ye's framing of my brother's life carries at least 89% of your culpability. Just as Tang Yu was about to retort, Bai Wani interjected. Is it wrong for someone to come from wealth? His purchase of the hotel was merely a declaration of love for his girlfriend. Yi Chun trembled with anger, feeling icy in the sweltering heat. He recalled the humiliating scene in the hotel that day. Bai Wani snorted, choosing not to engage further with Yi Chun. After listening to her heart's voice, she had concluded that Yi Chun was undoubtedly no good. If the hotel incident was related to him, she would not hesitate to personally ensure his arrest and imprisonment. She turned to Tang Yu and said softly, Tang Yu, thank you for your cooperation in the investigation today. It is late, and you should return to rest. Allow me to treat you to a meal next time. After listening to heartfelt confessions for quite some time, she has firmly concluded that Tang Yu is innocent. Moreover, upon discovering crucial evidence, he promptly sent an email to her. What does this imply? He believes he is deserving of unconditional trust. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted such significant information to her. Being trusted by others indeed brings a profound sense of joy. Tang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why the sudden gentleness towards me? Stop it. Do not show me your compassion. This is not like you. Calm down. Where's your fiery temperament? Meanwhile, Yi Chun's forehead was throbbing with veins of frustration. Bai Wani, why is she treating this guy with such tenderness? Yet, she regards him with a coldness akin to that reserved for an adversary. He glared at Tang Yu with a resentful gaze, harboring immense loathing within. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside. A remarkably beautiful woman entered, flanked by bodyguards and a lawyer. It was none other than Su Mu Yue. Upon seeing her enter, Yi Chen's previously simmering anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a flicker of emotion. This girl, though she often kept her distance, still rushed to his side when he faced trouble. Truly, she is the woman he cherishes. A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. Mu Yu, you came. Are you all right? Before he could finish his sentence, Su Mu Yue approached Tang Yu and gently inquired about his well-being. Chapter 42, Darling. Please do not compete with me out of jealousy. She had just been diligently working overtime at the company. After acquiring the land in the western part of the city, there was an overwhelming amount to attend to. Suddenly, her secretary informed her that something had gone awry at the Mingyue Hotel. Aware that Tang Yu was the owner of the establishment, she promptly attempted to call him after checking the news. Where her call went unanswered, she reached out to Tang's father, only to discover that Tang Yu was not home. He had mentioned something about needing to sit in a cell. It turned out he had merely come here to assist Officer Bai with an investigation. Tang Yu stated expressionlessly, "It's nothing serious. I'm just here to cooperate with Officer Bai. Don't come over here. Don't provoke the Dragon King any further. Just look at his expression. Please give me some breathing room, or this man will surely come at me with a knife tonight." He had already caught a glimpse of Yi Chun's liver-colored face out of the corner of his eye. And this awkward scenario made Tang Yu wish she could carve out a Dragon King palace on the ground with her toes. Upon perceiving Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Su Mu Yue also cast a glance with her peripheral vision, noticing Yi Chen's sullen, resentful countenance, which only intensified her dislike for him. Could he truly believe that she harbored feelings for him? How absurd! After contemplating, she resolutely linked her arm with Tang Yu's and said, "If everything is all right, let us return home." Tang Yu's eyes widened, wishing to cry for help. "Damn it, not this again. Don't be like this, Teacher Wang. I am still just a child weighing over 100 pounds. It is inappropriate." At that moment, Yi Chun's fists were tightly clenched, his nails nearly piercing his flesh. The woman he adored. How could she be so intimately close to another in his presence? What was she thinking? Did she truly harbor no feelings for him? That could not be. Her eyes had never deceived him. Just as Tang Yu intended to withdraw her arm and escape this troublesome place, another figure entered the office. This time, it was another stunning beauty. Wang Yixue, appearing flustered, entered with a furrowed brow. Upon realizing that Tang Yu was unharmed, her expression instantly transformed into a radiant smile. "Tang Yu, you're all right. I heard that the owner of the Mingyue Hotel was arrested, and it startled me greatly." She had just received the news and hurried to the West City precinct to check on him. However, she did not expect to find Su Mu Yue here, and even more surprisingly, she was linked arm in arm with her dear Tang Yu. What could this mean? Hadn't this woman ignored her precious one for 3 years? Noticing the look in Wang Yixue's eyes, Su Mu Yue became acutely alert. She was aware that Wang Yixue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women are often quite sensitive when it comes to exes, especially when the other party is a beauty who rivals them. As their gazes met, it felt as if the temperature in the room had plummeted. Wang Yixue was the first to strike. With a cold sneer, she regarded Su Mu Yue. "Oh, isn't this Miss Su? I didn't know our Su Hang's famed ice beauty had such a proactive side. I thought you were indifferent to men. What does that have to do with you?" Su Mu Yue retorted without hesitation, tightly clutching Tang Yu's arm. "What on earth are you two doing? Stop it. Don't argue over a handsome guy like me. It would break my heart. Oh wait, don't do this in front of the Dragon King. Can you two let me enjoy my life in peace?" Witnessing the two women at odds, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. He had long been aware of their antagonistic relationship, rarely seen in the same vicinity. Yet, if you cannot get along, why drag me into this? Just as he contemplated making a discreet exit, Wang Yixue had already seized his other arm. She glared at Su Mu Yue, saying, "How can you be indifferent when you're holding my boyfriend's arm? If you truly fancy handsome men, I can introduce a few, but do refrain from bothering my precious." "Your boyfriend?" Miss Wang certainly had a thick skin. Calling someone else's fiancé a boyfriend? Su Mu Yue's demeanor was equally fierce, her eyes brimming with hostility. "Oh, he's your fiancé? Then what do you really know about him?" Do you know his favorite food? What brand of cigarettes he smokes? Does he prefer black stockings or white ones? Can you answer those? Wang Yixue scoffed out in Wisinki's fiancé. She had overheard Tang Yu mumbling about wanting to call off the engagement. Based on her assumptions about this woman, she must be feeling quite distressed at the thought of her devoted admirer disappearing after 3 years, hence the desire to reclaim him. Huh, like I would grant you such an opportunity. Su Mu Yue found herself momentarily speechless, struggling to respond. Was it truly important to know those details? What mattered was his affection for her. The entirety of Su Hang was aware of his feelings, and he had even celebrated her birthday just days prior. Su Mu Yue decided to unleash a powerful retort. No matter how beautiful or divine a woman might be, navigating a rivalry with another woman was a skill they all possessed, herself included. Indeed, Wang Yixue's temper flared instantly, even provoking thoughts of giving Tang Yu a few punches. This guy, who seemed disinterested in her, had a birthday celebration. She had been ready for bed at home when she saw it, and it had infuriated her. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her phone. Oh, you want to flaunt your affection? Let me show you what real affection looks like. Tang Yu's expression changed dramatically at her actions. And just as he attempted to stop Wang Yixue's reckless behavior, Baiwan Yi slammed her hand on the table, her face filled with annoyance. Enough. Stop arguing here. I still have work to do. Get out. Baiwan Yi had a good relationship with both women. They were her high school friends. Seeing her two friends bickering over Tang Yu was exasperating. Goodness, this circle is truly chaotic. With Baiwan Yi's outburst, Tang Yu quickly dragged both women out of the office. Meanwhile, Yi Chan stood aside, his expression more dismal than if he had swallowed a dead fly. The two women he cherished were squabbling over someone else, and that man was not him. As he stepped out of the office, the two women clung to his arms stubbornly, refusing to let go. Thus, the single men at the West City branch were struck with an overwhelming sense of despair. How could it be that two beautiful women were attending to one man? Who on earth was he? And was he even apprehendable? Hush! That is the esteemed young Master Tang from the Tang family, the most notorious admirer in Suong. Are you aware? There are admirers aplenty. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I shall join the ranks of those admirers too. Tang Yu occasionally overheard the term admirer being tossed around, nearly prompting him to retaliate. Damn it, you are the real admirers. I loathe admirers the most. Once they exited the West City branch, Tang Yu glanced at the two women and remarked helplessly, Are you planning to rip me in half to take me back? Then you must let her release her grip first. Wang Yixue pouted. Why should I let go first? Su Mu Yue, resolutely refusing to yield. Can we not be so childish? Is this truly your persona? Let go of him quickly. Do you think you are competing for a toy? Even if he were a toy, there is only one. It is insufficient for both of you. Tang Yu bore a pained yet slightly amused expression, for their embrace was tight and offered a peculiar softness that brought him a sense of delight. Chapter 43. Good news and bad news at that moment. A luxurious Maybach rolled up and came to a halt before them. The door opened, and Qin Ming stepped out of the vehicle. Upon seeing Tang Yu being embraced by two women, he was taken aback, questioning whether he was still dreaming. What on earth is going on here? He muttered, astonished. Su Mu Yue and Wang Yixue, renowned for their pride in their social circle, were actually clinging to his brother's arm? When did you become so charming, brother? As Qin Ming arrived, the two women felt a bit sheepish and released their hold on Tang Yu. They had been engaged in a game of truth or dare. Tang Yu, awkwardly smiling, attempted to justify the situation. Is that so? Qin Ming remarked with a knowing glint in his eye, fully aware of such games given his experience. He then inquired with concern, Brother, are you all right? I heard there was an incident at your hotel. It's nothing. I just sold the hotel a few days ago. Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. That's good to hear. Fortune favors you, brother. Let's celebrate with some drinks, Qin Ming said cheerfully, wrapping an arm around Tang Yu, only to notice the two women glaring at him with murderous intent. They clearly remembered the last time he took Tang Yu to the Star River Club. Wang Yixue made a slicing motion across her neck as a warning. If he were to bring their dear Tang Yu back to such a den of iniquity, she would undoubtedly make him pay dearly. Vile temptresses, away with you. They huffed, casting one last warning glance at Qin Ming before bidding farewell to Tang Yu. Once they departed, Tang Yu quickly pulled out a cigarette lighting it to calm his nerves. Qin Ming, chuckling, squatted beside him and remarked, "Brother, you have quite the charm. Do you really think this is a good thing?" "Da ni u vito, isapda." As a character who wished to survive until the end, maintaining a low profile was the key. Qin Ming merely chuckled in response, convinced it was indeed a blessing. After Tang Yu finished his cigarette, he stood up, visibly fatigued. "If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Let's drink another time. I've been utterly worn out lately, struggling to sleep and plagued by nightmares." "All right, go rest up," Tang Yu nodded, feeling a warm glow in his heart. His brother had rushed over the moment he learned of his predicament, showing true loyalty. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly halted, turning back to Qin Ming with a frown. "You've been having trouble sleeping and experiencing nightmares?" "Yes, I don't quite know why. I hope it's not due to some health issue," Qin Ming replied with a wry smile. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, suggesting perhaps a short trip would help you unwind. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to go out. I'm heading back to rest." Qin Ming waved his hand and got into his car. After Qin Ming departed, Tang Yu returned to the vehicle and lit another cigarette. He was already aware of the reason for Qin Ming's discomfort. This was a plot point from the original narrative concerning the Qin family. Qin Ming's health issues stemmed from a problem with the feng shui of the old family mansion, with the root cause being a jade Buddha that Qin Ming had purchased a week prior. The jade Buddha was tampered with by Yi Chun after Qin Ming acquired it. The feng shui of the Qin family was severely affected, transforming their once auspicious land into a site of calamity. Just as the Qin family found themselves in peril, Yi Chun intervened to offer salvation. Ultimately, the members of the Qin family revered him as a deity, showering him with profound respect. Consequently, the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kursin, developed a deep affection for him, gradually succumbing to his charm. While this narrative may seem somewhat absurd, it is not uncommon within the realm of urban fiction, where ostentation, face-slapping, and the acquisition of power and beauty abound, yielding generous rewards in a single sweep. As Tang Yu reflected on the plot, the system's voice suddenly chimed in, "Ding. The host has successfully navigated the storyline of the West City Bureau. Reward: completion of the ancient martial art, Yin Yang Wuji Gong, usable once." Upon hearing this reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in frustration, "Damn this system. What use is a one-time reward? Why not give me a pair of disposable chopsticks instead?" According to the system's description, upon perfect mastery of Yin Yang Wuji Gong, one could harness force against force, returning double the damage inflicted. This was undoubtedly a top-tier treasure. However, the one-time usage limitation was exasperating. Due to the host's imperfect navigation of the storyline, enmity with Dragon King Yi Chun has been incurred, the system explained. Tang Yu was instantly engulfed in frustration. "I would have preferred to navigate it perfectly, but everyone in this world seems to be a traitor." After Tang Yu departed, Yi Chun remained in the office, whereby Wani thoughtfully placed handcuffs on him. In her mind, Yi Chun was no different from a criminal. After all, how else could he be the boss of Longya? While wearing the handcuffs, Yi Chun's expression was calm, yet his heart seethed with rage. As the Dragon King, being handcuffed felt akin to becoming a prisoner. Yet, the thought of his romantic pursuits compelled him to endure. Having bided his time for so many years, he could withstand this moment. He initially believed that, given his rapport with Baiwani, the process of taking a statement would not take long. Although he was indeed the boss of Longya, he had no direct ties to the Longqin group. He was merely a shadowy figure behind the scenes. This meant that even if there were significant issues with the Mingyue Hotel, they could not be blamed on him. However, Baiwani was relentless, insisting on extracting information from him, leading to a stalemate that lasted until midday the following day. A tall and strikingly beautiful woman arrived at the West City Bureau to escort him out. After being released, Yi Chen's expression darkened. He looked at the tall beauty with gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Miss He, for making the effort to come here." The woman who came to his rescue was heroine, the eldest daughter of the He family, renowned for her beauty in Su Hang. The He family maintained a low profile in Su Hang, yet their power rivaled that of the four prominent families. They were a branch of the illustrious He family from Yanjing, and the matriarch, who held authority, had some connections with his master. Upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he promptly paid a visit to the He family, assisting the elderly matriarch with her ailments, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude from them. However, such a precious favor was squandered on trivial matters, leaving him in despair. As it should be, heroine replied with a slight smile. Miss He, my friend has been incarcerated due to this matter. Yichen looked at heroine with a tone of helplessness, hoping to solicit her assistance. He had managed to secure his own release, but Longya remained imprisoned. This is beyond my capabilities. When it involves substances such as drugs, no one can speak with certainty. I hope Mr. Yi understands that this is Ruoxue. Heroine shook her head, explaining that the He family, despite their resources, would not engage in such troublesome affairs. Very well. I shall not impose on Miss He any further. I will contemplate another approach and visit the matriarch in a few days. Yichen acknowledged the complexity of the situation, realizing that his rapport with the He family had not reached such a level of intimacy. All right, I shall return to my company for a meeting. Heroine said her farewells and departed. Once in her vehicle, she couldn't help but shake her head. Her grandmother had remarked that Yi Chun was undoubtedly a true dragon among men, but she merely thought him to be an average individual. Observing her leave, a shadow of gloom crossed Yi Chen's eyes. Did this woman regard him with disdain due to her aloof demeanor? He vowed to show her the consequences once he had her under his thumb. The He family was also a target for him, a stepping stone for future endeavors in Yanjing. In the following days, Yi Chun, accompanied by members of the Longshan group, sought connections and devised means to extricate Longya from his predicament. Meanwhile, Longya, detained for investigation, felt as if he were living a hellish existence. The misfortunes stemming from the Mingyue Hotel incident were already dire enough, but the police had also searched his residence, uncovering hair belonging to the deceased woman from the hotel. The discovery escalated matters significantly. This time, it was a complete disaster. Fortunately, after a full week of confinement, Yichen finally came to visit him. Anticipating the arrival of the Dragon King filled Longya with immense excitement. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With his intervention, he was certain to be liberated from this place. Once brought into the meeting room, Longya exclaimed, "Young Master Yi." Yichen sat behind the glass partition, nodding with a smile. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The good news, please. I have instructed the lawyer to negotiate for a reduced sentence." "And the bad news?" "After the reduction, you'll still face approximately 20 years. Chapter 44. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Longya felt his legs weaken, nearly toppling from his chair. 20 years? As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, to be imprisoned in such a place for 2 decades? In this moment, he was overwhelmed with regret for coming to Ruoxue. If only he had not meddled in that wretched hotel affair. "I will find a way, rest assured. Perhaps I will be out in no time," Yi Chun reassured him. Once he had control over Su and Hangzhou, would it truly be difficult to release someone from prison? The conquest of the 4 prominent families was already gradually progressing. Although there had been minor setbacks in his plans regarding the Wang family, he remained firmly in control. The situation with the Qin family was also proceeding smoothly, with results imminent. With Qi Yin and several other pawns at his disposal, subduing the Tang family would merely require a bit more time. Once he had subdued these 3 families, overpowering the weaker Su family would be effortlessly simple. In summary, the advantage lay with him. Until he could assert control over Su and Hangzhou, he would need to temporarily endure the discomfort of Longya. With a sigh, Longya remarked, "Yi Xiao, I am counting on you. I hope to be released soon, to serve by your side once more, enjoying the small hamburgers I prepare myself." "Very well, my brother. We shall meet again soon." Yi Chun offered Longya a resolute glance before rising to depart from the meeting room. In the antique street, there stood an antique shop named Debao Tower. This establishment was among the most prestigious in Su and Hangzhou and belonged to the Tang family. The shop was managed by Zhao Gaosheng, a longtime employee of the Tang family who had worked there since his teenage years, amounting to over 30 years of service. He was quite capable and held in high regard by the Tang family. "Young Master Tang, please take a look at the ledger. Here are last month's transactions." "The shop has been quite profitable these past few months," Zhao Gaosheng said, presenting a ledger to Tang Yu. Despite the changing times, the antique shop still preferred to maintain records in ledger form. "Thank you for your hard work." Tang Yu replied with a smile as he accepted the ledger and began to peruse its contents. Just as he flipped through the pages, a couple entered the shop. Tang Yu glanced up and, upon recognizing them, quickly closed the ledger and concealed himself behind a display case, deliberately turning away to avoid being recognized. The newcomers were none other than Yi Chun and Qin Feng. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Feng was renowned for her beauty in Su and Hangzhou. However, she appeared utterly haggard today, resembling a rose on the verge of wilting. The reason for her disheveled appearance stemmed from recent troubles plaguing the Qin family. The entire household had been unable to rest well, plagued by nightmares that left them exhausted. Over time, their health began to deteriorate. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were so frightened that they chose to resign and leave the household. Once they departed, the disturbances ceased, leading the family to suspect that there might be an issue with the home's feng shui. She had come to the antique market today in search of items that could potentially improve their feng shui when she unexpectedly encountered Yi Chun along the way. Certainly, this chance encounter was meticulously orchestrated by Yi Chun. As the Dragon King, his daily pursuits revolve around seducing women or embarking on the journey to do so. Miss Qin, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding feng shui and mystical arts. If your intention is to enhance the energy within your home, I fear this antique shop may not offer what you seek, Yi Chun remarked, observing Qin Feng as she diligently sifted through items in the store. You can read feng shui? Qin Feng asked, her expression one of astonishment, though their acquaintance was relatively brief. She recalled the incident when a snake had inexplicably slithered into her home, leaving her utterly terrified. Fortunately, Yi Chun, patrolling the neighborhood, had rushed to her aid upon hearing her scream, promptly dealing with the serpent, and thus their acquaintance was forged. Indeed, my abilities are quite formidable. My previous role as a security guard was merely a temporary means of employment. Yi Chun smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. His strategy was simple. First, engage with women, then pique their curiosity, his secret to seduction. Indeed, your prowess is beyond remarkable. You intentionally placed a snake in her home, only to appear as the gallant savior. I have never encountered such audacity. A voice in the corner, belonging to Tang Yu, silently critiqued the exchange. Were it not for your mischief, would the Qin family's feng shui be in disarray? How shameless of you to put on such a performance. You ought to be on stage. Qin Feng, amidst her selection of antiques, suddenly paused, taken aback by the rapid-fire comments. Glancing around, she saw no one conversing nearby, yet the voice seemed oddly familiar. It hinted at a long-standing acquaintance, and more alarmingly, the implications were significant. Had he truly orchestrated the snake incident? Was the feng shui dilemma of the Qin family his doing? It dawned on her that these remarks were unmistakably directed at Yi Chun, prompting her to steal a glance at him, her eyes betraying a flicker of confusion. Could this seemingly harmless individual truly be the architect of such chaos? Or was her fatigue over the past few days causing her to hallucinate? Yi Chun, noticing Qin Feng's bewildered gaze, surmised that she was undoubtedly captivated by his striking features. Thus, he exuded even more confidence and declared, Miss Qin, based on my observations, it is evident that your home is afflicted by feng shui issues, inviting malevolent energy. Relying on these antiques for improvement may be unrealistic. Here, allow me to present you with a protective talisman. Take it home and wear it to see if it alleviates your predicament. With that, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket and presented it to Qin Feng. This talisman was crafted with the guidance of a sage and took me 3 months to perfect. Once you wear it, you shall undoubtedly be safeguarded from any malevolent influences. You boast without restraint. 3 months for such a trinket? It could easily be fashioned in 3 minutes. This contraption merely requires a whimsical incantation. Yet it is essential to have your blood. After all, it was you who conjured that malevolent energy. With your blood, you shall be shielded from its assaults. Alas, poor Qin Feng, this foolish woman has been deceived, suffering greatly while believing that this man is her gallant prince, sent by the heavens to rescue her. Upon hearing the voice once more, Qin Feng finally ascertained that this was no mere auditory hallucination. Someone was indeed speaking to her. Yet it seemed she alone could hear this voice. She was unclear about the circumstances, but her emotions were tinged with anger. If all of this were true, She would not hold back her displeasure. However, until she possesses concrete evidence, she would refrain from revealing her hand. Chapter 45. You dare to compete with young Master Tang. Qin Feng skillfully masked her emotions as she accepted the talisman, softly stating, "Thank you. I will wear it. Let us not be so formal. After all, we are friends," Yixue replied with a smug smile. He understood that as long as the talisman was in Qin Feng's possession, the malevolent energy plaguing her family would cease to affect her. Once she experienced its efficacy, she would undoubtedly seek his assistance in resolving the issues plaguing the Qin family. Thus, the plan to subdue the Qin clan would be a resounding success. After that, he could deal with Qin Ming, and then he would hold sway over the Qin family. At this moment, he felt a sense of optimism about the unfolding events. Longya, the day when we brothers can indulge in hamburgers together, is not far off. Qin Feng nodded, carefully stowing the talisman away. After browsing the shop for a while, she departed from the antique store, with Yixue hastily following in her wake. Once they had left, Tang Yu emerged from behind the counter. He wandered around before stopping in front of one of the displays, his gaze falling upon a jade talisman. This talisman, intricately carved into the shape of a yin-yang fish, appeared remarkably lifelike, a masterpiece in its own right. The price tag for the yin-yang fish talisman was set at 880,000. According to the original storyline, it would not be long before Yixue returned to purchase this talisman, a crucial artifact for his ostentation, capable of absorbing all malevolent energy. Contemplating the yin-yang fish talisman, Tang Yu hesitated but ultimately decided against taking it. After all, he was not a child of fortune. Starting with all skills at his disposal would not be beneficial. According to the novel's original premise, the Dragon King was omnipotent, mastering feng shui, medicine, gambling, and stone betting. Thus, this object could only serve as a tool for him to resolve problems. However, witnessing Yixue effortlessly seize control of the Qin family was quite irksome for Tang Yu. He could not passively watch as his brother's inheritance was snatched away by this scoundrel. The life of a villain also holds value. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to make a decision that defied tradition. "Zhao Shu, come here," Tang Yu beckoned to Zhao Gaosheng, who was seated behind the counter, munching on seeds. Zhao Gaosheng quickly set aside his snack and approached, inquiring, "What is it, young Master Tang? Keep this yin-yang fish talisman safe for me. Apart from a customer named Yixue, it cannot be sold to anyone else, understood? Dan Yiu Institute." This crucial artifact needed to end up in Yixue's hands to alleviate the crisis facing the Qin family, ensuring that nothing went awry. After all, the narrative was prone to disruption, and he had to intervene. Zhao Gaosheng nodded, feeling that the name Tang Yu had mentioned sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly became alert. "Yixue, isn't that the worthless fellow mentioned by Manager Wang in the group chat recently? I heard that this scoundrel even dared to vie for young Master Tang's affections. After Manager Wang gave him a thorough reprimand, he was promoted and sent abroad. Could it be that fate is offering me an opportunity?" He smiled knowingly, grasping the deeper implications of Tang Xiao's words. So, he intends to challenge this young lad. Does he? Moreover, let us inflate the price a tad. 30 million will suffice. Tang Yu added, emphasizing that this item must be acquired by Yixue at no trivial cost. It will be beneficial to extract some fund from this scoundrel for charitable purposes. Rest assured, Tang Xiao, I comprehend, Zhao Gaosheng declared, thumping his chest with confidence, aware that his moment to shine had arrived. Very well, I entrust this to you, Tang Yu affirmed, giving Zhao Gaosheng a thumbs up. The unfolding narrative of the Qin family must proceed smoothly. Once Yixue resolved their troubles, he would devise a plan to expose this despicable character from the shadows. Confronting him head-on was not an option, but operating from behind the scenes was entirely feasible. After Tang Yu departed the shop, Zhao Gaosheng immediately retrieved the yin-yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. This artifact had been personally reclaimed by him, originally consisting of 2 pieces representing yin and yang respectively. Having worked in the shop for many years, he possessed considerable knowledge regarding such matters and understood the true purpose of the yin-yang fish jade talisman. Did Yixue seek to purchase this item to dispel negative energy? Zhao Gaosheng mused aloud, chuckling to himself as he rummaged through a box. Inside lay an identical jade talisman, specifically the Yin talisman from the pair. The Yang talisman was designed to eliminate negative energy, while the Yin talisman served to nurture it, if placed in an area rife with negative energy. He chuckled again, swapping the two items, placing the Yin talisman back in the cabinet, and adjusting the price to 30 million. Satisfied with his preparations, he returned to the counter, quietly awaiting the arrival of the scoundrel daring enough to vie for Tang Xiao's affections. Approximately half an hour later, indeed, Yichen entered the shop. After surveying the establishment, he approached the counter displaying the Yin-Yang fish jade talisman. Earlier, when accompanying Qin Feng, he had spotted this treasure immediately, recognizing it as an excellent remedy for dispelling negative energy. Initially, he believed he could resolve the Qin family's issues without such tools, relying solely on his own capabilities. However, he soon realized that the old Qin residence's feng shui was rather potent. After tampering with the auspicious arrangement that gathered wind and concealed water, the accumulation of negative energy escalated beyond expectation. Under these circumstances, he found it necessary to resort to external aids for resolution. Yet upon seeing the price, his expression shifted slightly, and he struck the glass with force, exclaiming, "Are you robbing us? This item is priced at 30 million? Surely, you've added an extra 2 zeros. Zhao Gaosheng, munching on sunflower seeds, approached with a smile. "Boss, we are not trying to cheat you. This is an item we acquired last month. It comes from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty, and this price is quite reasonable. Spare me your rhetoric. I understand these matters better than you. In one phrase, will you sell it for 500,000? Yichen replied coldly. One of the countless things he despised most in life was when others swindled his money. "My friend, do not jest," he remarked. "Just yesterday, a feng shui master from Hong Kong claimed that this item was a treasure and would return tomorrow to purchase it. If you wish to take it, then take it. If not, then so be it. I am willing to sell to anyone." Zhao Gaosheng waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk back to the counter. Upon hearing that someone else desired this item, Yichen's expression shifted noticeably. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly decided to part with the money, slamming his hand on the table and declaring, all right, wrap it up for me." While this item was indeed costly, it paled in comparison to the conquest of the Qin family. Once he secured the Qin family, thousands of billions in assets would be his. Zhao Gaosheng immediately grinned and hurried over to package the item for Yichen. However, once Yichen departed from his shop, Zhao Gaosheng's smile turned icy. He scoffed, spitting disdainfully onto the ground, muttering, "With such trivial goods, they dare to compete with our young Master Tang? They are courting death." Chapter 46. Has old Master Wang fallen ill again? Wang family. Ever since Jiang Xiaoyue last visited the Wang family to treat old Master Wang, his health had gradually improved. Today, after lunch, old Master Wang was poised to practice calligraphy, brush in hand. However, just as he was about to inscribe his first character, the brush slipped from his grasp. Instantly, he clutched his chest and sank into his chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver, alarmed, helped him to bed and hurriedly summoned the family's private physician. Before long, the doctor arrived to examine old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, the rest of the Wang family rushed over. Upon seeing the old man lying pale on the bed, they were all consumed with anxiety. How could he, having just regained his strength, find himself in such a state again? After the examination, Wang Yixue urgently inquired, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor, with a perplexed expression, shook his head and replied, "Old Master Wang's condition is somewhat precarious. His organs are beginning to fail, yet we cannot ascertain the specific cause. I recommend that we promptly summon Jiang Xiaoyue. He is a well-respected expert in the country, but this particular symptom is unprecedented for him." Wang Yixue immediately took out her phone to call Jiang Xiaoyue. After confirming her location, she hastily arranged for the family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoyue arrived, she quickly approached with her small bag and began examining old Master Wang. After a considerable time of assessment, a look of bewilderment crossed her face. The old man's current condition was dire, yet she could not pinpoint the underlying issue. "Sister Xiaoyue, what exactly is wrong with my grandfather?" Wang Yixue, noticing Jiang Xiaoyue's confusion, felt a surge of panic. The rest of the Wang family mirrored her anxiety. A Wang family with old Master Wang is entirely different from one without him. I cannot determine the problem, but the old man's condition is indeed critical. If it remains unresolved within a day, it might lead to... Jiang Xiaoyue's expression darkened. She had never encountered a medical conundrum so perplexing. Upon hearing her words, the family members turned ashen. If even the highly skilled Jiang Xiaoyue could not identify the issue, what hope did they have? At the back of the crowd, Wang Rulong exhibited a glimmer of relief. He had been intensely anxious since Jiang Xiaoyue's arrival, fearing she might uncover some troubling ailment. Thankfully, she was unable to resolve the matter. Previously, he had intended to collaborate with Yi Xiao to freeze the Wang family's liquid assets, aiming to oust Wang Yixue from the center of power and elevate himself. However, for reasons unknown, the plan had failed. Wang Yixue not only sensed the scheme, but also retaliated against Yi Xiao, leaving him quite unsettled. Upon observing that Wang Yixue had no intention of troubling him, he assumed it was merely a trivial coincidence, and that his identity remained concealed. As for the scene that unfolded today, it was of course his doing. After witnessing the failure of the plan, Yi Xiao devised a new scheme, urging him to take direct action against the elder. Once the elder was no longer present, the issue of succession would need to be resolved. According to familial customs, the power of the family ultimately rests in the hands of a male heir. Without the elder's protection, Wang Yixue's authority would be jeopardized. Grandfather, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Your favoritism was too pronounced. Wang Rulong sighed inwardly, feeling a tinge of guilt. Yet, in the grand scheme of power, what did this guilt signify? So what should be done now? Should we invite the esteemed Dr. Jiang for assistance? Wang Yixue spoke with a bitter tone. Jiang Xiaoyue shook her head in response. I cannot ascertain anything. Even if my grandfather were to arrive, he would likely fare no better. This situation is exceedingly troublesome. But there is someone who may be able to assist me. Who? Brother Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyue replied. During her previous visit to the Tang household, she had eavesdropped on Brother Tang Yu's thoughts and discovered he had mastered the Qingshang Tianjing and entered the realm of enlightenment. If I cannot diagnose the issue now, we must rely on him to discern the underlying problem with Grandfather Wang's health. Wang Yixue was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyue's suggestion to summon Tang Yu. Given the gravity of her grandfather's well-being, she refrained from asking further questions and promptly dialed Tang Yu. At that moment, Tang Yu was in his office. Engaged in a game with Qin, he noticed that ever since he had allowed her to play games and report data daily, her work ethic had become surprisingly diligent. From the start to the end of her shift, she hardly shifted in her seat. However, when it came to ordering takeout, she was quite industrious, consuming at least 3 cups of milk tea and various snacks each day. She resembled a slothful hermit. Nevertheless, Tang Yu was well aware that all of this was merely a facade of her exceptional acting skills. She was attempting to lull herself into complacency in order to facilitate her data theft. To this, Tang Yu was indifferent. After all, the data had already been tampered with. If she wished to steal, she could take as much as she desired. Upon receiving Wang Yixue's call, Tang Yu answered, "What is it? Where are you? I'll send a helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather is in critical condition. Hurry here." Wang Yixue's voice conveyed urgency and distress. In this moment of vulnerability, she truly desired to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the office. Just have the helicopter meet me on the rooftop," Tang Yu replied, not wasting time. She quickly set aside her game controller and left her office in haste to wait on the top floor. The sudden incident involving Grandfather Wang took Tang Yu by surprise, as the original storyline had him remaining healthy until the conclusion. After a brief wait, the helicopter soon landed nearby. Tang Yu swiftly boda, her mind racing to determine the source of the problem. After several disjointed plot points, she was compelled to acknowledge that the narrative of this book had indeed unraveled. As the helicopter arrived at the Wang residence, Tang Yu descended to find Wang Yixue waiting for him. Her eyes reddened with worry. "It will be all right. The old master has a guardian angel watching over him, and he will not face any harm," Tang Yu gently reassured her. "Now, please hurry and see him." Grasping Tang Yu's hand, Wang Yixue pulled him swiftly into the house. Upon entering, they found Jiang Xiaoyue administering acupuncture to the old master. She was struggling to identify the ailment, but believed alleviating his condition would not pose too much difficulty. The gazes of the Wang family members were fixed upon Tang Yu, curious about why Jiang Xiaoyue had summoned him, knowing he possessed no medical expertise. What has happened to the old master? Tang Yu inquired, still unaware of the situation at hand. I cannot immediately ascertain the source of the old master's affliction, Jiang Xiaoyue replied. But I intend to employ the 13 ghostly needles technique as a preliminary treatment, and I would like your assistance. Chapter 47. The brother shows no interest in the bunny girl. Jiang Xiaoyue concocted a rather clumsy excuse, leaving everyone in the room momentarily dumbfounded. Tang Yu was equally perplexed. Had she specifically invited him over merely to lend a hand? Instinctively, he focused his gaze, scanning the old man Wang's figure. Even Jiang Xiaoyue could not discern the underlying issue. What ailment had befallen the old gentleman? Was it possible that after the Wang family's narrative fell apart, they were attempting to reinstate the plot by coercing the Dragon King to reappear as a pretentious healer? This was a scenario he had never encountered before. In previous iterations of this narrative, he had never survived beyond the initial plot. Either he met his demise at the outset or lingered for a mere 2 or 3 hours before facing death again. Fortunately, after a brief observation, he finally spotted a golden thread near the old man's heart. Curious, what is this golden thread? How did it become entwined around the old man's heart? By heavens, it even appears to be moving. Is this not the golden silk insect poison of Yichun? This thing is insidiously dangerous. Within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host is doomed to perish. Upon the host's demise, this entity will dissolve itself, leaving no trace of evidence. Thus, to save Old Man Wang, we must either summon Yichun to personally resolve the poison or attempt the secret formula from the Qin Feng New Jersey Ying, using mugwort, 9-leaf fragrant, redstone resin. A concoction of 11 medicinal herbs should suffice. I must discreetly find a way to alert them. Under no circumstances can we allow Old Man Wang to die. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, both Wang Yixue and Jiang Xiaoyue's expressions shifted dramatically. As they simultaneously noticed each other's faces, an unspoken realization dawned upon them. They could both hear Tang Yu's inner voice. In that instant, Wang Yixue understood why Jiang Xiaoyue had insisted on bringing Tang Yu along. It was for this very reason. I suddenly thought of a remedy. Let's send someone to gather the herbs for me, Jiang Xiaoyue declared, swiftly jotting down the list of ingredients she had just heard. A servant from the Wang family promptly dashed off to procure the herbs. Jiang Xiaoyue began contemplating the pharmacological compatibility of the formula. The prescriptions from the Qin Feng New Jersey Ying were indeed invaluable relics of lost knowledge. Since Sister Xiaoyue has a treatment plan, let us step outside to rest for a while. She can tend to grandfather here, Wang Yixue suggested, visibly relieved, and urged the others to leave the room. Ah, does that mean I'm not needed here? Tang Yu pondered how to alert them. I still have matters to discuss with you. Please follow me, Wang Yixue said, grasping Tang Yu's arm and leading him toward a nearby garden. Why so serious? Do you have something significant to share with me? Tang Yu wondered, feeling that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. Once in the garden, Wang Yixue seated Tang Yu and spoke earnestly. I sense something is amiss with my grandfather. He was in good health, and this sudden change is likely due to poisoning. What do you think? I too perceive the likelihood of such a scenario. However, a thorough investigation is imperative. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. It is not merely poisoning, but rather a case of being ensnared by some malevolent force. The golden silkworm poison requires proximity to the target for effective application. If Yichun had not personally intervened, it is most likely the foolish Wang Rulong who is behind this. Such a person is utterly dull-witted, conspiring with an outsider, believing he could ascend to the head of the Wang family. Simply possessing this secret places him in a position of subservience for a lifetime. In an instant, Wang Yixue's gaze turned icy. Indeed, her suspicions proved accurate. Once again, it is the imbecilic Wang Rulong causing turmoil from the shadows. The reason she had spared him previously was not due to a lack of evidence, but rather her desire to avoid alarming the snake. Hoping to exploit Wang Rulong's folly against Yichun, little did she anticipate his reckless audacity to target her grandfather. Given this, there is no longer any necessity to retain him as bait. Wang Yixue sighed softly, feeling a twinge of weariness. In truth, she is indifferent to the family fortune. After all, it is an inexhaustible resource. Yet, not everyone shares this perspective. Aside from Wang Rulong, how many others harbor similar ambitions? She leaned her head upon Tang Yu's shoulder. Upon sensing Tang Yu's impending movement, she could not help but chuckle. If you behave yourself, I shall wear a bunny costume for you next time. What nonsense about bunny costumes? Just don't let your dandruff fall on my shoulder. Tang Yu grumbled in dissatisfaction. I detest dishonesty above all. One must uphold their word. As for bunny costumes, I am not particularly concerned. I am a man of integrity. If sincerity were present, a blood drop would suffice. Blood drop? Wang Yixue paused slightly, pondering what that might be. Yet, she found no inclination to dwell on such matters. Simply being beside Tang Yu brought her immense joy. At least, in this moment, she need not contend with the intrigues of the world. The two sat quietly in the small garden, Wang Yixue listening to Tang Yu's whimsical musings, increasingly finding this brooding man endearing, until a voice shattered the tranquility. Miss, Dr. Jiang has successfully treated the patriarch. You should hurry to see him. A bodyguard rushed over, calling out, Let's go quickly and check on the old master. Tang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. If you had arrived, even a few minutes later, I would have developed shoulder inflammation. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and hastened to visit her grandfather. When they arrived, a somewhat pungent aroma filled the room. Old Master Wang had awakened, and a caregiver was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. Following his recent illness, the old man appeared significantly weakened. Grandfather, are you feeling all right? Wang Yixue inquired with concern. I'm mostly fine, merely a bit weak. After I finish this medicine, I shall take a short rest. The old man was uncertain about the condition of his health, only feeling a profound weakness in his limbs and a desire to sleep. A couple of days of proper rest would surely suffice for him. After administering the remedy she had learned from Tang Yu, Jiang Xiaoyue watched as the cursed insect crawled out and perished on its own. She had collected the deceased insect with the intention of examining it alongside her grandfather. That individual named Yi Chun was utterly despicable. After a brief period of concern and inquiries from others, they left the old man alone in the room to rest. Just as Tang Yu stepped out, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he realized it was a call from Qin Ming. Brother, didn't you say you would come to my house for the feng shui? Hurry over. Many guests have already arrived today. Qin Ming's voice resonated through the line. All right, wait a moment. I will be there shortly, Tang Yu replied before hanging up. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Yixue and the others, Tang Yu hastily drove to the Qin residence. According to the original plot, today Dragon King Yi Chun was set to make a grand entrance, flaunting his title as the foremost feng shui master of Suong. P.S. Here's the third update. We reached 100,000 words. Brothers, please leave a 5-star review and urge for more updates and gifts, as a new twist is about to unfold. Chapter 48. The Wang family seeks revenge. Wealthy individuals often place considerable faith in metaphysical practices, which grants feng shui masters a significant level of respect. With the newfound identity of a master, Yi Chen's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou ascended dramatically, earning him the reverential title of Master Yi. However, he indeed possessed a remarkable understanding of feng shui. After all, he was the favored son of a rather audacious author, endowed with an uncanny knowledge of various matters, as if he had been gifted with 5 profound roots of wisdom. How might one unmask this scoundrel appropriately? As Tang Yu pondered this while driving, adhering to the principle of self-preservation, she concluded that confronting him directly was out of the question. After much contemplation, she realized that the only viable option was to discreetly inform the Qin family through some means. As soon as she departed, Wang Yixue addressed the gathered members of the Wang family. Esteemed elders, please convene at the ancestral hall. I have something of great importance to discuss. What is it, young lady? What purpose does our gathering at the ancestral hall serve? Croaked an elderly man with a hoarse voice. Typically, when a family assembles in the ancestral hall, it signals a significant announcement. The eyes of the assembly turned towards Wang Yixue, their expressions filled with anticipation. Wang Rulong, feeling a twinge of anxiety, realized he had underestimated Jiang Xiaoyue's ability to cure their grandfather's ailment. Hadn't she previously claimed it was impossible? Now, with Wang Yixue insisting on a meeting at the ancestral hall, was it possible she had uncovered some sinister plot against their grandfather? Yet, he remained somewhat unfazed, confident that his true identity would remain concealed. The methods imparted to him by young Master Yi for employing curses were so discreet that they could never be traced back. There's a matter that pertains to our family's very survival. I urge everyone to proceed immediately, Wang Yixue declared as she made her way toward the ancestral hall. The remaining members, their expressions turning grave, followed her, their faces marked by confusion. What could be so dire that it threatened the existence of the Wang family? There's nothing to worry about. Even if she does discover something, she lacks evidence, Wang Rulong reassured himself inwardly. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. Xiaoyue, now that everyone is present, please share what weighs so heavily on your heart. Let us devise a solution together. Wang Yixue nodded, her expression as cold as frost, and pointed towards Wang Rulong, who stood at the edge of the assembly. Rulong, come forward and kneel before our ancestors. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd as they turned to Wang Rulong. Could it be that he had committed yet another grievous error? His mother stepped forward, her face a picture of concern. Xiaoyue, what do you intend? Why do you suddenly demand that your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some way? With a bitter smile, Wang Rulong approached. Indeed, sister, is there some misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? Your collusion with outsiders, betraying your own family, is merely a misunderstanding? Our family's recent collaboration with Fowls on the New Energy Project nearly led to disastrous losses. And today, it was you who orchestrated the curse upon grandfather, wasn't it? Wang Yixue interrogated him, her gaze unyielding. Wang Rulong's face drained of color as he instinctively shook his head. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I ever commit such an act? The collaboration with Fars was indeed a misjudgment on my part. It is my own inadequacy that led to this. However, how could my grandfather's affairs possibly relate to me? Even if I were devoid of humanity, I would never stoop to such heinous acts. Is there perhaps some misunderstanding? Xiaoxue, do you possess any evidence? Others also find this hard to believe, as Wang Rulong generally displays commendable behavior at home. I can simply summon the witnesses. Wang Yixue clapped her hands, and shortly thereafter, 2 bodyguards escorted Li Deshen into the room. Upon entering, the terrified Li Deshen immediately knelt before everyone and recounted the events in detail, realizing that this was his sole path to redemption. The young lady had assured him that if he testified, she would grant him a chance at survival. Once Li Deshen concluded his account and presented both testimonial and material evidence, a pale-faced Wang Rulong attempted to offer further explanations. His father, however, was seething with rage, and without hesitation, he struck Wang Rulong squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, whereupon he began to kick him mercilessly. In affluent families, nothing is more detestable than betrayal from within. Moreover, Wang Rulong had the audacity to lay hands on the elder. This was undoubtedly a capital offense. While Wang Rulong's mother cried out in an attempt to restrain her husband, the others merely observed with grim expressions, including Wang Yixue, who refrained from interjecting. After Wang Rulong was beaten to the brink of unconsciousness, she finally spoke. That will be enough for now, uncle. Let's pause here. Grandfather has yet to recover, and I believe it prudent to defer this matter until his health has improved. Wang Rulong's father nodded, his spirit crushed. He could hardly fathom his son's foolishness. Given the elder's temperament, could there possibly be a way for him to survive upon learning of this incident? Take him away and confine him, he commanded. After instructing the 2 bodyguards, Wang Yixue addressed the Wang family, stating, "We cannot place the entirety of the blame upon Wang Rulong. While he is foolish, there are those with far more sinister intentions at play, and we must seek retribution. Indeed, we cannot allow this individual to escape unscathed. He must pay the price." The others readily agreed to the notion of vengeance. This individual had dared to target the Wang family, and they would not be lenient. Soon, the Wang family began to search for Yi Chun's whereabouts in preparation for their retaliation. Meanwhile, the Qin family was abuzz with excitement, as just 2 days prior, They had announced an invitation to feng shui masters from across the country to resolve their issues, offering a staggering reward of 1 billion for anyone who could succeed. For these masters, such a sum was indeed astronomical. Consequently, feng shui experts from all over the nation gathered, united by the purpose of alleviating the Qin family's tribulations. As Tang Yu drove, he happened to see Yi Chen exiting his vehicle. Upon disembarking, he found Qin Kursin waiting for him. "Miss Qin, how effective was the talisman I provided?" Yi Chen inquired with a smile. "It was highly effective, so I must trouble you today, Mr. Yi." Qin Kursin nodded. Yet her expression was somewhat intricate. She vividly recalled the heartfelt whispers she had heard last time. In a bid to ascertain the truth, she stealthily unwrapped the talisman that morning. To her astonishment, it indeed contained a haphazard and chaotic drawing of a spirit, marked with a dried drop of blood. Ah, this foolish girl Qin Kursin must have been thoroughly startled by the talisman. Fortunately, I have shown mercy this time, and later, I shall benevolently assist in unveiling his true nature. Speaking of which, where has that rascal Qin Ming disappeared to? Just as she pondered this, that familiar voice resounded once more. She immediately began to scan her surroundings. Who could it possibly be? Chapter 49. I shall bring honor to young Master Tang. She surveyed her surroundings, yet the source of the sound eluded her. Nevertheless, exhilaration coursed through her veins. For the truth of the matter was on the verge of revelation. If her benefactor, who had divulged everything to her, were to arrive, she would express her profound gratitude. Moreover, he had uttered her brother's name, indicating a connection with him. This development would certainly facilitate her quest to uncover his identity. Once the two individuals entered, Tang Yu leisurely descended from the vehicle. Upon exiting, he did not spot Qin Ming, but he did see Zhao Gaosheng, clad in a black Tang suit, loitering at the entrance with a smoking pipe in hand. The attire lent him an air of sophistication. With a smile, Tang Yu approached and patted him on the shoulder, calling out, "Uncle Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Gaosheng chuckled quietly, replying, "I certainly had to come for this opportunity to bring honor to young Master Tang. Ever since Yi Chen acquired the yin-yang fish jade talisman, I've been pondering how he would utilize it. After receiving news from the Qin family, I finally grasped his intentions. It appears this lad aims to flaunt his prowess and woo the ladies at the Qin residence. Hence, I resolved to make a noteworthy appearance today. After all, this young man has offended young Master Tang. I must bring honor to you." Tang Yu was somewhat perplexed, suspecting that Uncle Zhao was motivated by the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. Resolving the Qin family's dilemma would indeed reflect well on him. He raised his thumb in approval, saying, "All right, then it's up to you today. Uncle Zhao, you must secure that 10 billion reward from the Qin family. Count on it," Zhao Gaosheng declared, thumping his chest in assurance. "If I accomplish this task, the 10 billion reward will be mine. When I announce it to the group, what will General Wang's accolades amount to? I shall be the foremost loyal and capable minister of the Tang family." Both men harbored their own thoughts, exchanging smiles of camaraderie. Just then, Qin Ming approached, having just left the restroom after feeling unwell while waiting for Tang Yu at the entrance. He wrapped his arms around Tang Yu, laughing, "Hey, big brother, what's the occasion for such merriment? Isn't it to celebrate your fortune? Today, your family's troubles will surely be resolved," Tang Yu replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Don't mention it. I'm unsure if this predicament can be resolved. If all else fails, we might just have to relocate." Qin Ming sighed, his outlook not particularly optimistic. In recent days, their family had discreetly consulted several feng shui masters to address their issues, yet none had proven effective. One master even collapsed mid-ritual, spitting blood, and was currently hospitalized. Hence, they were compelled to offer a reward of 10 billion, inviting masters from across the nation to see who among them could remedy this troublesome situation. Rest assured, not only will this matter be resolved today, but the culprit behind your family's misfortune will also be unveiled, Tang Yu asserted. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, believing Tang Yu was merely jesting, and did not take his words to heart. As three individuals entered, they found a gathering of feng shui masters engaged in tea and conversation. Each master was adorned in distinct attire, exuding an air of mystique that could easily be mistaken for a film set. In a bid for discretion, Tang Yu deliberately chose a seat in a corner. Shortly after he settled in, Qin Feng, the head of the Qin family, emerged with several bodyguards. The assembly rose to greet him, casting fervent and respectful glances at this esteemed figure of wealth. Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the crowd. I am grateful for your presence today, as you gather to assist in resolving the troubles of the Qin family. I assure you, my word is my bond. A check for 10 billion has already been prepared. Should any master here manage to solve the issue today, I shall present the check with both hands, and that master will forever hold a place of honor in my home. His words invigorated the masters, who felt as if untold riches were within their grasp. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly resolve the Qin family's predicament today. What is a mere trace of malevolence? Once I intervene, the feng shui of the Qin family shall remain untroubled for 50 years. Such trivial matters are easily resolved with a mere gesture. There is no need for competition among my fellow practitioners. Many masters began to voice their intentions, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling market. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe stepped forward, commanding silence with a booming voice. Esteemed colleagues, be still and lend me your ears. His authoritative call silenced the room instantly, drawing all eyes to him. Was this not Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? What brought him here? A ripple of whispers circulated among the attendees, their gazes toward Master Zhao tinged with trepidation. Tang Yu observed with keen interest, aware from a narrative that this man was the current celestial master of Longhu Mountain, renowned for his formidable prowess. Yet, in accordance with the protagonist's law, he was destined to become collateral damage in the unfolding events. In summary, any contest against the Dragon King would render even the most distinguished experts, who had devoted their lives to their crafts, inferior to the skills acquired by the Dragon King in merely half a year. Who is that old man? He seems quite formidable. Qi Ming inquired with curiosity. Zhao Gaosheng interjected. This is Master Zhao Shizhu of Longhu Mountain. Do you see the disciples behind him? One of them holds the Master's sword, said to have been inherited for over 4 centuries. Qi Ming expressed mild surprise, not entirely understanding the significance, but appreciating the presence of such an impressive figure, hopeful that he might aid in their dilemma. Master Zhao Shizhu addressed the assembly, esteemed colleagues. Today there is but one reward. However, with so many of us gathered, it is impractical for us all to take action together. How then shall we divide the reward? The crowd pondered this dilemma, exchanging glances, yet no suitable answer emerged. Money, it seemed, was a prize everyone wished to claim for themselves. Who would willingly share? Thus, I believe that it is one's abilities that should determine the rightful recipient of this reward. I shall step forward to accept the challenges of all present. Should any of you, esteemed friends, prevail, I shall depart immediately. However, if no one can best me, I shall claim this merit for myself. Zhao Shizhu regarded the crowd with an air of arrogance, a smile playing upon his lips. His hubristic demeanor incited indignation among the numerous masters of feng shui gathered here. Those daring enough to arrive today are all adept practitioners of the Xianmen. His audacity to stand alone against the multitude suggests that he considers his prowess unparalleled within the Xianmen. Although Long Hushan holds a prestigious position within the sect, the others are not to be underestimated, particularly when a reward of 10 billion is at stake. None are inclined to relinquish it easily. Zhao Tianshi is exceedingly presumptuous. I shall be the first to test his mettle, declared Song Qingshan, the head of the Song family. The Song family enjoys considerable renown within the Xianmen, possessing a lineage of 64 mysterious copper coins that have been passed down for centuries, capable of divination and the dispelling of malevolent forces. Yet, Zhao Shizhu did not even spare him a glance, responding nonchalantly, "Then let us see this friend make his move." Chapter 50. The master must not be insulted, Song Qingshan scoffed, tossing a string of copper coins high into the air. Immediately, he formed intricate hand seals, causing the coins to float gracefully and arrange themselves into a formation above. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in applause. Such a remarkable skill was not something one could easily possess. Qi Ming stood in stunned silence, astonished by the capabilities of these geomancers. Song Qingshan reveled in the admiration he received. He pointed a finger at Master Zhao, directing the floating coins to hurl themselves toward him. A mere parlor trick. And you dare to show off before me? Master Zhao Zhuzhu's face revealed nothing but disdain as he raised a hand and commanded, "Sword, come forth." Behind him, a young acolyte held the master's sword aloft in both hands. At his command, the sword soared into the air, slicing through the copper coins with precision. Each coin struck by the master's sword split in two, cascading to the ground. In mere moments, nearly half of the 64 coins lay shattered. Song Qingshan felt a pang of anguish, nearly choking on his own despair. These were his family heirlooms. He could not afford to continue the duel and hastily attempted to reclaim the coins. Yet the master sword relentlessly pursued them. Overwhelmed by grief, Song Qingshan glared at Zhao Zhuzhu and exclaimed, "Master Zhao, must you be so merciless? You think you can challenge me without consequence?" Zhao Zhuzhu replied with a slight smile. Song Qingshan's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Today, I have overstepped. I implore you, Master Zhao, to show mercy." "Now, that is more like it," Zhao Zhuzhu remarked, gesturing for the master sword to return to him. With a heavy heart, Song Qingshan quickly gathered the remaining coins, his expression darkening. Not only had he failed to profit today, but he had also ruined his treasured heirloom. The other practitioners of the mystic arts were equally astonished by Zhao Zhuzhu's display. Many began to reconsider their intentions. After all, if their abilities were inferior to Song Qingshan's, how could they dare provoke Zhao Zhuzhu? "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Step forward, if no one dares. I shall gladly accept this fine opportunity from the Qin family," Zhao Zhuzhu declared, wielding the master sword as he gazed at the crowd with an air of a transcendent sage. "I shall." An elderly man with a youthful visage stepped forth, clad in a somewhat tattered Taoist robe. Yet, none dared to underestimate him, for he was well known in the northern mystical circles as the Elder of the Dipper. Zhao Zhuzhu regarded him with a calm demeanor and said, "Come forth, reveal your treasure, and allow me to behold your prowess." The Elder of the Dipper snorted disdainfully, and a red string rose into the air, flickering with faint flames, resembling a fiery serpent. This sight left the onlookers in awe. Qin Ming exclaimed, "Wow, brother, these individuals truly possess remarkable skills. I must learn a few tricks myself to impress the ladies." "That may take you at least a decade of practice," came the reply. Having already witnessed the unfolding narrative, Tang Yu found it difficult to muster much enthusiasm. After all, no matter how formidable one might be, in the end, they were merely stepping stones for Yichun. According to the plot, this old man would inevitably succumb to Master Zhao, followed by a conflict between Zhao and Yichun. Once Zhao's incantation faltered, it would be Yichun's turn to bask in glory, and the foolish Qin Kursin would begin to admire him from that moment. Poor Qin Ming. Not only did Yichun lead to his demise, but he also lost his family fortune and sister to that scoundrel. Upon hearing the familiar voice again, Qin Kursin's gaze swiftly fixed upon Qin Ming. Then she noticed Tang Yu sitting beside him, instantly recalling that it was his voice. There could be no mistake. Her only brother was indeed him. She was astounded internally, yet her expression remained composed. She was determined to ascertain whether it truly unfolded as Tang Yu had described. At that moment, the elder Kuei Xing had commenced a duel of sorcery with Master Zhao. The red thread he manipulated transformed into a fiery serpent, hurtling toward Zhao. This seemingly formidable attack elicited nothing but a disdainful smile from Zhao. As the fiery serpent approached, he merely gestured, and astonishingly, the serpent came to a halt mid-flight. "Return to me," Zhao commanded sharply, and the fiery serpent obediently retreated, racing back towards Elder Kuei Xing. Upon realizing his weapon was being commandeered by his adversary, Elder Kuei Xing is contenance siftet dramatically. He fled desperately to evade the impending assault, appearing utterly disheveled. The onlookers erupted into laughter, their respect for Zhao deepening. Truly, Master Zhao of Longhu Mountain was exceptional. With this display, he had proven himself as a master among masters, earning their unwavering admiration. "Master Zhao, I concede. I am thoroughly defeated," Elder Kuei Xing gasped after a futile attempt to escape. Zhao smiled with satisfaction, gesturing for the red thread to fall to the ground. ceasing its movement. The disheveled elder Kuei Xing picked up the red thread, tying it around his hand, grumbling softly, now too intimidated to utter further objections. Consequently, no one dared to challenge Zhao any longer. Zhao, reveling in his triumph, clasped his hands in salute. Esteemed colleagues, I appreciate your indulgence. Henceforth, let me address the issues of the Qin family. Although many feng shui masters were reluctant, they had no choice. After all, none among them could rival his prowess. We must trouble Master Zhao then. Today, Qin Feng was witnessing an enlightening spectacle. As practitioners of the Tao, it was our duty to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. It was our rightful obligation. Zhao maintained a courteous demeanor towards Qin Feng, given his status as a wealthy patron. At this moment, Qin Feng was utterly astounded. Everything unfolded precisely as she had just heard in the voice. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned to Yi Chun and remarked, Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is truly remarkable, akin to a celestial being. Yi Chun, his expression dripping with disdain, retorted, they are merely dabblers in the arcane. While this Taoist possesses some skills, he pales in comparison to me by an insurmountable margin. In due time, upon demonstrating his prowess, Qin Feng shall come to comprehend what constitutes a true master. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the attention of the entire assembly converged upon him. Here we go again, the classic provocation to draw others in, some murmured. Once he incites their wrath, he will wager with them, only to trample them beneath his feet. Afterwards, he will feign magnanimity to win their favor. Being a sycophant is evidently his forte, Tang Yu remarked, rolling her eyes while holding a cup of tea. The familiarity of this narrative was overwhelming. As anticipated, Zhao Shizhu was incensed by his proclamation. Upon glancing over, he discerned a young man in his 20s, scowling as he declared, Who is this impudent youth? How dare he claim that Longhu Mountain is a mere side path? If he is unconvinced, let us step outside and settle this. Who invited this fool? He should be expelled at once. A mere child, utterly ridiculous. A master cannot be insulted. Let Zhao Tianshi teach him a lesson. The assembly of geomancers erupted in indignation, their gazes directed at Yi Chun as if he were a mere jester. Chapter 51. Our Tang Xiao. A scholar of celestial affairs, Qin Feng furrowed his brow as he observed two bodyguards pointing at Yi Chun. Expel this person, he commanded. As the bodyguards approached to carry out his orders, Qin Feng quickly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Father, Mr. Yi is a distinguished individual I have invited. He possesses remarkable abilities. She then retrieved a talisman from her pocket, stating, This is the protective charm he gifted me. Ever since I've worn it, my sleep has been tranquil, free from nightmares. The truth had yet to unfold. She could not allow Yi Chun to leave. Yi Chun stood and smiled at Qin Feng, saying, Uncle Qin, it is not arrogance that guides my words, but merely the truth. This master, Zhao, cannot resolve your family's predicament. Should I refrain from intervening, his rash actions will result in a backlash, leading to dire consequences for the Qin family. You ignorant child, if I, a humble Taoist, manage to dispel this trifling malevolence today, you shall kneel and apologize to me. Zhao Shizhu retorted angrily. And what if you fail? Yi Chen countered it. If I cannot succeed, I shall gift you this master's sword, Zhao Shizhu declared, before turning to his disciples with an irate command. Fetch the incense. Immediately, two of his disciples produced 3 incense burners, inserting 3 sticks of incense into each without igniting them. Zhao Shizhu began to chant incantations while forming hand seals. Upon concluding his chant, the 9 sticks of incense ignited simultaneously. As the fragrant smoke swirled, it coalesced into a gray, humanoid form in the air. Once the gray figure had materialized, Zhao Shizhu addressed Qin Feng, saying, Mr. Qin, this is the malevolent energy accumulated by your family. As long as I eliminate it, the Qin family shall enjoy peace henceforth. Then I shall trouble you. Master Zhao. Qin Feng sighed with relief. The family had been besieged by disturbances for far too long, and it seemed this troublesome issue was finally nearing resolution. A mere trifle, Zhao Shizhu replied with a relaxed smile. He performed the 7-star step and thrust the master's sword into the mist. Upon impact, the mist emitted a shrill scream, startling everyone present. Mere seconds later, the mist dissipated on its own, and the members of the Qin family felt a significant alleviation. However, upon successfully dispelling the malevolence, Zhao Shizhu coldly glared at Yi Chun and proclaimed, "Now that it has come to this, what do you have left to say? Kneel and apologize to me." Yi Chun maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "Perhaps you should examine once more whether the malevolence has truly vanished." No sooner had he spoken than the previously dispersed malevolence began to coalesce once again. The gray mist surged toward Zhao Shizhu. Despite his attempts to counter with the Master-S sword, he ultimately succumbed to the malevolence's intrusion. His complexion turned pale as he coughed up blood and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. His disciples were thrown into chaos, hastily lifting Zhao Shizhu and checking his condition. The Qin family, who had felt a sense of relief moments ago, now found themselves engulfed in an overwhelming discomfort, as if a colossal weight pressed upon their shoulders. The other Feng Shui masters present also bore expressions of shock. This formidable malevolence was unlike anything they had encountered before. Several individuals attempted to unite in their efforts to dispel the ominous presence, yet their actions resulted in a backlash, leading to a fate akin to that of Zhao Shizhu. The distressed Qin Pengqi glanced at his daughter, only to discover that Qin Curson appeared to be completely unscathed. Could it be that the protective talisman was genuinely effective? Was this young man truly an extraordinary expert beyond the worldly realm? With a face marked by trepidation, he turned to Yi Chun and implored, "I have acted thoughtlessly. I beseech you, young friend, to come to my family's aid." The eyes of everyone in the room converged on Yi Chun. "Quickly step aside. He is about to show off." After extracting the talisman to dispel the ominous presence, he will later reclaim the Jade Buddha that he deliberately sold to the Qin family. This malevolent aura is indeed the result of that Jade Buddha. Infused with the blood of stillborns and infants, the Jade Buddha has been steeped for 7 days to cultivate this sinister energy. In truth, if that Jade Buddha were to be shattered, he too would suffer a backlash. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Curson's pupils constricted involuntarily. Not long ago, Qin Ming had indeed procured a Jade Buddha, claiming it was a rare treasure from a revered monk. Suppressing her anger, she gazed at Yi Chun and spoke softly, "Mr. Yi, I must trouble you. Of course, you are my friend, and the affairs of the Qin family are as my own," Yi Chun replied, a charming smile gracing his lips. He withdrew the yin-yang fish talisman from his pocket, infused it with a drop of blood, and it began to emit a faint white light. Soon, the gray malevolent energy within the room surged towards the talisman, ultimately vanishing from sight. Such minor malevolence can be dispelled with a mere flick of the finger, Yi Chun declared, his demeanor exuding arrogance. The onlookers regarded him with admiration, despite his flamboyant words. His genuine skill was undeniably impressive. This lethal malevolence was indeed reduced to nothingness in his hands. However, merely 5 seconds later, cracks appeared in the talisman he held, and it shattered into pieces. The malevolent energy that had been absorbed erupted forth once more, this time far more potent than before. Instantly, the entire room was engulfed in a shroud of gray malevolence. Several members of the Qin family found it difficult to breathe, their faces pale and speechless. Yi Chun's expression shifted as he questioned, "What is happening? Have I summoned too much malevolence, exceeding my control? Damn, this plot is unfolding unexpectedly," he thought. Shouldn't the talisman have resolved everything with a single use? Could there be yet another complication? Tang Yu too felt bewildered. At that moment, Zhao Gaosheng abruptly stood up. A look of disdain etched across his face as he addressed Yi Chun. "I had thought you possessed great abilities, yet here you are, unable to resolve the issue, only exacerbating the malevolence." As he spoke, the crowd's gaze shifted to Yi Chun, their expressions transforming from admiration to anger and contempt. This braggart had unwittingly worsened the situation. Recognizing Zhao Gaosheng, Yi Chun's expression changed, and he quickly realized that the items he had acquired were flawed. Was he being plotted against, or was there another party involved? Zhao Gao, no longer wishing to waste his breath, gazed at the crowd, their faces etched with fear. "Do not panic, esteemed guests. Although this individual may seem like a mere wastrel, Our Tang Xiao possesses unparalleled talents, capable of dispelling even the smallest trace of malevolence with but a snap of his fingers. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How on earth am I endowed with such extraordinary abilities? What am I to snap my fingers with? Xiao, have some decency. Even a traitor should not stoop to such depths. How can I be expected to play this role? At that moment, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered, left at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, the crowd regarded him with fervent anticipation, as though he were the sole beacon of hope amidst darkness. With a throbbing headache, Qin Ming turned his gaze toward Tang Yu. Come on, brother. If you truly possess a means to rescue my family, please act swiftly. In that instant, he finally grasped why his brother had assured him that the issues at home would be resolved today. It appeared his brother had been concealing a formidable secret. Truly, he was worthy of being called brother, capable of anything. Zhao Gao pulled Tang Yu from the shadows. Tang Yu, still in a daze, felt a heat emanating from his pocket. Upon retrieving the source, he discovered it to be a yin-yang fish talisman, inexplicably placed there at some point. The talisman, now activated by a drop of blood, radiated a brilliant golden light in his grasp. Standing there, he resembled a human sun. The surrounding gray malevolence surged toward him, only to be dissolved by the golden brilliance. P.S. Incredible. It's the 4th update. Guess where Zhao is destined to be sent. Chapter 52. The Dragon King is infuriated. The consequences are grave. Soon, the malevolent energy within the room dissipated entirely, and the golden radiance enveloping Tang Yu vanished as well. As this sinister energy faded, the members of the Qin family felt their bodies rejuvenate. The few feng shui masters who had previously been injured by the backlash of this malevolent force found the dark energy within them also dissipating. For individuals like them, the consequences of such malevolent energy entering their bodies were exceedingly severe. If not swiftly resolved, it could result in serious illness or, at worst, immediate death. They all cast reverent glances towards Tang Yu. What constitutes a master? This is what a true master is. He sat silently in the corner from the beginning, and at the critical moment, he stood forth to reverse the tide. Gazing upon his handsome visage and imposing figure, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion. Some even moved to tears. To think that today they had the fortune of encountering a genuine master. Indeed, true excellence remains hidden, while ostentation often masks mediocrity. How shameful it was. As a Grand Master of Longhu Mountain, I find my own abilities pale in comparison to young Master Tang's. After returning to the mountain, I shall devote 20 years to quiet contemplation. The debt of gratitude I owe to young Master Tang for his salvation today will not be forgotten. Should he require my assistance in the future, I would gladly offer my life. A chorus of praises erupted from the feng shui masters, genuinely in awe of this young Master Tang. Exceptional, truly exceptional. Amidst the fervent accolades, Tang Yu merely twitched the corners of his mouth. Who am I? Where am I? This plot is all wrong. How did it turn into me showing off? Enough of the flattery. I truly cannot bear it. At that moment, Yichen was quaking with rage. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted scheme would be usurped by Tang Yu. According to his design, he should be the one standing there, basking in the adoration and praise of the crowd. In that moment, he would transform into the foremost feng shui master of Su and Heng, garnering the admiration of the Qin family, especially Qin Kursin, who would fall in love with him. Yet now, all of that had turned to mere illusion. He stood there like a solitary jester, occasionally catching disdainful glances from those around him. His heart burned with fury, wishing to eliminate everyone present, particularly Tang Yu, who had repeatedly brought him disgrace. Just as he was about to explode in anger, Qin Kursin suddenly dashed towards the statue of Buddha positioned on the altar. She seized the statue and hurled it violently to the ground. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered, capturing the attention of everyone present. As the statue broke, a crimson light surged forth from within, darting towards Yichen. Upon its entry into his body, Yichen's complexion paled, and blood trickled from his nostrils. The jade Buddha had been crafted from the blood of infants and stillborns. Now, with its destruction, he, as its master, would suffer the backlash. Having learned much about such nefarious practices from his father since childhood, he felt little concern. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small details. Countless bones lie in the wake of a single success. If a Dragon King lacks this kind of resolve, how can he ever accomplish anything? Yet, the assembly here consisted entirely of feng shui masters. In terms of strength, they may not rival Yichun, yet their vision is hardly inferior. Upon witnessing the crimson light and Yichun's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to respond. He pointed his Tian Shi sword at Yichun and exclaimed, "You shameless scoundrel! This malevolent aura is a result of your machinations. I too have perceived it. This young man possesses a truly nefarious mind. After all this time, it turns out he has orchestrated this charade himself. What a brazen individual." The other masters echoed his sentiments, angrily accusing Yichun. Seeing their reactions, Qin Feng was finally able to ascertain the truth. The whispers she had heard were indeed aligned. After being exposed and berated by the crowd, Yichun's expression turned bitterly resentful. As the esteemed Dragon King, when did it become acceptable for such lowly beings to point fingers and hurl insults at him? It's over. The act has backfired. This petty dragon is undoubtedly furious now. For heaven's sake, do not unleash a massacre. You are the Dragon King. Practice restraint. Noticing his darkened countenance, Dan Yi Wu Shen set impending doom. He had originally intended to merely survive the scenario before warning the Qin family that this young man was deceiving them. He had not anticipated matters would escalate to this extent. Once Qin Feng realized the situation, she rushed to her father, stating, "Father, this man harbors malicious intent. The Qin family must not let him go." Qin Pengqi glared at Yichun with a frigid expression, his voice laced with fury. "Mr. Yi, should you not provide an explanation to the Qin family?" His gaze was rife with murderous intent. During this time, the Qin family had indeed suffered gravely due to this young man. "What explanation? I'm unaware of what you speak. What purpose would I have in orchestrating this?" Yichun colded in it. "Of course, you are unaware that the Qin family would offer 10 billion as a reward. You are clearly after Qin Feng, wishing to play the hero and rescue her. Winning her affection means the Qin family is yours. What a shameless wretch, even when faced with evidence. You stubbornly refuse to admit your guilt." Tang Yu internally scorned at these words. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her cold gaze upon Yichun. "Stop your pretenses. I know this is your design. You were the one who released that serpent at my villa, were you not? I have already reviewed the surveillance footage." Yichun's face momentarily flickered with embarrassment. She knew about the serpent incident. Why had she not exposed him? "Sister, why waste words on him? Just strike him down." Qin Ming seethed, gritting his teeth, as he was the first to fall victim to this scheme. That Jade Buddha! It was he who had been deceived into purchasing it. At the time, he believed he had acquired a treasure, only to find it had brought ruin to his family. After shouting, a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family surged forward. Yet, Yichun showed no intent to flee. As the Dragon King, he would rather face death standing than flee with his tail between his legs. Confronted by the onslaught of bodyguards, he scoffed and took the initiative to strike back. The foremost bodyguard swung a punch at him, which he effortlessly evaded before sending the man flying with a swift kick. Immediately, he took the initiative, striking with both fists and sending two bodyguards flying, one to the left and one to the right. These bodyguards were undoubtedly trained professionals against ordinary individuals. They could effortlessly take on 10 opponents unarmed. Yet before Yichun, they appeared utterly inexperienced. Qin Ming seized a vase as a makeshift weapon and charged forward, intent on aiding his bodyguards in subduing this young man. Before Tang Yu could call out to him, he found himself grasped by the throat by Yichun. As Qin Ming was seized, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. The remaining bodyguards, hesitant and fearful, refrained from intervening. "Release my brother." Qin Feng exploded with fury. "If you dare to act recklessly, I will ensure you cannot leave Suong." Qin Pengqi was equally incensed. How dare an outsider behave so brazenly on their territory? In the face of Qin Feng's wrath, Yichun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Even with his unparalleled charm, it seemed he could not amend this dire situation. He gazed coldly at the Qin family, declaring, "Does the insignificant Qin family think they can threaten Yichun? Today could have been peaceful. If you seek to assign blame, direct it at that scoundrel Tang. His gaze fell upon Tang Yu, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and now to the Qin family, this young man had constantly undermined his interests. He resolved to no longer endure this provocation. Today, he would demonstrate what it truly means to offend the Dragon King. Chapter 53. Who, for heaven's sake, is the real villain? Under his gaze, Tang Yu felt a mix of anger and amusement. What a useless piece of work you are. Why should I care? You had your chance to be useful. Can you really blame Lin Bei for that? I never intended to put on airs. I merely wished to be a tranquil and handsome gentleman. Listen, Tang. Today you face a choice. Either the lad named Qin dies, or you suffer instead, Yixue declared, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu with fury. This cunning scoundrel had stabbed him in the back countless times. If he didn't reclaim some interest today, wouldn't that be too lenient? As he finished speaking, he exerted a slight force, causing Qin Ming's face to flush crimson, struggling to breathe. Don't act recklessly, just leave. The Qin family will not hold you accountable for today's events, Qin Feng said, his expression betraying anxiety as he noticed his son's distress. This decision should rest with him. Yixue gestured towards Tang Yu. Despite his struggle for air, Qin Ming managed to feebly wave a hand at Tang Yu. He was a martial artist with several years of training and understood well that his elder brother's skills could scarcely handle a mere chicken. Let my brother handle this. Wasn't he that asking him to deliver his own death sentence? He had already saved him once. There was no need for a second time. If he were to perish at the hands of this scoundrel, they could always be brothers again in the next life. What? You, a worthless fool, are going to watch your brother die in my hands? Yixue's tone was icy as he glared at Tang Yu. Was he fond of playing tricks? Very well. He would play that game too. Do you truly wish to stand by, witnessing your brother's demise in front of so many? Have you no shame left? Release him. I will accompany you. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This outrageous situation was truly maddening. Although he yearned to remain inconspicuous, there were limits to his patience. Upon Tang Yu's agreement, the Qin family members grew anxious. They were reluctant to witness Qin Ming come a harm. Yet they could not bear to see Tang Yu suffer on his behalf. Qin Kersen's eyes turned red as she regarded Tang Yu. They had previously quarreled over certain matters, and her unfavorable impression of him had only worsened after he spent 3 years in servitude to her. What sort of man lacked self-respect? However, today, her perception of Tang Yu was irrevocably transformed. What woman would despise a man of responsibility and loyalty? You dare to agree? Yixue was taken aback by Tang Yu's boldness, loosening his grip just enough for Qin Ming to catch his breath. He had never intended to kill Qin Ming. His goal was merely to humiliate Tang Yu in revenge. But now that he had acquiesced, Yixue would not hold back. Release him, and let us face each other outside for a fair duel, each delivering a single blow to determine the victor. Tang Yu gestured toward the open space beyond the hall. Though he yearned to remain hidden, he was no coward. He had his principles. For the sake of brotherhood. Very well, Yixue replied, though he continued to grasp Qin Ming's neck as the three of them exited. After the 3 individuals left, the crowd quickly followed suit. The group of feng shui masters regarded Tang Yu with even greater admiration. What defines a true master? It is someone of formidable strength, who remains humble and values loyalty. What shall be done now? Qin Feng's heart was in turmoil. He could not bear to watch his son perish. Yet he could not allow his nephew to die in his stead. This man had effortlessly sent over a dozen of his bodyguards flying. His strength was truly unfathomable. Even calling the police would be too late. Had he known, he would have invested more in hiring several skilled fighters to protect his home. Trust him. Qin Kersen bit her lip. There was no choice but to proceed as such. In her heart, she harbored intense hatred towards Yixue, that scoundrel. If given the opportunity, she would surely take his life herself. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You may release him now. Finally, you have the courage to stand like a man. What good is it to play dirty? Several bodyguards rushed forward to catch their young master. Yixue stood with his arms crossed, looking disdainfully at Tang Yu. Do not claim that I bully a mere worthless individual. I will allow you 3 strikes. Should I even furrow my brow? I vow never to set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again. As a martial arts expert, he could see that this man was a weakling. Not only could he withstand a punch, but even if he were struck 100 times, he would not sustain any injury. You go first. I fear my fists may become soiled. Tang Yu provocatively mirrored Yi Chen's posture, arms crossed, initiating an attack. He wasn't foolish. The system had not granted him any offensive ancient martial skills. Charging forward to deliver a mere slap to this scoundrel, his only available skills were the unmoving king technique and yin-yang limitless technique. Both could only be used once, and the system had him firmly in its grasp. Two types of energy flowed within him, derived from these techniques. Though they could be employed only once, both were at the pinnacle of mastery. The former could withstand a single attack, while the latter could redirect and double the damage received. Truly, young Master Tang embodied the essence of a true master. Indeed, why should one bother initiating an attack against such a petty adversary? With young Master Tang's extraordinary abilities, eliminating this individual would be as effortless as squashing a maggot. The feng shui masters had become fervent admirers of Tang Yu. They were convinced that this young Master Tang was indeed a genuine master of extraordinary prowess. Seeking death, Yi Chen loathed nothing more than being scorned in such a manner. He was, after all, the exalted Dragon King. In regions like Africa and the Middle East, he commanded respect wherever he went. In that moment, the accumulated resentment within him surged forth. With a furious shout, he lunged at Tang Yu, throwing a punch. Yet, he did not unleash his full strength. He could not afford to kill this man. He wanted to see him languish on a sickbed, helplessly witnessing the downfall of the Tang family. The two were merely 3 meters apart. With the prowess of Yi Chen, he surged forward in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to Tang Yu's chest. Simultaneously, 2 internal forces within Tang Yu began to circulate at his command. When Yi Chen's fist struck Tang Yu, it felt as though it had collided with cotton. Tang Yu remained rooted in place, impervious to the impact. The terrifying force of that punch was absorbed by the immovable king technique and subsequently transformed by the yin-yang infinite technique. Tang Yu felt a tremendous power coalescing in his right hand. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a counterattack. While Yi Chen was still in shock, bewildered as to why his punch had failed to inflict any damage, Tang Yu's fist had already found its mark. To Yi Chen, it was a leisurely strike, yet it contained an overwhelming strength. Caught completely off guard, Yi Chen was struck and sent flying like a kite severed from its string. He soared several meters before colliding with a statue in the courtyard, a figure of a green bull with a shepherd boy riding atop it. Yi Chen struck directly against the bull's horn, precisely at the most vulnerable point of his backside. Soon, the horn was stained with crimson. A wave of pain surged from his lower back throughout his entire body, causing Yi Chen to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for his remarkable willpower, he would have cried out. He felt a sweetness in his throat and opened his mouth, spewing forth a mist of blood. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Young Master Tang truly is an extraordinary individual of unparalleled skill. This man could effortlessly handle over a dozen bodyguards, yet was easily sent flying by a single punch from young Master Tang. The disparity in their strengths was indeed like heaven and earth. Chapter 54. Fortunately, he cleaned up while Zhao Gao was utterly astonished. Could it be that young Master Tang was so deeply concealed? Goodness, brother, you are truly remarkable. Qin Ming, seated on the ground, clutched his throat, coughing vigorously, his eyes nearly bulging out. With that single punch, that bastard Yi not only spat blood on the spot, but also suffered severe injury in a most sensitive area. In summary, the thoughts of everyone present could be distilled into 4 words. Young Master Tang is formidable. Standing still, Tang Yu gazed at his own fist and Yi Chen's bleeding rear with a hint of panic. By heavens, he had inadvertently caused trouble for the Dragon King. Fortunately, the Dragon King had managed to relieve himself quite thoroughly today. Otherwise, if excrement had been expelled, the Dragon King might truly want to settle the score with him. What an astonishingly concealed character Tang Yu turned out to be. After descending from the statue, Yi Chen could barely walk properly. It was inevitable. Each step sent excruciating pain through him. He gasped, his gaze towards Tang Yu filled with both hatred and a touch of fear. Even without exerting his full strength, he should have inflicted some damage. As for that punch thrown by Tang Yu, though it was somewhat slow Its destructive power was far more terrifying than his own. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, that punch could have very well cost him his life. He was now suffering from both internal and external injuries. Don't let him escape. Go after him. For every broken arm, I will reward you with 10 million. If you kill him, I will grant you 100 million. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly shouted. Having endured for so long, she finally had a chance for revenge. How could she let it slip away? The Qin family's bodyguards, still seething from their recent defeat, were filled with fury. Seeing the opportunity to pounce on a fallen foe, they surged forward en masse. With a face ashen as the clouds, Yixue dared not confront this throng. The mere presence of the enigmatic Tang Yu filled him with dread. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. He silently reassured himself, suppressing the pain as he swiftly fled from the Qin family estate. He made a dash and vaulted over the wall, only to be left dumbfounded upon landing. Outside the Qin estate, a dozen vehicles were parked. Wang Yixue, her expression as cold as frost, stood there with over 30 individuals by her side, all clad in sleek black suits, embodying the role of bodyguards. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family had mobilized their forces to seek out Yixue's whereabouts. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning that Yixue was at the Qin estate, she had brought her elite forces along. Just as she stepped out of the vehicle, she witnessed Yixue leaping over the wall. Noticing the blood on him, she pointed at him without a second thought. Kill this bastard. The Wang family bodyguards surged forward in a frenzy. Yixue, his eyes filled with rage, thought to himself that he, the formidable Dragon King, had roamed the world abroad, always the one to trample upon others. When had it ever been his turn to endure such humiliation? Faced with this throng of over 30, he bellowed in fury and engaged them with all his might. Yet, having just suffered a punch from Tang Yu, he was already grievously injured. After suffering an injury, his performance was gravely affected. Each step he took was agonizing, akin to bearing a 5-pound hemorrhoid. With his strength significantly diminished, he found himself besieged by an array of elite bodyguards. At this moment, Lady Luck finally favored the bodyguards. After incapacitating a dozen of them, Yixue could no longer withstand the onslaught and was pinned down, mercilessly beaten by the multitude. Tang Yu and his companions had already chased after him. Upon witnessing Yixue being overwhelmed, Tang Yu wore a look of disbelief. This had nothing to do with him. He was innocent, having merely thrown a single punch. Observing the ferocity of the attackers, Tang Yu was compelled to ponder a critical question. What would become of the plot if the Dragon King were to be slain? Just as Qin Feng raised a hand to command her bodyguards to intervene, a battered Yixue struggled to retrieve a small vial from his pocket. He smashed the vial onto the ground, releasing a plume of red smoke. The bodyguards, upon inhaling the smoke, were seized by an insatiable itch, abandoning their assault on Yixue to scratch their bodies in desperation. As the entire group succumbed to the effects, Yixue seized the opportunity to escape. Remaining any longer would surely lead to his demise at the hands of these ruffians. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose from the ground, intent on commandeering a vehicle to flee. Today's humiliation would be repaid 100-fold in the future. Just as he prepared to make his escape, a bodyguard, through gritted teeth, seized his trousers with a vice-like grip. The lady had instructed them to eliminate this wretch, promising a 10-fold year-end bonus. Should he manage to capture him, a reward of 20 million awaited. 20 million. That sum was enough for him to enjoy 1,000 nights of revelry in a luxurious club. Thus, he bore the unbearable itch, determined not to let this scoundrel slip away. You're not getting away, the bodyguard bellowed, eyes wide with fury. The other bodyguards, unwilling to watch their bonuses evaporate, endured their own torment to pursue Yixue. Yixue, mentally unraveling under the relentless assault, was astonished to witness individuals still able to rise after succumbing to his itching powder. With no other options left, he resorted to his final gambit. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Channeling the last remnants of his energy, his trousers disintegrated instantaneously. In this manner, he successfully evaded the bodyguards. Simultaneously, his bloodied rear was exposed to the onlookers, akin to a wild monkey. Goodness! The crowd gasped in unison, their eyes stinging at the sight. Even if he managed to escape alive, socially, he had already perished. Yet, Yichen was beyond caring at this point. He dashed toward the Mercedes, intent on fleeing, dismissing all other considerations. "Quick, lock the cars!" a bodyguard shouted, regaining his wits. One by one, they produced their keys, locking the doors of over 10 vehicles. Yichen reached for a car door, only to find it utterly unyielding. Overwhelmed by a surge of embarrassment and anger, he made the decision to turn and sprint towards the roadside. At that moment, a taxi happened to be idling nearby. Without hesitation, he dashed to the front passenger seat, his face contorted with rage as he shouted at the driver, "Drive immediately." "Who are you?" The driver, a young man, glanced at Yi Chun in a state of bewilderment. "Why aren't you wearing any pants? Just drive and spare me your nonsense." Yi Chun retorted impatiently, his anxiety mounting as he noticed the pursuers closing in. "It's not that I don't want to drive, but I need to know where the hell you're getting the money from," the driver replied, frustration etched on his face. In a fit of fury, Yi Chun delivered a swift punch to the back of the driver's head. The impact sent the driver crashing against the glass, rendering him unconscious in an instant. Yi Chun deftly ejected the driver from the vehicle, pressed the accelerator to the floor, and bolted onto the road in a frantic escape. Upon witnessing the driverless taxi speeding away, a group of bodyguards felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. "Damn it, there goes our reward." After learning of Yi Chen's escape, both Wang Yixue and Qin Feng were filled with irritation. How could this scoundrel get away? Tang Yu, however, remained unfazed. What does it mean to be the child of fortune? It signifies encountering extraordinary opportunities wherever one goes, effortlessly overcoming even the gravest of crises. Thus, he prefers to bide his time, avoiding conflicts with such a formidable opponent whenever possible. Alas, the entire world seems intent on forcing him into such confrontations. P.S. Here is the third update. Chapter 55. The elbow upon entering the house. The sister proceeded to examine your condition, only to witness Yi Chun fleeing. The feng shui masters present expressed their regret over such a calamity escaping their grasp. From this day forth, we, the practitioners of the Xianmen, hereby expel Yi Chun from our ranks. Anyone associated with him shall be regarded as our enemy. Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain proclaimed loudly, his complexion still pale. Although the malevolent energy within him had dissipated, it would take him at least a fortnight to recover fully. Indeed, such a scoundrel must not be allowed to exploit the name of Xianmen for deceitful gains. Should I encounter this person in the north, he will certainly not fare well, he added, with others echoing their agreement. In the Xianmen, adherence to the rules of the martial world is paramount. Yi Chun's actions today are deemed utterly contemptible by all. Once a consensus was reached, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu and said, "Young Master Tang, I shall forever be grateful for your assistance today. Should you ever require the aid of Longhu Mountain, do not hesitate to ask." "So say I," chimed in Song, acknowledging the young man's exceptional talent. "At such a tender age, your skills are unparalleled. I believe young Master Tang to be the foremost feng shui master in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone dispute this? If young Master Tang claims the title of the best in China, it would not be an exaggeration. Ha ha ha." A chorus of flattery ensued, while Tang Yu felt a surge of embarrassment, wishing he could conjure an entire palace and garden to escape the situation. "Please, no more. Truly, you flatter me excessively. I have merely performed a modest task. Let's not dwell on it further. Please, go and rest," he replied, his face adorned with an awkward smile. Youthful talent coupled with such humility, young Master Tang is indeed a prodigy. One should aspire to raise sons like him. The crowd continued their adulation before dispersing to rest. "Are you all right?" As the sycophants departed, Qin Feng approached Tang Yu with concern etched across her beautiful eyes. Having known him for many years, she was acutely aware of his lack of formidable strength. His calm demeanor belied the pain he must have been enduring, as he sought not to reveal his wounds to those around him. "It's nothing," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head with an even expression. "Wait, how did you end up here?" Qin Feng smiled gently. "But I thought you disliked me?" Hearing his thoughts, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for today." The relationship, over the years, had not been one of mutual respect, but rather one of distant acquaintanceship. The rift between them stemmed from an incident over a decade ago, when Qin Feng, accustomed to sleeping without attire, was caught off guard when Tang Yu visited her home to see Qin Ming and inadvertently opened her bedroom door. As a young girl in her adolescence, how could she bear such an embarrassment? In a fit of rage, she had leapt from her bed, confronting the stunned Tang Yu with an outburst that would scar a young man of his age. From that moment on, the relationship between the two was beyond discussion. Courteous as it may be, Qin Ming was my brother, and such was the duty. Tang Yu shook her head, yet her gaze inadvertently lingered upon a particularly well-developed aspect of Qin Curson. It was not an act of lewdness. Rather, it was a natural inclination for a man's gaze to be drawn to certain attributes. This was an instinctive appreciation of beauty, far from being a base or sordid act. Every man is, in essence, an artist. Ah, it has been quite a while since I last saw her. How has she blossomed so beautifully? When I first met her, she was but a budding flower. It's all thanks to that little rascal Qin Ming who led me astray. That scoundrel intentionally got me to help him fetch something, tricking me into this silly girl's room. If he wants me to be your brother-in-law, he ought to show a bit more decency, right? That hefty slap was uncalled for. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Curson felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt, casting a murderous glare at her younger brother. So it was this little brat who had deceived her back then? This fellow was quite close with Tang Yu, akin to brothers. Hence, he often came to praise Tang Yu to her, attempting to play matchmaker. Given his rather simple-minded nature, such a ploy was hardly surprising. Wang Yixue, who approached, also caught wind of Tang Yu's thoughts. She directed a glare filled with murderous intent at Qin Ming. This fellow had the audacity to think of helping her sister compete for a man? Oof. Such a person cannot be spared. Qin Ming, holding a bottle of mineral water, was drinking when he was choked by Yi Chen earlier today, leaving him quite frightened. Good heavens, he was half a step into the gates of the netherworld. Suddenly sensing two icy glares upon him, Qin Ming shuddered involuntarily, wondering what he had done wrong. He stood up and rushed over, touching Tang Yu's chest, asking, "Damn, brother, are you really all right after taking that punch from him?" "It's no big deal," Tang Yu shook her head, though the system can be quite troublesome at times. The rewards it offers are indeed valuable. "Brother, you are truly impressive. I never expected you to be so unassuming." Qin Ming's admiration deepened. Truly, he was a good brother. "Get away." Wang Yixue approached and shooed Qin Ming aside. She looked at Tang Yu with a furrowed brow. "Did Yi Chen really hit you? I witnessed his skills just now. To sustain such a grievous injury, yet still escape from his bodyguards, is indeed remarkable." "I merely took a punch, but it's nothing serious," Tang Yu replied with a bitter smile, gesturing towards the group of bodyguards. "What brings you here with such a large entourage?" The events at the Qin family were already peculiar enough. Why would you bring people to trouble Yi Chen? Wang Yixue recounted the situation at home briefly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu could only exclaim in shock. To think Wang Rulong, that simpleton, had been discovered. In light of this, had Yi Chen not thoroughly offended both the Qin and Wang families, adding her own predicament into the mix? 3 of the 4 great families had now turned against him directly. "Let us go inside first to check if you're injured." Wang Yixue had grasped Tang Yu's arm and pulled him into the house. "Yes, let us take a look." Qin Curson also expressed her concern. "Iem mitruli fine. Don't worry. Just let me return to rest." Tang Yu dared not allow these 2 women to examine his body. "What the hell is going on?" "No, please. Sisters, I assure you, I am perfectly fine." "Return to what?" "We need to check if there's an issue. What if something happens on the way?" Wang Yixue firmly refused to let go. "I'm merely worried about your health. Nothing more," she insisted. "Then let a doctor take a look." Tang Yu replied with a grimace. "Something feels off. This is definitely wrong." "Is this an examination or an examination?" "My family doctor resigned a couple of days ago, so let us just do a check for now." Although Qin Ming could not hear Tang Yu's thoughts, as a good friend, he understood women well. Tang Yu felt an urge to strangle this rascal. Had he known, he would never have gone to save him. "Hurry, let's go inside. Don't wait for me to come in forcefully." Wang Yixue waved her phone, and Tang Yu had no choice but to yield. He felt akin to a fragile heroine in some films, caught in a predicament by someone wielding leverage over him. Chapter 56. The 3 families unite to suppress Yi Chen as the 2 entered a guest room. Wang Yixue was about to close the door when Qin Curson swiftly followed suit. "I need to examine his condition." What are you here for? Wang Yixue remarked, a slight frown appearing on her face. In her eyes, this woman had become a threat. Moreover, that guy praised her physical development. It was merely average, hardly superior to her own. If it came to legs, hers were far more appealing. This is my home. Is it not permissible for me to express concern for my brother's benefactor? Qin Feng replied with an air of arrogance. Wang Yixue furrowed her brow, realizing that prolonging the argument would yield no advantage, and thus refrained from further comments. She approached Tang Yu and said, "Remove your clothing. I need to check for injuries." "Why would I deceive you? I'm not hurt," Tang Yu replied, on the verge of tears, trembling slightly. Damn it, how could she seem more lascivious than he? "Let me see," Wang Yixue said, removing her glasses and reaching for Tang Yu. Knowing she had no way to escape, Tang Yu complied and quickly shed his shirt, proving he was indeed uninjured. Although lacking combat prowess, he maintained his physique through regular exercise. Once his shirt was off, revealing a chiseled 8-pack, both Qin Feng and Wang Yixue found themselves irresistibly drawn to him. Women are far more lustful than men, especially when confronted with a strikingly handsome figure like Tang Yu. Their amusement grew as they noticed his slight embarrassment. Women also relish witnessing a man's shyness, for it evokes their nurturing instincts and protective desires. "It's nothing serious," Tang Yu said, feeling the weight of their gaze. Wang Yixue chuckled, her fingers lightly grazing his chest as she asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all," he replied, shaking his head as he hastily began to don his shirt. "Look at you. We wouldn't harm you," Wang Yixue scoffed, playfully slapping his backside. "Hey, you little rogue. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? If it weren't for Qin Feng being here, I'd teach you a lesson." Upon hearing his inner thoughts, the expressions of both women turned peculiar. This guy certainly had a knack for internal monologue. Wang Yixue chuckled inwardly. "Would you dare to strike me in private? If you did, I'd allow you to. Shall I take my leave then?" After putting on his shirt, Tang Yu felt akin to a hired hand, finishing his task and ready to depart. "Wait, there is something important we need to discuss," Qin Feng called out to him. "What is it?" "Shouldn't the three of us unite against Yi Chun? Although my understanding of him is limited, he must possess considerable influence. Wouldn't you agree?" Qin Feng spoke up. Her knowledge of Yi Chun was indeed scant, but his capabilities and skills were formidable. Allowing him to escape today meant the conflict was far from over. This man must be dealt with swiftly. The Wang family shall eliminate him, Wang Yixue had declared coldly. How dare he scheme against us? How dare he lay a hand on our precious ones? This matter absolutely cannot be overlooked. Upon noticing the gazes of the two women, Tang Yu felt a sudden pang of discomfort. He truly wished to quietly bide his time and reap the rewards. However, today, it felt as though he was on the brink of unleashing the Dragon King's wrath. Given the circumstances, merely wishing to lay low was no longer feasible. The Tang family was in the same predicament. Tang Yu forced a bitter smile, thinking, I never expected that as a mere antagonist, I would join forces with the heroines to confront the Dragon King. What a convoluted plot. It's utterly incomprehensible. Yet, perhaps it isn't entirely a bad thing. Since there is no way to remain inconspicuous any longer, we might as well take action. Thus, from this day forth, it was time to invest in enhancing security measures. The three families united to suppress the Longchan group, which belonged to Yichun. Wang Yixue began making arrangements. The security forces of these prominent families were currently not very formidable. The reason was simple. Suzhou and Hangzhou were their territories, and everyone knew of the four great families. Those of sound mind dared not provoke them, while those who were not sane lacked the qualification to do so. With the situation now changed, it was imperative to invite some skilled individuals to take charge and ensure that Yichun would not escape again. The combined strength of the three families was incredibly formidable, far beyond what the Longshan group could withstand. After driving a taxi for over 20 kilometers in haste, Yichun finally reached the He family. He did not head to the Longshan group. That was merely a company without the necessary security to protect his currently vulnerable state. Thus, he chose to come to the He family. Upon arriving at their doorstep, as he prepared to exit the vehicle, he suddenly realized a pressing issue. Although he was clad in clothing, he was, to his dismay, not wearing any trousers. Seeing himself in such a disheveled state, He cursed Tang Yu in his heart. As for Qin Feng and Wang Yixue, he was determined to win them over. He would not let go of what he had set his sights on. After a moment of contemplation, he removed his outer coat and tied it around his waist before entering the He residence. The members of the He family were quite familiar with him. Noticing his unfortunate appearance, they quickly escorted him to their private hospital for treatment. After a thorough medical intervention, he was placed in a hospital room to recuperate. It was evident that he would not recover in less than half a month. Lying on the hospital bed, Yichen came to a profound realization. The primary reason for his failure to conquer the four great families was none other than Tang Yu. This inept scion of wealth had proven to be far more cunning than he had anticipated. Every time his plans went awry, it was somehow linked to this individual. If he wished to seize Suzhou and Hangzhou, this person must be eliminated. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed down the corridor. Soon after, heroine entered with an elderly lady with flowing white hair. The elderly woman was none other than He Lianhua, the current matriarch of the He family. The He family was quite peculiar, as it had always been led by women. The women of their family never married out, but instead welcomed sons-in-law into their home. Given the He family's power, the number of suitors vying to become a son-in-law must be countless. Upon entering, the two individuals were met with the sight of Yi Chun. Looking rather disheveled, sprawled on the hospital bed, grandmother he approached with a cheerful demeanor, inquiring with concern, "Little Yi, I hear you've sustained an injury? Is it serious?" "It's nothing grave, just a minor wound," Yi Chun replied, his expression somewhat awkward. "That's a relief. For now, focus on recuperating here. If you require anything, simply inform the staff," grandmother he said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries in the ward, grandmother he, accompanied by her granddaughter heroine, exited the room. Once outside, a look of disdain crept onto heroine's face. She was already aware of the matters concerning the Qin family. As for Yi Chun's methods, she held no particular regard. Success was what mattered. However, he had failed to accomplish anything and had ended up like a beaten dog, even losing his trousers. "Grandmother, do you still believe he possesses the potential to be a true dragon among men?" Heroine could not restrain herself from speaking. "Grandmother," he sighed, "indeed, I am somewhat disheartened. He lacks even half the charisma of his master in his youth. His master was an extraordinary talent. How could he have produced a disciple who ends up in such a state?" Upon hearing her grandmother's words, heroine chose to remain silent. Previously, when her grandmother learned of his arrival in Suzhou and Hangzhou, she had considered placing her bets on him. Now, however, that possibility was utterly eliminated. Chapter 57. The Antarctic Man in the Hospital Room. Yi Chun remained oblivious to the opinions held by the He family regarding him. After resting for 2 hours, 4 men clad in black suits entered the room, each adorned with a skull ring, a hallmark of the Death Squad from the Dragon Soul organization. This insignia symbolized both honor and prowess. Entry into the Death Squad was reserved for those of sufficient strength and experience. It represented one of Yi Chun's most elite forces, second only to the 8 great generals. Originally dispatched to Beijing for intelligence gathering, they had been recalled due to recent events. Dragon King. Upon entering, the 4 men knelt on one knee in respect. Their expressions turned grave upon seeing Yi Chun injured and lying in bed. Who could be so audacious as to conspire against the Dragon King? What of the intelligence gathering in Beijing? Yi Chun inweited. We have already investigated 3 prominent families and uncovered some leads. One of them produced a dossier and handed it to Yi Chun. After glancing over it, Yi Chun's expression darkened. "Understood. Once I have recovered, I shall personally visit Beijing." He took a deep breath, realizing he preferred not to reveal himself in Suzhou and Hangzhou for the time being. He turned to the 4 men and commanded, "You shall remain in Suzhou and eliminate the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yu." Lying in a hospital bed, he sensed something amiss. He was uncertain why his punch had failed to inflict harm, yet Tang Yu's retaliatory strike contained his unique Xian Yang true energy. This energy could only be cultivated by those possessing the rare Xian Yang physique, of which he was the sole individual in all of China. Thus, he speculated that Tang Yu's strength might differ from his earlier assumptions. Deploying the Death Squad to probe further was the wisest course of action. Even 4 of them combined would pose a significant challenge. Understood. The four men acknowledged before departing to fulfill their mission. After leaving the Qin family residence, Tang Yu departed in a vehicle alongside Zhao Gaosheng. Young Master Tang, were you satisfied with today's events? Zhao Gaosheng inquired with a grin. Today, young Master Tang certainly commanded an impressive presence. The renowned geomancers from Xianmen had all bowed to him, and the Qin family expressed immense gratitude, thus enhancing the friendship between the two families considerably. As Tang Yu was poised to take the helm of the Tang family, their status would only continue to ascend. Very satisfied, Tang Yu replied, his irritation towards Zhao Gaosheng palpable. He suspected that there was a disturbance in their family's feng shui, as it seemed everyone was scheming to undermine him. They might even perform better as Dragon King than Yichen himself. Zhao Gaosheng blinked at Tang Yu, anticipation building within him. Having rendered such significant service to young Master Tang, surely a grand reward awaited him. Tang Yu then retrieved a 1 billion yuan check from his pocket and handed it to him. He initially had no desire for this money, but the Qin family insisted he accept it, arguing that refusing would be a breach of faith. Upon receiving the 10 billion check, Zhao Gaosheng was overjoyed. Young Master Tang, you truly are generous to us loyal subjects, he exclaimed. By the way, Uncle Zhao, aren't we planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I would like you to take charge of this initiative. The journey there and back is no small feat, so to avoid disrupting your family, I suggest you all travel together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate, and I will rely on you for the next few years, Tang Yu instructed. Any traitors will be exiled. Initially, he had contemplated sending them to Syria, but reconsidered, finding it too close. Antarctica would provide the solitude he desired. Should any traitors arise again, he would have to consider sending them to a space station for exploration of outer space. Thank you, young Master Tang. I, Zhao, pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Tang family, Zhao Gaosheng said, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Young Master Tang was exceedingly considerate, even allowing him to bring his family along. After exiting the vehicle, he quickly captured a photo of the check and shared it in the management group. Oops, I inadvertently helped young Master Tang today, and his reward is a staggering 10 billion. Young Master Tang has also appointed me to oversee the new project in Antarctica. When I return, I shall bring some penguins as souvenirs for the brothers. All of you must strive harder. Young Master Tang never neglects those who have served him well. After sharing the check's image in the group, Zhao Gaosheng boasted a little. Soon, the group was abuzz with excitement. Bijin, what the heck, 10 billion? I missed out. I should have stayed by young Master Tang's side to continue achieving merits. Wang Defa, old he, you are mistaken. Even though we are not beside young Master Tang, it does not hinder us from continuing to earn merits. We must work diligently. Does anyone know what young Master Tang plans to do next? If you do, please let me know, and I shall share 1/10 of the reward with you. Whoever knows first, I'll give you 1/5. I'll take 1/3. Are you kidding? Get lost, you overzealous braggart. While the group was in uproar, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable chill run through him. It was as if he sensed a lurking malice, though he could not ascertain its source. Could it be that wretched fool Yichen was cursing him? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and parked the car in the garage before hurrying to his room. Once he closed the door, he silently contemplated system. What is this reward this time? I hope it isn't another one-time reward. Ding! Host has successfully navigated the plot. Reward: mastery of an ancient martial art. You may choose between a movable king skill and yin-yang infinite skill, or opt for a random ancient martial art. Upon hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. This time, his progression through the story had nothing to do with mere survival. This generous system, surprisingly, had not offered a one-time reward. Perhaps by being a bit more tenacious, the rewards would be greater. He felt a wave of emotion wash over him. This ungrateful system had finally shown some humanity. Father, I have chosen the unmoving king technique. Tang Yu swiftly made his decision. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique can withstand the formidable blows of the Dragon King, Yichen. To not choose, it would be sheer folly. Soon, he felt an inexhaustible flow of energy within him. This energy coursed through his body, ready to protect him at any moment. After practicing the technique, Tang Yu attempted to strike himself. To his surprise, it did not hurt. However, he concluded that he must find someone else to test it on, as he had been too gentle with himself. Given his esteemed status, the only person in the Tang family who would dare to be rough with him was that man. Thus, he left his room, wandered upstairs, and made his way to his father's study. Upon entering, he found his father, Tang, engrossed in stock trading on his computer. Lacking a keen business acumen, he seldom involved himself in the affairs of the Tang group. Instead, he indulged in trading stocks with idle billions as a hobby. Noticing Tang Yu's arrival, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Aren't you bored? I feared you might be lonely, old Tang. So I came to chat with you." Tang Yu replied with a hearty laugh, approaching to pat his father's shoulder. "How's your stock trading been lately? Made any profits?" The expression on Tang's face darkened immediately. "Old Tang, is this boy seeking trouble?" Chapter 58. The Benevolent Father and the Seven Wolves. The sun strikes back. Tang's father extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, wearing a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "Whether you've made a profit or not, you can see for yourself," he remarked before rising and heading towards the door. A click echoed as he locked it behind him. Slowly, he withdrew his belt and approached Tang Yu. The Benevolent Father and the Seven Wolves. The sun retaliates. Tang Yu gazed up at his father with bright eyes, his face a canvas of longing. When the belt descended, he no longer screamed as he had before. The calm, composed smile on his face made Tang's father question his very existence. Was there something wrong with his belt? Or had he truly grown too old to discipline this boy? "Father, have you eaten lunch?" Tang Yu inquired with concern. The immovable king technique is truly remarkable. With this, my father can no longer lay a finger on me. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Tang's father suddenly sensed that something was amiss with his son. He donned his belt again, filled with worry, and took out his phone to call Tang's mother. "Hongying, could you find a psychiatrist? I fear something is amiss with our son." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Yu felt a jolt of fear. He quickly leaped to his feet and rushed outside, shouting, "I'm not sick, Dad. I was just joking." He merely wished to test whether the immovable king technique bestowed by the system was effective. To endure a strike from his father without feeling it was indeed impressive. It seemed the system had truly come through this time. With this, his ability to protect himself was greatly enhanced. From now on, he had no fear of poison or punishment. As Tang Yu whistled and pranced about, the servants of the Tang household cast fearful glances his way. "Young master, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Just as he was about to retreat to his room and indulge in a moment of leisure, Tang Yu spotted a beautiful girl in a maid's outfit at the doorway. She wore glasses, which added an air of aloof elegance to her exquisite features. What captivated Tang Yu even more was her stunning physique, perfectly suited for the maid's attire. In terms of allure, she was only slightly less impressive than that girl, Xiaoyue. "Good day, young master." The maid greeted him with a slight bow and a smile. "Hello, Tang Yu deeply cheerfulin." At last, there was a beautiful maid in the house. This was truly the life one could expect of a high-flying gentleman. "Oh, this girl is indeed remarkable. I wonder if walking in that outfit is exhausting." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and gently said, "Young master seems to have forgotten me?" Tang Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized her closely until recognition dawned. Wasn't this the Ling Han he had encountered at the Xinghe Club last time? He hadn't recognized her today, primarily because she wore light makeup, presenting herself as a pure beauty. This was her forte, transforming her appearance effortlessly. Simply put, whatever look you desired, she could embody it all. According to the original plot, she was supposed to be flirting with Qin Ming and another young nobleman, inciting discord between the two. Later, she reminded Qin Ming to stay away from her. And after that, there was no further news of her. How did she end up in my home? Damn it. Is Ichin already eager for revenge? Is it really worth holding a grudge over something as trivial as a little blood from your rear? Hearing Tang Yu mumbled to herself, Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed received word that the Dragon King was injured in a surprise attack by several masters while trying to protect a little girl. But what was the situation with the blood? "Miss Ling has come to work at my house, which is quite nice. Have you previously worked as a maid?" Tang Yu asked with a cheerful smile. This female tyrant is not to be trifled with, ranked third among the 8 great generals. "Is she coming for my brother?" "No worries. Just lay low. this is your forte. Unfortunately, you've met my brother. I doubt you can last even a day. Today, you shall discover how I earned the nickname Scoundrel You. I have done maid duties such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I even went to a maid training class. Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As a top assassin in the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently undertakes such tasks. Being a maid is the identity she employs most often. However, our Tang family is quite different. As you can see, we are the foremost among the 4 great families of Su and Hang. It's not that easy to work as a maid in our household. After finishing her words, Tang Yu pointed to her room. First, tidy up my room. Let us see if you're up to the task. Certainly, young Master Tang. Ling Han smiled obediently and walked into the room to begin tidying up. Tang Yu casually closed the door. I used to be afraid of you, especially since you're one of the 8 great generals. But now, times have changed. I'm no longer scared of a fight. If you don't get out of my way today, I shall pass on my nickname, Scoundrel You, to Yichen. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his gaze unabashedly drifting over Ling Han. The maid outfit you chose is quite nice, but perhaps a tad too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout at the chest would enhance it. The length of the skirt is just right. But why is it safety shorts again? As she tidied up, she listened to Tang Yu's inner thoughts. Ling Han truly felt a surge of the desire to strike him. What, should I wear a thong instead of safety shorts? Fortunately, her professional training allowed her to manage her irritation. After swiftly finishing the tidying up, she softly inquired, Young Master Tang, are you satisfied? It's acceptable, just passable. Tang Yu nodded. This woman is indeed quite versatile. If one didn't know better, they might think she was a professional maid. He sat on the carpet and patted the space beside him, saying, In our house, a maid must also know how to give massages. Come, let us see your skills. Ling Han suppressed her impulse to hit him and offered a sweet smile, asking, How would young master like it? I haven't been sleeping well lately. Please massage my temples. Tang Yu lay down beside the bed, indicating she could begin. Ling Han then took a stool, positioned herself at the edge of the bed, and gently pressed on either side of Tang Yu's temples. Is this level of intensity acceptable? Indeed, it is quite acceptable. However, I have a question to pose to you. Please go ahead. I find myself exhausted just walking with the ball while playing football. How is it that you manage not to tire throughout the day? Even when weary, it is of little consequence. It is but a trifling task in the presence of the young master. I am grateful to you, Tang Xiao. Ling Han endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet her fist had unconsciously clenched. Chapter 59. Is the traitor trying to stir up trouble again? Never mind. I shall not succumb to anger, for it brings forth ailments that none shall remedy. It is of utmost importance to gather information. Ling Han took a deep breath, placing her cool, jade-like hand gently upon Tang Yu's head. Ah, how delightful. Her technique is indeed commendable. A look of contentment graced Tang Yu's face. Now, this is what one would call a celestial existence. Her skill is remarkably proficient. Alas, such a beautiful young lady. Reduced to the life of an assassin. What a pity. If only she could remain in my household as a maid, working merely 2 hours a day, and spending the rest of her time joyfully playing. Now that would be the life one deserves. How perilous is the world of assassins. Engaged in relentless combat and lurking in the shadows. How exhausting for a young girl. Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt reflections, Ling Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise, even a hint of emotion. To know that she is considered an adversary, it's still to be cared for in such a manner. Deep within her heart, she too had harbored similar thoughts. Why could she not live a life akin to other girls? A life filled with the mundane joys of schooling, working, gaming, and shopping with friends. Perhaps even romance with a favored young man. In her own world, it was a relentless cycle of violence and missions, interacting with a myriad of individuals, brushing against death time and again. The life of dancing on the edge of a blade is indeed exhausting. She too longed to be an ordinary girl, roaming about collecting protection fees, indulging in complimentary desserts at cafes. Do you have any siblings, young Master Tang? Ling Han suddenly inquired. No, I am an only child. Though I do have a few cousins, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Speaking of cousins reminds me of that foolish traitor, Tang Ruoxue. This simpleton has now become the vice president at Miley Foods, yet I have seen no significant actions from him. Yichen seems to have vanished as well. Without his directives, Tang Ryu is unlikely to engage in any reckless maneuvers. Any such maneuvers would be ideal, for he is under constant surveillance. Ling Han had to concede that this man possessed a certain cunning. It was no wonder the Dragon King had suffered at his hands. Even a pivotal piece like Tang Ryu was firmly under his control. I shall inform the Dragon King shortly, she mused, growing increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man possesses an abundance of knowledge. How fortunate that I can hear his thoughts. She began to knead Tang Yu's shoulders, gently asking, "Young Master Tang, is this pressure acceptable?" "Indeed, it is quite satisfactory," Tang Yu responded, giving her a thumbs up. "This feels absolutely delightful. After all this time, I am finally enjoying the treatment befitting a high-status villain. So, does this imply that I have passed your assessment and may remain as a maid?" Ling Aning queried softly. Tang Yu contemplated for a moment. It seemed unreasonable to dismiss her outright. That would be far too conspicuous and could alarm her. As long as you can adapt to this role, it suffices. Should you find it unsuitable, feel free to inform me. You may leave at any time. And your salary shall not be diminished, he said, seizing the opportunity to pat her leg. As Tang Yu contemplated Ling Han's background, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. In the original narrative, Ling Han's parents were targets of Yi Chun's master. After eliminating them, Yi Chun's master intended to take the two siblings, who were merely 3 years old, under his wing, believing their young age would render them devoid of memories. Since he did not kill in front of them, he felt no fear of retribution. However, the brother, due to his resistance, was swiftly eliminated. Unbeknownst to Ling Han, she was taken away to be nurtured, ultimately transforming into a remarkably skilled assassin. The Dragon Soul organization's formidable strength stemmed from its penchant for grooming unencumbered orphans into ruthless killing machines. Among hundreds in the organization, finding even a handful with living parents was a rarity. Later, upon uncovering this secret, Ling Han's hatred was directed solely at Yi Chun's master, while her loyalty to Yi Chun remained unwavering. Such is the nature of a gratifying tale. Even if the Dragon King were to slay the heroine's entire family, she would still fall for him, rationalizing that he must have had his reasons for forgiveness. Just as she was giving Tang Yu a shoulder massage, Ling Han abruptly halted, her expression frozen in disbelief at what she had just heard. The reason she sought out Tang Yu was to uncover news about her brother. The elder of the organization had explicitly informed her that her parents were eliminated by a certain assassin organization, and when he arrived, he managed to save only her. As for her brother, the elder merely stated he was missing. In her quest for vengeance, she had eradicated that assassin group, but had failed to discover any information regarding her brother. The orchestrator of all this was the elder she revered so deeply. Her eyes reddened, a surge of murderous intent swelling within her. "Why did you stop?" Tang Yu, enjoying her moment, inquired. I need to use the restroom for a moment." Ling Han's voice was somewhat subdued. "Go ahead," Tang Yu replied, comfortably rolling over onto the carpet, anticipating her return to continue the massage. If Ling Han chose to stay, she would delight in having her pampered for 2 to 3 hours daily. After all, her target was herself, and she was quite unbothered by her current state. In a state of inner turmoil, Ling Han returned to the restroom, splashing water on her face to regain her composure. Her inner voice could not deceive her. Yet, she was determined to pursue further leads to ascertain the truth. If that elder was indeed her enemy, she would henceforth stand in opposition to the Dragon Soul organization. She resolved to take it slow, not to rush. After all these years, what was a moment's delay? As for the information she had just heard about Tang Ryu from Tang Yu, she would certainly never disclose it to Yi Chun. Upon her return, she found a young man had entered the room. It was Tang Ryu, carrying gifts to pay a visit to Tang Yu. "Brother, weren't you engaged to Miss Su not long ago? I have come to present you both with a token of my goodwill." He smiled as he handed a delicate box to Tang Yu. Upon opening it, Tang Yu discovered 2 exquisite Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. "Thank you. How thoughtful of you," Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. However, he mused to himself that this sycophant's flattery was likely motivated by ulterior motives. He casually inquired, "How has your experience at the company been lately?" "There is still much for me to learn. I feel quite inadequate." If only I possessed even half of your talent. Tang Ruoyu responded with feigned humility. Indeed, if you had even half of my talent, you wouldn't have scored merely 250 on your college entrance examination, Tang Yu remarked, nodding. Tang Ruoyu was momentarily taken aback. His brother's unexpected candor caught him off guard. Though irritation flickered within him, his demeanor remained respectful. By the way, brother, after spending some time at the company, I've noticed a troubling issue. What issue? The company's accounts seem inconsistent, and I suspect that someone in management may be cooking the books. I would like to ask you to investigate. Cooking the books? Tang Yu shot him a scrutinizing glance and nodded. All right, shall we do this now? Let's wait a couple of days. I need to gather some evidence first. I just want to give you a heads up. Seeing Tang Yu acquiesce brought a glimmer of joy to Tang Ruoyu's eyes. An hour prior, 4 individuals had approached him, claiming to have been sent by young Master Yi. They requested that he find a way to lure Tang Yu away, making it easier for them to eliminate him. With this young man out of the picture, no one in the Tang family would be left to contest his claim to power. Chapter 60. Do you think you can take advantage of me? Fine. Let's arrange it this way. Tang Yu grinned, eagerly anticipating the young man to bite the bait. Now that Yi Chun was in hiding, these inept individuals would surely emerge one by one to stir trouble. One by one, he would deal with them. He then turned to Ling Han and waved his hand. You should rest as well. Tomorrow we shall continue with the pillow massage. Understood, young Master Tang. Ling Han nodded. Her feelings complex. She desired solitude. The events of today had profoundly impacted her. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was instantly captivated. When did his family acquire such a stunning beauty? Her beauty rivaled even the likes of Su Mu Yue, the most exquisite women. And a pillow massage? Truly enticing. He swallowed hard and hurried after Ling Han as he exited Tang Yu's room. You are the new maid. May I ask your name? Ling Han, what of it? Ling Han frowned, a flicker of impatience crossing her eyes. I am Tang Ruoyu, Tang Yu's cousin. It's only natural you wouldn't recognize me, since I don't reside here. Perhaps we could dine together this evening to get acquainted? Tang Ruoyu chuckled, reaching out to embrace Ling Han's waist. What a pity for such beauty to be a mere maid. He had the means to support her. Ling Han's expression turned frosty. Noticing the surroundings were clear, she swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Tang Ruoyu's face. Just as he widened his eyes to protest, Ling Han had already seized his neck with a firm grip. Tang Ruoyu's complexion shifted drastically. In that moment, he no longer saw a breathtaking beauty before him, but rather a venomous femme fatale. With a frigid gaze, Ling Han warned, do not overstep your bounds. I'm also sent by Yi Chun. Her fury was boiling over, as she had no outlet for it. A fool, merely a pawn to Yi Chun, dared to take advantage of her. I am sorry, Tang Ruoyu stammered, his legs trembling with fear. It was the first time he had felt true terror emanating from a woman. Ling Han finally released him, retrieving a wet tissue to clean her hands. Her face twisted in disgust as she walked away. Once Ling Han departed, Tang Ruoyu was filled with indignation and humiliation. He had been struck by a woman. His eyes glinted with resentment. Once he secured the Tang family's fortune, he would ensure she was subdued. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised that Yi Chun could place a pawn here. Yi Chun was indeed a man of extensive influence. Collaborating with him would surely lead to the success of his endeavors. After leaving the Tang residence and returning to his car, he swiftly dialed a number to report the situation. This time, Tang Yu was undoubtedly doomed. However, unbeknownst to Tang Ruoyu, as soon as he finished his call, Tang Yu had already obtained a recording. Upon listening, Tang Yu's brow arched in intrigue. The Grim Reaper squad? He had a vivid recollection of this team. They were the elite within the Dragon Soul organization, having accomplished numerous tasks for the Dragon King, Yi Chun. Each member possessed formidable strength, all quintessential practitioners of ancient martial arts. In the setting of this book, martial arts masters who reach their zenith are referred to as ancient warriors, categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mystique, and yellow. A mere yellow-level ancient warrior could serve as a head bodyguard among the 4 great families. The 4 members of the Death God Squad all stand at the pinnacle of the yellow level, mere novices in comparison. Tang Yu chuckled, feeling a slight swell of confidence. The Dragon King, Yi Chun, a formidable expert of the mystique level, cannot breach the defenses of the immovable king technique. They intend to conspire with Tang Ruoyu to eliminate him. but he plans to turn the tables and ensnare them instead. In summary, these traitorous pawns and potential threats must be dealt with individually. If he cannot remain at ease, he will eliminate the factors that disturb his peace one by one. Having languished at home for 2 days, Tang Yu had yet to receive any word from Tang Ruoyu. During this time, he had summoned Ling Han to his room for no particular reason, finding solace in her soft, fragrant lap pillow. He was perplexed by her remarkable patience, far exceeding what he had anticipated. In the original narrative, she was not portrayed this way. Given the conventions of a gratifying novel, how could the Dragon King's woman allow another man to encroach upon her? She must be biding her time, Tang Yu mused, contemplating whether to intensify his approach, perhaps by requesting her assistance in giving him a back rub. With no news from Tang Ruoyu, Tang Yu could no longer afford to remain idle, for today marked the annual meeting of the Suang Chamber of Commerce. Major corporations from Suang would attend this gathering, and he must represent the Tang Group. Before departing, Qin Ming had already sent him a message, informing him that his family would openly suppress the Longshan Group at the meeting. The Tang and Wang families would undoubtedly respond, having formed an alliance to collectively undermine the Longshan Group, despite its impressive market value of 500 billion. The Longshan Group seemed insufficient against the united front of the three families. During this period, their various sectors had suffered severe losses, and their stock had plummeted for 3 consecutive days. After preparing himself, Tang Yu made his way to the garage, only to find his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce, ready to depart. He quickly opened the car door and cheerfully climbed in, exclaiming, "Dad, why didn't you call me before leaving? How was I to know you had gone?" Tang Gangsheng retorted with annoyance, having grown somewhat irate at the sight of Tang Yu. The last time he had used a belt to discipline him, the boy had cheekily asked if he was going hungry. Now, seeing Tang Yu, he experienced a sense of bewilderment akin to drawing his sword and gazing into the void. Having consumed some counterfeit liquor previously, he hoped his father would not hold it against him. Noticing his father's disapproving gaze, Tang Yu quickly grinned in an attempt to diffuse the tension. Tang Gangsheng merely huffed in response, disinterested in engaging with his son. In previous years, the Chamber of Commerce gatherings had been held at the Mingyue Hotel, but due to a recent scandal, it had been shut down, necessitating a switch to a slightly less prestigious 6-star hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, the father and son had scarcely stepped out of the car when they were greeted by numerous socialites from Suang. Although Tang Gangsheng seldom intervenes in the operations of the group, he possesses a remarkable ability to navigate social relationships. People greet him everywhere he goes, and a few charming ladies even approach him for an embrace. He discreetly casts a glance at Tang Yu, signaling him to refrain from discussing such matters with his mother. Tang Yu merely chuckles and pretends not to notice. There is little to be said about such occurrences. "Ah, brother, you've arrived." Qin Ming emerged from a corner, accompanied by several delicate beauties. "Young Master Tang, these lovely ladies hail from distinguished families in Su and Hangzhou, yet they cannot quite compare to the Tang family. I need to discuss a matter with my brother, so we shall catch up later." Qin Ming cautiously ensured that these affluent young women did not engage too closely with Tang Yu. He then pulled Tang Yu aside, saying, "Come, I have someone for you to meet." "Who is it that is so mysterious?" Tang Yu inquired, puzzled, as he was swiftly led to a suite. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Feng seated by the window, engrossed in her artwork. "Sister, I've brought someone for you," Qin Ming cheerfully announced before turning to leave, ensuring to close the door behind him. P.S. Here's the 3rd installment. I wish my brothers may also find a good friend like Qin Ming. Chapter 61. A beautiful misunderstanding, alas. It seems I've been deceived. Tang Yu had not anticipated that this young man would resort to trickery and ambush, luring him here. Upon seeing Qin Feng gazing at him with a smile, Tang Yu's mind instinctively drifted back to a scene from over a decade ago. A young maiden, clad only in the barest of garments, had approached him, leaving him utterly speechless. Remarkable indeed. Setting aside her paintbrush, Qin Feng moved to the sofa and inquired of Tang Yu, "Would you care for some tea? I can brew it for you." "Just water will suffice," Tang Yu replied, waving his hand as he twisted open a bottle of mineral water. Qin Feng continued to observe him intently. "Why are you staring at me?" The scrutiny made Tang Yu feel somewhat uneasy, particularly since Qin Feng had never been kind to him over the years. Following the events concerning the Qin family, her demeanor had taken on a peculiar ambiguity. She had even added him on WeChat, engaging him in awkward conversations on several occasions. "Could you help me open a bottle?" Qin Feng asked with a charming smile. Tang Yu found her behavior today increasingly odd. "You're perfectly capable of opening it yourself. If you were angry, you could easily unscrew my skull," he thought. Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his inner monologue. The incident from years past had left a significant psychological impact on him. "I invited you here today to offer my apologies. I misunderstood you back then. I was unaware that it was Qin Ming who had deceived you." As she spoke, her gaze faltered slightly. Reflecting on the matter made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Since childhood, she had never allowed a male to gaze upon her in such a manner. "What incident?" "I've completely forgotten," Tang Yu feigned ignorance. "Forgetfulness is a blessing." Qin Feng replied softly, biting her lip. As a beauty, her every expression was captivating, prompting Tang Yu to steal furtive glances her way. After taking a sip from her water bottle, she pointed to the easel. "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the easel, where a butterfly adorned with vibrant, multicolored wings seemed ready to take flight from the canvas. "I haven't painted in quite some time," he admitted with a shrug. "I recall the days when you would come to my house, and the three of us would often paint together," Qin Feng reminisced, her expression tinged with nostalgia. Having been sensitive by nature and somewhat aloof, coupled with her status as the daughter of the Qin family, her school life had often been fraught with awkwardness. Classmates, acutely aware of their lesser status, would feign friendliness while covertly ostracizing her. School felt like a microcosm of society, where the more unique one was, the harder it became to fit in. Reluctant to don a fade to interact with her peers, she had gradually succumbed to melancholy. During those times, the only companions she had were her brother, Qin Ming, and Tang Yu. The three would frequently gather to paint together. Tang Yu too felt a pang of nostalgia as he approached the painting. "You have improved immensely since then. This vividly colored butterfly is truly lifelike. One must possess a certain skill to render it so beautifully. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. Do you remember the time you assisted me in painting a colorful butterfly?" Qin Feng's expression softened, revealing a touch of warmth and gratitude. At that time, she was deeply engulfed in depression, to the extent that she had secretly resorted to self-harm. Her melancholic state led her to favor painting solely in shades of black, particularly black butterflies. One day, while she was immersed in her artwork, an unexpected event occurred. Upon her return, she discovered that the black butterflies she had meticulously painted had transformed into vibrant colors. The once dark and somber background had blossomed into a magnificent sea of flowers. She recognized that such artistry could not possibly have originated from her younger brother, Qin Ming. It could only be the work of Tang Yu. The vivid hues stirred something profound within her soul. From that moment on, she gradually began to emerge from the depths of her depression. She felt an immense gratitude towards Tang Yu, who had unwittingly extended a hand to rescue her from despair, saving both her family and her brother in the process. "Let us paint together again. It has been far too long since we last did," she said, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she turned to Tang Yu. "You go ahead. I think I shall just take a stroll," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. The atmosphere in the room felt slightly uncomfortable. "Do you truly despise me so?" Qin Feng questioned, her expression betraying a hint of distress as she observed Tang Yu's desire to leave. She was uncertain as to why Tang Yu's chilly demeanor affected her so deeply. Such feelings were foreign to her when interacting with other men. It was not hatred, rather. As Tang Yu pondered an appropriate justification, he noticed the redness encircling Qin Feng's eyes. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he softened his stance, saying, "I merely wish to use the restroom." "Then do so here." She pointed towards the bathroom in the suite. All right, I will go. Please do not cry. Otherwise, others may think I am mistreating you." Tang Yu hurriedly reassured her before stepping in to relieve himself for a brief moment. In a secluded space shared by a man and a woman, should she emerge in tears, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Moreover, if Qin Ming were to find out, that scoundrel would undoubtedly spread the news far and wide. After washing his hands, Tang Yu returned to sit beside Qin Feng and paint together. The sight of him staying to keep her company filled her with joy, as if she had rediscovered something she had long lost. Just as she was about to rise to fetch a paintbrush for Tang Yu, she inadvertently tripped over the easel and fell to the ground. Hearing the commotion and her cry, Tang Yu hurried to help her up. "Are you all right?" "I am fine. There's a carpet, after all." Qin Feng shook her head. The soft carpet beneath her cushioned her fall. However, as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, causing her to involuntarily gasp. It seemed she had twisted her foot. With a pitiful glance at Tang Yu, she expressed her distress. "Allow me to assist you to the sofa," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu. Encouraging Qin Feng to rest her hand on his shoulder, he gently wrapped an arm around her and helped her to the sofa. Once settled, Qin Feng lowered her gaze to inspect her foot. Dressed in sheer stockings, she realized that to get a better look, she would need to remove them. "Oh my, am I really taking them off right here? I can't handle this. I'm still just a child. How can I be subjected to such sights?" Tang Yu, seated nearby, made a concerted effort to avert his eyes. Yet his concern for Qin Feng's well-being proved difficult to ignore, causing his gaze to wander despite his intentions. Alas, such is the nature of men, kind-hearted and often preoccupied with the welfare of the fairer sex. Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin Feng felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Was it merely the removal of a stocking? Meanwhile, Qin Ming, the catalyst for these events, found himself in a predicament of his own. Confronted by three women, Su Mu Yue, Wang Yixue, and Jiang Xiaoyue. "Where is Tang Yu?" Wang Yixue inquired sharply upon their arrival. Having arrived later in the day, they had greeted Tang Gang Cheng only to learn that Tang Yu was present, yet a thorough search yielded no results. Consequently, they had turned their focus to Qin Ming. "My elder brother mentioned he had some matters to attend to, and he may return shortly," Qin Ming responded, his voice tinged with unease. It was a rare opportunity for his elder brother and sister to enjoy a moment alone, and he dared not let the suite devolve into chaos. The three women scrutinized him with an intensity that made Qin Ming feel increasingly cornered. After a tense standoff, he ultimately succumbed, weakly gesturing towards the upstairs. "It seems my brother is chatting with my sister." Without hesitation, the three women charged up the stairs in pursuit of Tang Yu. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged glances, hesitating before anyone dared to knock. "Let us listen for a moment," Wang Yixue suggested quietly. Su Mu Yue and Jiang Xiaoyue nodded in agreement, and together they pressed their faces to the door. Soon, they discerned a series of indistinct murmurs. With puzzled expressions, the trio swiftly turned the knob and entered the room in unison. Chapter 62. The more women, the more troubles. As they entered, Qin Feng was applying medicinal wine to her ankle. The muffled sounds the three women had heard outside were indeed her doing. Tang Yu stared at the trio with a look of bewilderment. "What brings you three here? Are you here for a game of mahjong?" Realizing the misunderstanding, the three women felt a twinge of embarrassment, having thought something scandalous was occurring within. Fortunately, that was not the case. Otherwise, it would have been quite a day. Noticing the expressions of the three women, Qin Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly. As a woman herself, she could easily discern their thoughts. "What brings you here?" Tang Yu asked awkwardly, feeling as if they had been caught in a compromising situation. "Qin Ming mentioned you were here, so we came to find you," Wang Yixue replied with her characteristic bluntness. "Miss Qin, what happened? Are you injured?" Jiang Xiaoyue rushed over and perched herself on Qin Feng's lap, deliberately obstructing Tang Yu's view. It's just those long legs. I want to let you see. If only she could grow another 20 centimeters, she too would have long legs. Besides, she was much older than Qin Feng. I twisted it a bit, but Tang Yu helped me massage it, and it feels much better now. Qin Feng smiled, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. The three women turned their gazes towards Tang Yu, who appeared utterly perplexed, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off. "What are you all looking at me for? You're believing her nonsense. I didn't do anything." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, the three women realized they had been led astray by Qin Feng, and their wariness intensified. Women are inherently sensitive. Intentionally misleading them at this juncture was merely a tactic to provoke. "Allow me. I am the professional here," Jiang Xiaoyue declared as she grasped Qin Kursen's ankle and kneaded it a few times, after which Qin Kursen felt the pain dissipate. It really feels better, thank you. Qin Kursen replied graciously, slipping on her stockings once more. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes. These are the tricks I've mastered. She linked her arm with Tang Yu's and said, Come on, we have a meeting soon. My uncle asked me to fetch you. Why are you linking arms with him? Su Mu Yue protested, displeased with Wang Yixue's actions. She stepped forward and wrapped her arm around Tang Yu's other arm, expressing her dissatisfaction. Miss Wang, please have some decorum and refrain from pursuing someone else's fiancé. Among those present, she was most wary of Wang Yixue. That woman had an audacious demeanor. Despite being the ex-girlfriend, she still clung on relentlessly. How tiresome. Is he your fiancé? Then let him publicly declare it to me. In this day and age, who still clings to arranged marriages? Wang Yixue scoffed, glancing at Jiang Xiaoyue. Isn't that right, little sister Xiaoyue? Jiang Xiaoyue, understanding that Wang Yixue, like herself, could hear Tang Yu's thoughts, and given their closer relationship, decisively joined Wang Yixue's side, nodding in agreement. Indeed, times have changed, and the notion of love freely chosen has emerged. Qin Kursen, however, seems disinclined to voice her thoughts. She shares a fairly amicable relationship with Wang Yixue and tends to align herself with her. Yet, regarding the matter of this arranged marriage, her indifference from before has transformed into an inner opposition. After finally resolving past misunderstandings, she is reluctant to let a potential romance slip by. The dynamics among women can be quite intricate. A dormitory of 4 can easily give rise to 8 WeChat groups. Su Mu seethes with frustration, resolutely refusing to relent. I still have 2 legs. Perhaps you should carry me down? She remarked upon observing the brewing conflict. Tang Yu, seeing their escalating banter, suggested helplessly, For the sake of fairness, let each of us take one. Dream on, the 4 chorused in unison. Surrounded by 4 stunning beauties, one would typically expect a sense of happiness, yet Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. As he descended the staircase, he could distinctly sense the collective gaze of all present upon him. The annual meeting was graced by the prominent figures of Su and Hang, including city officials. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yixue and her entourage remained the focal point of attention. They huddled together, trailing behind Tang Yu, raising eyebrows among onlookers. What is going on? Why are these ladies accompanying young Master Tang? Goodness, is young Master Tang so greedy? 3 heiresses from the 4 prominent families are all with him? Jiang Xiaoyue was also nearby, questioning the peculiar dynamics. Who informed me that young Master Tang is the foremost sycophant in Su and Hang? Is this what sycophantic treatment looks like? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Tang Gangxing was engaged in conversation with 2 stunning women in their 40s. In his youth, he was remarkably handsome and well known as a dashing young gentleman in Su and Hang. Many young ladies admired him, including these 2 before him. Although they never became romantically involved, their rapport remained amiable. Mr. Tang, your young master certainly embodies your essence, remarked one of the elegant women, gesturing towards Tang Yu. What? Tang Gangxing turned to look and felt as though he might faint from shock. What on earth is this? The heiresses of the other 3 families are all surrounding this kid, and the atmosphere seems decidedly off. He pondered whether this was appropriate behavior in front of such a large crowd. In his youth, he never engaged in such flamboyant antics. This is absurd. Is he planning to secure several daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gangxing felt an urge to discipline the young man. Yet, realizing that his belt would no longer suffice to correct this mischief maker, his frustration only intensified. Today, the reputation of the Tang family had been thoroughly compromised by this impudent boy. Meanwhile, the recently recovered elder Tang observed the unfolding scene and felt his blood pressure rising. His granddaughter, who typically dismissed other men, was behaving in such a bewildering manner. What on earth is happening? The scent of vinegar wafted through the upper echelons of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Old Wang, your granddaughter possesses remarkable courage. Another elderly gentleman, reveling in the misfortune, was none other than Qin Wenwen, the patriarch of the Qin family. The relationship between the Wang and Qin families had never been particularly harmonious. As both were of comparable strength and frequently vied for the position of the second family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, both families' young ladies had exhibited astonishing commercial acumen. Wang Yixue's business prowess slightly surpassed that of Qin Feng. Consequently, the Wang family had fared better than the Qin family in recent years, much to the latter's chagrin. Today, it seemed that old Qin had finally found an outlet for his pent-up frustrations. However, scarcely had he reveled in his triumph for a minute when Qin Feng suddenly grasped Tang Yu's arm. She pointed towards a grand piano positioned in the center of the hall, and, with a tug, the two made their way towards it. Wang Hanfeng immediately scoffed, mocking, "Not quite. Your granddaughter pales in comparison. I've long heard that Curson is quite the brave girl, and it appears to be true." Qin Wenwen nearly choked on his own indignation. He had assumed his granddaughter was merely there to observe. To his surprise, she too had come to stake her claim. With a darkened expression, he retorted, "Indeed, my granddaughter is as audacious as I am. I once dared to compete for a woman, and she shall do the same." Old Qin and old Wang, I can comprehend your strained relationship, but is not Tang Yu the son-in-law of our Su family? At that moment, Su Chongshan, standing in the background, could no longer contain himself. It was truly a vexing situation. His future son-in-law was being contested by the daughters of others. What if he were truly taken away? The two elderly men glanced back at him and burst into laughter, their spirits considerably lifted. Such is human nature. When one encounters a fly in their meal, it is a source of great distress. Yet, in the midst of their own suffering, witnessing another stumble into a pit of filth can render their own woes relatively insignificant. Chapter 63, What a Shock. How could I lose so utterly? The moment Tang Yu descended, surrounded by four stunning women, Qin Ming, my good brother, seized the opportunity to record a short video on his phone. Being a man of charm, he believed that as long as his sister could be with his elder brother, it was of little consequence how many sisters-in-law he had. After all, with such an outstanding elder brother, having multiple sisters-in-law was perfectly normal. Upon completing the video, he promptly uploaded it to his social media account. He initially thought he was the most charming figure in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but compared to my elder brother, he was leagues behind. The moment the video was released, a flurry of comments erupted. In this age, for a video to gain traction, it must feature handsome men and beautiful women. The video he captured, showcasing four breathtaking beauties alongside a strikingly handsome man, was bound to attract attention. Goodness, this man is quite the beast. One man with four women? What glutton! We can barely manage one each, and he dares to risk his vitality like that? Brother, so dashing. Sister, not bad at all. Various comments filled the screen, brimming with envy and admiration. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, lying in a private hospital room of the He family, was idly scrolling through his phone. His internal injuries had nearly healed, for the Xianyang body is no trifling matter. However, the external wounds would take at least another week to fully recover. As the Dragon King, he had little interest in games. His primary pastime was browsing short videos to scout suitable targets among the abundance of beauties. As he continued to scroll, he was suddenly alerted to the video. Upon recognizing the key figures within, veins throbbed on his forehead, and he leapt from the bed, roaring in frustration. "I finally felt a spark, and you made me lose so completely." With a furious motion, he hurled his phone to the ground. The device shattered with a sharp crack, scattering into countless fragments. Even after breaking his phone, the fury within him remained unabated. The woman he coveted had yet to be won over, and yet this man had already claimed a harem. Moreover, Wang Yixue and Su Mu Yue had the audacity to cling to his arm in front of so many people. Such treatment should rightfully belong to him. At that moment, a sudden, intense pain shot through his backside, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He sensed something seeping out and, upon inspection, discovered it was blood. His sudden excitement from jumping up had reopened the wound that had only just begun to heal. "Tang Yu, I will make you pay." Suppressing the pain, Yi Chen shouted, intending to contact the Grim Reaper squad and urge them into action. To his dismay, he realized his phone was now in ruins. The overwhelming sense of frustration made him want to strike himself. As the Dragon King, when had he ever felt so utterly humiliated? Meanwhile, Qin Ming remained blissfully unaware that his short video had inadvertently inflicted tremendous harm upon someone and had sparked a great deal of animosity towards his elder brother. Noticing that the video garnered over 10,000 likes in less than 10 minutes, he smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Everyone has taken notice. My sister is now part of my brother's harem. From today onward, my elder brother is my brother-in-law. He calls me little brother-in-law, and I refer to him as Big Brother, each adhering to our respective titles. In a jovial mood, he casually initiated a $1 million lottery. Wealth, after all, is meant to be shared for the happiness of all. At this moment, Tang Yu was resolutely seated at the grand piano in the center of the hall, playing alongside Qin Feng. Their four hands danced over the keys. As the lively music filled the air, the audience fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the duo. Compared to the other ladies, Qin Feng possessed exceptional artistic talents, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang Yu, too, was not far behind. As the archetypal high and mighty antagonist, he had perfected all the skills required to play his part. Without such prowess, he could hardly serve as an adequate stepping stone. Seizing this splendid opportunity, Qin Ming hastily recorded a short video to share. What does it mean to be a golden boy and a jade girl? My big brother and sister personify this perfectly. Fortunately, Yi Chun had already smashed his phone, sparing him further distress. From a distance, Wang Yixue and her companions watched. Their expressions soured. The piano, an instrument they had once learned, had been neglected due to the multitude of responsibilities that college life imposed, rendering them unable to compete with Qin Feng. Your fiancé is playing a duet. Shouldn't Miss Su showcase her skills? Wang Yixue seized the moment to stir the pot. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily a friend, and she hoped to incite some discord among them. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend? Su Mu Yue shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. While she could play the piano, her skills paled in comparison to those of Qin Feng and Tang Yu. Taking the stage would only serve to highlight her inadequacies, leading to unfavorable comparisons. Which beauty would willingly concede to another? They all feigned compliments, exclaiming how lovely each other looked, while inwardly believing themselves to be the fairest. I'm skilled in dance. Perhaps next time you can play the piano while I perform a pole dance, Wang Yixue provocatively suggested. Su Mu Yue nearly choked on those words. She was far less audacious than Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoyue remained silent, her expression one of lament. Tang Yu was simply too popular, a troublesome situation. Perhaps next time she could join him in providing charitable medical consultations, but surrounded by the elder sisters, she felt as though she might not be their equal. When Tang Yu and Qin Feng concluded their duet, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Noticing the appreciative glances directed their way, Tang Yu understood that from this day forth, he would be known as the maritime piano virtuoso of Su Hang. Observing this spectacle, old Master Qin felt that this young man from the Tang family was indeed quite compatible with his granddaughter. They both shone brilliantly. In Su Hang, it seemed difficult to find anyone more outstanding than the young man from the Tang family. He chuckled and remarked to Su Zhongshan, Zhongshan, I've heard your daughter hasn't acknowledged young Tang for 3 years. Isn't this marriage proposal a bit forced? Su Zhongshan leaps twitched, realizing the old fox's ulterior motives, and quickly retorted, 3 years of nurturing leads to a beautiful conclusion. That is what we call a romantic tale. Do not force yourself. The happiness of your daughter is of utmost importance. Do not let this girl, Mu Yu, suffer. If you feel it is inappropriate, simply inform the old man, and he will assist you in resolving this matter. Several significant projects from the Qin family could also be entrusted to the Su family. The old man Qin chuckled, suggesting that exchanging a profitable project worth hundreds of billions for a good son-in-law would not be a loss. Why not just marry off all your daughters to us? Mr. Wang interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Fortunately, the commencement of the meeting interrupted their banter. The hotel had transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. After everyone took their seats, the members of the 4 prominent families and several other influential families occupied the front rows. However, one seat remained conspicuously empty in the front row, a position traditionally held by the Haishi Group. Following its acquisition, the Haishi Group has been rebranded as Longshan Group. And to the surprise of many, they had not sent a representative to this annual meeting. This sparked considerable speculation, especially since, just days before, three of the four prominent families had declared war on Longshan Group. Being simultaneously oppressed by three families is a distinction that no company in Suong could claim. Chapter 64. The team lacks output. As per tradition, the annual meeting commenced with a speech from the city leaders, who outlined some of the key projects for the coming year. Subsequently, it was time for representatives from prominent families and major corporations to speak. The focus for the development of Suzhou and Hangzhou in the coming year is primarily on environmental protection, aiming to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders spoke for no less than half an hour. Once the leaders concluded their addresses, Wang Yixue, as the representative of the Wang family, stood up and proposed, "Our Tengwang Group will actively respond to the call and contribute modestly to the environmental efforts in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I also wish to raise a concern regarding the Longshan Group, which, as a major corporation in our region, is willing to jeopardize the environment for profit. Their chemical plant in the southern part of the city is discharging large amounts of wastewater, causing serious repercussions." Wang Yixue's remarks were clearly intended to confront the Longshan Group head-on. Following her lead, both the Tang and Qin families voiced additional issues concerning the Longshan Group. The three families united in their opposition, prompting the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou business community to ponder a pressing question. Should they take a stand? If the Longshan Group were to falter, it would present a significant opportunity. Many began to contemplate this notion and quickly reached a consensus. It was time to act. After this tense annual meeting concluded, the enemies of the Longshan Group had transformed into a substantial portion of the business world in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon leaving the hotel, Old Man Qin seemed unfazed by the criticism directed at the Longshan Group. Once he and his cherished granddaughter returned to the car, he appeared to hesitate before speaking. After some contemplation, he finally addressed her, cursing, "What was going on between you and that young man from the Tang family today?" When they were seated together playing the piano, the joy on her face was unmistakable to anyone. Just as Curson was about to respond, Qin Ming interjected, "Oh, Grandpa. Why ask? My sister is interested in my big brother. They make a lovely pair." His comment earned him a swift rap with a cane from Old Man Qin, who retorted sternly, "Your sister may be a match made in heaven, but you, young man, are a bundle of trouble. If you bring another woman home to cause chaos, you'll be out of the Qin family." Qin Ming winced, forced a smile, and feigned ignorance. Seeing her grandfather's gaze upon her, Qin Curson bit her lip and confessed, "Grandpa, I have some feeling for Tangyu." "Ah, you should have said so earlier. I would have secured this matter before the Su family could intervene." Old Man Qin expressed, clearly doting on his granddaughter. With a sigh, he continued, "You've seen it. That young man from the Tang family is already engaged to Mu Yue. This timing may not be ideal. There's nothing inappropriate about it. They aren't married yet," Qin Curson asserted with unwavering resolve. She was determined not to relinquish what she had set her heart upon. Old Man Wang shared a similar sentiment. The young man from the Tang family was indeed commendable, but he was already bound by a marriage contract. "All right, Grandpa, focus on your health and don't worry about these matters. Your granddaughter will certainly achieve what she desires." In response to her grandfather's earnest advice, Wang Yixue simply smiled and tossed her hair. Tomorrow, I shall don a bunny girl outfit and pay him a visit." The elderly Wang was left speechless, noting how the younger generation has grown far more open compared to his time. "Mu Yue, you must take action. Do not remain as aloof as before, understand? Good men are in high demand. In his youth, your father was even more popular than that lad from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She got me drunk and took me to bed, and a few days later announced she was pregnant with you. Thus you." Su Chongshan was in the car, advising his daughter. The driver, overhearing such gossip, nearly veered off the road. "Sir, when did you become so brazen?" Su Mu Yue felt her cheeks flush from embarrassment. She shot her father a fierce glare and retorted, "Could you not impart some other wisdom? Ah, only a man understands another man. This is for your own good. Go have a drink with him tonight, all right?" Su Chongshan urged her. Su Mu Yue pondered, perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea after all. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Yu rushed to her room and summoned Ling Han. He looked at her with a knowing glint in his eyes. Ling Han forced a strained smile and expertly sat on the floor, giving the young man a head rub. During her time at the Tang family, she found it rather pleasant. The family treated their servants with kindness, and her life here was quite comfortable. However, this young man was becoming increasingly audacious, constantly muttering to himself about why he hadn't been kicked out yet, which amused her greatly. How could I possibly leave? Oh, this is bliss. Home is much more secure. The outside world is far too perilous. Tang Yu lounged on her fragrant, soft lap, relishing the comfort. What dangers lie outside? Ling Han, slightly alarmed, inquired. Has Yi-chan sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? I haven't heard any commotion. It's a long story. The world is a treacherous place. Tang Yu sighed. These women are far too dangerous, each one longing for my attention. In front of so many, they scramble to hold my hand. Now, all of Suong is labeling me a scoundrel. How will I ever court a girl again? Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes at his thoughts. Just as Tang Yu was enjoying himself, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw it was a call from Tang Ruoxue. What is up, brother? Are you free now? It's about what we discussed last time. Tang Ruoxue's low voice resonated through the phone. Tang Yu perked up instantly. So, this rascal is finally ready to make a move, is he? Very well. Wait for me at the company. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Yu chuckled. Standing up. Finally, this fellow had taken a bait. So you wish for the Grim Reaper squad to come after me, do you? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, a flicker of concern passed through Ling Han's eyes. She was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Death God Squad. Even when united, she would not be their match. Was young Master Tang about to venture into peril? She hoped he would not fall into their clutches. After observing Tang Yu hastily depart from the room, Ling Han contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow him. She could not allow any harm to befall young Master Tang. On the other hand, Tang Yu was not in a rush to seek out Tang Ruoxue. With the prowess of the immovable king technique at his disposal, the Death God Squad posed no threat to him. However, the dilemma lay in his lack of combat strength. Thus, he needed to bring along some allies. He had the flesh. What he lacked was the firepower. Chapter 65. The Death God Squad during this period. The three prominent families, seeking revenge against Yi-chan, began to invest heavily in recruiting skilled fighters. The Tang family had already enlisted the services of two ancient martial arts masters, both possessing the strength of the Huang character level. Although the Huang character level is considered the lowest tier among the realms of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, the existence of ancient martial artists is exceedingly rare. It is akin to a mediocre student from Qingbei University, who, when placed in a different context, becomes a top-tier scholar. These two ancient martial artists are father and son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, is in his 60s, while his son, Huang Juanxia, is in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they nodded slightly in acknowledgement, greeting him with a curt, "Good day, young Master Tang." Their demeanor was somewhat aloof. Yet Tang Yu found no reason for surprise. According to typical narrative conventions, it is often displeasing for skilled fighters to serve as henchmen for a wealthy heir. Even when engaging the male protagonist in combat, they might exchange pleasantries, claiming they are compelled by circumstance. Such Wang character-level martial artists could effortlessly take on 10 professional bodyguards. It is only natural for them to carry an air of superiority. In a moment, I shall step out, and a few skilled fighters will seek to challenge me along the way. However, there is no need for you to act immediately. I will engage them first. When the moment is right, I shall inform you to intervene, he instructed the duo. This father and son pair were undoubtedly no match for the Death God Squad, composed entirely of peak Huang character-level masters, renowned for their invincibility among their peers. Indeed, anything dispatched by the Dragon Soul organization, even if it were a mere dog, would be the epitome of canine supremacy. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a glimmer of derision flickered in the eyes of the father and son. Masters? Nonsense. Those capable of exchanging blows with someone like you are hardly worth mentioning. Huang Juanxia retorted. Young Master Tang, we were informed that we would be confronting skilled fighters upon our arrival. If it is merely bullying, perhaps it would be best to let the other bodyguards handle it. What business do we, as ancient martial artists, have in trampling over someone like you? Indeed, if we are to confront masters, let us not dawdle, Tang Yu replied, rolling his eyes and decisively concluding the matter with a wave of his hand. Huang Yixue felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Had he known their purpose was to engage in such trivial matters, he would have preferred to stay away. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for the time being. Under Tang Yu's direction, the father and son entered a relatively low-profile Audi, while he drove a flashy Bugatti down the road. Once on the move, Huang Yixue could no longer contain his displeasure. "Father, what is the Tang family playing at? Were we not invited here to deal with a master? Serving as a lackey for a wealthy heir is a disgrace to our Huang family's reputation." Their family, after all, was a somewhat renowned ancient martial arts lineage in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This time, having been generously hired by the Tang family under the pretense of confronting a skilled fighter. Their first task turned out to be following young Master Tang to deal with foes he could easily best. Was this not a humiliation? Huang Tianrui sighed. "Let's accompany him this once. If it truly unfolds as we suspect, we shall resign by nightfall. As masters, we must uphold some standards." After years of arduous training in martial arts, becoming a mere lackey to bully others is a disgrace they cannot bear. Huang Yixue nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, that was the case. When a vehicle arrived at the entrance of Milei Food, Tang Ruoyu was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Tang Yu disembark from the car, he greeted him with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Brother, you've arrived. It must have been a long journey. How is the investigation into the fraudulent accounts proceeding?" A nuanced smile graced Tang Yu's face, for he was already aware that this fellow had contacted members of the Reaper Squad, yet he remained oblivious to their whereabouts. "The investigation has been thorough. We have both witnesses and evidence. The suspect has just been taken into custody," Tang Ruoyu replied with a chuckle. "How about we find a place to eat, brother? The inquiry into the false accounts is merely a pretext. My true mission today is to lure the snake out of its den." "That sounds good. It has indeed been a while since we dined together. Where shall we go?" Tang Yu cooperatively relinquished the decision-making to him. "I know a delightful farmhouse restaurant. Shall we head there? Should I take your car?" Tang Ryu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Veneno, a flicker of envy and resentment crossing his eyes. Due to their distance from the centers of power, their family had access to limited resources. Such a supercar was not something he could purchase at whim. This brat must perish. The Tang family's wealth is solely ours. "Let us take your car. I only allow women in the passenger seat." Tang Yu laughed heartily and joined Tang Ruoyu in his Bentley. Once inside, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, noting that the Huang father and son were trailing them from a distance. They had intentionally brought the two along today to assist in wrapping things up. All four members of the Reaper Squad needed to remain behind. Meanwhile, on a hillside along a certain road, four men clad in black sat in the grass, smoking. "How much longer until the target arrives?" inquired one gaunt-looking man, his hands remarkable with 12 fingers, leaving a striking impression. "Approximately 20 minutes. We can start preparing," a companion replied. "No rush. Let us toy with him a bit," the gaunt man said, lighting a cigarette. "Have you heard about Long Lao Ba?" "Yes, he is in prison," the other three chuckled. The Reaper Squad brimming with a lively spirit. A formidable general of the Dragon Soul organization. He had returned to Ruoxue less than a month ago only to find himself behind bars. It was indeed a disgrace to the Dragon Soul. He was always a waste. Without clinging to Yi Chen's coattails, what qualification did he have to be one of the 8 great generals? The gaunt man scoffed, and the others nodded in agreement. The Reaper Squad, being the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, aspired to ascend further and join the ranks of the 8 great generals. Being overshadowed by a useless figure like Long Lao Ba left them quite dissatisfied. Yi Chun was not faring much better. He had returned only recently and had already squandered over 100 billion, wasting the hard-earned money of his brothers. The gaunt man resumed his tirade against Yi Chun. The other 3 men exchanged knowing smiles, refraining from overly enthusiastic agreement. After all, this was the Dragon King they were discussing. The gaunt-faced man spoke again, his voice resolute. "Today we must accomplish our mission, not for Yi Chun, but for Master Lu." The Master Lu he referred to was none other than Lu Janzuo, the second among the 8 formidable warriors of the Dragon Soul organization. He shared a brotherly bond with Yi Chun, possessing unparalleled talent and skill that far surpassed Yi Chen's in every regard. Indeed, many believe that had it not been for Yi Chen's blood relation to the old Dragon King, the throne of the Dragon King would rightfully belong to Lu Janzuo. The 4 members of the Death God Squad were, in essence, the elite team nurtured by Lu Janzuo himself. After we eliminate our target today, we shall present his head to Master Lu. Slaying the one who stands above Yi Chun would be a significant achievement. With such an accomplishment, we would undoubtedly showcase Master Lu's prowess as superior to Yi Chun's. By establishing this great merit for Master Lu, once he ascends to the throne of the Dragon King, the 4 of us shall be recognized as the 8 formidable warriors. The gaunt-faced man's expression grew increasingly fervent. Brothers, we have endured alongside Master Lu for so long. Today is the day we forge our legacy. The other 3 men were equally stirred by his words. Elder brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Chapter 66. Is that it? Haven't you eaten? Suddenly, the 4 individuals ignited with fervor, nearly igniting the underbrush on the hillside. In their heightened excitement, the target finally came into view. As the vehicle approached within 20 meters, the 4 surged forth like cheetahs. A gaunt man raised his hand, launching a dagger that pierced the windshield, startling Tang Ru, who was driving. Damn it, if this goes awry, I might just be done for. He hastily slammed on the brakes, turning to Tang Yu with an irate expression. Brother, someone is provoking us. I'll step out and exchange a few blows with them. He needed to feign bravado for the dashcam in the car to exonerate himself. Go ahead. Tang Yu shot him a sardonic glance, bemused by his theatrics. Elated, Tang Ryu flung open the car door and rushed towards the quartet of the Reaper squad, his combat prowess akin to that of a novice. Upon approaching, one of the men easily incapacitated him with a swift strike to the neck, rendering him unconscious. Tang Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. His gaze swept over the 4 adversaries, and with a calm demeanor, he inquired, Did Yi Chun send you? What is the point of knowing so much when you're about to die? One of the shorter men snorted derisively and charged at Tang Yu, throwing a punch. As a peak expert of the Huang character realm in ancient martial arts, he considered these so-called second-generation rich kids beneath him, easily dispatching them with a casual strike. Tang Yu remained utterly unfazed, standing still as the punch connected with his face. After the blow landed, he did not budge an inch, leaving the short man bewildered. How could his punch, delivered with such force, fail to elicit a response? Even a master of the Xian character realm would not withstand it so effortlessly. Is that all? Haven't you eaten? Tang Yu remarked with a disdainful expression, his gaze akin to that of one looking upon refuse, deeply wounding the man's pride. Who was he? An elite of the Reaper squad. Their renown echoed throughout the mercenary world. When had a mere second-generation rich kid dared to mock him? Feel my tiger fist, he bellowed, unleashing his ultimate skill in Xingyi Yiquan, a punch imbued with immense power that could effortlessly fell a bull. Yet, when this strike met Tang Yu's chest, he remained steadfast. The man stood there, dazed, struggling to believe that his full-force attack had failed to harm his opponent. You're pretending, aren't you? The short man's lips trembled, unwilling to accept the reality before him. How could his fist, which was as large as a cauldron, fail to impact the man? Pretending? Tang Yu smiled lightly, his eyes filled with increasing contempt. Do you think the immovable King Kong skill I painstakingly acquired from the system can be so easily disrupted? Eagle, assist me with the dragon and tiger fist. The short man's mentality shifted subtly as he turned to his teammate, calling for aid. At this moment, the other 3 members of the Grim Reaper squad wore expressions of bewilderment. The 4 of them were evenly matched in strength. Witnessing their companion land 2 punches without inflicting any damage left them in disbelief. One of them, with a hawk-like nose, bellowed furiously. He lunged forward, appearing and disappearing like a phantom, and aimed a punch at Tang Yu's left cheek. Simultaneously, a shorter man leaped up to strike Tang Yu's right cheek. After both fists connected, Tang Yu remained utterly unmoved. This time, the hawk-nosed man was left dumbfounded. They had just executed a combined attack, yet failed to faze this individual. Seeing the 2 men staring at him in shock, Tang Yu took a deep breath and retaliated with 2 resounding slaps. One for each of them. Assistants, is it? Assassins, are you? Dragon fist, perhaps? Tiger fist, indeed? The slaps left their faces burning with stinging pain. While the damage was not substantial, the humiliation was profoundly intense. The two quickly retreated a couple of steps, their faces pale as they glared at Tang Yu. As seasoned fighters, why would he not engage them directly, instead choosing such a demeaning approach? The prestigious Grim Reaper squad, boasting a 98 success rate in missions, had never endured such disgrace. "Let us attack together," the hawk-nosed man shouted. They excelled individually, but their combined assault was truly formidable. The other two men shouted in fury and joined their teammate, encircling Tang Yu and launching a furious barrage. As peak experts in the Huang realm, their prowess was nothing short of terrifying. The four of them surrounded Tang Yu, unleashing their full strength, their movements so swift they appeared as mere phantoms to onlookers. At that moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding several dozen meters away. Watching Tang Yu being besieged by the four, both were filled with trepidation. "Dad, these four must be peak experts in the Huang realm," Huang Junxiao remarked, noticing their speed and power, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He had only recently become a true practitioner of ancient martial arts. As a fellow Huang realm fighter, he estimated that he might not even stand a chance against any one of them. Absolutely peak Huang realm, Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had been in the Huang realm for 15 years, yet he was still far from its pinnacle. However, what terrified him even more was that amidst the onslaught of these four, Tang Xiao remained stationary, as if he were a towering tree, with their attacks merely a light drizzle falling upon him. What kind of strength could withstand the combined assault of four peak Huang realm experts without a scratch? The Xian realm? Surely it must be beyond that. The D realm? It seemed equally implausible. Could it be the legendary Tian realm? Huang Junxia was also speculating about Tang Yu's level, his voice trembling. "Dad, do you think Tang Xiao possesses the strength of the D realm?" "At the very least," Huang Tianrui replied, his excitement causing him to tremble. For him, a master of the Xian realm felt like an unattainable existence. A master of the D realm at such a young age would be unrivaled in the world. To be in the presence of such a powerful individual was indeed a rare privilege. He casually pointed out, wouldn't it mean significant advancement in cultivation for both father and son? "Listen closely. From this day forth, we must obey young Master Tang without question. Even if he instructs us to climb a telephone pole, we must not hesitate. Do you understand?" Huang Tianrui commanded, gazing at his son. "Understood." Huang Junxiao nodded solemnly. He recognized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But why does young Master Tang refrain from retaliating? Why does he allow these insignificant creatures to act so audaciously? He turned to his father and inquired. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before responding gravely. "Fool, cannot you see young Master Tang's profound intentions? A master of his caliber would not deign to engage with such lowly beings. He is deliberately allowing us to observe and learn." Thus enlightened, Huang Junxiao felt a wave of regret for his previous doubts regarding young Master Tang. With such a poor attitude, how could he not appreciate Tang's magnanimous guidance? This kindness weighs heavily upon him. Chapter 67. The vanished memories in the midst of a tempestuous onslaught from four adversaries. Tang Yu felt utterly impervious. The unmoving king technique, perfected to its pinnacle, enveloped him with an intangible aura. The assaults from his opponents merely grazed him, akin to a gentle breeze caressing his face, leaving not a single crease upon his garment. Observing the escalating terror etched upon their faces, Tang Yu was thoroughly satisfied. After a relentless barrage lasting 5 minutes, the members of the Grim Reaper squad were rendered nearly senseless. Human strength is not infinite. They were ancient martial artists, not superhumans, and their vital energy and stamina were bound to wane. The eagle-nosed man, harboring nefarious intentions, recognized that their combined efforts had proven futile. Abruptly abandoning his attack, he brandished a military dagger, aiming it directly at Tang Yu. Even the strongest of men possess vulnerabilities. Yet this time he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger, upon impact, barely made a dent. Almost immediately, he received a resounding slap across the face. "Do you dare to underestimate my resolve? Do you think I am as feeble as Yi Chun?" After delivering the blow, Tang Yu was on the verge of making his next move when the four adversaries retreated at lightning speed, creating distance between them. Their faces were pale with fear, breathless and incredulous at the unfolding scene. They had unleashed their full might for a full 5 minutes. Even the most treacherous ambush had failed to inflict harm upon this man. Was he a monster? As Tang Yu's hand delved into his pocket, the four immediately tensed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Was this man finally ready to strike? Would any of them manage to escape? Then, they beheld him produce a cigarette from his pocket, leisurely lighting it. He exhaled a smoke ring and remarked nonchalantly, "You are all too weak. I have no interest in dealing with the feeble. I fear that should I strike, I may inadvertently fail to kill you." "What do you mean by that?" The gaunt man spoke, his teeth slightly trembling. The pressure emanating from Tang Yu was overwhelming. Apart from the elder in their organization, he had never encountered such an oppressive force. If the Dragon King were present, merely standing still for 2 minutes would surely lead to his demise. At that moment, the thoughts of the four were synchronized. If this man were to unleash his power, they would be nothing but corpses. What I mean is, you're all worthless. Seeing the four grow weak and tremulous, Tang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. His might was beyond their imagination. He raised a hand, causing them to instinctively retreat a significant distance. Meanwhile, the ambushed Huang Tianrui and his son sprang into action. "Charge! Young Master Tang has commanded us to eliminate the trash." With a wave of his hand, Huang Tianrui and his son dashed towards the Grim Reaper squad. In terms of strength, each member of the Grim Reaper squad surpassed the father and son duo. However, the recent fierce battle had depleted their vital energy and stamina entirely. With fear gripping their hearts, the four men at that moment resembled ordinary individuals devoid of any courage. Soon, they found themselves effortlessly subdued by the spirited duo of Huang Tianrui and his son. Once the four were bound, the father and son gazed at Tang Yu with admiration and respect, inquiring, "Young Master Tang, what shall we do now?" Just as Tang Yu was about to instruct them to escort the captives to the police station, his gaze suddenly fixated on one of the man's hands. This man possessed 12 fingers. Suddenly, a memory struck him. In the original storyline, during the 400th chapter, ancient martial forces began to emerge. A bodyguard from a prominent family was described as having 12 fingers, resembling the individual before him. This bodyguard belonged to the antagonistic faction and met his demise at the hands of Yi Chun with a single punch. After scrutinizing the man for a moment, Tang Yu asked, "What is your name?" I am Deng He," the man replied in a hushed tone, having lost all will to fight in the presence of such a formidable opponent. "A dull blade is not sharp enough. What do I possess to contend with him?" Tang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Is it true? Did the plot twist so chaotically? Characters yet to appear are already on the scene? And now, he is affiliated with the Longhan organization? With a head full of questions, Tang Yu took a deep breath and waved his hand, commanding, "Take him to the police station. Lock him up for now. We shall investigate later." "Understood, young Master Tang," Huang Tianrui and his son responded, their admiration for him escalating. Truly, young Master Tang was remarkable. A genuine expert who not only concealed his abilities, but also adhered to the law. Faced with these disrespectful individuals, he chose not to resort to extrajudicial punishment. After Huang Tianrui and his son escorted the four away, Tang Yu turned to glance at Tang Ryu, who lay motionless on the ground. The Grim Reaper squad had knocked him unconscious to clear any suspicion against him, and their blows had not been gentle. What a perfect opportunity. Tang Yu chuckled to himself and rushed towards the traitor, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. After all, he was already unconscious. Why bother with niceties? He thrived on intimidation. As for killing the lad, that thought never crossed his mind. Why eliminate a hapless ally? After several minutes of venting his frustration, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Ryu was now a pitiful sight, bloodied and battered. With a whistle, Tang Yu dragged him to the car and drove him to the hospital. Shortly after Tang Yu departed, a figure descended from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been covertly tracking him. She had remained hidden, observing the entire encounter. Her expression was one of utter shock. She knew all too well the prowess of the Grim Reaper squad. Even in their combined efforts, they had failed to inflict any harm upon Tang Yu. Such strength was nothing short of a joke for someone of their caliber. It dawned on her why young Master Tang, fully aware of her identity, chose to keep her by his side. It was due to his formidable strength. With young Master Tang's capabilities, eliminating her would have been a trivial matter. Yet he showed no inclination to do so. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Ling Han murmured to herself, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. How could Tang Xiao know so much about her otherwise? It was only a man of his formidable stature who would think she ought to be an ordinary girl. Only he possessed the right to hold such an opinion. If he were to ask her to rub his back again, she would comply. After sending Tang Ryu to the hospital, that old scoundrel was whisked away to the emergency room for treatment. Tang Yu contacted his second uncle's family to update them on the situation, then returned to his car and lit a cigarette. The unfolding narrative felt increasingly amiss. Damn it, system, what is happening? Why are characters who have yet to make their entrance already appearing? Beep, the plot has collapsed. Host, exercise caution. The system's cold voice echoed ominously. The plot has collapsed? What does that imply for the future? Tang Yu inquired, furrowing his brow. When the narrative slips beyond control, it signifies that true danger is only just beginning. The system fell silent, offering no response. At that moment, strange images suddenly flickered through Tang Yu's mind. Each scene depicted his demise, brought about by various individuals. This abrupt surge of memories caused a pained expression to cross his face. A crimson number materialized before him, 299. Just as he attempted to delve deeper into this recollection, his expression shifted to one of confusion. His memories reverted to a few moments prior, and the fleeting images vanished once more. Damn system, where's my reward? Tang Yu cursed, oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Beep, the reward has been delivered. The system's voice resonated again, though this time it carried a hint of frailty. Tang Yu found no new skills in his mind, nor was there anything surrounding him. Delivered? To whom? Did the system just swindle me? Tang Yu vented his frustrations for several minutes, while the system remained unresponsive. Meanwhile, a package dispatched in Tang Yu's name had already been placed aboard a flight to Africa. Chapter 68. The Devoted He Jin Africa, Burkina Faso, translated into the language of Ruoxue, signifies the land of virtuous gentlemen. After being entrusted with significant responsibilities by young Master Tang, He Jin found himself quite content with his work. With ample remuneration, minimal duties, and no supervision, he enjoyed a leisurely routine that culminated in afternoon tea at 3 o'clock. However, a few days ago, he received unsettling news. The Tang family had suddenly begun to lavishly recruit skilled practitioners, specifically those adept in ancient martial arts. This revelation struck him profoundly, as he realized the inadequacy of his own abilities. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, he was painfully aware of his own shortcomings. He was not even a practitioner of ancient martial arts. How could he protect young Master Tang under such circumstances? To spur himself towards improvement, he commenced an intense training regimen, performing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run each day. Today, upon returning from his rigorous exercise, a subordinate rushed in, carrying a package. "Mr. He, there is a package for you, sent by young Master Tang." Young Master Tang sent me something? He Jin's spirits lifted instantly as he eagerly accepted the package and carefully unwrapped it. Inside, he discovered a finely crafted box made of sandalwood. As he opened it, he found an ancient, elegant tome titled Dragon Elephant Technique. As he cautiously flipped through its pages, tears welled up in his eyes. Young Master Tang must have been keeping a close watch on him. He had procured an ancient martial arts manual for him after seeing his dedication to training. As a martial artist, He Jin understood the immense value of this manual, an invaluable treasure that money could not buy. Furthermore, the Dragon Elephant Technique did not demand excessively high qualifications for training. With perseverance, one could eventually become an ancient martial artist. He Jin vowed to repay young Master Tang's kindness with his life. Choking back tears, he wiped his face and bellowed to his subordinate, "Starting tomorrow, find me 100 local youths with the potential for martial arts training. I shall cultivate an elite team for young Master Tang." In the private hospital of the He family, Yichen lay on the hospital bed, his face etched with anxiety and inexplicable unease. 5 hours had passed since the Reaper squad had moved in on their target, yet he had received no word. This left him bewildered and perplexed. The Reaper squad, though not as powerful as he, possessed formidable combined attack techniques. Even if they were unable to defeat their opponent, they should have been able to retreat unscathed. Yet, thus far, not a single member had reached out to him. With each passing minute, his anxiety deepened. I refuse to believe that you, Tang, possessed the capability to thwart the Reaper squad, he muttered through clenched teeth. However, as his emotions surged, a sharp pain emanated from his injury. He gasped, quickly relaxing his body, wary of allowing his emotions to spiral out of control. The wound had already reopened once. Another rupture would spell trouble. In his spiraling thoughts, he reluctantly sought assistance from a nurse to contact heroine, hoping the He family could help ascertain the situation. Approximately 15 minutes later, heroine entered, carrying a bag. She regarded Yi Chun with a gentle tone. "Mr. Yi, do you have something to discuss with me?" "Miss He, I would like your assistance in uncovering some information. I have dispatched 4 subordinates, but they have gone silent." Yi Chun offered a bitter smile. Just as he was about to clarify the situation, a man's voice echoed from outside the door. "No need to search for them. They have already been imprisoned." Following this, a strikingly handsome young man with a hint of roguish charm sauntered into the room. Upon entering, he scrutinized Yi Chun with keen interest, his gaze tinged with amusement. The mighty Dragon King, reduced to fleeing in disgrace? How utterly laughable! Upon seeing the young man, Yi Chun's expression shifted instantly. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, "Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you arrive?" "I arrived today," Lu Janzuo replied with a slight smile. "The master is already aware of the troubles concerning the Grim Reaper squad, and he sent me to assist you." Yi Chun's heart sank at once. Had the Grim Reaper squad truly encountered misfortune? What was more alarming was that the old man had sent Lu Janzuo over. What could this mean? His expression became inscrutable, emotions swirling within him. "The master instructed you to focus on your recovery. Once you are well, you are to head to Yinjing. I will handle matters in Suong," Lu Janzuo said with a smirk, his eyes reflecting a touch of disdain. Upon confirming this information, Yi Chun's face turned pale. What was the old man's true intention? After appraising Lu Janzuo for a moment, his pupils constricted as he asked, "You have broken through?" With a devilish grin, Lu Janzuo nodded. His current strength had reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm. He was merely a step away from the D realm. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's abilities remained in the mid-stages of the Xian realm. How could a repeatedly unsuccessful individual, inferior in strength, still hold the title of Dragon King? Thus, the master had dispatched him. This was a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. The position of Dragon King was destined to be his. Yi Chun remained silent, his expression darkening as a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. So, Lu Janzuo aimed to usurp his title as Dragon King? Wait until he achieved a breakthrough. This scoundrel would be in for a reckoning. "Take your time recuperating, brother. I shall take my leave now," Lu Janzuo said with a smile as he bid farewell and exited the hospital room. Heroine exchanged pleasantries before following him out. "Does this mean that Mr. Lu will be handling affairs in Suong from now on?" Heroine inquired, looking at Lu Janzuo. "Indeed," he replied, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. As brothers, they shared a penchant for charming smiles. However, while Yi Chun lifted the left corner of his mouth, Lu Janzuo favored the right. "It won't be an easy task," Heroine remarked with a slight shake of her head. "Transforming a dire situation into a success is no simple feat." The Dragon Chen group's predicament could only be described as dire. The He family would refrain from intervening, as there was no need to invite trouble. What Yi Chun can accomplish, I can achieve. What he cannot, I, Lu Janzuo, will also attain. Lu Janzuo proclaimed proudly, his fingers caressing a piece of dragon-patterned jade that hung from his chest. This jade was a serendipitous gift he had received at the tender age of 7. Once, he experienced a nosebleed and inadvertently allowed the crimson droplets to fall upon the surface above. This serendipitous act activated the jade, granting him an ancient martial legacy. In his estimation, the origin of this martial heritage could only be attributed to a legendary master of the heavenly realm. Thus, he harbored unwavering confidence that he would inevitably ascend to such heights in the future. The position of a Dragon King was a prize he was determined to claim. During his visit to Su and Hangzhou, he resolved to play the flawed game on behalf of Yi Chun, whom he deemed a failure. Anything he desired, be it treasures or women, he would seize for himself. Chapter 69. Are you gaming again? In the office of the Tang Corporation, Qin was intently engrossed in a shooting game, a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken and a bottle of soda beside her. Upon entering, Tang Yu gently tapped her shoulder and remarked, "Qin, are you gaming again? Perhaps you should take a break." "Ugh, I've died. It's all your fault, Tang Xiao," Qin exclaimed, her face etched with despair as the screen went dark. "Dead is dead. You've been playing all day. It's time to rest," Tang Yu sighed. Does this silly girl really need to take it so seriously every day? Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Hey, am I perhaps a bit too immersed in my work lately?" To mask her discomfort, she clutched the bucket of fried chicken and inquired, "Tang Xiao, would you like some?" "No, thanks." Tang Yu rolled his eyes and asked, "Do you know what day it is today? Is it Crazy Thursday at KFC?" Tang Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Goodness, I hope she isn't so consumed by gaming that she loses her wits. I remember she wasn't exactly the sharpest tool in the shed to begin with. Not being clever with her looks, this girl is doomed. Eh? Am I not clever? Qi Yin's expression darkened. She was indeed quite intelligent. Other players took at least 3 months to complete these games, yet she managed it in about a month, breaking several records in the process. "Today is your birthday," Tang Yu reminded her with a sigh. "All right." Qi Yin suddenly snapped back to reality, offering an awkward smile. "Thank you for your concern, Tang Xiao. I've been so absorbed in my work that I nearly forgot today is my birthday. However, as an assassin, such trivialities don't really concern me." Tang Yu's sudden mention of her birthday warmed her heart slightly. Such concern felt like a distant luxury to her. "The company mandates that we celebrate employees' birthdays. Since I happen to be free today, let us celebrate yours," Tang Yu said with a grin. This silly girl has been here long enough. She must have gathered a considerable amount of information. Once this data reaches Yi Chun, it won't be long before it bears fruit. In that case, I need to find a way to draw this girl to my side. I'll gradually win her favor, and once I have all the evidence, I'll confront her. Qi Yin stared at Tang Yu in bewilderment. "Tang Xiao, you want to win me over to your side? Is there such a good fortune?" Since their first encounter, when she eavesdropped on his thoughts, she had been following clues to investigate the Tang family. Through her diligent inquiries, she had indeed uncovered information about her father. His name was Qi Hong. Over 30 years ago, he had fallen afoul of a powerful figure and was pursued relentlessly. In his hour of desperation, he was rescued by the elder of the Tang family and became the captain of their bodyguard team. His loyalty to the Tang family was unwavering, having saved the elder twice. The Tang family held immense trust in him. Tang Yu enjoyed a remarkably close fraternal relationship with his father. After dedicating over a decade to the Tang family, he inexplicably vanished, prompting the family to search for him in vain for several years. A few years later, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang household, claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. Naturally, the Tang family welcomed her with open arms and treated her with utmost kindness. However, less than 6 months after giving birth to a daughter, she too disappeared with the child. Beyond this point, Qi Yin could uncover no further information, as the Tang family's records were limited. This led her to the firm conclusion that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were certainly not her adversaries. In fact, they had bestowed great kindness upon her family. How could she ever repay kindness with malice? Would it be inappropriate for Tang Xiao to celebrate my birthday? Upon regaining her composure, Qi Yin hurriedly responded, "What could possibly be inappropriate? You have been with the company for quite some time now, diligently working and contributing significantly. Thanks to you, our gaming projects are progressing at a remarkable pace, and you're the foremost contributor to the Tang Group. I must personally arrange this birthday celebration for you," Tang Yu asserted with conviction. "Indeed, my brother intends to show you what a truly great boss is like. Unlike that miser, Yi Chun, who assigns you dangerous tasks while paying a meager salary each month. What nonsense about hardships cultivating the mind. The capitalist would weep at your plight. With Tang Xiao, you could feast 9 times a day." "Thank you, Tang Xiao." Qi Yin felt a warmth swell within her. It was touching to realize how much Tang Xiao cared for her. She had contemplated revealing her true intentions to him, but having eavesdropped on Tang Yu's thoughts daily, she felt it best to remain discreet. After all, Tang Xiao had an imagination that sometimes ran wild. If she were to confess her allegiance, he would likely suspect her sincerity. Thus, her only option was to assist him from the shadows, such as by delivering fabricated documents. As for the Long Hun organization, all she felt now was confusion and resentment. Knowing the Tang family had been kind to her, why then did they compel her to repay this kindness with ingratitude? All right, let us take a short break before we embark on our journey. First, we shall select a birthday gift for you, then indulge in a sumptuous meal. Tang Yu said with a beaming smile. What would make a fitting gift? A year's supply of papaya milk? However, I have heard its effects may not be substantial. There are indeed similar remedies in the Qing Nong Tianjing, but she requires the meridians to be unblocked first. Yet if I were to attempt that manually, she might very well sever my hand. Alas, I am simply too kind-hearted, unable to bear the thought of a girl being unremarkable. What a pity that I possess skills with no opportunity to apply them. Qin trembled slightly. Tang Xiao, you genuinely care for me, don't you? However, she had privately experimented with numerous methods before. When she was a killer, it mattered little, and she even found it somewhat convenient. Now that she had adopted a more ordinary life, she felt it was only fitting to possess some talents. Thus, she had previously tried drinking papaya milk, which proved ineffective. Could Tang Xiao's suggestion of unblocking the meridians truly be beneficial? A blush crept across her face as she inwardly scolded herself. What am I even thinking? After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Qin in a sports car and sped towards a large shopping mall. First, I'll buy you a birthday gift, and then we can pick up some clothes. As a young lady, it's essential to occasionally learn to adorn yourself, Tang Yu teased with a smile as he drove. Sigh. This silly girl excels as an assassin, yet as a young woman, she is rather unconventional. Her fashion sense is somewhat outdated. I've never seen her in a short skirt. With such beauty, failing to enhance her appearance to complement the cityscape is nothing short of a crime. All right, thank you, Mr. Tang, Qin said with a blush, feeling a touch of warmth in her heart. Throughout her life, Mr. Tang is the first person who wishes for her to embrace the essence of a typical girl, rather than aspiring solely to be an exceptional assassin. Chapter 70. You should strum the strings, not his heart, rest assured. Your boss possesses impeccable taste. Today, you shall transform into the most enchanting maiden of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Be bold and open. Break free from your former self. Dressing her in a cosplay outfit seems delightful. Considering her modest assets, that set would suit her rather well. With a pair of sheer black stockings, it would be utterly splendid. Qin listened in confusion, feeling somewhat disheartened. She was utterly unfamiliar with these concepts. The realm of anime cosplay was far removed from her own. Her world consisted solely of missions and mortality. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Qin inside. This mall was a property of the Tang family, catering to an upscale clientele. Every establishment here was a purveyor of luxury goods. As they entered, they took the elevator directly to the third floor, a place Tang Yu knew well. He guided Qin effortlessly into a music store named Qin. Noticing the arrival of customers, a female sales associate promptly approached, bowing and greeting them. Welcome, esteemed guests. What may I assist you with today? I would like to see some guitars, please, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Certainly. The sales associate nodded eagerly, momentarily captivated by Tang Yu's handsome visage. This customer was rather striking. Once they reached the guitar section, she inquired, what type of guitar are you interested in? Classical, folk, or electric? What would you like? Tang Yu smiled at Qin. In the original storyline, Qin harbored a deep-seated yearning for a normal life. Spending each day amidst blades and blood, few would relish such an existence. Her passion lay in music, particularly the guitar, yet this instrument seemed perpetually out of reach. Thus, gifting her a guitar for her birthday was most fitting. Qin beamed with joy as she began her selection. After a short while, she finally settled on a delicate yellow handcrafted classical guitar. This one, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she cradled the instrument, as if she had discovered a priceless treasure. Her radiant and pure smile resembled an iris quietly blooming in the depths of a secluded valley. Tang Yu, watching her, felt momentarily entranced, his heart inexplicably quickening. Why does she look so beautiful when she smiles? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, a hint of shyness flickered across Qi Yin's face. Such sincere admiration from him brought her a sense of happiness. Miss, you have excellent taste. This is the last Smorman classical guitar in our store. As it is entirely handcrafted, each piece requires nearly 2 years to obtain. The sales associate echoed her enthusiasm. This guitar was the most expensive in the shop, promising a substantial commission upon sale. May I try it out first? Qi Yin asked, looking up. Of course. It has already been tuned. Feel free to give it a go. The sales associate replied with a polite smile. Qi Yin smiled brightly, assessed the feel of the instrument, and began to play. Soon, the lively strains of music filled the air. Tang Yu sat quietly nearby, silently admiring the performance, his gaze fixed on Qi Yin's face. As she played the guitar, her expression was one of pure concentration and joy, transforming her from a lethal femme fatale into an endearing neighborly sister. Once she completed a piece, she looked at Tang Yu with delight and inquired, "How was that, Tang Xiao?" "Quite impressive," Tang Yu commended, giving a thumbs up. Her technique was flawless. Save for a minor misstep. You ought to pluck the strings of the guitar rather than tug at my heartstrings. Upon hearing Tang Yu's innermost thoughts, Qi Yin blushed slightly. Why does he have to resort to such lines again? Can't he tone down the flattery a bit? How much is it? Tang Yu asked, pulling out his wallet and retrieving a credit card to hand over. Hello, esteemed guest. The total comes to 370,000, the saleswoman promptly announced, producing a card reader. After the transaction was complete, as she handed the receipt to Tang Yu, a striking woman with a bag entered from outside. Her hair was dyed a deep burgundy, and her beauty was remarkable. With each step, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, drawing attention. Hello, how may I assist you? The saleswoman greeted, bowing slightly upon seeing the woman. The lady retrieved a black membership card from her pocket, brandishing it. I am a black gold member of your store. I heard you have a Smorman guitar. Please bring it to me. The saleswoman glanced at the membership card and confirmed it was indeed from their highest tier of clientele, with the name clearly inscribed. However, her expression turned slightly apologetic. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, but that Smorman has just been sold. Sold? Xiao Meiyun's brow furrowed, and her demeanor darkened instantly. Spotting Qi Yin cradling a Smorman guitar, she commanded the saleswoman, refund their money. I will take that guitar. She had visited 2 other stores, all in pursuit of Smorman for an upcoming live stream. The saleswoman had not anticipated such a demand and felt awkward. I apologize, esteemed guest, but this request does not align with our store policies. Before she could finish, Xiao Meiyun, her face darkened, struck her with a resounding slap, exclaiming, As a black gold member, you dare to lecture me on rules? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in your establishment? You, with your meager earnings, will never amount to what I have. The saleswoman, suddenly struck, felt her cheeks swell with humiliation and fear, retreating a few steps while apologizing softly to Xiao Meiyun. Her music store was a prestigious national chain, and to attain black gold membership, one had to spend at least 5 million. Such a patron was beyond the reach of a mere employee like her. Tang Yu furrowed his brow. The unfolding drama was quite intense, recalling the woman's identity. He recognized her as the mistress of a certain antagonist who was originally meant to offend Yi Chun here. In a fit of rage, the Dragon King Yi Chun would retaliate, leading to an escalation of conflict with the antagonist. Thus, the familiar narrative of ostentation, humiliation, and brewing enmity began to unfold. In a fortuitous turn of events, an opportunity to ensnare Yi Chun presented itself. Tang Yu, with a mischievous smile playing on her lips, concocted a rather unscrupulous plan, deliberately positioning herself to observe the unfolding drama. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached, inquiring, Good day, esteemed guests, I am the store manager. Shun Jizhuan. What seems to be the issue? Xiao Meiyun, casting a discontented gaze upon him, retorted, How does your establishment train its employees? She is here instructing me on the rules. Upon noticing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Qin Jizhuan's expression shifted slightly. He turned to the sales associate, Lu Janzuo, reprimanding her sharply. Have you lost your senses? Who granted you the authority to speak to a customer in such a manner? Apologize to this guest at once. But these two guests have already purchased the guitar, and Miss Xiao is demanding a refund to sell it to her. Lu Janzuo protested, her face buried in her hands as tears streamed down her cheeks. Without awaiting her complete explanation, Chen Zhizhuan, visibly impatient, interjected, Are you incapable of understanding simple language? Apologize to this young lady immediately, or you may as well leave. If you insist she apologizes, I assure you, your store will no longer operate in Suzhou and Hangzhou from this day forth. Tang Yu interjected after a prolonged silence. Chen Zhizhuan shot her a scornful glance, scoffing, And who might you be? Do you think you can dictate our store's operations? Are you even aware of who our boss is? Xiao Meiyun, with a venomous tone. Join in the tirade. Were you a pauper? Do you believe you have any say here? You think you can threaten our establishment? Do you even deserve to be here? She continued, And you release my smorman. Dressed like a rustic, do you truly think this is an instrument for you? If you damage it and affect my live stream, I will make sure to ruin your reputation online. Having concluded her tirade, she reached out to snatch the guitar from Qi Yin's grasp. Qi Yin, her gaze turning icy, prepared for the impending confrontation. Just as Xiao Meiyun's hand reached out, Tang Yu swiftly rose, delivering a decisive strike. Chapter 71 of my lifetime. Why must I explain myself to you? After receiving a resounding slap, Xiao Meiyun staggered back, her face betraying her shock. Almost immediately, she let out a piercing scream and lunged at Tang Yu, attempting to claw at her face. Yet before her hand could reach its target, Tang Yu had already delivered a swift kick to her abdomen. Struck to the ground, Xiao Meiyun clutched her belly, wailing in agony. Realizing the disparity in their combat abilities, she glared at Tang Yu and screamed, Do you dare to strike a woman? Are you even a man? Tang Yu nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag before responding, I apologize, but I believe in gender equality. I will strike anyone who crosses the line. She paused, adding, Though we may both be antagonists, your level of annoyance is indeed deserving of a reprimand. Nearby, Qi Yin nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of it all. At that moment, a young man entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun sprawled on the ground, the young man's expression darkened as he hurried over. Han Xiao, please avenge me. This scoundrel struck me. Xiao Meiyun scrambled to her feet, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. This man was her benefactor, the source of her audacious demeanor. Having become his woman, she had caused her fair share of trouble, but no matter how grave the situation, Han Xiao could always resolve it with a mere phone call. The young man, known as Han Mingxian, had prominent ears and an endearingly naive face. Upon seeing half of Xiao Meiyun's face swollen, he felt a pang of anguish and quickly reassured her. There, I will help you seek revenge. Darling, please don't cry. His expression then darkened as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu, coldly stating, You have quite the audacity to lay hands on a woman of mine. Han Ming Suon. Upon hearing this name, Tang Yu felt a surge of excitement. The main character had finally arrived. This individual was not from Suong, but rather the second young master of the Han family, from Yanjing. The Han family was a prestigious clan in Yanjing, incomparable to any prominent family in Suong. His visit to Suong was for an auction, but before the event could commence, he had already made an enemy of Yi Chun. During the auction, he had deliberately clashed with Yi Chun over a coveted item, leading to a dispute. Afterward, he had sought to undermine Yi Chun, who harbored similar intentions, culminating in a tragic demise for him. Moreover, the Han family had connections to the infamous massacre of the Yi family, making them natural adversaries of Yi Chun. An enemy of my enemy does not necessarily become a friend. Thus, Tang Yu resolved to make a decision that defied his ancestry. He would feign allegiance to Yi Chun while declaring war on the Han family. With a cold smile, he addressed them. In my lifetime, I owe no explanations to you. He then turned to Zhou Lao, commanding, First, break both of his hands. Han Ming Suon Skufet, raising his hand to signal the elderly man behind him to take action. He had encountered many who mistakenly believed themselves to have some standing. Conversing with them was futile. Only through suffering would they learn who truly deserved their respect. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire nodded and approached Tang Yu. Upon the arrival of the elderly man, Qi Yin's expression shifted subtly. She discerned that this old man was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Although his strength was modest, he nonetheless belonged to the Yellow Realm. How could an ordinary individual like Tang Xiao possibly contend with such an opponent? Just as she prepared to intervene, a middle-aged man strode in from outside, the newly hired martial arts bodyguard of the Tang family, Wang Yixue. Ever since witnessing Tang Xiao's unfathomable prowess, he had voluntarily taken on the role of his personal bodyguard, or perhaps more accurately, his attendant. He recognized well that his own abilities were insufficient to protect Tang Xiao. His role was merely to eliminate some minor nuisances. After all, masters of the Earth Realm, like Tang Xiao, would seldom take action themselves. As he entered with purposeful strides, he cast a cold glare at the elderly man and scoffed. "Do you truly believe you are worthy of confronting our Tang Xiao?" "Oh." The old man's demeanor darkened, and he retorted with a sneer, "Why should I not be worthy to strike at your family's useless young master?" With that, he unleashed a rapid series of strikes. The lightning 5 whips aimed squarely at Tang Yu. Qi Yin, realizing the imminent danger, found herself unable to intervene in time, as they were far too close. Just as she readied herself to avenge Tang Xiao, she noticed that he stood motionless, calmly gazing at the old man, and uttered, "Is that all you've got?" The elderly man stumbled back 2 steps, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he regarded Tang Yu. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts, he understood that his previous attack should have rendered this opponent permanently incapacitated. Yet, why had the other man not flinched? Not even a crease marred his clothing, as if he had not been struck at all. "Continue. I, Tang Beixian, do not prey upon the weak. I grant you 3 more opportunities to strike." Tang Yu stated nonchalantly. "Zhou Lao, what are you doing? Do not hold back. If you kill him, I will handle the aftermath," Han Mingxian called out from behind. Visibly dissatisfied, the elderly man, referred to as Zhou Lao, found himself in a predicament. He had indeed held back during his earlier attack, yet the complete lack of damage was utterly confounding. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Tang Yu's temple. At that moment, the force behind his kick was tremendous. Even a stone would have shattered upon impact. Yet, Tang Yu remained as still as a statue. "There are still 2 opportunities left," Tang Yu remarked, raising 2 fingers. At this juncture, the old man was genuinely bewildered. He had exerted an extraordinary amount of force in that last strike. Qin too was left dumbfounded. As a practitioner of the Xian realm, her perspective was far superior to that of the old man. Had she not defended herself against that blow, she would have sustained severe injury. "Tang Xiao, what is happening? Could it be that he is the true hidden master?" Recently, there have been whispers about Yi Chun's injury being connected to him. Could it indeed be true? Wang Yixue, however, remained unfazed. He had personally witnessed Tang Xiao withstand the combined assault of 4 masters for several minutes without sustaining a scratch. How could a mere old man from the Yellow Realm even think to harm Tang Xiao, given his extraordinary strength? Even in the most humble of circumstances, one can withstand his onslaught and emerge unscathed. There is no need for repetition. Even 100 attempts would prove futile. Tang Xiao, a master of the Earth character realm, is not one to be easily harmed by an insignificant insect such as yourself. He glared at the old man, his voice a low growl. The Earth character realm. Zhou Lao trembled at the utterance, cold sweat dampening his back. Having failed to sway Tang Yu with his earlier full-force strike, he had already begun to contemplate this possibility. He swallowed hard. Is it truly possible for such a young master of the Earth character realm to exist? No wonder I cannot injure him. No wonder he looked down upon the idea of retaliating immediately. Would a normal person hastily strike back at a child merely playing about? Certainly not. A true master possesses a certain pride. He comprehended this state of mind. At this moment, he found himself devoid of the courage to continue his assault, his gaze towards Tang Yu filled with trepidation and admiration. To witness such a prodigious talent at such a young age is a privilege worth a lifetime. Han Xiao, what exactly is the Earth character realm? Sensing the tension in the air, Xiao Meiyun inquired softly. Silence. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale, and he retaliated with several swift slaps. Though her face was swollen from the blows, Xiao Meiyun dared not utter a cry, trembling as she regarded Han Xiao. What has come over him? Why is he so furious? Chapter 72. Assisting Yi Chun in avenge at this moment, Han Mingxian was not merely contemplating striking Xiao Meiyun. He was overwhelmed by a desire to eliminate the wretched woman entirely. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was well-versed in the ways of the world and understood the gravitas of a master at the Earth character level. Such an expert would command respect, even for his grandfather. In the realm of ancient martial arts, a master at this level was undeniably a formidable figure. To offend someone of such caliber over a mere harlot would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the individual before him, who identified himself as Tang Beixian, was astonishingly youthful. The terror he instilled was truly palpable. Noticing that old Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat, Han Mingxian realized he had to intervene. Otherwise, should the other party become enraged, his demise would be inevitable. He approached Tang Yu, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Tang, today, I, Han Mingxian, have been blind to the truth. I am from the Han family of Yinjing. If Mr. Tang. Before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he coldly interrupted. You are from the Han family of Yinjing? Yes, Mr. Tang. Might you be acquainted with my family as elders? Han Mingxian's heart leaped with joy. Perhaps this would turn the situation around. Ah, the illustrious Han family, Tang Yu sneered. Do you recall the Yi family of Yinjing? The Yi family? Han Mingxian pondered momentarily before swiftly recalling the once dominant Yi family of Yinjing. In that city, only they could rightfully claim the name Yi. However, the Yi family had met a tragic end over 2 decades prior. Could it be that their lineage had not been extinguished and now sought vengeance? Now it seems you remember. Tang Yu coldly regarded him. I shall spare your life today, but you must sever your own hands and return to inform your kin. My elder brother, Yi Chun, shall return like a bolt of lightning to exact revenge upon those families who participated in the massacre of the Yi family. The first to feel his wrath will be your Han family. Han Mingxian's face turned ashen with fear. Was the Yi family truly returning for revenge? Who was Yi Chun, that a master of Earth character level would refer to him as elder brother? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gritted his teeth and turned to Old Zhou with a bitter expression. Old Zhou, it seems you must act now. Hearing that they could escape a calamity, Old Zhou felt immense relief in his heart. He decisively stepped beside his young master and delivered 2 swift punches, shattering his master's arms. Ah, the young master may perish, but I shall survive. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint instantly. Old Zhou hurriedly supported his young master, turning to Tang Yu with a subservient smile. Mr. Tang, may I take my leave now? You must leave your hands behind, Tang Yu replied indifferently. Old Zhou, who had just felt fortunate, was now rendered speechless. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and smashed his right fist into his left arm, clinging to a sliver of hope. He looked at Tang Yu with pleading eyes. Mr. Tang, I have only one arm left. I cannot sever it myself. I'll assist you. Wang Yixue, ever the eager one, approached and delivered a merciless punch, instantly breaking Old Zhou's arm. Old Zhou nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, cursing inwardly in exasperation. Those damn good Samaritans. Leave, and remember to have the Han family prepare for their demise. Tang Yu spoke coldly. Old Zhou could only retreat with his young master, dejected. With his hands incapacitated, he had to bite onto his young master's collar, dragging him along like a cat carrying its kitten, his mood exceedingly foul. This trip was originally meant to accompany his young master to the auction in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but after this incident, they could only return to Yinjing. It seemed that peace would be a luxury in Yinjing from now on. Witnessing his benefactor's plight, the bruised Xiao Meiyun hastily covered her face and fled as well. Tang Yu paid her no mind. He cast a benevolent glance at Huang Yixue. Ever since this lad had witnessed the confrontation between himself and the Grim Reaper squad, he had quickly transformed into a competent pawn, firmly believing himself to be a master of the Earth realm. Tang Yu found his delusion quite satisfactory. This was precisely the effect he desired. Keeping him close was also convenient for showcasing power and intimidating others. With this development, Yi Chen's storyline in Yinjing would undoubtedly become more complicated. According to the original narrative, upon arriving in Yinjing, He too had initially played the fool to gain strength gradually. Now, with the news spreading, if he attempted to play the fool again in Yanjing, it would be quite amusing. As for the Han family seeking trouble with him, that was inconsequential. If they wished to confront Tang Beixian, what did that have to do with Tang Yu? Meanwhile, Qi Yin felt a shiver run down her spine. It was only now that she regained her composure. Young Master Tang was not merely a top-tier expert. He was also quite adept at employing underhanded tactics. At present, she had yet to fully uncover the truth from that time, but in her heart, she had already considered herself part of the Tang family. Thus, she delighted in Yi Chen's misfortune, for he had crossed paths with young Master Tang. Just then, several security personnel in uniforms rushed over from outside. The commotion in the shop had alerted the neighboring businesses, prompting someone to notify security. Upon arrival, the leading security captain immediately recognized Tang Yu. He respectfully exclaimed, "Young Master Tang, what brings you here? I received reports from businesses about disturbances." "I am the disturbance." Tang Yu pointed to the store manager, Chen Jizhuan. "Contact their boss. Either expel this individual from the store and appoint this lady as the manager, or they shall cease their business here in Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Understood, young Master Tang." The security captain promptly agreed. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu and his companion departed, Chen Jizhuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed slightly as he answered, "Hello, General Manager Wang, this is Chen Jizhuan. You bastard Chen, get the hell out of my store within 5 minutes, or your salary for this month is gone." The phone erupted with a torrent of curses. Chen Jizhuan's face turned ashen. He wished to plead for a moment, but the call had already ended. Meanwhile, the saleswoman, Lu Xiaoqin, received a WeChat message informing her of her appointment as the new store manager. After confirming its authenticity multiple times, tears of joy streamed down her face. Regrettably, the charming gentleman has vanished without a trace, leaving her unable to express her gratitude. After departing from the music store with Qi Yin, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes and dining, followed by a delightful visit to the arcade. For Qi Yin, this was an unforgettable and splendid memory. In previous years, her birthdays had been spent amidst tasks and duties, but this year was distinctly different. She had changed into a stylish JK uniform, and Tang Yu had even asked the staff to style her hair into 2 playful ponytails. Now, she resembled a sweet and innocent school beauty, her demeanor vastly transformed. The only aspect that caused her slight dissatisfaction was the length of the skirt, which seemed a tad too short. Nevertheless, her joy was palpable. Observing Qi Yin's beaming smile, Tang Yu could discern that this was no mere fade. She was genuinely elated. What a naive girl. What kind of days have you been through before? Just a little food, fun, and shopping, and you're this happy. He mused inwardly. Is there anything else you wish to eat or do? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. This is sufficient. Let us head home. Qi Yin replied with a look of contentment. Today, as happiness had left her thoroughly satisfied. Very well. I shall escort you back, Tang Yu nodded. And the two of them returned to the sports car, laden with their bags. Qi Yin resided in a luxurious apartment building near the company. Upon arriving at the apartment complex, they carried their belongings inside. Reaching her door, Qi Yin unlocked it with her fingerprint, inviting Tang Yu in. The interior exuded a stark and monotonous ambience. Aside from the furniture, there were no decorative items, making it feel far from a typical girl's room. Your room is rather bare. I shall arrange for some decorations to be sent over, Tang Yu remarked with a smile after surveying the space. Oh, there is no need to go through that trouble. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I'm content as is. Qi Yin quickly shook her head, accustomed to the simplicity. Why be so polite with your boss? Tang Yu playfully flicked her forehead before bidding her farewell. Once Tang Yu departed, Qi Yin felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness in the sparse room. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved her phone and found a photograph of herself with Tang Yu, taken during their shopping trip that day. After a moment of hesitation, she smiled and set the picture as her phone's wallpaper. Chapter 73. Cultivating new traders. After departing from the apartment, Tang Yu returned to his car and retrieved a cigarette, lighting it with a flick of his fingers. He bore no concern that Qi Yin would inform Yi Chan about the events at the music store. If she did, so be it. After all, they could hardly endure their current predicament any longer. He resolved to swiftly gather information on Qi Yin's parents in the coming days, aiming to liberate her from her suffering. As for Ling Han, he had yet to devise a plan regarding her. He had a vague recollection of her family's troubles, but obtaining concrete evidence would be a cumbersome task after so many years. He decided to take it slow, one step at a time, and strategize each defection. Tang Yu languidly exhaled a ring of smoke, silently inquiring within, "System, what about the rewards from the music store scenario?" "Ding! The soul-controlling eye has been issued. Please check your rewards." The system's voice resonated in a leisurely manner. Oh, Tang Yu had anticipated yet another worthless reward, but this revelation piqued his interest. He quickly sought to understand the function of this new item. It could be activated during moments of psychological instability in the target, enabling brainwashing and control. Upon reading the details, Tang Yu inhaled sharply. This system, oscillating between the realms of the mundane and the supernatural, was rather unpredictable. He felt a temporary easing of the tense father-son dynamic with the system. Brainwashing? He chuckled to himself. Wasn't this a veritable factory for traitors? At last, he could fabricate some traitors from the opposing faction S ranks. A splendid tool, one he simply had to share with others. Thus, he took out his phone and dialed Bai Wani. When the call connected, Bai Wani's voice came through. "What is it? Didn't TI send 4 individuals over last time? What has become of them? They're sitting in detention, aren't they? Didn't TU say they had criminal records?" "I didn't find anything," Bai Wani replied, her tone tinged with frustration. A few days prior, Tang Yu had unexpectedly sent her 4 individuals, prompting her to investigate. But she had turned up empty-handed. Yet, her instincts told her these 4 were likely affiliated with Longya. Regrettably, these individuals had concealed their identities well, leaving her feeling quite helpless. "Isn't that merely intuition? Can we go see them?" "Dang yi u juka. Come on, I'll treat you to a late-night snack," he added. Bai Wani readily accepted, still owing Tang Yu a favor. After making arrangements, Tang Yu drove towards the detention center. Upon arrival, he found Bai Wani waiting at the entrance. She had changed into a black, form-fitting riding outfit, accentuating her alluring figure, reminiscent of a diligent investigator. A formidable Harley motorcycle stood beside her, her mode of transport. Bai Wani's life diverged sharply from that of other girls. While many aspired to be princesses, some even working as hostesses in KTVs, she merely sought to embody a fearless female knight, boldly vanquishing evil. "Hey, gorgeous," Tang Yu whistled, grinning at her appearance. "Do you believe I can have you detained?" Bai Wani shot him a glare, her tone laced with annoyance. "The beautiful woman is also under detention. Is there no law left?" "Dang yi u juka." Then proceeded into the detention center. The necessary paperwork had already been completed, and Bai Wani, following closely behind, was eager to eavesdrop. After her last experience of overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts, her curiosity had been piqued. Just what secrets did this person hold? "Why are you following me?" Tang Yu turned to inquire upon noticing Bai Wani trailing behind her. "Go away, don't follow me. I need to brainwash those 4 individuals," she retorted. "If I don't arrange for them, how can I ensure Yi Chen's downfall?" "Fine." Bai Wani nodded with an odd expression. "If you insist, I shall not follow. Instead, I will observe the surveillance." She scampered off to the monitoring room, eager to discover how this individual conducted her mind control. Upon entering the meeting room alone, Tang Yu found the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad already waiting. After being detained, the 4 felt no regret. Instead, they were immensely relieved. Surviving an encounter with such a formidable opponent was indeed fortuitous. However, when they saw Tang Yu striding in, their expressions instantly shifted to one of grave concern. Laced with fear, hadn't she spared them previously? Why was she here again? Collectively swallowing hard, they felt an urge to flee. This was a master of the earthly realm, whose prowess surpassed even that of Long Wang and Lu Xiao. Tang Yu remained silent, her face a mask of cold scrutiny. Under her unwavering gaze, the 4 felt an overwhelming pressure, as if they were not facing a mere individual, but a ravenous beast. What did this formidable figure intend? The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified. Their dread deepened. They sensed a murderous intent, even struggling to breathe. Just at that moment of heightened tension, a flash of purple light flickered in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon witnessing this, the 4 felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, their consciousness beginning to blur. "Are you satisfied with your work?" Tang Yu's deep voice suddenly resonated. The four, their expressions vacant, shook their heads. Are you content with your income? They shook their heads once more. Do you desire a stable and prosperous life? They began to nod. Would you like to lounge during the day and earn a monthly salary of 1 million for 4 dishes and a soup at night? They nodded vigorously. What are you hesitating for then? Join the Tang group. Liberate the oppressed villains of the world. Eradicate all inequality. From today onward, we shall be the developer. With Tang Yu's thunderous declaration, clarity gradually returned to their eyes. The old society, the Dragon Soul organization, turned people into ghosts. The Tang group transforms ghosts into loyal subordinates. Now do you understand what you must do? Observing the transformation of the four, Tang Yu recognized that her soul capturing had indeed taken effect. Leisurely days. Visit the club. Go to the club for a lavish meal. Tang Yu pondered whether her brainwashing might not have been entirely successful. Wrong. You must reform yourselves first. Be a good person before indulging in the club. Do you understand? He gazed at the four individuals and whispered, What the hell? This group of scoundrels calls themselves the Grim Reaper Squad. They might as well call themselves the Club Squad. All right, we shall heed young Master Tang's words. They replied in unison. Excellent, a teachable spirit indeed, Tang Yu thought, quite pleased with their attitude. After pulling a chair over and taking a seat, he said, Now, please share with me all that you know. The four immediately began recounting the information they possessed, one by one, to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Bai Wani, who was observing the surveillance, wore a look of exasperation. What on earth is this? After listening for a while, all she heard were a few people shouting about going to the club. Rolling her eyes, she left the monitoring room, too disinterested to continue listening. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yu managed to grasp the essence of their plan. To his surprise, he learned that Yi Chun intended to head to Yanjing. Moreover, the individual responsible for receiving Su Hang was none other than Lu Janzuo. According to the original storyline, this character was introduced in the middle of the novel. He was Yi Chen's junior, possessing formidable strength and talent, and had long sought to usurp Yi Chen's position as the Dragon King. In the latter part of the tale, he schemed against Yi Chen multiple times, causing Yi Chen considerable distress, ultimately leading to Yi Chen's triumph over him. Given the deviation from the established narrative, why was this character making his appearance now? Chapter 74. Where shall you place your hands? Is this an attempt to usurp the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu clicked his tongue, recognizing that the unfolding plot was undoubtedly advantageous for him. A dog-eat-dog scenario. However, upon realizing that this individual aimed to take control of Suzhou and Hangzhou, Tang Yu's mood soured. He understood that if this person sought to seize Suzhou and Hangzhou, he would inevitably become Tang Yu's primary target. This man operated much like Yi Chun, both having been trained by the same master. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu addressed the four individuals before him. From this moment on, you four shall focus on clandestinely observing him. Report any developments to me immediately. Understood, Mr. Tang. They chorused in unison. Additionally, you may occasionally hinder his efforts. Once he encounters setbacks, suggest to him the idea of joining forces with me to confront Yi Chun. Is that clear? Got it. All right. We shall reconnect later. Tang Yu departed the meeting room, satisfied with the arrangement of entrusting 4 lackeys to his adversary. A sure strategy for victory. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Luring them over is far preferable to facing 2 Dragon Kings alone. After Tang Yu exited the meeting room, the 4 members of the Death God Squad exchanged glances. The eldest among them, Deng He, spoke up. From today onward, we must reform and dedicate ourselves to Mr. Tang's cause. But what manner of man is Mr. Tang? A true dragon among men? Does Lu Janzuo even deserve to ally with him? We 4 brothers must unite, whether it be Lu Janzuo or Yi Chun. We shall clear the path for Mr. Tang. Otherwise, how can we show our faces alongside him at the club? Do you brothers agree? Absolutely, they shouted in unison. Just as Tang Yu stepped out of the detention center, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. Come, let me treat you to a late-night snack. Bai Wani approached from behind, offering him a motorcycle helmet. I have my own vehicle. Let's just grab some barbecue by the roadside. Why flaunt your fancy car for such an outing? I'll return you afterward. I still have work to finish. Bai Wani rolled her eyes. She was accustomed to a low-profile lifestyle, and being seen in a multi-million-dollar supercar while dining at a roadside stall would surely attract unwanted attention. Fine. Tang Yu donned the helmet and climbed onto the motorcycle behind her. Hold on tight. As soon as Tang Yu settled in, Bai Wani revved the throttle, only to feel his arms encircle her waist from behind. The positioning was rather suggestive. If they were standing at the bow of a ship, it would resemble a scene from Titanic. What do you think your hands are? She swiftly released the throttle, gritting her teeth as she glared at Tang Yu. Isn't it said that a woman's waist should not be casually touched? Da ni u feigen I no sen. I thought it better to hold your waist than to have you accuse me of taking advantage. I merely adjusted my grip slightly. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Bai Wani's fists tightened as she turned to glare at him. If the waist is off limits, then what gives you the right to touch elsewhere? All right, I'll hold your waist, but you can't claim I'm taking advantage of you. Tang Yu mumbled as he readjusted his hands lower. Still some substance here. Your waist is quite slender. Aside from your temper, everything else seems rather agreeable. Bai Wani suddenly regretted allowing this fellow to enter her vehicle. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she intended to visit was merely 3 streets away, and they arrived in a matter of minutes. Upon parking her car at the entrance of the stall, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she exited. Tang Yu, who sat in the back, was just about to disembark when she was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of Bai Wani's maneuver. With a scowl, Tang Yu remarked, "Was that intentional?" "Not at all. I'm just used to riding solo. This is my first time with a passenger," Bai Wani replied. Her laughter infectious as she extended her hand to help Tang Yu to her feet. Rubbing her rear and grimacing, Tang Yu reluctantly accepted the situation. Once inside the establishment, Bai Wani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for selecting dishes. "Choose whatever you like. I frequent this place often. Their roasted sweet potato chips and dumplings are delightful. You should give them a try. I want something extravagant, so I can leave you broke," Tang Yu teased. "All right, considering your rather wan appearance, perhaps you should grab a few skewers of grilled kidneys." After ordering an array of barbecue delights, they also requested a few bottles of beer. Soon, a steaming platter of barbecue was delivered to their table. Bai Wani raised her beer bottle to clink it against Tang Yu's, then focused intently on her meal. Meanwhile, across the street, a black car idled at the curb. The man in the driver's seat was intently gazing at Bai Wani and Tang Yu through the window. After observing them for a while, he snapped a photograph and sent it via his phone. Simultaneously, in an underground casino, Lu Janzuo was seated in a private room, gambling against 2 dealers. They were playing poker, and both dealers were seasoned cheats. However, they were now sweating profusely from their continuous losses, 15 hands in a row. Young Master Lu truly possesses remarkable skill, complimented a middle-aged man seated nearby. Notably, this man had only one arm, with his other sleeve hanging emptily, drawing attention. He was Jiang Xiaoyue, the proprietor of the casino and a powerful figure in the underworld of Su and Hangzhou. Given his status, he ought not to be so deferential to a young man. Yet this youth was terrifying. When this man approached him, insisting that Zhu serve him, he had refused, only to watch helplessly as over 40 of his subordinates were effortlessly subdued by this singular individual. This man was, without question, invincible. He had even promised Zhu that by serving him, he could become his representative in Su and Hangzhou's underworld. Just trivial skills. Cheating is merely a matter of swift hands and minor techniques. Quite dull, Lu Janzuo remarked, disinterested, as he tossed 3 cards onto the table. To everyone's astonishment, all 3 cards pierced the surface of the table. The onlookers regarded Lu Janzuo with renewed awe. At that moment, Lu Janzuo's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at the screen and saw the photograph sent by one of his subordinates. Upon recognizing the man in the picture, Lu Janzuo furrowed his brow. "Isn't that the wealthy heir from the Tang family? I heard that Yi Chun never managed to win a woman from him. What was he doing with Bai Wani?" Upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the first woman who captured his attention was Bai Wani. Her identity was rather unique, and should he manage to conquer her early on, it would serve as a significant advantage for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Janzuo let out a cold laugh. Perfectly. He could lure her in and seize everything at once. He sent a text message from his mobile phone. Bai Wani was engrossed in her meal when her phone, resting on the table, suddenly chimed. Glancing at the screen, she noticed a message. The underground casino at the basement level of the Ruoxue hotel. As she read the lines, her expression shifted. Recently, she had been investigating 2 cases of usury and had traced leads to an underground casino, yet had failed to uncover the precise location. Upon seeing this address, her appetite vanished instantly, and she called out to the proprietor, "How much is it?" "Just 120. "All right." Baiwani swiftly took out her phone and scanned to make the payment. "Aren't you going to finish your meal?" queried Tang Yu, who was busy preparing grilled lamb skewers, looking up at her flustered demeanor. "I need to investigate a casino." "You enjoy your meal. I'll be on my way," Baiwani replied, turning to leave. Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the unfolding of events. In the original narrative, Baiwani received a message while dining in the evening, alerting her to the existence of an underground casino. Coincidentally, she was already probing into this very establishment. After obtaining the address, she intended to infiltrate the place for a covert investigation. This endeavor, however, led to significant trouble as her identity was exposed, resulting in her capture by the casino's personnel. Had it not been for the intervention of Wang Yixue, she would have likely found herself embroiled in a search officer's predicament. Following this incident, her admiration for Yixue had surged considerably, and she had already been half conquered. However, the crucial point was that Yixue was no longer present. If she chose to disregard this situation, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Or would the narrative deviate? Introducing unforeseen alterations? System, what is the status of the plot? Tani u silenti ponde. The system offered no response, leaving him somewhat disgruntled. When the narrative faltered, he often had to rely on his own discernment. Reluctantly, he rose and pursued her, stating, "I will accompany you. You wish to join me?" Baiwani regarded Tang Yu with a peculiar expression. "Indeed, I will assist you in your investigation. I possess greater insight into such matters than you do." Tang Yu affirmed with a nod. "Of course, if I don't accompany you, you might walk straight into danger. The casino is a treacherous trap. The one who messaged you is likely Yixue, luring you into the casino to create a crisis. He would then swoop in to rescue you and enhance his favorability. Yet, Yixue is no longer here. Who orchestrated this scheme?" Baiwani was profoundly shaken upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. This individual was perceptive, having unraveled the situation, recalling the clues she had previously gleaned from Tang Yu. She hesitated for a moment before deciding to proceed. "Just be cautious. After the covert investigation, we will return to set a trap." Nodding in agreement, she said, "Very well. Let us go together." Tang Yu quickly hopped onto the motorcycle with her, his mind swirling with questions. He realized that even in Yixue's absence, certain plot lines would continue to unfold as expected. But who sent this message? This scheme was originally intended to be orchestrated by Yixue. With his absence, has someone else taken over the operation? In an instant, Tang Yu thought of Lu Janzuo, who was stepping in for Wang Yixue to take charge of Su Hang. "Let us head over first. It's best not to let Baiwani get involved for now. Once we arrive at the casino, the mastermind will inevitably reveal themselves. Whether it is Yixue or Lu Janzuo, we shall soon discover." Baiwani, driving the car, silently absorbed Tang Yu's thoughts, feeling a twinge of gratitude. This fellow actually cares for her. As for the name Lu Janzuo, she etched it firmly in her mind. If someone is plotting against her, they had better not let her catch wind of it, or they shall face dire consequences. The ride to the Ruoxue hotel took merely 20 minutes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick to disembark. Tang Yu, caught off guard and sent sprawling to the ground, looked up at her in utter disbelief. Winky face, this time it was truly unintentional. Was the last time deliberate then? Baiwani chuckled awkwardly, expertly helping Tang Yu to his feet. The pair then proceeded into the hotel and took the elevator down to the basement level. Chapter 75. The Indomitable Man. In an effort to conceal her identity, Baiwani donned a black mask over her face. Tang Yu, glancing around, felt that she resembled a certain older sister. "What are you looking at?" Baiwani inquired, noticing Tang Yu's "Nothing," Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. Once they reached the second basement level, before the elevator doors opened, Baiwani took the initiative to link her arm with Tang Yu's. The duo, pretending to be a couple, emerged to find a billiard hall and several burly men nearby. One of the imposing figures approached Tang Yu with a grin, asking, Here to play billiards? I'm here at a friend's recommendation, Tang Yu responded. All right, you know the rules, right? The man extended his hand. Tang Yu promptly retrieved her phone, switched it off, and handed it over. The man then turned to Bai Wani, who followed suit and submitted her phone as well. After surrendering their devices, they proceeded through the security checkpoint. They were then escorted through a concealed door into the casino. Upon entering, the acrid scent of smoke compelled Bai Wani to cough lightly. The casino boasted over 20 tables, each occupied by gamblers, some engaged in a game of dice. In addition, numerous individuals were playing on slot machines and fish hunting games. The cacophony of shouts and curses rendered the atmosphere even more boisterous than a bar. Scantily clad waitresses flitted about, catering to the extravagant needs of the high-stakes players. Let us exchange for chips, Tang Yu suggested, leading Bai Wani to exchange for 200,000 in chips, half of which she handed to Bai Wani. However, Bai Wani was not inclined to participate in the games. Observing the throngs of gamblers around her, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. How many lives are ruined by this in a single day? As the two wandered through the casino, several cameras silently locked onto Bai Wani. In the monitoring room on the first basement level, Lu Janzuo stood proudly before the display, fixated on the screen. There, Bai Wani and Tang Yu meandered through the casino. A flicker of joy crossed Lu Janzuo's eyes upon realizing that this fool had taken the bait. If this simpleton was ensnared, it would surely lead to a bountiful harvest today. Have him dealt with, but do not harm her. Eliminate this useless one beside her, Lu Janzuo commanded. He was unaware of Tang Yu's capabilities, as Yi Chun had not disclosed the incident of Tang Yu injuring someone to anyone. The Grim Reaper squad had been apprehended before they could report back. He intended to let the casino personnel eliminate Tang Yu, then swoop in like a hero to garner favor. Moreover, after rescuing her, he wouldn't even reveal his name, vanishing from her world entirely. This would evoke both gratitude and curiosity in her. After some time, he would seek an opportunity to reappear and engage with her, ensuring that she would fall completely in love with him. Prepare to act, Zhu Xiaoyue signaled, and immediately his subordinates sprang into action. After meandering through the casino for a while, Bai Wani had gathered enough information. She linked her arm with Tang Yu and said, "Shall we leave now? Let us go." Tang Yu nodded, pondering if the plot had taken another unexpected turn. A group of over 30 individuals was charging towards them with a menacing demeanor. It was them. The one at the forefront pointed at Tang Yu and shouted. The patrons of the casino halted their activities and turned their gazes towards the commotion. What was happening? Run. Upon seeing the approaching crowd, Tang Yu seized Bai Wani's hand and fled backwards. This was an underground casino, and the only way out was via the elevator. Rushing toward the elevator would be futile. Standing there left them too exposed, thereby amplifying their adversary's numerical advantage. Consequently, Tang Yu decisively led Bai Wani into the restroom. Quickly contact someone, I'll hold them off. Tang Yu was aware that Bai Wani's watch had an emergency contact feature. According to the original narrative, Bai Wani had never even had the chance to use her watch before being captured. Bai Wani nodded, hastily pressing a few buttons on her watch to activate the emergency feature. This was a precaution her father had taken, fearing for her safety during her mission. Once activated, help would arrive within a maximum of 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Tang Yu grabbed a hammer from the sink as a weapon. With high defense but low offense, he had to resort to makeshift armaments. Just as he secured the weapon, the oncoming mob had already surged forward. Leading the charge was a young man with long hair wielding a machete. They had received instructions. This man could be killed, but no harm was to come to the woman. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the entrance, he bellowed and lunged forward, slashing the machete down onto Tang Yu's shoulder. The blow landed as though it struck stone. "You dare strike me." Tang Yu retaliated with a swift hammer swing to the long-haired youth's head, causing blood to spatter. After being struck, the youth let out a horrific scream as his weapon clattered to the ground, akin to a defeated monster dropping loot. "Are you all right?" Bai Wani, having completed her emergency contact, shouted at Tang Yu. "I'm fine." Tang Yu shook his head. Bai Wani quickly picked up the machete and joined him in the fight. Upon seeing her emerge, the pursuing assailants hesitated, as their boss had instructed them not to harm her. "Two of you, restrain the woman. The rest, take down this guy," one of the more cunning individuals commanded. Consequently, Two men armed with steel pipes charged at Baiwani, attempting to subdue her first, while the others surged towards Tang Yu to launch their assault. Then they discovered something alarming. This man was like a stone golem. Regardless of the machete or the steel pipes, strikes against him elicited no reaction whatsoever. Chapter 76. Lu Janzuo takes the field after enduring a beating. Tang Yu wasted no time in retaliation, swinging a hammer-like blow aimed squarely at their heads. Unlike Tang Yu, they lacked significant defensive capabilities, and a single strike to the skull would incapacitate them. The corridor of the restroom was rather narrow, preventing them from employing any advantage of sheer numbers. They resembled the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, lined up like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. The two others attempting to delay Baiwani fared little better. They dared not lay a hand on her, for she was merciless when provoked. With her disdain for these scoundrels and her own martial prowess, it took mere minutes before both assailants lay on the ground, having sustained several wounds. The situation grew increasingly awkward. One could not strike, and the other was rendered impotent. Within just a few minutes, 12 or 13 of the 30-odd attackers had already fallen. What is happening? How the hell should I know? What's this guy's deal? Why can't we land a hit? The group continued to curse while they fought. This is absurd. The script doesn't align. They should have easily subdued this pretty boy and then restrained the woman. As they witnessed their companions fall one after another, the attackers were left utterly bewildered. What do you do when you encounter a cheat? From this moment forth, this casino shall be known as the Tang Yu Casino. Tang Yu discovered the thrill of dominating the weak. Damn it, I've got invulnerability. Observing that his adversaries hesitated to confront Baiwani, he boldly charged at them brandishing two blades. Today, I shall teach you how to play the villain. As more of their number fell, the attackers began to crumble under the pressure. Let us run. To hell with this. This guy's insane. I'm certain we're done for. As the remaining henchmen fled in disarray, the patrons of the casino were left in shock. Just moments ago, a gang of thugs had pursued this fellow with great fervor. And now he emerged, bloodied yet resolute, chasing down the very men who had sought to overpower him. Just as Tang Yu was about to pursue one of the fleeing thugs, Baiwani rushed forward to restrain him. Don't act recklessly. You're bleeding. Baiwani's voice trembled, tinged with fear, having witnessed Tang Yu endure numerous blows. Now, covered in blood, she regretted bringing him along, realizing that had it not been for her own need for protection, he would not have been harmed. Seeing the fear in Baiwani's reddened eyes, Tang Yu forced a smile. You're fine? You've taken so many hits. Let me see where you're injured. Baiwani tugged at Tang Yu's shirt, intent on inspecting his wounds. She felt around, but found no injury and began to reach for his trousers. Whoa, I'm really fine. Please, not like this. Everyone is watching. Tang Yu quickly grabbed her hand to halt her frantic actions. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving the casino plot. Reward. Words become action. Usable 5 times. Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. Damn system. Are you at it again? He had recently noticed an unsettling trend with the system. Not only had the plot collapsed, but the rewards had also become increasingly dubious, as if it were anticipating his demise. The prior rewards of 2 disposable ancient martial arts techniques had nearly led to his downfall at the hands of that insufferable Yi Chun, had he not utilized them skillfully. This time, the reward of words become action was even less impressive, not even ancient martial arts. According to the system's description, the effectiveness of a punch was determined by the incantation uttered. What nonsense is this? A certain intuition warned him that this wretched system might not be on his side. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lu Janzuo's face was as dark as a storm cloud. What on earth is happening? Over 30 individuals couldn't handle a single rich air? Even a practitioner at the Huang level should suffer some setbacks against such numbers wielding weapons. Are your subordinates all incompetent fools? Feeling frustrated, he glared at Zhu Xiaoyue. I specifically orchestrated this to save the damsel and eliminate this brat in one fell swoop. And now it's turned into this. I don't know either, Zhu Xiaoyue stammered, equally bewildered. Could this fellow be a monster of the same caliber as Lu Xiao here? I'll handle it myself. With a grim expression, Lu Janzuo stepped out. Once outside, he twisted his body, producing a sound akin to popping beans. Almost instantly, he appeared to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. After altering his physique with a technique, he retrieved a human skin mask from his pocket and donned it. In this guise, he would eliminate the Tang lad, and then let the remaining individuals deal with by Wani. Once she was captured, he could reclaim his true identity to heroically rescue her. Upon arriving at the casino on the ground floor, he witnessed a thug take advantage of Tang Yu's distraction, launching a stealthy attack from behind with a knife aimed at Tang Yu's back. The blow landed without even tearing his clothing. As a peak practitioner of the Xian level, Lu Janzuo quickly discerned that an invisible force was safeguarding Tang Yu. Is that the immovable king technique? Squinting, he recalled the ancient martial arts legacy he had acquired from the dragon-patterned jade, which revealed much knowledge. The immovable king technique, a long-lost martial art, boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities. Rumor had it that once mastered to perfection, it could withstand any assault from below the Xian level. Yet I possess peak strength at the Xian level. Even with the immovable king technique protecting him, eliminating him should pose no challenge. Taking a deep breath, his internal energy surged as he lunged forward like a leopard attacking its prey. A phantom-like figure darted towards Tang Yu. By the time Tang Yu regained his wits, Lu Janzuo's foot had already struck his chest. After the kick, Tang Yu staggered back several steps, a sharp pain radiating from his chest. This discomfort left him astonished. Could it be that his immovable king technique was on the verge of being shattered? He sensed a significant reduction in the vital energy coursing through him. Once this energy dissipated completely, it would signify the loss of the protection afforded by the immovable king technique. He cast a glance at the man who had attacked him, a middle-aged, hunchbacked individual. What does it matter if you have perfected the immovable king technique, you worthless fool? Lu Janzuo sneered at Tang Yu, deliberately lowering his voice to render it a low, grating sound. At that moment, Wani regained her composure. Armed with a watermelon knife, she aimed to strike at Lu Janzuo's back, attempting a surprise attack. However, Lu Janzuo did not even turn a look, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, effortlessly pinching the descending knife between his fingers. With a slight exertion of his fingers, the watermelon knife shattered into pieces. Witnessing this, Tang Yu instantaneously confirmed the man's identity. Damn it, it really is Lu Janzuo. This man delights in theatrics. He employed similar tactics upon his entrance. His mastery of body shrinking and disguise is indeed remarkable. As expected, with Yixue absent, he has arrived. At this moment, Wani had lost all interest in Tang Yu's thoughts. Observing Lu Janzuo catch the knife with 2 fingers and then break it, she launched a swift kick aimed at his groin. Just as her foot was about to make contact, Lu Janzuo had vanished from sight. Before she could comprehend the situation, he struck her on the neck with a knife hand, rendering her unconscious. After neutralizing Wani, Lu Janzuo turned his gaze toward Tang Yu. Today, this man would undoubtedly meet his demise. Chapter 77. This punch. 30 years of mastery. As Lu Janzuo approached step by step, Tang Yu's countenance darkened. Relying on the immovable king technique to withstand the blows was no longer feasible. The system had just granted him the words manifesting as fist ability, but it could only be utilized 5 times, and he was uncertain of its lethality. It would be more prudent to switch to the yin-yang limitless technique. Truly, he felt a sense of urgency. Having survived this long, he could not afford to falter now. Suddenly, bizarre images flashed through Tang Yu's mind, visions of himself being slain by various individuals. It was as if he had lingered longer in certain narratives. Yet he could not recall when this had transpired. In but a moment, these memories vanished anew. Was he panicking at death's door? Observing Tang Yu's bewildered expression, Lu Janzuo scoffed. A mere wasteful scion, and yet Yixue could not handle him? He launched himself at Tang Yu with a relentless barrage of strikes. The henchman, who had just been pursued by Tang Yu moments earlier, began to cheer from the sidelines, their frustration boiling over. With a master now confronting this youth, they seized their weapons, ready to take advantage of the situation. After enduring another assault, the look of confusion faded from Tang Yu's face. Sensing the energy from his immovable king technique waning, he realized he could not remain passive. He still had 5 opportunities left. After bracing against Lu Janzuo's punch, Tang Yu began to channel the words manifesting as fist. Euler, he shouted as he struck, pouring all his power into the cry. The punch landed on Lu Janzuo, who staggered back 2 steps, a frown creasing his brow. He perceived that this fellow possessed a measure of intrigue. Although devoid of true energy and not truly a martial artist, Tang Yu had nonetheless perfected the immovable king technique. This sudden counterattack seemed to possess the power of a pinnacle Huang-tier practitioner. Yet, that was the extent of it. He charged at Tang Yu once more, his onslaught even more ferocious than before. Lu Janzuo understood that this individual's immovable king technique could barely last another minute. After that minute, he would undoubtedly perish. When his punch failed to inflict harm, Tang Yu inwardly conveyed warm regards to the ancestral system. With the immovable king technique on the brink of collapse, he unleashed 3 consecutive punches, attempting to invoke various phrases. Yet to no avail. Lu Janzuo bellowed, delivering another kick to Tang Yu's chest. Upon impact, the energy within Tang Yu dissipated entirely. At death's threshold, a moment of clarity struck him. He finally grasped the true essence of the words manifesting as fist. The damage was determined by the chosen phrases. What sort of phrase could deliver a critical hit? Was it necessary to state the obvious? With that punch unleashed, Lu Janzuo merely stood still, sneering derisively as Tang Yu's blow connected. Little waste, what of a single punch? With that, he was sent flying a good 10 meters, crashing through 2 gambling tables before Lu Janzuo spat forth a mouthful of blood. His face was awash with terror, and he felt an excruciating pain in his chest. What kind of martial art is this? Why is its power so terrifying? It even disrupted the flow of his internal energy. This punch possessed at least 30 years of mastery. Had he not been clad in inner armor, this blow would have claimed his life. The casino's enforcers were left dumbfounded. To inflict such devastation with a single strike. Was this man a monster? Just moments ago, they had contemplated retaliating against Tang Yu, but now their legs trembled in fear. Such a man was beyond their capacity to confront. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. A fully armed SWAT team burst in, commanding everyone to the ground with their hands raised. As they stormed in, the patrons of the casino promptly complied, for there was but one exit, leaving no avenue for escape. Leading the charge was Chief Wang from the West City Precinct. Upon spotting the unconscious Baiwani on the ground, his expression shifted to one of alarm. "Wani, are you all right?" He hurried over to assist her. Fortunately, Baiwani was only lightly unconscious, as Lu Janzuo had been rather gentle. Upon regaining consciousness, she immediately opened her eyes and cried out, "Where is Tang Yu?" Chief Wang and several colleagues exchanged incredulous glances. What was the situation with this girl? Why was she immediately calling out the name of the young master of the Tang family? Previously, at the police station, 2 beautiful women had already vied for his attention. Could it be that he had enchanted Baiwani as well? Seizing the distraction, Lu Janzuo took the opportunity to dash towards the restroom. He was indeed severely injured. Once inside, he quickly removed the human skin mask and flushed it down the toilet. Subsequently, he released the constriction on his body, reverting to his original form. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he hastily retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. Once the medicine took effect, he felt considerably better. At this moment, he regarded Tang Yu with a sense of apprehension. That punch, even he himself, might not have been able to deliver such lethal force. What level of mastery did this person possess? Soon, SWAT officers entered the restroom to apprehend the gamblers and staff who had sought refuge. Lu Janzuo was handcuffed and placed into a police vehicle. After delivering that devastating punch, Tang Yu was also taken aback. In a moment of inspiration, he had not expected such destructive power from himself. That punch was indeed celestial in its might, the supreme strike. Rubbing his sore chest, Tang Yu hurried to find Baiwani. By the time he reached her, she had already regained consciousness. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine," she replied. They both simultaneously asked and answered, their voices in unison. Upon seeing Tang Yu, drenched in blood, Chief Wang was startled. He quickly asked, "Young Master Tang, what has happened? Are you truly uninjured?" Was about to deny it when a sudden wave of dizziness enveloped him. That had been disrupted, and that last punch had drained a considerable amount of his strength. Coupled with the injuries inflicted by Lu Janzuo, he swayed unsteadily before collapsing. Bai Wani, quick on her feet, managed to catch him just in time. However, due to the distance between them, as he fell, his head struck her chest. Thus, his face found itself nestled amidst a soft, yielding peak, resulting in an unexpected cleansing experience. His expression softened, and he gradually closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment before darkness took him, his inner voice resonated. Oh, how delightful. Bai Wani twitched her lips and effortlessly scooped up Tang Yu in a princess carry, stating, Director Wang, I shall take him to the hospital. Please handle matters here. If you find someone named Lu Janzuo, be sure to thoroughly investigate his identity. Understood? P.S. Here, the second update. I'll see if I can manage to complete 2 more chapters this afternoon to achieve my goal of 4 updates. Chapter 78. Patience. After being taken to the police station, Lu Janzuo initially thought there would be no significant repercussions. He had deliberately practiced his skills to conceal his identity, ensuring that no one knew he was the man who had clashed with Tang Yu. Being apprehended, at worst, would merely result in a gambling charge, an inconsequential matter. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he was subjected to an entire night of interrogation and extensive documentation. They wouldn't even allow him a glass of water. Fortunately, after enduring this torment for 1 long night, they could uncover no substantial evidence against him and thus detained him on the grounds of participating in illegal gambling. Upon his arrival at the detention center, he fortuitously encountered 4 familiar faces, the members of the Grim Reaper squad. Amidst the vast sea of people, the mere coincidence of their meeting filled Lu Janzuo with profound sentiment. This place was rapidly transforming into a clubhouse for the Dragon Soul organization. Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Inquired Deng He, who possessed 12 fingers, as he spotted Lu Janzuo entering. I came to see you all and, coincidentally, to take you out. Lu Janzuo replied nonchalantly, with his hands clasped behind his back. Then why does your face look a bit pale? The 4 asked again. I'm feeling a bit car sick, Lu Janzuo muttered, his lips twitching slightly. And why is there blood on you? I injured someone, Lu Janzuo said, not wanting to give the 4 any further opportunity to pry. He commanded, you all should rest first. We will leave together tomorrow. I still need your assistance in Suong. For some inexplicable reason, after a period of absence, he felt that the 4 individuals seemed somewhat off, rather naive. After exchanging glances, the 4 responded in unison. With Lu Xiao's trust, we shall repay it with our lives. Pleased by their loyalty, Lu Janzuo nodded with satisfaction. Truly, these were his meticulously trained warriors. This loyalty was a testament to their bond. Contemplating for a moment, he summoned the 4 and quietly shared his forthcoming plans. They listened intently, although their expressions bore an odd quality. Once he finished, Lu Janzuo returned to his bed, lying down to recuperate. He had indeed sustained considerable injury from that punch. It would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for him to recover. At that very moment, Tang Yu was also being admitted to the hospital. The astonished gazes of the entire hospital upon him. He was carried into the ward by Bai Wani and a princess carry for examination. Fortunately, after some time, the doctor handed the examination report to Bai Wani. Miss Bai, your partner is fine. He is merely exhausted and will recover with proper rest. He is not my partner, Bai Wani replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The doctor merely chuckled, remaining silent. Not a partner? She had just carried him in like a princess. Watching Tang Yu, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, Bai Wani felt an uneasy knot in her stomach. After enduring so much punishment, how could he possibly be unscathed? After some consideration, she decided to remove Tang Yu's clothing for a thorough examination, lest any unnoticed wounds lead to complications later on. In no time, she had pulled off his upper garment. She held a damp towel and meticulously wiped the bloodstains off Tang Yu's body. Upon discovering his well-defined 8-pack abs, she couldn't help but feel a slight flush creep across her cheeks. As a female police officer, she had a strong aversion to effeminate men. She firmly believed that her future partner must embody masculinity and possess formidable skills. As for abs, they were an absolute necessity. Um, let's check if his abs are injured. She cleared her throat and gently placed her hand on them, feeling around with a few delicate touches. Quite an impressive physique indeed. After a few moments of exploration, she hesitated to proceed further. A sense of guilt washed over her heart racing uncontrollably. Turning Tang Yu over to inspect his back, she found no injuries whatsoever. There was still the matter below to check. She recalled how, at the casino, Tang Yu had stubbornly clutched his pants, refusing her examination. Now, she wondered if he might have sustained an injury he was reluctant to reveal. Although the doctor had already examined him, she deemed it prudent to check again. Thus, she resolved to pull down Tang Yu's trousers. Just as she began her task, Tang Yu stirred awake. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, startled by the sudden tug on his pants. But he relaxed upon realizing it was by Wani. Thank goodness it's not a man. This world is too chaotic. I heard someone got drunk and collapsed on the roadside last time. Not only did a man steal his phone, but he was also, well, you know. Besides, this world is truly a mess. A handsome guy like me is in grave danger. What are you doing? He quickly inquired, attempting to pull his pants back up. However, due to his exhaustion, he lacked the strength to do so. Bai Wani, startled by Tang Yu's exclamation, huffed slightly. "I'm examining your body to see if you're injured." Tang Yu felt that these women were quite peculiar. "What kind of examination is this? You're clearly eyeing my physique. If I hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of me." It seemed he was unscathed. "If you're feeling unwell, just tell me." Seeing Tang Yu awake, Bai Wani felt a twinge of embarrassment and decided to refrain from continuing her actions. Clearing her throat, she felt it was a bit inappropriate to involve her two friends in this situation. However, was he overthinking? The notion of her taking advantage of him was laughable. "Then help me get dressed. I have no strength right now," Tang Yu said helplessly, feeling somewhat awkward in his current state. Bai Wani rolled her eyes while assisting him in getting properly attired, adding, "Don't think too much. I'm genuinely just checking your body. How did you endure so many attacks without a scratch?" "Tough as nails," Tang Yu chuckled, feeling a resurgence of energy from his internal strength. Yet, the events at the casino had indeed rattled him. Lu Janzuo was considerably more formidable than Yichun. It seemed that collaborating with this individual to confront Yichun would prove to be quite challenging. One was a maggot, and the other a cockroach. Neither was a commendable ally. What complicates matters further is that this troublesome fellow has genuinely threatened his own well-being. At that moment, an urgent need to relieve himself surged unexpectedly. Having accompanied by Wani for barbecue delicacies and consumed several bottles today, he had not yet had the chance to urinate since arriving at the casino. He wished to rise from the bed to address this physiological necessity. However, in his weakened state, it seemed rather challenging to accomplish. "What's the matter?" Bai Wani inquired, noticing Tang Yu's suddenly bashful expression. "I need to use the restroom." Tang Yu coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Then go." Bai Wani suddenly remembered that he was utterly drained. A flush crept across her cheeks. Did this mean she would have to assist him to the toilet? Having cared for children before, she was familiar with the process of helping with such matters. Observing the distressed look on his face, she bit her lip and said, "All right, I'll help you." For her, discreetly touching his abdominal muscles had already crossed a significant boundary. This situation, however, felt like a considerable breach of her psychological limits. Yet, considering that he had put himself in this position to save her, she felt compelled to lower her standards somewhat. After placing Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Bai Wani guided him to the restroom in the hospital. The space was not particularly large, and their presence made it feel somewhat cramped. "Thank you for this. I'll treat you next time." Tang Yu coughed again. "Don't worry. I'm a reasonable person and never take advantage of others. I believe in exchanging favors fairly. If you ever need my assistance, feel free to ask. Refusing to help would be beneath me." Bai Wani felt an urge to strike him. Fortunately, her decisive nature did not allow for hesitation or procrastination. After steeling herself, she proceeded to assist Tang Yu as she would her young nephew. Yet, midway through the task, she found herself hesitating, unable to proceed. "Don't hesitate. Hurry up, I really need to go. My need is quite urgent. Please bear with me." Chapter 79 should have arrived sooner in the hospital corridor. Su Mu Yue hurriedly made her way to Tang Yu's ward. Due to her striking beauty, many passers-by instinctively cast glances in her direction. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a neck brace from a basketball injury. Mr. Wang, for the time being, you must take care to rest your neck and avoid any sudden movements, the nurse was advising him. Before she could finish her sentence, he widened his eyes and turned his head to follow Su Mu Yue's figure. Moments later, a cry of pain echoed through the corridor. Su Mu Yue woke briskly. Having just received news that Tang Yu had encountered trouble at an underground casino and was rushed to the hospital. Upon reaching his ward, she found Bai Wan, blushing, assisting Tang Yu as he emerged from the restroom. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Why were they coming out of the restroom together? Mu Yu, you've arrived just in time to help him. He.s. exhausted, Bai Wan exclaimed, seizing the moment. Of course, Su Mu Yu replied, quickly moving to support Tang Yu as he made his way to the bed. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck her. He was fatigued and struggling to walk. So what had transpired between the two of them in the restroom? Seeing Bai Wan rush to wash her hands, Su Mu Yu's expression turned peculiar. If only she had come sooner. She turned to Tang Yu and asked softly, "Are you all right?" "Nothing serious," he chuckled lightly. "How did she arrive so quickly? Is she genuinely concerned for me?" This woman seems increasingly different from the past. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Mu Yu paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile crossing her face. Indeed, she had changed. The former version of herself would not have cared so deeply for him. "You two carry on. I'll take a nap. I'm utterly exhausted after a night of commotion." Bai Wan returned from washing her hands, yawning, and laid down on another bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. Just a brief rest. I need to return shortly to manage today as casino affairs. Within minutes, her soft snoring filled the room. Once she was asleep, Tang Yu and Su Mu Yu exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for conversation. "Could you please fetch me a glass of water? I'm feeling rather thirsty." Tang Yu finally broke the silence after a couple of minutes. "Certainly. Would you prefer it warm?" "Cold will suffice," he replied. Su Mu Yu nodded and hurried to the water dispenser with a disposable cup. As Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, he found it a struggle due to his lingering fatigue. Hence, Su Mu Yu placed the water aside, grabbed a pillow, and propped him up against the headboard. "It's difficult for you to drink. Let me feed you," she offered, holding the cup with bright eyes fixed on him. "Thank you." Tang Yu opened his mouth slightly, ready to accept her assistance. Su Mu Yu brought the cup to Tang Yu's lips and slowly helped him finish a glass of water before inquiring, "Would you like more?" "No, I prefer to lie down and rest for a while," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. "It's better to drink less until I recover. Otherwise, I might need to relieve myself again, and I certainly can't expect you to assist me then. Can I? But on the bright side, at least there's no need for someone to help with other matters." Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Su Mu Yu's lips twitched. What on earth is this guy thinking about all day? However, from his words, it seems Bai Wan truly assisted him in the restroom. She bit her lip, casting a somewhat resentful glance at her carefree friend. "Why would you even do that? Just call me for help instead." "What is wrong with you today?" she gently asked Tang Yu. "It's nothing, really. I just had a late-night snack with her and ran into some trouble while secretly investigating casino," Tang Yu chuckled in response. After saying that, he found himself at a loss for words. Being with Su Mu Yu, he struggled to find common ground, largely due to the years of memories where he had been a mere sycophant, enduring cold shoulders. They had barely exchanged more than 3 minutes of normal conversation. After a moment of silence, Su Mu Yu spoke. "If you're tired, you should rest." "All right," Tang Yu replied, lying down and quickly closing his eyes, drifting off to sleep. Su Mu Yu sat beside him, feeling a sense of contentment. It was rather pleasant to be by his side, listening to his murmurs of thought. After sitting in quietude for half an hour, Bai Wan stirred awake. After a brief moment, she felt much better and turned to Su Mu Yu, asking, "Is this guy asleep?" Su Mu Yu nodded and gestured for silence. Bai Wan sighed, rising to put on her shoes, murmuring, "I'll head back to the station now." Seeing her friend preparing to leave, Su Mu Yu hesitated momentarily before following her. Bai Wan smiled. "Aren't you going to stay with Tang Yu? Let him sleep." Su Mu Yu repeated, "Shaking Kedhit." Just being able to see him and hear his thoughts is quite fulfilling. You're just indulging yourself. He didn't even want you before, and now you're chasing after him like it's a funeral pyre, Bai Wan shrugged. somewhat perplexed by the whims of the younger generation. Su Mu Yue could only manage a wry smile, feeling equally perplexed by her own emotions. Not long after the two departed, Tang Yu awoke. After resting for a while, his body gradually began to recover. System, where's my reward? He grumbled internally. Reward system upgraded. Plot hint feature activated, ensuring that even if the storyline falters, the host can still foresee future developments. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Tang Yu was taken aback by this reward. He had anticipated receiving some martial arts techniques after a direct confrontation. Instead, the reward was a plot hint feature. This meant that even if the storyline collapsed, he would still be able to comprehend the subsequent narrative. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Yu inquired, "Will the auction proceed as planned?" Since it was Lu Janzuo who had assumed Yi Chen's position, the forthcoming auction would be of considerable significance. In the original narrative, Yi Chen had acquired an ancient artifact at a remarkably low price during the auction. This artifact harbored a medicinal pill and a martial arts technique, greatly enhancing his prowess. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yanjing had met his demise while contesting for this very item against Yi Chen. The system has become increasingly insidious, delaying the provision of a suitable ancient martial art. Thus, it is imperative for me to seize the opportunities that rightfully belong to the Dragon King. Beep. The auction will proceed as scheduled. The narrative has been fully elucidated. The system promptly revealed the auction's storyline within Tang Yu's mind. As anticipated, the protagonist of the narrative had shifted, with Lu Janzuo now poised to seize the opportunity that had once belonged to Yi Chen. Having familiarized herself with this segment of the plot, Tang Yu had already devised a strategy in her mind. The system is unreliable. I shall rely on my own capabilities. Chapter 80. The Perils of Greed. Once Tang Yu had sufficiently recuperated, he departed from the hospital and drove home to rest. The auction was scheduled for a week later, so he felt no urgency. Upon his arrival, he found Ling Han seated in his room. Surprised to see her still awake at such an hour, Tang Yu inquired, "Why are you still up? Do you intend to sleep here tonight?" "I was out during the day and came back to tidy up the room," Ling Han explained, sticking out her tongue. It was not that she had neglected her chores earlier. Rather, she had been concerned about Tang Yu's late return and chose to wait for him. She was already aware of Lu Janzuo's arrival in Suong. This individual was deeply entrenched in the Dragon Soul organization and posed a greater threat than Yi Chen. Despite knowing that Tang Xiao possessed unfathomable strength, she could not shake her anxiety. The Dragon Soul organization concealed itself so thoroughly that, on the surface, their 8 war generals appeared to be the pinnacle of combat prowess. Yet, no one knew how many formidable entities that inscrutable elder had cultivated. Fortunately, she belonged to Yi Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization, which meant she would not need to intervene in Lu Janzuo's endeavors in Suong. However, this also meant she could not acquire any information about him, rendering her unable to assist Tang Xiao. Working so diligently, perhaps I should reward you? How about a photo shoot in a cosplay outfit tomorrow? Tang Yu suggested with a mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together. Ling Han's face flushed with embarrassment, and she vigorously shook her head. The last time she had lost a bet while gaming with Tang Yu, he had insisted on taking photos of her dressed as a character from the game. The experience had been quite overwhelming. Alas, young women should document their beauty while they still possess it, Tang Yu lamented, observing her reluctance with a tinge of regret. I had hoped to capture more sets with you. Never mind, I don't want to come across as a pervert harassing an innocent girl, he added, chuckling. I should expedite the search for evidence from your parents and find an opportunity to share it with you. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han felt a sudden wave of gratitude. Tang Xiao was still thinking about her matters. Then you should rest early. I will take my leave now, she replied, bidding him farewell with a smile as she retreated to her room to rest. At Tung Wang Group, Wang Yixue was perched on her desk, gazing gleefully at a picture frame. Inside was a youthful photograph of herself and Tang Yu, taken during their college romance. As she admired it, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and asked, Zhou, why do you think Tang Yu and I are such a perfect match? It is destined by the heavens. The secretary replied earnestly, Correct. 100 points for that answer. Your salary will increase by 10,000. Wang Yixue praised, giving a thumbs up. It was merely a truth spoken. I feel undeserving of such a reward, the secretary replied. Double it, Wang Yixue insisted. Zhou stifled a laugh and quickly returned to business. By the way, Mr. Li from Mingzhu April Group wishes to invite you to discuss a potential collaboration. The secretary of Wang Yixue suddenly spoke up to remind her. That hefty woman? Wang Yixue recalled the individual in question, a well-known wealthy lady associated with Mingzhu, rumored to have a multitude of suitors. She owned an e-commerce platform and sought to merge it with one under the Tongwang Group to vie for a position among the top 3 in the industry. After pondering for a moment, she nodded. Is there a specific time? She mentioned. Mr. Li stated that any time would be suitable. Then let us arrange it for the afternoon. Wang Yixue snapped her fingers, quickly retrieving her phone to call Tang Yu. Once the call connected, she cheerfully exclaimed, Darling, come to my company. We're heading to Mingzhu to discuss business this afternoon. About what? The e-commerce platform. Wang Yixue elaborated on the situation. The e-commerce platform under Tongwang Group pursued a high-end strategy, focusing on luxury and foreign goods, while the second largest shareholder of this platform was the Tang Group. Thus, it was indeed necessary to consult Tang Yu regarding the merger. After confirming the details over the phone, they decided to meet directly at the airport. After hanging up, Tang Yu drove toward the airport, mentally reciting the storyline. He recalled that the original script contained a scene where Wang Yixue went to negotiate, only to be drugged by a partner. Just as she was about to face humiliation, the Dragon King, Yi Chun, appeared out of nowhere to vanquish the antagonist. Subsequently, the narrative would naturally lead to the resolution of the poison dilemma, a typical trope in popular literature. Beep, the plot has already been altered. The system quickly informed Tang Yu of the changes in the storyline. After reviewing this segment, Tang Yu merely narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Yi Chun's role had been supplanted by Lu Janzuo. Contemplating this, he sent a text to the Grim Reaper squad. At this moment, the significance of the informants became evident. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already made her entrance. An enchanting beauty stood at the entrance, drawing the gaze of many, who risked their girlfriend's ire for a second look. Notably, a CEO from a listed company was particularly captivated upon seeing Wang Yixue. To his surprise, during a business trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou to sign a contract, he encountered such a stunning woman. Approaching her with a smile, he extended his hand. May I introduce myself? I am Lu, the owner of Zhu Group. Scram, you resemble a toad, and you're older than my father. Who gave you the audacity to seek my acquaintance? Do you think an old bull can graze on tender grass? Can you afford to make a key for $10? Wang Yixue unleashed a tirade, causing the middle-aged man to tremble. After her verbal onslaught, she cheerfully waved to Tang Yu, calling out, Hubby, I'm over here. Tang Yu, who was jogging towards her, nearly stumbled at her words. Her calling him hubby drew the ire of several men in the airport. The middle-aged man, still reeling from the scolding, turned to recognize Tang Yu. Isn't that the esteemed Mr. Tang from the Tang Group? His visit to Suzhou and Hangzhou is solely to finalize contracts and secure orders with the Tang Group. Consequently, he hurriedly shielded his face with a briefcase and turned to leave in utter embarrassment. Who is your husband? Stop making baseless claims, he retorted as he approached Wang Yixue. Tang Yu, feeling exasperated, replied, It is indeed you. You bullied her last night. Wang Yixue feigned shyness while clinging to Tang Yu's arm. If I was at home last night, Tang Yu protested. True, but I dreamt of you, so you must take responsibility, Wang Yixue countered. Tang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Can one really be accused of such a thing? This is troublesome. I have far too many responsibilities to bear. Last time was truly excessive. I was too greedy, dreaming of 4 at once. Wang Yixue shot him a fierce glare. Greedy? No one shall dare compete with me. Chapter 81. A handshake is a sign of disrespect in the luxurious suite of the April Hotel. Lu Janzuo delicately swirled a glass of red wine in his hand. His complexion bore a hint of pallor, yet his health had considerably improved. The injury he sustained from a punch a few days prior had left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. Janzuo, I've heard you possess remarkable medical skills. Could you assist me with my shoulder discomfort? A woman seated across from him chimed in with a flirtatious tone. This woman, while not a radiant beauty, certainly had a semblance of charm. Her body, encumbered by layers of excess flesh, resembled a Michelin man. She was Li Fei, the owner of April Group. Her name might evoke images of a stunning woman, yet the reality fell dramatically short of such expectations. Very well, Lu Janzuo replied, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, though he concealed it adeptly. He approached Li Fei and gently kneaded her shoulders, feeling as though he was grasping a living mass of adipose tissue. The greasy sensation that emanated from his fingertips nearly induced nausea. Were it not for the necessity of leveraging this woman, he would have no desire to be near her. Unlike Yi Chun, who maintained an air of superiority, Lu Janzuo was unafraid to engage with anyone, even an elderly woman with facial tumors. "Oh, that feels delightful. Please apply a bit more pressure," Li Fei exclaimed, her face alight with pleasure. Suppressing his urge to vomit, Lu Janzuo inquired, "Has today's agenda been arranged?" "It has been taken care of, Janzuo. Rest assured, anything you desire will be provided," Li Fei said, caressing his hand with a tender gaze. Lu Janzuo responded with a non-committal grunt, feeling slightly buoyed by her words. His previous attempt to garner favor from Bai Wani had backfired spectacularly, prompting him to shift his focus onto Wang Yixue. Her close ties with the Tang family could prove advantageous should she become his ally. Meanwhile, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had already disembarked from their flight. Upon exiting, Wang Yixue happily clung to Tang Yu's arm, her spirits evidently high. "Why do you resemble a koala?" Tang Yu inquired with a smile, observing her blissful demeanor. "Koalas cling to trees. I haven't yet hung on to you," Wang Yixue whispered playfully into Tang Yu's ear. "However, I could use you as a pole and perform a bunny girl dance on you, which would indeed allow me to hang on to you." Tang Yu momentarily envisioned the scene. "Wow, that could be quite exhilarating." "No, that is not appropriate. If we continue this conversation, we'll soon be required to stand and pay respects." Wang Yixue chuckled internally, amused by Tang Yu's bashfulness, even as he attempted to maintain a facade. Nevertheless, she had indeed brought a bunny girl costume with her on this trip. It was a rare occasion for the two to embark on a business trip together, which felt akin to a covert holiday. Once they departed the airport, they boarded a vehicle en route to the hotel. "Regarding the merger, how do you think the shares should be allocated?" Their proposal suggests they want 30% post-merger, which I find rather unreasonable. Seated in the car, Wang Yixue handed over the documents to Tang Yu. After glancing through them, Tang Yu smiled and said, "Let us discuss this further when we meet." There wasn't much to deliberate, as this business venture was bound to be unfeasible. Ultimately, it was all a scheme devised by that scoundrel Lu Janzuo, who intended to lure you into a trap, administer some drug, and then exploit the situation. Sigh. Compared to him, Yi Chun at least resembles a half-hearted champion of pure love. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue was momentarily taken aback. Lu Janzuo? Who might that be? He seemed to be of the same ilk as Yi Chun, and was he plotting against her? Narrowing her eyes, she quickly sent a message via her phone. Following the incident involving Yi Chun, the Wang family had begun to recruit skilled martial artists, summoning several back to bolster their defenses. She currently had 2 protectors discreetly watching over her. After notifying her bodyguards, a glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes. Since he dared to play dirty, he should not expect to escape her grasp. Yet, the thought of Tang Yu's concern for her made her heart swell with joy. Wrapping her arms around Tang Yu's, she leaned in cheerfully and said, "Once this matter is settled, let us enjoy a few days here." "Enjoy a few days? I have matters to attend to in a couple of days. Perhaps next time," Tang Yu replied with a wry smile. He was still focused on the auction, determined to seize this opportunity. The machinations of that wretched system were bound to fail eventually, placing their hopes on that incompetent fool. "All right then, a kiss will suffice as compensation." Wang Yixue playfully gestured to her cheek. Tang Yu hesitated, clearing his throat as he regarded her face. That rascal was at it again. "Hurry up, or you'll be breaking the law, you know?" Wang Yixue urged, playfully tapping his leg. "Breaking the law? How so?" "By going against a woman's wishes." "Of course. Isn't that a crime?" With that, laughter erupted between them in the car. Amidst their merriment, Wang Yixue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and planted a firm kiss on his cheek, leaving a mark of her lipstick. "No wiping it off," she declared gleefully. "How can I face others like this?" Tang Yu sighed in resignation, wiping the imprint away. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling a pang of envy. In my youth, I too was quite dashing. Why didn't such beauties ever throw themselves at me? Upon arriving at the hotel, they stepped out of the car to find Li Shuefei waiting at the entrance. Spotting her ample figure from afar, Tang Yu couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "What a striking presence she is." I recall she had quite a reputation among the elite. This soft life surely comes at a price. With her considerable stature and penchant for luxury, it would not be surprising if she expected a handsome allowance for her affections. Wang Yixue, overhearing Tang Yu's internal musings, stifled a laugh. "Mr. Wang, it has been a long journey. May I ask who is this?" Li Shuefei extended her hand to shake Wang Yixue's. Her pair of mischievous little eyes darted around Tang Yu, as if possessing the power of X-ray vision, sending shivers down his spine and even causing him to swallow nervously. This handsome man was significantly more attractive than Lu Janzuo. "This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, the head of the Tang Group, who hold a 45% stake in our family's e-commerce platform." Noticing Li Shuefei's gaze, Wang Yixue felt a surge of anger within her. This woman must be awaiting her downfall with her broken family and failing company. So he is the eldest son of the Suang Tang family. I have heard he is quite handsome, and indeed, seeing is believing. Li Shuefei quickly extended her hand to shake Tang Yu's. However, Tang Yu hesitated, awkwardly chuckling. "I apologize. Ms. Li, I just came from the restroom and haven't washed my hands. Shaking hands would be disrespectful to you." A flicker of resentment flashed in Li Shuefei's eyes. Was he using this as an excuse? Did he look down upon her? She detested being underestimated by men. Thus, her male companions would face her wrath at the slightest sign of disrespect, as she would not hesitate to teach them a lesson with her wealth. Even those who were not her lovers would find themselves forced to submit to her will if they dared to gaze at her inappropriately. Tang Yu had now become her target. This man was someone she intended to conquer today. Chapter 82. I have arrived very well. "We shall shake hands once you have washed your hands," Li Shuefei said, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she gestured invitingly. "Let us proceed inside to dine and converse." She was eager to assist Lu Janzuo in advancing his scheme. According to Lu Janzuo's plan, he intended to tamper with the drinks, ensuring that anyone who partook, even a mere sip, would utterly lose control. His target was Wang Yixue. Thus, it was opportune for him to follow the scheme and transform Tang Yu into his own prey. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Janzuo, who was imbibing in the suite, received news that left him somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the arrival of that fellow named Tang. Contemplating Tang Yu, a flicker of apprehension crossed his gaze. This individual was unpredictable. Though he seemed ordinary, his strength was on par with that of a practitioner at the earthly stage. Lu Janzuo was exceedingly cautious. Having suffered a setback once, he was determined to avoid confrontation with Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. He resolved that once he attained the earthly stage himself, it would be the end for Tang Yu. After a moment's reflection, he snapped his fingers. The 4 members of the Reaper Squad, who had been waiting in a room, rushed forth. "Young Master Lu," they chorused in unison. "Prepare yourselves. Arrange for the drugging. Once Wang Yixue is taken away, ensure that she is well acted upon. But under no circumstances are they to lay a finger on her. Understood?" Lu Janzuo instructed. Like Yi Chun, he could not tolerate anyone touching his woman, even in performance. They were to behave. At most, they could intimidate her. "Understood, young Master Lu," the 4 responded promptly. "Furthermore, that fellow named Tang has also arrived. Should he fall victim, arrange for a few unattractive women to ensure he enjoys himself thoroughly, then photograph the incident and disseminate it online. Once he is exhausted and defenseless, you may dispose of him," Lu Janzuo continued to command. Since this individual had presented himself, he would not hold back. Not only must he perish, but he must also be thoroughly disgraced. As for Lu Janzuo himself, it was best not to engage directly. There was something peculiar about this person. Such danger was best left to his 4 loyal subordinates. To die for him would be their utmost honor. "Understood, young Master Lu," they replied in unison once more. "Go." Lu Janzuo waved his hand, and the 4 departed the suite. Once outside, the leader, Deng He immediately sent a text message to Tang Yu. After they retreated to a quiet corner, Deng He spoke in a low tone. That scheming Lu Janzuo is attempting to plot against young Master Tang once more. We cannot afford to grant him this opportunity. We shall. He whispered a few arrangements, and the other three displayed expressions of satisfaction. Truly, their elder brother was resourceful. This plan would undoubtedly earn them great merit for young Master Tang. After achieving success, they would revel in the club's luxuries. As soon as Tang Yu entered the private room, he received Deng He's text message. Glancing at the message, Tang Yu's expression turned peculiar. Ah, the audacity of Lu Janzuo, attempting to drug me. Not only that, but he also has the audacity to arrange for me to be photographed with several unattractive women? What a disgraceful character. Fortunately, I have retained some caution. Seated nearby, Wang Yixue had already gleaned bits and pieces of the conversation. She had initiated an investigation into this Lu Janzuo, commencing in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the details were fully uncovered, it would be time to act decisively. What would you two like to eat? Li Shuafei inquired, offering the menu to Tang Yu and her companion, unable to suppress a gulp as she gazed at Tang Yu. No culinary delight could rival the allure of a man. Casually selecting a few dishes from the menu, Wang Yixue noted that everyone was preoccupied with their own schemes, leaving little room for genuine appetite. Once the orders were placed, the kitchen promptly dispatched a series of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses. Li Shuafei refrained from broaching the subject of collaboration and instead engaged in light conversation with Tang Yu. Once the table was laden with food, she smiled and remarked, "It is a rare occasion for you both to visit Mingzhu. We must celebrate properly today with a few drinks. Let us dine before discussing business." With a clap of her hands, a server swiftly brought forth a bottle of red wine. Li Shuafei, eager to pour for Tang Yu, could hardly contain her anticipation, yearning to witness this handsome man compelled to submit to her will. "My apologies, Ms. Li, but I do not drink." Wang Yixue interjected suddenly. "What?" Li Shuafei was momentarily taken aback. "She does not drink. What sort of maneuver is this?" Then she chuckled. "In business, how can one abstain for drinking?" "Surely, Ms. Wang. You jest. Just a small toast today, shall we? I am allergic to alcohol." Wang Yixue could not possibly partake in this wine, as she was already aware of its dubious nature. Li Shuafei's expression grew somewhat awkward, feigning displeasure. "Ms. Wang, I know you can drink. There is no need for such excuses. Do you not wish to grant me this small courtesy?" "What do you mean by courtesy? We are all partners here. Respect must be mutual. A simple inquiry would reveal my allergy to alcohol, yet you persist in urging me to drink? What is your true intention? If you have grievances, Ms. Li, do not hesitate to voice them." Wang Yixue slammed her hand on the table, her voice cold. Her sudden outburst instilled a palpable tension in the air, making Li Shuafei uneasy. She forced a smile, realizing this approach was futile, and awkwardly apologized. "My apologies, Ms. Wang. I misspoke." Turning to Tang Yu, she continued, "Then Mr. Tang, shall we share a drink?" With no opportunity to target Wang Yixue, her loss was minimal. Securing the handsome gentleman for herself would suffice. "My apologies, but I too have an allergy. Tang Ius my. I am allergic to fools. Please refrain from conversing with me." Li Shuafei's expression darkened slightly. She had not anticipated such a significant setback in the initial phase of her plan. Had she foreseen this, she would have ensured the food was tampered with. "Let us proceed with the meal. We can rest afterward and discuss matters later." Seeing that things were not going as planned, she could only settle for a secondary option. "You don't drink alcohol, but surely you enjoy coffee or tea. If all else fails, there's always mineral water. I will certainly find a way to accommodate you later." After dinner, she intended to consult Lu Janzuo. At that moment, Lu Janzuo was still resting in his suite, awaiting good news. Since returning to Ruoxue, he had yet to indulge himself properly. The thought of the impending enjoyment filled him with anticipation, but soon, a sense of unease began to creep over him, and his body felt somewhat amiss. How could this be? Just as the last vestiges of his rationality lingered, he suddenly glanced at the red wine beside him. Could it be that someone had spiked his drink? At that moment, a knock echoed from the door. "Janzuo, I'm coming in." Li Shuafei entered, intending to discuss a change of plans with Lu Janzuo, unaware that a beast awaited her. Chapter 83. Disguised as Tang Yu to endure beatings soon, the sound of anguished cries, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, echoed from the suite. This was a 6-star hotel, renowned for its excellent soundproofing. However, such high-decibel commotion permeated through doors and walls, alarming guests throughout the building. The first to react were the neighboring patrons who, having lived their lives in relative tranquility, had never encountered such a cacophony. It truly resembled the cries of a pig being slaughtered. Within minutes, a crowd began to gather in the corridor. Upon receiving the news, the hotel manager hastened to the scene. Hearing the ruckus, he reluctantly knocked on the door and called out, "Guests, could you please keep it down a bit?" Inside, the pig-like cries persisted, only occasionally interrupted by a faint exclamation. Upon hearing that, the manager dared not utter another word. The guests occupying such a luxurious suite were not individuals he could afford to offend. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper team stood in the hallway. The leader, Deng He, grinned widely. "Trying to set up young Master Tang? Let's see how you fare against this hefty pig today." "Boss, what should we say now?" one of them whispered, seeing the plan had succeeded. "Fear not. When Lu Janzuo inquires later, we shall conveniently place the blame on this woman," Deng He replied confidently. It was evident to anyone that the woman had been casting flirtatious glances at Lu Janzuo daily. Shifting the blame onto her was utterly foolproof. "Boss is brilliant," the others exclaimed, raising their thumbs in admiration. "Brothers are tough." Deng He reciprocated the gesture. "Young Master Tang is both tall and formidable," they chorused in unison. Just then, Tang Yu, who had just ascended from downstairs, unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he stepped out of the elevator and was met with the same pig-like cries. During dinner, the Grim Reaper team had sought Tang Yu's opinion, and he, contemplating the situation, decided that the best course of action was to retaliate in kind. Thus, he instructed the 4 to administer a dose of their concoction to Lu Janzuo. It must be said, the use of such a drug, when executed properly, was indeed a labor-saving grace. Hearing the pig-like sounds, Tang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the irony of repaying malice with kindness. As for eliminating this individual, Tang Yu found it somewhat challenging. This person, in a sense, was a child of destiny, possessing a legacy activated by a jade pendant. A child of fortune, after all, was not so easily dispatched. Coupled with his peak combat prowess, it would indeed be difficult to retain him if he chose to depart. "What's going on?" Wang Yixue, who had accompanied Tang Yu, feigned ignorance, already aware of the truth. "Nothing much. Those who have loved fiercely should not hold grudges." Tang Yu replied with a hint of schadenfreude. This drug's effect seemed to last for 3 hours. Even if one were to rub sticks together, they could produce fire in 3 hours. "Still planning to target your father? Once your father's vitality is depleted, will you have someone ambush me? Ridiculous." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips curled into a subtle smile. To play coy before striking? Indeed, it is a splendid idea. She swiftly sent a text message to the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to prepare to deliver a thorough beating to the fallen. If lethal force was required, they should not hesitate. After sending the message, she turned to Tang Yu and said, "We should return to rest. Even Mr. Li seems to have vanished." "All right," Tang Yu replied, feeling quite pleased as their objective had been accomplished. Due to the overwhelming commotion, after 3 hours, the hotel management found themselves at a loss. Nearly half of the guests were aware of the situation and had lodged complaints. Left with no choice, the hotel staff dispatched a few security guards to knock on the door in an attempt to intervene. If the disturbance continued, the hotel would be unable to operate. By the time the security guards arrived, several internet celebrities had already rushed over, drawn by the commotion. In this era, being a live streamer demanded a hot topic. The incident at the hotel had already been recorded and disseminated as a short video online, garnering significant attention. "Please make way," the guards urged as they pushed through the crowd of streamers and approached the door, knocking heavily as they called out, "Dear guest, could you please step outside for a moment?" As they knocked, the noise from within gradually subsided. Finally, Lu Janzuo, now pale as a ghost, found himself confronted by an overwhelming sight. Unable to contain himself, he promptly vomited. Once during a mission, he had hidden himself by submerging in a cesspit for a full 3 minutes. When he emerged, He had even choked on the filth. Yet compared to now, that moment seemed trivial. After all, what could be more repulsive than this grotesque scene? Worse still, after 3 hours, he could only imagine how many times he had exerted himself. His body, still in recovery, had endured yet another wave of depletion. "Dear guest, please open the door," the guard implored. "Friends, everyone has waited 2 hours. We will soon be able to see this brother, the pig slaughterer. Brothers, let's show some support for Xiaomei, who has been tirelessly streaming for nearly 3 hours." Upon hearing the raucous voices outside, Lu Janzuo felt a deep despair. There were even streamers broadcasting live from outside. He had heard that the live streaming industry was thriving domestically, but he never imagined it would descend to such depravity. If they broadcasted this online, how could he possibly maintain his dignity? He might even end up with a humiliating moniker, like Mr. Lu of the Long Wait. Fortunately, his quick wit assured him that this group would not be able to enter. He dashed to the window, contemplating an unconventional escape. Opening the window, he suddenly realized he was on the 40-something floor. Even in his prime, a jump from such a height would be fatal. As the knocking grew more insistent, he understood he could not remain in the room any longer. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and retrieved a human skin mask. This was something he had meticulously crafted to resemble Tang Yu, though it was far from perfect, given the uniqueness of each individual's facial structure. The mask could never be an exact replica. Upon donning the mask, he achieved a resemblance of about 60 to 70%. That would suffice. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Since there was no escaping the matter today, he resolved to let this scoundrel embarrass himself. Before leaving, he retrieved a black pill and tossed it into the mouth of the unconscious Li Xiaofei, compelling her to ingest it. This pill was a slow-acting poison. It would not cause immediate death. Rather, it would lead to sudden cardiac failure approximately a week later. He would not allow this tarnished sow to continue existing in this world. Having completed these sinister preparations, he stormed out with a face full of resentment. Upon encountering a group of onlookers who regarded him with the gaze reserved for clowns, his anger flared. "Get lost," he shouted, swatting away the phones of several streamers before hastily making his way toward the emergency exit. All he desired was to escape this revolting hotel that made him feel nauseous. He yearned for a place to cleanse himself thoroughly. As he reached the 20th floor in a single breath, he discovered the 4 members of the Reaper squad guarding the emergency exit. Upon seeing them, he halted and was about to issue a command when the leader, Deng He, charged forward and landed a punch squarely on Lu Janzuo's face. Taken completely off guard, he staggered back and fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" Lu Janzuo roared in fury. How dare his subordinates strike him? "Tang Yu, today marks your demise," Deng He bellowed as the 4 launched themselves at him. In that moment, Lu Janzuo was severely weakened and in poor condition. Despite his efforts to counterattack, he was struck by several blows from their combined assault. It was then that he remembered he was still wearing a human skin mask. Quickly distancing himself, he tore off the mask and shouted at Deng He and his companions. "Fools, it's me." Chapter 84. Yet another beating. It was only after enduring another onslaught that Deng He and his 3 companions ceased their aggression, their faces betraying astonishment as they exclaimed, "Our subordinate is to blame. We thought it was Tang Yu who had come down." Lu Janzuo was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had indeed stationed 4 individuals to ambush Tang Yu. Yet he could not have anticipated such a drastic turn of events. Rather than Tang Yu and Wang Yixue falling victim to poison, he himself had been ensnared. In a desperate attempt to deceive Tang Yu, he donned a mask that resembled her visage. Ironically, this very disguise led to his own downfall. As he was ambushed by his own men, he felt like a mere jester. "Damn it!" Lu Janzuo pointed at the members of the Grim Reaper squad, managing to restrain his anger as he said, "This is not your fault. The plan encountered a minor hiccup. You have shown great loyalty. After all, they were merely executing his orders with fidelity. It would be unjust to punish them for this mishap. It is as it should be." The 4 of them replied in unison, half kneeling on the ground. "I'm feeling somewhat unwell and must take my leave. Continue to remain at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and her companions. If successful, inform me." Despite the current predicament, Lu Janzuo remained resolute. After instructing the four to stay behind, he dashed away from the hotel, eager to find a place to cleanse himself. The greasy stench clung to him, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as he burst through the back door of the hotel, two figures suddenly emerged from the roadside. By the time he reacted, they had already struck him with a punch and a kick. These were the two ancient martial arts bodyguards accompanying Wang Yixue. Their prowess was formidable, both at the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm. They had been lying in wait for some time, and seizing the moment of Lu Janzuo's disarray, they launched a relentless assault upon him. Under the barrage of their attacks, Lu Janzuo's fury surged to an unbearable level. Here he was, a master at the zenith of the Xian realm, renowned even within the Longhan organization as a prodigy. Compared to him, Yichun seemed utterly insignificant. How could he endure such a humiliating indignity, being bullied by two individuals who barely measured up to the Xian realm? Under normal circumstances, he could dispatch them with a single hand, yet his current condition was abysmal. His previous injuries had not yet healed, and today he had expended a great deal of energy, having fought continuously for 3 hours and just endured a severe beating from the Grim Reaper squad. At this moment, his limbs felt as limp as noodles. Faced with the relentless assaults from the two-peak Yellow Realm warriors, he could only watch as they gained the upper hand. To make matters worse, the two were merciless in their blows, clearly intent on inflicting lethal harm. After sustaining several injuries, Lu Janzuo spat out a mouthful of blood. Acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation, unable to maintain his dignity any longer, he decided to call for help. Drawing in his breath, he bellowed, "Help." This was, after all, a high-end hotel where security personnel were plentiful. As soon as his cry for help rang out, patrolling security guards rushed to the scene. "What's going on here? Who permitted you to fight?" One guard shouted. Seeing the security arrive, the ancient martial arts bodyguards from the Huang family exchanged glances of resignation. In the presence of so many onlookers, it was indeed impossible to continue pursuing the assailant. The two individuals had no choice but to abandon their offensive and swiftly retreat. Once they had departed, Lu Janzuo collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with humiliation. How could Lu Janzuo, of all people, be reduced to calling for help from two mere practitioners of the yellow character realm? How long had it been since he arrived in Ruoxue? He had already endured 3 beatings. "Are you all right? Do you need us to call the police?" inquired one of the security guards, rushing over with concern. "Get lost. I don't need your meddling. If you dare speak of today's events, don't blame me for being unkind." Lu Janzuo threatened the guards with a fierce glare. If word of this incident spread, how could he ever maintain his standing within the Dragon Soul organization? The guards' expressions darkened, and they cursed under their breath as they turned to leave. Had they known they would encounter such a fool, they would have refrained from intervening. Once the guards had departed, Lu Janzuo hastily drove to the hospital. His injuries would require significant time to heal properly. Upon returning to his hotel room, Tang Yu reclined on the sofa, inwardly contemplating, "Dog system, where's my reward?" Beep. "Reward. Physical enhancement, significantly boosting the weak host's strength," echoed the cold voice of the system. Instantly, Tang Yu sensed a transformation within his body. A viscous, foul-smelling black liquid oozed from his pores. Damn! Which author conceived this absurd method of marrow cleansing? The odor was so repugnant that Tang Yu felt somewhat nauseated, as if he had been thrown into a cesspool to swim freely. He hurried to the bathroom to cleanse himself. The Sweet-S bathroom featured an indoor hot spring. After washing away the filth, Tang Yu luxuriated in the warm waters. According to the system, once this cleansing process was complete, he would possess an exemplary martial physique. His strength would elevate him to the yellow character realm, transforming him from an ordinary individual into a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Although his newfound strength was still somewhat lacking, insufficient to effortlessly dispatch someone like Yichun, it significantly raised the threshold for Tang Xiao's propensity to bully the weak. In the future, should he encounter any foolish individuals, wouldn't he be able to dispatch them with a single punch? Finally, the dog system had generously bestowed a valuable reward, yet something felt amiss. Tang Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. After all, hadn't he truly gone to the extreme against Lu Janzuo today? Why such a substantial reward? At that moment, his phone, which he had set aside, chimed with a message. Tang Yu picked it up to glance at the screen. It was a text from the death squad, detailing their report. They informed him that they had given Lu Janzuo a thorough beating. Tang Yu was left astonished. What the hell? They pretended to be me to take the hits? Indeed, the traitorous subordinates were remarkably dedicated in their tasks. To express his gratitude for their efforts in boosting his performance, he decided to enhance their system rewards. Tang Yu gifted each of them a high-end club membership card, loaded with 1 million, sufficient for a year of indulgence. Furthermore, as a nationwide chain, the cards would serve them well no matter their location. Upon acquiring their membership cards, the 4 individuals were filled with elation. The essence of the club, its spirit, and its very being epitomized the pinnacle of humanity. They then collectively departed the hotel to indulge in merriment. As for Lu Janzuo's arrangements, I regret to inform you that they were merely tasks assigned by Tang Xiao. After establishing contact with the Grim Reaper squad, Tang Yu luxuriated in the warmth of the hot springs before preparing to retreat to her bed for a slumber. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu, open the door. I need to speak with you, came the voice of Wang Yixue from the other side. You need me? Tang Yu felt a peculiar sensation in her heart. What could possibly necessitate a visit at such a late hour? Hastily, she rushed to open the door. Awaiting her outside, Wang Yixue wore a rather pained expression. Upon entering the room, she clutched her stomach and collapsed onto Tang Yu's bed. Tang Yu, I have a stomach ache. You must be here for a bathroom emergency. Then, Chapter 85. The One Family with a Playful Huff. Wang Yixue cast a charming, sidelong glance at Tang Yu. He chuckled softly, having just observed the state of her health. Her abdomen appeared quite well, and she seemed in good shape overall. All right, I shall be forthright. I am here to seek your assistance with a massage, he confessed. Wang Yixue patted her shoulders. Please help me knead my shoulders. They're quite sore. What happened to your shoulders? Did you not sleep well? He inquired. Not exactly. It's just that with such a fine figure, the burden on my shoulders is considerable, she lamented, her expression tinged with exaggeration. Tang Yu instinctively glanced at her shoulders. Indeed, they are rather substantial, though still a tad smaller than Xiaoyue's, he mused. It is only natural for such shoulders to feel fatigued. Very well, I shall assist you, he said, stepping closer to place his hands upon her shoulders, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. The perfect amount of force elicited soft, contented sounds from Wang Yixue. After several moments of her melodic hums, Tang Yu paused, exasperated. Could you quiet down a bit? But I cannot help it. I shall keep my voice down. But do not stop, continue, she urged. After about 10 minutes, Tang Yu found himself overwhelmed. Goodness, you seem to be enjoying this far too much. If I continue, I fear my blood may rush to a rather inappropriate place. That will suffice, he finally declared, releasing her shoulders. Wang Yixue, visibly relaxed, stretched luxuriously, her shoulders feeling significantly lighter. With a mischievous smile, she looked at Tang Yu and said, You are being particularly kind to me today. Are you hoping for some form of reward? What kind of reward? He inquired, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Come now, you beast, she teased. Do not pity me merely because I'm a delicate flower. Her amusement was evident as she scrutinized Tang Yu, then playfully remarked, Wait until I check my phone. With that, she skipped out of his room. Tang Yu, perplexed, retrieved his phone and sat on the bed, waiting. After a few minutes, a message from Wang Yixue arrived. Are you going to have trouble sleeping tonight? Hee, I can assist you, provided you ask nicely. Tang Yu inhaled sharply. Did she truly think so little of a man's dignity? To make him plead for such a trivial matter? I beg you, he replied, his frustration evident in the brevity of his words. Moments later, the dialogue box indicated she was typing. A few seconds passed before a photo arrived. Wang Yixue seated on a hotel bed, adorned in a bunny girl outfit. Enjoy, but take care of yourself, she added with a thoughtful reminder after sending the picture. Once she had sent the photo, she tucked her phone away, feeling both amused and slightly bashful. She had intended to show him the outfit in person, but upon wearing it, a wave of shyness had washed over her. Being a girl, she found it difficult to take the initiative. Thus, she resorted to sending the picture instead, glancing occasionally at the door. After waiting for over 10 minutes without the arrival of her companion, A hint of disappointment crossed her delicate and beautiful face, and she let out a dissatisfied huff. The following day, while having breakfast in the hotel lobby, Tang Yu clearly bore the marks of sleep deprivation, evident in the dark circles under her eyes as she occasionally stifled yawns. "Ah, someone didn't sleep well last night," Wang Yixue remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. "Serves you right. Who told you not to understand my hints? Don't expect me to massage your shoulders next time." Tang Yu snorted dismissively, sipping her milk. "Very well." Wang Yixue stuck out her tongue playfully. After finishing their meal, she cheerfully inquired, "I have business at the branch office. Will you stay here with me for a few days?" "I'll head back today. I have matters to attend to," Tang Yu replied, shaking her head. "All right then. I'll visit you in Suang later." Wang Yixue playfully pinched Tang Yu's cheeks before they parted ways. Tang Yu then took a car to Mingzhu Airport, preparing to board her flight back to Suang. In just a couple of days, the auction plot would unfold. According to the original storyline, an antique jade lion would appear at the auction, which the Dragon King Yichun would instantly covet, leading to a fierce competition with the Han family from Yanjing. After a tumultuous struggle, Yichun would successfully acquire the jade lion and unlock its mechanism, retrieving a 9-transformation pill and an ancient martial arts manual titled 8 Extremes Burst Fist. However, due to the altered narrative, Yichun would no longer be part of the sequence. Instead, Lu Janzuo would seize this opportunity. The 9-transformation pill could significantly enhance the cultivation of a martial artist. Tang Yu had but one objective upon returning to Suang: fairness. Fairness. It must be fair. Who decreed that only the protagonist deserves all the treasures. She resolved to snatch it away. After completing her check-in, Tang Yu settled in the waiting area to rest until her flight. A girl pushing a wheelchair approached. Seated in the wheelchair was a middle-aged man with a square face, possessing an imposing presence even while confined to his seat. He exuded an aura reminiscent of a once mighty lion, now weary with age. The girl pushing the wheelchair drew the attention of several men. She was strikingly beautiful, with short hair that framed her face, exuding a spirited charm. Her sun-kissed skin radiated vitality, and what astonished onlookers was her perfectly toned arms. A closer inspection revealed that every exposed part of her body showcased just the right amount of muscle. The harmonious blend of feminine grace and masculine strength in her demeanor created an exceptionally unique allure. "Dad, the flight won't arrive for another half hour. Shall I fetch you a bottle of water?" she asked, looking down at her father. "No need, I'm not thirsty. Drinking too much leads to troublesome trips to the restroom. Let us just relax for a bit," he replied, waving his hand, a smile gracing his face. "All right." The young girl nodded slightly without saying much. They happened to be seated beside Tang Yu. Upon noticing him, the father and daughter exchanged smiles and inclined their heads in greeting. Tang Yu returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. He recognized this pair. They belonged to the prestigious Wenren family from Suzhou and Hangzhou, renowned for their ancient martial arts lineage. Seated in a wheelchair was Wenren Yuanshan, the current head of the family, who, at the age of 30, was celebrated as undefeated across Suzhou and Hangzhou. By the age of 40, he had attained the earth level in martial arts, possessing unparalleled strength and talent. Unfortunately, after traveling across various regions of Huaxia 3 years ago, he returned in this state, paralyzed from the waist down and significantly weakened. He never spoke of the incident, leaving others unaware of the circumstances. Families like theirs, steeped in ancient martial traditions, carried an air of pride that rivaled even that of royalty. Thus, even upon recognizing Tang Yu, the foremost figure from Suzhou and Hangzhou, they merely offered a casual greeting. In the realm of martial arts, only the powerful command respect. Tang Yu's gaze soon fell upon the young girl. She was Wenren Yage, the eldest daughter of the Wenren family, whose talent and prowess surpassed even that of her father. At just 20 years of age, she had already reached the Xian level in her training. In terms of innate ability, she was even more extraordinary than her father. Such a remarkable prodigy was inevitably not beyond the reach of the Dragon King. Sighing inwardly, Tang Yu mused, to be honest, the girl ought to be mindful of her martial direction. It would be far better to cultivate her true energy and pursue the path of internal martial arts. There is no need to be so muscular. After all, Qi Yinlinghan doesn't he look like that? she fragrant and soft. Suddenly, Wen Ye's expression darkened upon catching a glimpse of Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts. Seeing that his lips had not moved, she turned her gaze to others. The last man who dared to critique her like that had ended up hospitalized for 3 months. Frustrated after scanning the surroundings without finding a target, she pondered in dismay whether she had misheard. Chapter 86. Does he deserve it? What's wrong? Wen Yuanshan inquired, noticing his daughter's troubled expression. Nothing. Wen Ye replied, feeling too embarrassed to confide in her father about the inexplicable words she had heard. Wen Yuanshan gently stroked his daughter's hair in a comforting manner. Dad understands your concerns. Rest assured, the young man named Lu Janzuo possesses remarkable medical skills. After his treatment, I can already move one of my toes. It won't be long before I can stand again, and we can spar like we used to. He had long lost hope for his legs and had resigned himself to a life of helplessness. Until recently, a young man named Lu Janzuo had unexpectedly approached him. After employing an unfamiliar acupuncture technique, he found that he could feel pain in his legs again, and even one toe had regained movement. This ignited a spark of hope within him. He was immensely grateful to the talented young man named Lu Janzuo. Dad, I believe in brother Lu's medical prowess. He is indeed impressive. Wen Ye's face radiated her admiration for Lu Janzuo. Although he was only a few years her senior, his abilities far surpassed hers. She had an unwavering appreciation for strength, which led her to genuinely respect and cherish this individual. At the same time, Tang Yu, who was sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon overhearing their conversation. He instantly recalled the original storyline. In the original narrative, it was Yi Chun who was supposed to treat Wen Yuanshan. To seize Suang, he needed not only to conquer the 4 prominent families to build a commercial empire, but also to subdue the ancient martial powers of Suang. He aimed to bring Suang completely under his dominion, serving as a foundation for his vengeance. As the foremost family of ancient martial arts in Suang, the Wen family was the ideal stronghold for him to capture the martial forces. Lu Junzuo's medical skills are indeed commendable. Treating paralysis is no small feat, however. Curing is one thing. It may cost a life in exchange. His method of deliberately exhausting life force for treatment only allows one to survive for a year at most afterward. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts again, Wen Ye finally focused her gaze on him, as the person who had been seated beside her had left. Within a 10-meter radius, they were the only ones present. She could hear this fellow's thoughts. What does this foolish girl want from me? Is she leering at me with those eyes? Goodness, can these women not possess some self-respect? Today marks the first day of my vow to abstain. Noticing Wen Ye's gaze, Tang Yu began to revel in his thoughts. Wen Ye nearly lost her composure and struck him. However, more than Tang Yu's frivolous remarks, she was far more concerned about the few statements he had just made. How did he know about Lu Janzuo? What did he mean by exhausting life force for treatment? Having revered her father since childhood, her admiration had made her particularly drawn to strong men. If anyone dared to threaten her father's life, she would not let them escape, regardless of who they were. Taking a deep breath, she gazed directly at Tang Yu and inquired, "Mr. Tang, my father." Just as she was about to articulate her question, she found herself unable to voice it, as if an invisible hand had covered her mouth. Observing her sudden stammering, Tang Yu expressed his confusion, asking, "Miss Wen, what troubles you? Why is she stammering like that? It's amusing. There is no need to be so anxious. I am, in fact, quite an approachable gentleman. Yage, are you all right?" Wen Yuanshan, noticing his daughter's unusual behavior, furrowed his brow. He certainly did not believe that his daughter was nervous in the presence of such a worthless second-generation rich kid, whom she would hardly spare a glance. "I'm fine." After a brief pause, Wen Yage finally realized that the heartfelt words she had just heard were impossible to convey. However, being a remarkably gifted martial artist, her intellect was equally sharp. Thus, she attempted to rephrase her question. "Mr. Tang, your family must be acquainted with numerous renowned physicians. Could you recommend a few? I would like them to examine my father's leg." "Yage, there's no need to trouble Mr. Tang. Lu Janzuo can assist me just fine," Wen Yuanshan remarked, slightly frowning. He was not one to impose on others nor to owe favors. He had no interest in even glancing at a second-generation rich like Tang Yu. Tang Yu noticed a hint of disdain in his eyes and couldn't help but roll his own internally. This was indeed a common trope in stories. Any antagonist was bound to be unlikable, naturally disliked by those supporting the protagonist. Brother, why do you hold such arrogance towards me? I owe you nothing. And you expect Lu Janzuo to help? After 3 more treatments, your leg will be better. Then you will be counting the days until you can lament your predicament. Though feeling quite vexed, Tang Yu spoke up, I have a good relationship with the esteemed Elder Jiang. Uncle Wenren could certainly consult him. Elder Jiang? We have already visited him, and it seems his help was not particularly effective. Wenren Yage replied with a bitter smile, yet her heart was filled with astonishment. For Lu Janzuo had indeed told her that with just 3 more treatments, her father's leg would be restored. Perhaps we should have Elder Jiang examine him again. He possesses superior skills compared to those unnamed quacks, Tang Yu delicately suggested. Alas, brother, having laid the matter bare, why aren't you more perceptive? Quickly seek Elder Jiang's assistance. He can certainly diagnose this issue. Otherwise, when the time comes for the banquet, do not blame me for not contributing. Wenren Yave's expression darkened slightly. Having Elder Jiang assist in the examination seemed like a sound idea. However, Wenren Yuanshan was already growing displeased. He held a high regard for Lu Janzuo, considering him an impressive young man. Thus, he cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and scoffed. Mr. Tang, there are countless reclusive experts in this world. Merely sitting in a well, gazing at the sky, will only bring ridicule. Tang Yu forced a laugh, his smile devoid of sincerity. Truly, I have no desire to concern myself with you, he exclaimed, were it not for the fact that I cannot bear to witness you. A mere pawn in Lu Janzuo's game, causing trouble for the Tang family, I would not waste my breath on you. He expressed his frustration, lamenting, to be brought to ruin, to have a daughter given away without a second thought, and a family offered up so freely. Your plight is even more pitiful than that of a villain like me. Upon hearing Tang Yu's remarks, Wenren Yage felt a twinge of embarrassment. She understood that Tang Yu's intentions were well-meaning, devoid of malice. Thus, she turned to her father and said, Enough, father. Young Master Tang is simply trying to help. Wenren Yuanshan, however, remained silent, his expression dark. Could it be that his daughter had truly lost her discernment in choosing such a worthless pretty boy? If that were the case, he would never consent to it. After all, what a remarkable and exceptional daughter he had. How could someone like him ever be deemed worthy? Chapter 87. The untroubled moon in a moment of unspoken tension. Tang Yu chose to disregard Wenren Yuanshan. He could not passively observe as the Wenren family aligned themselves with Lu Janzuo. However, if they remained obstinate, he would do his utmost and, if necessary, sit with the ladies during the banquet. At that moment, Wenren Yaji's emotions were quite complex. Nevertheless, she had resolved to take her father to seek the assistance of the renowned Dr. Jiang upon their return to Suhang. If Lu Janzuo truly harbored ill intentions, she would not hesitate to respond with firmness. The 2 parties maintained an awkward silence until they boarded the plane, where they did not sit together. After securing her father's seatbelt, Wenren Yixue said, Father, I'm going to the restroom. If you need anything, please call the flight attendant. Go ahead. Wenren Yuanshan replied, waving his hand, his mood slightly sour. He was a man of rigid character, but held deep gratitude. Lu Janzuo had healed his leg, making him a benefactor in his eyes. Reflecting on Tang Yu's earlier words, he felt displeased. Had he not been rendered immobile, he would have made that man suffer. However, Wenren Yixue did not proceed to the restroom. After a short walk, she found Tang Yu's seat. Miss Wenren, is there something you need? Tang Yu inquired casually, reclining in his seat with a novel. Mr. Tang, my father spoke out of turn earlier, and it was inappropriate to address it in his presence. I apologize on his behalf now, she said, offering a slight bow of respect. Her demeanor surprised Tang Yu. This wild stallion had shown him such courtesy? His irritation diminished significantly as he waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. A minor misunderstanding can easily be resolved. Her attitude is quite commendable. Initially, I had considered exposing Lu Janzuo for you, but with this demeanor, I might just assist in treating your father's ailment. There are indeed several remedies in the Qianong Tianjing for paralysis. I can assure you that after treatment, your father will be untroubled and at ease, while also safeguarding our Tang family. When Ren Yixue felt a mix of confusion and excitement. This man truly had a method to restore her father's leg? But what did untroubled and at ease mean? She found herself wishing to challenge him. Then I shall not disturb you any further, Mr. Tang. Here is my business card. You may add me on WeChat for any future correspondence. She handed him a card bearing her name, phone number, and company name. Most of the ancient martial arts families operated security firms, which served as their primary source of income. Very well. Tang Yu pondered her polite demeanor, feeling somewhat intrigued. Upon landing in Suhang, he hurried back to his antique shop, as the auction was set to commence in a couple of days, and preparations were imperative. Meanwhile, Ren Yixue and her father were greeted by a driver awaiting them to take them to Dr. Zhang's clinic. Ren Yixue instructed the driver, "What brings us to the esteemed Dr. Jiang?" Ren Yuanshan, wearing a puzzled expression, inquired, "Did that young man from the Tang family say something to you? Why would you heed his nonsensical words? He has no fondness for owing favors to others, and there is no need to trouble Dr. Jiang. Your ailment can be addressed with the assistance of a young Lu Janzuo. Just a checkup? Nothing more, father," Ren Yixue replied, shaking her head with unwavering determination. Whether there is an issue will be revealed through examination. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Ren Yuanshan realized he could not dissuade her and resigned himself to her wishes. Upon arriving at the clinic, Ren Yuanshan opened the car door and, with a burst of energy, leaped into his wheelchair. As Ren Yixue pushed her father into the clinic, they encountered a long queue of individuals waiting at the entrance. The clinic offered free consultations daily, providing care for the impoverished who could not afford treatment. This noble endeavor, however, had attracted its share of trouble over the years. Yet, under the protection of the Tang family, troublemakers had mysteriously vanished, leaving others too frightened to cause a ruckus. Jiang Xiaoyue was busy taking the pulse of a patient when she spotted the father and daughter. She recalled them fondly, as they had once donated 10 million after a visit to the clinic, a sum that significantly supported their charitable work, allowing them to treat wealthy patients as well. With a warm smile, she greeted them, "Miss Wenren, bringing your uncle for a consultation, I see." "Indeed, I wish to consult with Dr. Jiang. Is he available?" Ren Yixue inquired politely. "He is in the back studying," Jiang Xiaoyue replied with a sweet smile, gesturing towards the clinic's rear garden. "Thank you." Ren Yixue nodded and proceeded with her father to the back. As they approached, they found Dr. Jiang, clad in a flowing blue robe, deeply engrossed in an ancient medical text. Upon noticing their arrival, he welcomed them. "What brings you both here today? What do you feel unwell?" Dr. Jiang, a while ago, "A remarkable individual treated my father's leg with promising results, and I wish for you to evaluate the effectiveness of the treatment." Ren Yixue spoke with utmost respect. "Oh, what a bother for you, Dr. Jiang. I feel quite well. Yet she insists I come for your assessment." Ren Yuanshan sighed, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Your leg has been healed?" Dr. Jiang's expression shifted to one of surprise and excitement. His own medical skills have been unable to resolve such issues. Such a remarkable healer exists. He promptly began to take Ren Yuanshan's pulse, closing his eyes to concentrate. After a thorough examination, Dr. Zhang's expression darkened, and he exclaimed with indignation, "This is utterly outrageous. Who could be so reckless? Which fool is responsible for this? What is the matter?" Both father and daughter were taken aback by Dr. Zhang's sudden outburst, as he was renowned for his good-natured temperament. While this person possesses exceptional medical skills, even surpassing my own, their intentions are profoundly malicious. I am unaware of the techniques he employed for your treatment. Given his medical expertise, if he were to patiently administer acupuncture bi-weekly for an entire year, he would undoubtedly restore your leg to health. However, this individual resorts to unscrupulous methods for expedience, applying acupuncture to the Sanhui and Yuanjing points, a practice that severely depletes one's vital energy. Even if he were to achieve a cure, it would not extend your life beyond a year. The venerable Dr. Zhang's face flushed with anger. A lack of skill may render one merely a quack, but a corrupt heart is akin to that of a beast. Ren Yixue's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Tang Yu's words held truth? Wen Yuanshan was equally astonished, for he had never suspected that the young man he admired harbored such sinister intentions. Alongside his anger, a profound sense of guilt enveloped him. Fortuitously, he encountered that young man from the Tang family today who offered a timely warning. Had it not been for this, his life might have been in grave peril. Yet, he had treated him with such disdain, and in regret he struck his own face. This was uncalled for. Chapter 88. Adding some spice. Old Master Jiang, is there still hope for my father's health? When Ren Yixue inquired with a face full of concern. At this moment, her father's well-being weighed more heavily on her heart than thoughts of revenge. Indeed, I shall perform acupuncture shortly and prescribe a remedy. A week of recuperation should suffice. Old Master Jiang replied. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had that man treated him once more, I would have been powerless. With that, he gestured for the father and daughter to proceed to his chamber, preparing to treat Wen Yuanshan. Thank you, Old Master Jiang. The kindness shown today will never be forgotten by the Wen family. When Ren Yixue expressed gratefully, bowing deeply. As her father underwent acupuncture, Wen Yixue stood outside the door, her fists clenched in silent fury. How dare Lu Janzuo humiliate the Wen family so? She seethed. I shall not rest until I have avenged this wrong. Yet, the thought of her current lack of strength left her feeling restless. In recent years, the Wen family had experienced considerable decline, primarily due to her father's affliction. The other formidable members of her family had also stagnated, their powers now on par with her own, all stuck in the early stages of the Xian realm. Even if they joined forces, their chances against Lu Janzuo were slim, given the vast disparity between the pinnacle of the Xian realm and its nascent stages. She began to devise her plan for revenge. This man could not be allowed to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Lu Janzuo was taking a respite at the Wen residence. After suffering a significant setback days prior, he had spent 2 days recuperating in the hospital before returning to Su Hang, where he sought to consolidate his hold over the Wen family. That incompetent Yi Chun was too foolish, obsessing over making quick profits from the 4 major families. Lu Janzuo, however, prioritized strength above all. The Wen family was to be his stronghold in the ancient martial arts of Su Hang. At that moment, he sat by the artificial lake of the Wen estate, fishing in high spirits. The treasures he coveted from the upcoming auction had already been photographed and sent to him. He was certain that the Jade Lion concealed the long-lost 9-turn pill, a precious elixir recorded by the Dragon Soul organization. For Lu Janzuo, the 9-turn pill held immense significance. With its power, he intended to break through to the Earth realm in one fell swoop. At that point, the young man, surnamed Tang, would undoubtedly meet his demise. There would be no need to concern himself with that inexplicable strength of his. Once slain, he could also enjoy the company of the young man's fiancée, Yi. Thus, he would have the opportunity to humiliate Yi Chun as well. This treasure was a must-have, no matter the cost. In the antique shop, when Tang Yu arrived, the new store manager awaited him. Since Zhao Gaoshun had been dispatched to Antarctica, a knowledgeable old man had taken over his position. Young Master Tang, he greeted respectfully upon seeing Tang Yu. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous, for the previous manager, Zhao, had reportedly secured a 10 billion reward for young Master Tang after accomplishing a task, and subsequently received a promotion abroad. To serve young Master Tang is indeed a privilege bestowed upon one through countless lifetimes of good fortune. Old Master Peng, how is the Jade Lion you were tasked with crafting? Inquired Tang Yu with a smile. It is nearly complete. Please follow me, young Master Tang. Old Master Peng replied eagerly, leading the way. A few days prior, he had received a notification and a photograph from Tang Yu, prompting him to summon several skilled artisans to meticulously carve the Jade Lion as desired by young Master Tang. After several days of diligent work, the finished product had been polished, albeit with some minor imperfections. Upon entering and observing the coconut-sized Jade Lion, Tang Yu felt quite satisfied. Although the cost was rather steep, it was of little consequence. The intricate mechanism of the 9-palace lock beneath the lion had been flawlessly replicated according to Tang Yu's specifications. The original Jade Lion concealed this mechanism, which only the Dragon King Yi Chun could operate. The fortunate son of destiny, it seemed, had the world's finest treasures prepared for him. Fortunately, having familiarized himself with the original storyline, Tang Yu recalled how to unlock it. "This will suffice," he declared, pleased with the finished piece, and instructed for it to be packaged and sent to the auction house. "Hee, I won't be competing with you directly. Instead, I shall employ a clever ruse. Old Master Peng, here is a pouch of powdered medicine. Could you please assist in transforming it into pills? We can conceal something rather unpleasant within them, and afterwards kindly deliver them to Wanbao Tower to secure priority for this auction." After issuing his instructions, Tang Yu patted the old gentleman's shoulder and departed with a mischievous grin. In the original narrative, the Dragon King Yichun had also encountered the 9-turn pill for the first time. Now, with Lu Janzuo taking his place, the scenario would likely mirror the original. The pouch of powdered medicine had been specially concocted, and its scent would not reveal its true nature. Without tasting it, one would never suspect it was poison. Much like excrement, one can discern its presence by sight and smell, but unless one dares to sample it, how could they assume it to be so foul? Old Master Peng scratched his bald head, drawing upon decades of accumulated wisdom to ponder this conundrum. After a moment's contemplation, he directed his gaze towards the restroom. Once he had completed the task assigned by young Master Tang, Old Master Peng emerged from the restroom, his face flushed, having indulged in such mischievous deeds in his youth. He was surprised to find himself reliving the innocence of childhood at his age. He placed the prepared pills inside the Jade Lion and personally delivered it to the auction house at Wanbao Tower. 2 days swiftly passed. The auction was held at the picturesque Sisui Mountain Villa, nestled in a scenic locale by the mountains and water, frequented by the affluent of the city. Tang Yu was quite familiar with the area. Upon alighting from his vehicle, he encountered numerous acquaintances. "Good day, young Master Tang." "Oh, young Master Tang has arrived. What treasures do you seek today? It's rare to see you here for antiques." Many greeted Tang Yu warmly. After responding to a few, he found the interactions cumbersome and quickened his pace to slip into the villa. As he stepped through the entrance, he spotted Wen Renyage. Beside her stood a remarkably handsome young man, his lips adorned with a devilishly charming smile that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Dragon King, Yichun. However, while he smiled from the right corner of his mouth, Yichun favored the left. If their smiles were to be combined, the contrast would evoke an amusing spectacle. Strictly speaking, this marked Lu Janzuo's inaugural encounter with Tang Yu, using his own visage. Upon seeing Tang Yu, he maintained his composed smile, unfazed by the possibility of being recognized. Concealing himself in the shadows to deliver a lethal blow to his adversaries was his forte. This was also Tang Yu's first glimpse of Lu Janzuo's face. Recognizing him instantly, her gaze involuntarily lingered a moment longer. This scoundrel, grinning just like Yichun. If we were to merge their smiles and add a cross-eyed expression, what a sight that would be. Hearing Tang Yu's jest, Wen Renyage's lips twitched slightly. She too found Lu Janzuo's devilish grin somewhat foolish, akin to a facial nerve dysfunction. After escorting her father to receive treatment from the esteemed Jiang Laosheng, she had spent the past few days contemplating her next move. Patience was essential. She needed to lower his guard before striking decisively. Today, upon hearing that Lu Janzuo intended to attend the auction to seek rare medicinal herbs for her father's ailment, she decided to accompany him alone. The three of them deliberately avoided drawing attention to one another, thus no greetings were exchanged. Seated in the front row, Tang Yu checked her phone. Notably, the Grim Reaper squad had not followed her today, as Lu Janzuo had assigned them other tasks. Following the last encounter, where they had endured a severe beating, Lu Janzuo had developed some reservations about them. However, he had yet to harbor any suspicions, considering the four had faithfully executed his commands. Their previous punishment was merely a misunderstanding. P.S. Today I shall strive for 4 updates. If time permits, I shall provide even more. On regular days, I will endeavor to maintain 3 updates. Chapter 89. Do you dare compete with me? Today's auction attracted a considerable crowd. The items on auction were not merely antiques, but also an array of rare treasures. Among them were medicinal herbs that had been preserved for centuries, a quintessential premise of a delightful narrative. The customary tropes of serendipitous finds and antagonists driving up prices were also present, designed to allow the protagonist, the child of fortune, to flaunt their prowess and collect treasures. The thought of playing the role of the price-inflating antagonist exhilarated Tang Yu. As he cracked open a pistachio and placed it in his mouth, he discreetly glanced at Wan Ringyage. She was seated beside Lu Janzuo, engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to the words he had spoken earlier. Sigh, what a dim-witted ally. And here she is, merrily chatting with that Lu Janzuo. Even with such clear hints, if she remains clueless. Perhaps I should have old Master Jiang pay a visit to her father later. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Wan Ringyage was less than 3 meters away from him. Upon catching his thoughts, she felt a flicker of curiosity. Why could she hear Tang Xiao's inner voice? Could it be that they shared a profound connection? However, when she had just attempted to converse silently in her mind, he had not responded at all. After approximately half an hour, the guests had mostly arrived. An elderly gentleman clad in a white Tang suit ascended the stage to address the attendees. This little old man was the representative of Wanbao Tower in the Suhang region. Wanbao Tower is the largest auction house in China and, in the later stages, became a staunch ally of the Dragon King, providing them with ample intelligence. Once his speech concluded, the auction commenced in earnest. The first item presented for bidding was Dong Qichong's Snowy Mountains After the Rain. This esteemed work by the Ming Dynasty painter Dong Qichong, the elderly gentleman on stage, began to eloquently recount the painting's origins, setting the opening bid at 30 million. Soon, bids began to rise from the audience, and ultimately, the artwork was sold for 80 million. As a wealthy and handsome individual, Tang Yu found little interest in the proceedings. Having indulged in excessive extravagance, why would one squander tens of millions on such frivolities? Art is merely for appreciation. It cannot sustain one's hunger. So why spend so lavishly? True art is that which benefits humanity. For instance, the artistic films stored in my cloud drive. Ahem, and they come at no cost, simultaneously undermining the Eastern economy. While Tang Yu engaged in this internal monologue regarding art, Wan Ringyage could not help but feel a wave of annoyance. Was he performing a one-man comedy show in his mind? Noticing her suddenly perturbed expression, Lu Janzuo flashed a charming smile and inquired, "What is wrong, Yage? Are you unwell?" Upon seeing the smile on Lu Janzuo's face, Wan Ringyage truly felt discomfort. She shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. If you're uncomfortable, then let me know. Seeing you in distress causes me pain as well," Lu Janzuo said, placing a hand over his heart, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Wan Ringyage felt a surge of nausea. "You're the one who is hurting." If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't overpower him at this moment, she would definitely give him a taste of his own medicine. "Thank you." After a cold response, Wan Ringyage fell silent. Lu Janzuo was indifferent. A woman who admired the strong was destined to be conquered by him. Half an hour into the auction, the Jade Lion was finally presented on the auction stage. Upon seeing the exquisite artifact, many attendees cast curious glances. It seemed that such an antique was a rarity for them. Esteemed guests, the Jade Lion set to be auctioned next is a remarkable piece of art. The identity of its master eludes my limited knowledge, yet I firmly believe in its significant artistic value. Thus, we shall commence the bidding at 5 million. Interested guests might seize the opportunity and perhaps find a hidden gem. The elderly auctioneer concluded with a chuckle. Having hosted auctions for many years, they had yet to witness a genuine bargain, as they employed the finest antique appraisers in all of China. Any artifact from any dynasty could be identified, making it exceedingly rare for a counterfeit to deceive them. The guests shared in a light-hearted laughter. Yet, those attending this auction were all individuals of considerable wealth, none worth less than 1 billion. For them, a few million was hardly a substantial amount. Bids began to emerge swiftly. "I bid 5,500,000. Then I shall bid 6 million. Upon hearing these offers, Lu Janzuo felt a surge of excitement, but refrained from speaking immediately. He either would not bid at all or would make a decisive offer. Today, the Jade Lion was his for the taking. Once acquired, he intended to consume the elixir immediately. The 9 transformation elixir promised remarkable effects, manifesting within merely 3 minutes of ingestion. Having reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm, Lu Janzuo felt as if he was on the cusp of a breakthrough after enduring several bouts of hardship in recent days. Coupled with the 9 transformation elixir, transcending to a new realm would be effortless. Upon breaking through, his first course of action would be to disguise himself and assassinate that young man surnamed Tang. As the price escalated to 9 million, no further bids were placed. The attendees merely regarded the piece as an appealing collectible, nothing more than a desire to add to their collection. However, excessively overpriced collectibles were deemed unnecessary. Wealthy individuals were not foolish enough to squander their fortunes frivolously. 9 million for the first time, 9 million for the second time. Just as the elderly auctioneer raised his small gavel to announce the third time, Lu Janzuo interjected, 9,100,000. He recognized that this price had become the psychological limit for the other bidders, so he opted to increase his bid by a mere 1,000. Anything more would be wasteful. With his bid, all eyes in the room turned towards him. Sir, the starting increment for bids is 10,000. Kindly revise your offer, the auctioneer stated, slightly embarrassed. Lu Janzuo frowned in discontent and responded, then let it be 9,110,000. The individual who had bid 9 million rolled his eyes in resignation. Choosing not to continue bidding, 10 million, Tang Yu suddenly announced. His unexpected interjection prompted Lu Janzuo to cast a sharp glance at Tang Yu, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Was this fellow inherently at odds with him? Both of his recent misfortunes since returning to China were linked to this man. Today, as he prepared to bid on an item, he seemed to be competing against himself. The initial bid was 10 million. The elderly gentleman on stage appeared somewhat astonished, aware that the item had been sent by Tang Yu. Bidding on one's own possessions, what could be the intention behind that? Nevertheless, he was indifferent. They earned commissions based on the transaction amounts, and as long as the money flowed, that sufficed. 1,100,000. Reluctantly, Lu Janzuo felt compelled to continue raising his bid. He could not allow the jade lion to fall into Tang Yu's hands. His eyes were filled with apprehension. Could it be that this young man had uncovered the secret within the jade lion? 20 million, 21 million, 50 million. When Tang Yu proclaimed the price of 50 million, the entire audience erupted in astonishment. Tang Xiao, are you truly willing to spend so lavishly? Is it worth such a sum for a seemingly useless jade lion? Witnessing Tang Yu's fervent bidding, Lu Janzuo became convinced that Tang Yu had indeed discovered the secret contained within the jade lion. His vision blurred with rage. The opportunity he coveted. Did this interloper truly believe he was worthy of contesting for it? Chapter 90. Clean and feed. Our brothers, I offer 1 billion. He stood up and proclaimed loudly. Is it about money? Am I afraid of you? The Dragon Soul organization, its foundation is not merely